It was late at night and the noise from the ice wall was still non-stop, clanging for 3 days straight. The complaints about what the people at the Northern Sea Ice Palace were doing kept increasing. But Mysticine Fairy is different. She doesn't care. Ever since the day she saw the ice wall, she hasn't left her room. She often sits in a daze, and sometimes tears naturally fall. She doesn't know why she cries. It's just that every time she remembers the woman in the ice wall, she feels sad, and the tears just flow naturally, uncontrollable. When the tears dried, Mysticine Fairy would sit in a daze for long periods, but Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad never left her side, trying to alleviate her sadness and make her laugh, even if their jokes were often silly. Yellow Hue Bird flew stylishly around the room, carrying Golden Toad on its back. "Come on, let's fly, *ribbit, ribbit, ribbit." But suddenly, Yellow Hue Bird lost its balance and crashed into the table, breaking it with a loud crack. It tumbled across the floor with Golden Toad. Both creatures groaned and played dead amidst the broken wood. "Coo coo coo, I'm dead, ribbit, ribbit." The two animals feigned death, peeking to see Mysticine Fairy's expression. She couldn't help but giggle. Her sadness seemed to vanish in that moment. When Mysticine Fairy smiled, Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad immediately jumped up, joyfully exclaiming, she's laughing, cackle, 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 ribbit, ribbit, ribbit." Mysticine Fairy cleared her throat. "Stop it, you two. I can't help but laugh because of you." Golden Toad tilted its head as if asking if it were true. Then, it suddenly jumped onto the bed, dashed into the wall, its head hitting with a thud before rolling onto the mattress. Seeing this, Mysticine Fairy burst into laughter. Yellow Hue Bird also jumped around excitedly. "See, laughing is good. Laughing makes you beautiful. Anyway, we succeeded today." Mysticine Fairy looked at Yellow Hue Bird in astonishment. "What?" Yellow Hue Bird proudly announced. She laughed loudly. "Surely the master will praise us." Yellow Hue Bird cackled, while Golden Toad jumped and somersaulted in the air. Mysticine Fairy suddenly remembered her older brother, the Heavenly Grand Archive. He seemed to have said she should laugh heartily at least once a day. Why did he care so much? Was it just because he was a good person? While playing with Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad, Mysticine Fairy didn't notice that the Kung had stopped. Immediately afterward, the Heaven's Master Squad burst noisily into her room. "Oh, no, we give up. I'm too old for this. Even my flute can't break it." It was unclear why they didn't return to their own quarters, but Anangi thoughtfully glanced at Mysticine Fairy with a sigh. "The mysterious girl, it was noisy, wasn't it? We won't do it anymore." The others continued to complain. "It keeps making a kung sound when we hit it. Is it ice or iron? What are you saying? If it were iron, it would have turned to dust long ago." Finally, Nam Gung-yan shuddered as if disgusted. "It's impossible from the start. Maybe even after 1,000 years, 10,000 years, we still can't break it. Let's give up." Mysticine Fairy had listened silently from the beginning, but at that statement, her eyes reddened. She softly murmured, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Cheongi had just sat down on the bed when he was startled by Mysticine Fairy's teary eyes. All the Heaven's Master Squad members were startled. They glared at Nam Gung-yan and became angry. "Nam Gung-hyung, why did you say that? The mysterious girl is crying because of you." "Nam Gung, do you know how long 1,000 years is? Nam Gung, are you even human? Are you crazy?" Overwhelmed by their reproaches, Nam Gung-yan scratched his head in confusion. "No, I meant." Then everyone simultaneously demanded an immediate apology. Nam Gung-yan approached Mysticine Fairy hesitantly. "Hey, mysterious girl." Mysticine Fairy sniffled, wiping away her tears. She suppressed her sadness and shook her head. "No, it's all right." Nam Gung-yan gently sat down and patted Mysticine Fairy. "No, I spoke too harshly. You're sad because you think the woman in the ice wall has been trapped for 1,000 years, right?" Mysticine Fairy silently bowed her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a long pause, she finally uttered a single, heartbroken mm. Hearing this, the Heaven's Master Squad, who had just declared their surrender, suddenly regained their fighting spirit. "Let's do it again tomorrow." The Heaven's Master Squad doesn't give up easily. Kang, let's keep going until we succeed. Let's do it to the very end." Their emotions changed in a flash, faster than flipping a pancake. Their enthusiastic attitude surprised and moved Mysticine Fairy. Her tears stopped falling, but she also didn't understand why they were so dedicated to comforting her. Cheongi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, but we have something to do tomorrow, don't we?" The boys' words silenced the Heaven's Master Squad's cheers. Each member nodded. "Right, we still have work to do, of course, that can't be ignored." Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad wondered, "What are we doing tomorrow, Ribbit?" Mysticine Fairy was also curious, looking at them with bright eyes. The next day, the Heaven's Master Squad set off to hunt, stirring up the entire forest with their shouts and heavy footsteps. Bear, hey, stop, won't stop, catch it. The Heaven's Master Squad spotted a bear and plunged into chaos. The chase across the ice was not easy, creating an unprecedented commotion. Gyeowon, while panting, didn't forget to urge Han Yuya to join. Han young miss, come help us. The scene caused Han Yuya to clench her lips. Her expression wasn't good. The Heaven's Master Squad had caused a ruckus for 3 days trying to break the ice wall, yet today they were suddenly hunting. She wanted to shout and ask who they were and what they wanted to do, but she couldn't. For some reason, her master had agreed to fulfill all their requests. As the guide, Han Yuya could only run after the Heaven's Master Squad chasing the bear, urged on by everyone. Mysticine Fairy hadn't wanted to go outside after her last visit to the ice wall, but this time she participated, holding Hugong's hand and silently observing their cheerful commotion. While chasing the bear with the Heaven's Master Squad, Han Yuya occasionally glanced back at Hugong and noticed that he and Mysticine Fairy were going in a different direction. She only managed to hear Hugong say to Mysticine Fairy, "Let's go this way." Han Yuya couldn't help but be curious. Where were they going? The Heaven's Master Squad didn't care. They focused on the hunt, and the bear was eventually caught. Soon, the bear was roasted, smelling delicious. Han Yuya stared at the scene, secretly amazed. These people were real professionals. She wondered how many times they had hunted and roasted before, as everything from catching to roasting went smoothly. More importantly, she constantly looked around for Hugong and Mysticine Fairy. Seeing everyone engrossed in the roasted meat, Han Yuya became even more worried. The person who suggested the hunt was certainly the young master, yet the meat was already cooked. But the young master and the mysterious girl hadn't returned yet. Han Yuya wanted to ask the Heaven's Master Squad, but she couldn't interrupt their lively conversation about the meat. Hesitantly, Han Yuya asked Gyeowon, who was sitting beside her, "Gyeowon Gongja, where did the squad leader go?" But Gyeowon unexpectedly frowned, glaring at her angrily. "Han young miss, is that important now? The meat is right here." Han Yuya was stunned. She hadn't expected her question about the squad leader's whereabouts to make him angry. Asterisk, a young master of a prestigious family acting like this. Asterisk, seeing that she couldn't talk to him, she turned to the heir of the renowned Namgung clan, but Nam Gungnyeon also dismissively waved his hand. "Busy, very busy, Han young miss, if you're free, go find them yourself." While speaking, Nam Gungnyeon mumbled something about needing to roast the meat properly and focused on the fire. Another shock. This time, Han Yuya turned to Seol Yang and Jae Gal Hai, but they also gave surprisingly calm answers. "Don't worry, they'll be back soon." "That's right, the young master is probably just looking around. Don't worry too much." Jae Gal Hai said this and then focused on chewing her meat. Han Yuya could only nod in confusion. Okay." Although they were more polite than the other young men, it was clear that Seol Yang and Jae Gal Hai didn't consider it a big deal. Han Yuya, however, couldn't get the why out of her head. Not being a fool, after a few seconds, Han Yuya finally realized, they all know. The disappearance of the young master and the mysterious girl, and the reason for their disappearance. If they didn't know, they couldn't be this calm. They weren't unconcerned. They knew the squad leader's intentions beforehand, so the purpose wasn't hunting. Han Yuya looked around, observing everywhere, from the endless snowfields to the snow-covered hills. Hugong and Mysticine Fairy were nowhere to be seen. Another question arose, even more intriguing. What were the young master and the Heaven's Master Squad planning? Hugong was in front of a lake, the same lake where he had rescued Mysticine Fairy. Sitting next to Mysticine Fairy, Hugong looked at the frozen lake and asked, "You still find the woman in the ice wall pitiful, don't you?" Mysticine Fairy also sat down, hugging her knees and nodding slightly. As soon as she heard about the woman in the ice wall, her eyes reddened. Hugong continued, "What's the reason?" Mysticine Fairy hesitantly shook her head. "I don't know." Hugong sighed. "It's not something to be pitied." Mysticine Fairy tilted her head in question. "Why?" Hugong sincerely told her, "When you know the story, the feeling of pity will disappear." Mysticine Fairy didn't hesitate to make a request. "Tell me. I want to know." As if waiting for this question from Mysticine Fairy, Hugong began to tell the story of Hyun-Yi, from 90 years ago. "Is this okay?" "Alright." Her name was Hyun-Yi. When she was 3 years old, Hyun-Yi was abandoned. The person who found and adopted her was the then palace master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, Han Guk. She found Hyun-Yi covered in blood and motionless. Han Guk was very panicked and worried, suspecting that the child had been attacked by a wild animal and rushed to check on her situation. "Oh my god, baby, why are you in this state? Wake up, baby." However, no matter how much Han Guk shook and called, Hyun-Yi did not wake up. His whole body was as cold as a ghost. Han Guk recoiled in horror upon touching Hyun-Yi. The girl's body was so cold it surprised her, but thankfully, she still had a faint breath. Without hesitation or questioning Hyun-Yi's background, Hanguk immediately took her home for treatment. Thus, the meeting between master and disciple took place. Though it seemed coincidental, it was a carefully orchestrated chance encounter by the child's father, lurking in the shadows of the forest. Soon after, Hyunhee slowly regained consciousness. She found herself in a strange yet cozy room, remarkably calm. Seeing Hyunhee's eyes open, Hanguk spoke with a relieved smile. "Little one, you're awake." Hyunhee simply nodded. Hanguk continued to inquire kindly, "Are you all right?" Though she didn't seem afraid of the stranger, Hyunhee remained silent, offering no thanks and asking no questions about her location or rescuer. Seeing Hyunhee's reserved demeanor, Hanguk introduced herself. "I am Hanguk, and this is the Northern Sea Ice Palace." Hyunhee nodded and sat up, looking around with curious eyes. Outside the ice palace, strong winds and snowstorms raged, making the atmosphere not only frigid but also thick with fog. Listening to the howling wind, Hanguk curiously asked Hyunhee, "What's your name? Why were you there? What were you doing?" But the girl remained silent, as if the head injury had caused psychological trauma and memory loss. Seeing this, Hanguk couldn't bear to press further, sighing with worry as she looked at Hyunhee. She figured the girl was still in shock and pitied her for wandering in such a freezing place and getting injured. Despite the many unanswered questions surrounding Hyunhee's identity, Hanguk treated her kindly, offering her a cup of hot tea. "Drink some tea, it will warm you up." Seeing Hyunhee lift the teacup with both hands without noticing its heat, Hanguk cautioned, "It's hot, be careful." Hyunhee listened and began to gently blow on the tea. Initially, the hot air was blown away as usual. But within seconds, the hot water unexpectedly froze, and snowflakes began to crystallize on the rim of the teacup, sparkling brilliantly. In an instant, the teacup shattered due to the sudden temperature change, leaving Hyunhee stunned. Startled, Hanguk jumped up, intending to check Hyunhee's hands for injuries, but upon seeing the water flowing from the broken pieces onto the floor, she paused. The water flowing onto the floor instantly froze into a small block of ice, a sight that left Hanguk speechless in astonishment. As a martial arts practitioner specializing in ice-based techniques, Hanguk immediately understood. She was deeply moved to realize that the girl she had rescued possessed such powerful innate ice energy. To confirm her suspicions, Hanguk gently brought her hand near Hyunhee's face. An icy chill emanated from the girl, even causing a thin layer of ice crystals to form on Hanguk's fingertips. Hanguk stared at her ice-covered fingers, her excitement and nervousness causing her to gasp for breath, her heart pounding wildly. Realizing Hyunhee possessed the absolute Yin physique, Hanguk's immense joy was evident, while the girl remained wide-eyed, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Hanguk considered this a stroke of luck, a gift from heaven. She didn't care who the child was, where she came from, or her purpose. She eagerly grasped the girl's shoulders. "Become my disciple. You could inherit the position of Palace Master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. No, even more, you could become the Master of the Northern Sea." Hanguk's bright and warm smile surprised Hyunhee, who found the woman kind. Without much thought, Hyunhee nodded in agreement. Hanguk laughed joyfully, lifting the girl and spinning her around. "Ha, good girl, I need to name my disciple first. What name would be good?" "Hyunhee. How do you like the name Hyunhee? Do you like it?" Of course, the girl didn't object, and from then on, she was raised as Hyunhee. However, unbeknownst to Hanguk, this incredibly intelligent child had deeply ingrained her father's ambitions, even becoming Hanguk's disciple and being named Hyunhee. She didn't forget her father's desires. Hyunhee was the daughter of the Snow Mountain sect leader from 90 years prior, born with the absolute Yin physique. With this unique trait, her father had a dream: to steal the Ice Palace's martial arts, to seize everything. If his daughter became the palace master, it would be even better. He envisioned Snow Mountain swallowing the Ice Palace. This sweet dream kept the child's existence a secret for her first 3 years, until the orchestrated encounter with Hanguk. Stealing everything from the Ice Palace, placing Snow Mountain above it, becoming the master of the Northern Sea, a seemingly impossible goal, Hyunhee silently pursued this dream as her father instructed, vowing never to waver. Everything proceeded smoothly, exactly as the father and daughter had hoped. The martial arts achievements of the child with the absolute Yin physique were truly brilliant. By the age of 20, Hyunhee had surpassed her master's skill. Time flew by, and the next palace master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace was practically predetermined. Senior disciple Hyunhee far surpassed her 2 junior disciples. Of course, there was a significant age gap. At that time, the second junior disciple, Mystic Yin, was only 8 years old, and the youngest, Mystic Yun, was just 4 and had recently joined. Hyunhee's 2 junior disciples were still mischievous children with no ambition for the palace master position. They often ambushed her during snowball fights. Of course, to Hyunhee, these tiny, powerless snowballs were like soap bubbles. A flick of her wrist shattered them. Each time they failed to ambush Hyunhee, her junior disciples would protest vehemently, "Senior sister is so mean. You can't use your martial arts to stop us like that, that's cheating." Mystic Yin Fairy and Mystic Yin Fairy were still playful and naive, not focusing much on cultivation. They simply wanted to play with Hyunhee normally. But Hyunhee often used these opportunities to remind her junior disciples, "You shouldn't only think about playing, you need to cultivate, that's not good." Mystic Yin Fairy approached Hyunhee, tilting her head thoughtfully. "If I diligently cultivate, could I become as strong as senior sister?" Hyunhee smiled gently and spread her hands. "Of course, if you work hard." Look, the eager eyes of Mystic Yin Fairy and Mystic Yin Fairy were fixed on Hyunhee's hands. Hyunhee used her ice energy and the internal martial arts techniques taught by Hanguk to create a snowball that floated in mid-air. She encouraged her junior disciples, "If you cultivate properly, you can do this too." Mystic Yin Fairy's eyes lit up with excitement. She grinned, "Senior sister, teach me." But before she finished, the snowball in Hyunhee's hand hit her in the face. Hyunhee burst into laughter seeing Mystic Yin Fairy's furious face, while Mystic Yin Fairy cried out in surprise, "Oh my, senior sister Mystic Yin." Then, a snowball fight ensued among the three. Mostly, Mystic Yin Fairy threw snowballs wildly to vent her anger, but the more frustrated she got, the more Hyunhee laughed. Hanguk always watched her disciples, silently assessing their abilities. She was overjoyed to have such beautiful, adorable, and mischievous disciples. The children's laughter kept the ice palace from being too cold. In any case, in terms of age, aptitude, and talent, Mystic Yin Fairy and Mystic Yin Fairy could not compare to Hyunhee. Everyone in the Ice Palace knew this. Therefore, Hyunhee's succession as Palace Master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace was almost certain, and no one thought of opposing it. When Hanguk felt that his life was short, she called Hyunhee into her room to tell her about important things. Holding the hand of his first disciple, the student he admired the most, and the person he considered his own son, Hanguk couldn't help but feel choked with emotion. Hanguk's frail, trembling hand rested on Hyunhee's. "I think you've sensed it too, child. I don't have much time left. Therefore, I wish to entrust the position of Palace Master to you." Hanguk's announcement was not surprising to anyone in the Ice Palace, but Hyunhee showed a surprised expression, as if she had never considered succeeding as Palace Master, nor expected this day. Seeing Hyunhee's surprise, Hanguk gently placed her hand on her cheek, offering gentle encouragement with a proud smile. "You've grown up so well." Hyunhee's smile finally bloomed. She clasped Hanguk's hand tightly, her eyes full of unspoken joy and gratitude. After a few more words with her master, Hyunhee left to allow Hanguk to rest, unaware that everything had been revealed. The secret could no longer remain hidden. Upon learning that Hyunhee was the daughter of the Snow Mountain sect leader and that their wicked ambitions had been exposed, the Ice Palace Master was furious, but she concealed her anger and acted secretly, hiding a dagger behind her smile. A few days later, the ceremony for the transfer of the Palace Master's position was meticulously prepared. In Hyunhee's private chambers, Mystic Yin Fairy and Mystic Yin Fairy were chatting excitedly with their senior sisters. "Senior sister, have you heard the news?" Mystic Yin Fairy was tumbling on the bed, while Mystic Yin Fairy meticulously combed Hyunhee's hair. All three were immersed in the joy of this momentous day. In her excitement, Mystic Yin Fairy revealed something she had overheard. "It seems the Snow Mountain sect is also coming to congratulate senior sister on becoming Palace Master, so the succession ceremony will be very grand." Hyunhee already knew this but feigned surprise to please the younger girl. Mystic Yin Fairy was equally excited, constantly imagining the grand scene of the ceremony. I'm so excited, today will surely become an unforgettable memory." Behind the smiles of Hyunhee, Mystic Yin Fairy, and even Hanguk, the Snow Mountain sect leader, was indeed invited, but neither of the younger girls knew that behind the smiles of the current and future Ice Palace Masters lay sharp daggers. Hyunhee said with a deep smile, "Yes, today will be a momentous and unforgettable day for everyone in the Ice Palace and the Snow Mountain sect." Hyunhee, brimming with hope and burning ambition, walked towards the ceremony venue. She was completely without doubt or suspicion, certain that the dreams she and her father had long cherished would now become reality. When the doors of the ceremony hall opened, what was revealed in the light was the stark truth. What Hyunhee saw as she crossed the threshold was her beloved father kneeling on the ground, surrounded by blood. The Snow Mountain sect leader, overjoyed at the prospect of seeing his daughter after so many years, had become an easily controlled target. Hanguk stood there, a sword stained red with the blood of the Snow Mountain sect guests in her hand, a cruel smile on her face. "You've arrived." The long-held dream of the Snow Mountain sect, the plan of father and daughter, collapsed, but it was the beginning of something else. Hell. The Snow Mountain sect leader cried out desperately to Hyunhee, "Daughter, save me." But his plea yielded no result. Hanguk struck down with her sword, aiming for the back of his neck. Metal struck the ice covering the Snow Mountain sect leader's body with a sharp clang. Then, his head flew off, blood spurting from his severed carotid artery. Hyun-Yi's mind hadn't processed the situation, her radiant smile froze, and she could only watch helplessly as her father was killed. In the moment his head fell, Hyun-Yi and her two younger sisters, Mystic Yin Fairy and Mystic Yun Fairy, stood frozen at the door, their bodies stiff. The head rolled down the stairs, emitting a horrifying thudding sound, leaving a trail of blood wherever it went. Finally, the head stopped at Hyun-Yi's feet. The Snow Mountain sect leader's eyes remained wide open, staring at his daughter as if unwilling to accept this fate. In that moment, hell descended upon the Ice Palace. Hyun-Yi faced all the members of the Ice Palace alone. The outcome seemed clear. With hundreds of Ice Palace members, overwhelming one person would be no difficult task. But Hyun-Yi's prowess was astonishing. Numbers meant nothing. No one in the Ice Palace was her match. The genius with the absolute Yin physique was not only powerful but also mastered all the martial arts of the Ice Palace. No attack could trouble her. Conversely, no one could withstand her might. Buildings were destroyed and collapsed. Even Palace Master Hanguk was severely injured, her already weakened life rapidly reaching its end. Blood stained the entire hall. Those who attacked Hyun-Yi died horribly, their corpses piling up. The stench of blood filled the cold wind. No one knew exactly how many people died or were injured that day. The once pristine Ice Palace was now stained a horrifying red. The sky as gloomy as if saturated with deep resentment. The survivors in the Ice Palace looked at Hyun-Yi with utter terror. They dared not attack again. About 2/3 of the Ice Palace members had fallen. Their defenses were gone. They were like fish on a chopping block. Even in the eyes of the two children, Mystic Yin and Mystic Yun, everyone thought Hyun-Yi would bathe the Ice Palace in blood, exterminating everyone without exception. Mystic Yin Fairy was too weak to resist Hyun-Yi. She could only hug Mystic Yun Fairy tightly, trying to protect the young junior disciple from Hyun-Yi's merciless icy gaze. When Mystic Yin Fairy looked at her senior sister with a trembling body, she saw that Hyun-Yi's eyes were wet with tears. Pain and hatred had reached their peak, rendering Hanguk's nurturing and the beautiful memories with her younger sisters meaningless in her eyes. The moment Mystic Yin Fairy's eyes met Hyun-Yi's, a chilling sensation ran down her spine. Terror, helplessness, pain, and despair struck her simultaneously. The space was completely silent, but in Mystic Yin Fairy's mind, the word death echoed endlessly. She was certain she would die, that Mystic Yin Fairy would die, and that everyone in the Ice Palace would die as well. But no, Hyun-Yi's choice was even crueler. She chose to leave behind prolonged, terrifying fear, deciding to remain in the Ice Palace forever, building an ice wall and staying within it. Her last words to the two junior disciples and the entire Ice Palace were, "I await the day we meet again." Mystic Yin Fairy only spoke again after hearing this part of the story. She seemed still unable to believe what she had heard. "That ice wall is..." Hugong nodded slightly in confirmation. The story didn't end there. Hugong continued, recounting what happened afterward. What Hyun-Yi left the Ice Palace was fear, the fear that that day could be today. 90 years passed, and they lived with hellish fear. That became the Ice Palace's plight. The unbreakable ice wall, impervious to sword energy or anything else, only amplified their fear. That hellish curse, Palace Master Mystic Yin Fairy wanted to end it in her lifetime, so she dedicated herself to cultivation. Hugong stopped there. He kept the rest to himself. About Mystic Yin Fairy suffering from the reverse flow of wondrous movements and having to use the turtle breathing technique, ultimately losing all her memories, he thought it better for her to remember on her own than to tell her everything in detail. Mystic Yin Fairy's voice trembled as she called, "Brother." Hugong tilted his head expectantly. "What is it?" Mystic Yin Fairy stared at the pristine white snow. She continued in a trembling voice, That's a lie, right? It can't be true." Hugong smirked slightly. It seemed Mystic Yin Fairy had begun to recover her memories, but they were still unclear. Hugong continued to suggest, "You said something really interesting. Why do you think like that?" Mystic Yin Fairy hesitantly mumbled, "I don't know. I just feel that way. That story, it's wrong." Actually, Hugong also thinks so. This story feels wrong somewhere, but he doesn't nod in agreement with Mystic Yin Fairy. Because she's the one who needs to find the answer, he just smiled gently, stood up, his determined gaze fixed on the Ice Palace. "I've found the way. Therefore, tonight, I will kill Hyun-Yi within the ice wall. Even if it's late, I will fulfill the Ice Palace's wish." Hugong turned, gazing deeply into Mystic Yin Fairy's trembling eyes, his determination evident in his gaze. As soon as Hugong's declaration ended, Mystic Yin Fairy burst into tears, but her lips remained tightly pressed together. She looked at him with bewildered eyes, as if she couldn't believe he would intervene in the Ice Palace's affairs to this extent. Then, Mystic Yin Fairy also stood up, her hands clenched tight. She walked towards Hugong, each step slow and heavy, no longer the light, skipping steps of a child. Mystic Yin Fairy gritted her teeth, glaring angrily into Hugong's eyes. I won't let that happen. Unbeknownst to Mystic Yin Fairy, her reaction was exactly as Hugong had expected. A knowing smile flickered across Hugong's lips. This will be interesting, Mystic Yin Fairy. Afternoon, Hugong returned to the Ice Palace and sat down to talk with Mystic Yin Fairy. Mystic Yin Fairy didn't question Hugong's reason for hunting, only caring about the outcome. Young master, was the trip enjoyable? Hugong nodded slightly. Thanks to Vesta, it was very enjoyable. Mystic Yin Fairy smiled brightly with curiosity, breaking through the ice wall, then hunting. Now I'm curious what the third thing will be. Her smile seemed to say, anything, any request, I will fulfill, no matter how unreasonable it seems. Hugong was pleased with her attitude, responding with a smile. As he had felt before, Mystic Yin Fairy was special. If Palace Master Mystic Yin was a dazzling talent, Mystic Yin was calm and wise. She considered herself the unshining shadow of the Palace Master, but even so, she still emitted her own light. Hugong slowly revealed his intentions. Tonight, I intend to end everything. Mystic Yin Fairy didn't understand immediately. She furrowed her brows, tilting her head. And, what? I can't guess. What is everything? Of course, if it's everything, it includes the Palace Master's whereabouts and the Ice Palace's wish. But how? It's too sudden. She couldn't help but feel confused, because until now, the young master she had observed hadn't accomplished anything, only making meaningless noise like an empty cart. Hugong understood Mystic Yin Fairy's concerns but didn't intend to explain further. He simply said, it's a long story, but before that, I want Vesta to help with something. Mystic Yin Fairy just looked at him, gesturing for him to continue. Hugong spoke, his gaze distant as he thought of Mystic Yin Fairy, the young lady, the amnesiac girl. Prepare clothes for her, from head to toe. I want it to be the most high-class and dignified outfit the Ice Palace can prepare, and have Vesta dress her personally. Mystic Yin Fairy's eyes showed her question. What's the reason? But Hugong only smiled. Vesta will understand when she sees. In the end, Mystic Yin Fairy didn't hear the reason, only the simple request to dress the girl. Nevertheless, she complied. She prepared the high-class outfit as requested, and with doubt in her heart, she went to the room and personally changed the girl's clothes. Mystic Yin Fairy was initially a little surprised to be given new clothes, but she didn't think much of it, singing as she took off her old clothes. When Mystic Yin Fairy was about to dress her, she finally saw what Hugong wanted her to see. Mystic Yin Fairy froze in place. On Mystic Yin Fairy's upper abdomen was a small skull-shaped scar, one eye of the skull distorted. Mystic Yin Fairy recalled a conversation from long ago, when Mystic Yin Fairy, fresh from receiving the scar, boasted that this skull scar was the poisoned sex mark of GWI Wonjong, an indelible mark, an unerasable brand, like a medal of honor. Mystic Yin Fairy had also heard that it was thanks to Hugong's timely arrival that Mystic Yin Fairy survived. Although everyone else struck by GWI Wonjong's technique had died, the death rate was 99%, but Mystic Yin Fairy was the exception. Mystic Yin Fairy excitedly talked about the scar as a feat, not something frightening. But for some reason, Mystic Yin Fairy's face fell. She didn't respond or praise Mystic Yin Fairy, which made Mystic Yin Fairy confused. Hey, junior disciple, what's wrong? Mystic Yin Fairy suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, thank goodness, senior sister is still alive, I'm so happy. Seeing Mystic Yin Fairy's stunned expression, Mystic Yin Fairy tilted her head, questioning, what's wrong? But Mystic Yin Fairy couldn't speak, only silently calling in her heart, senior sister. Now, Mystic Yin Fairy's gaze upon the girl before her was different, infinitely gentle, because her senior sister was right in front of her. She couldn't help but plead, little one, may I hug you? Mystic Yin Fairy replied, embarrassed, but I haven't finished getting dressed yet. Mystic Yin Fairy didn't say anything more, but her eyes clearly expressed her longing for a hug. That earnest desire made Mystic Yin Fairy's heart feel something irresistible. Finally, Mystic Yin Fairy ran over and hugged Mystic Yin Fairy tightly, even without words. That single action was enough to soothe the heartache in Mystic Yin Fairy's heart. Looking at Mystic Yin Fairy's innocent expression, Mystic Yin Fairy had to restrain herself from crying. The girl looked only 7 or 8 years old, but now, in Mystic Yin Fairy's eyes, the girl's image appeared different, like the senior sister she had seen as a child, around 3 or 4 years old. Back then, Mystic Yin Fairy seemed so tall. In the joy of their reunion, Mystic Yin Fairy also felt a little self-reproach. Why didn't I realize it? Now I understand why. From the first meeting, I felt she wasn't a stranger at all. And Mystic Yin Fairy finally understood the reason. The most high-class outfit was needed because the girl was the palace master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Hugong was finding the best way to tell her. He wasn't using 100 words to explain, but showing her directly. Afterwards, Mystic Yin Fairy left Mystic Yin Fairy's room, and then she faced Hugong in the Ice Palace hallway. She had many questions. "Young master, what's going on?" Hugong smiled, answering honestly, "It's just luck. The story really began that way. Completely coincidental and fortunate." Hugong didn't need to hide his chance encounter with Mystic Yin Fairy, so he recounted everything to Mystic Yin Fairy from the moment Mystic Yin Fairy was rescued from the ice lake. If he and the Heavens Master Squad hadn't been driven away by the Ice Palace disciples and hadn't moved to that ice lake, they probably wouldn't have been able to find Mystic Yin Fairy. After hearing Hugong's account up to the point where he discovered the underwater passage from the ice lake connecting to the pond and the Ice Palace, Mystic Yin Fairy had many of her questions answered. The loud sound of water from the pond that day, the small passage in the pond, her senior sister disappearing without a trace, everything finally connected. But one question remained: Hugong's intention behind asking her to dress the girl personally. It was to make her see her senior sister's scar. The problem is that the number of people who knew about Mystic Yin Fairy's scar could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Therefore, Mystic Yin Fairy asked directly, "Young master, who are you, really?" Hugong understood the meaning of the question. Mystic Yin Fairy wanted to know how he recognized the scar without ever having known Mystic Yin Fairy, but of course, he couldn't tell the whole truth. Hugong shrugged and fabricated a story. "I accidentally overheard it in Jianghu rumors. I didn't expect paying attention to old man Park Ja's rambling to be useful." Mystic Yin Fairy's suspicion immediately disappeared. "Ah, Man Park Ja is said to know everything." Furthermore, Mystic Yin Fairy had also heard that Man Park Ja participated in the battle with the Ghost Transport sect, although not voluntarily but forced by Hugong. Even so, she was still amazed. At such a young age, Hugong's connections already reached Man Park Ja. While Mystic Yin Fairy was lost in thought, Hugong's voice rang out again. "Vesta, it's almost over, only the final step remains." Mystic Yin Fairy hesitantly asked again, "Young master, are you referring to this palace's wish?" Hugong nodded slightly, looking into the distance. "Yes, I intend to end it tonight." He continued to describe how the plan would unfold tonight, but Mystic Yin Fairy couldn't believe it. Throughout the conversation, she didn't utter a word in reply, only Hugong's words echoing in her head. "Vesta, for the person inside the ice wall, it's also hell." It was a statement she had never considered. After finishing his conversation with Mystic Yin Fairy, Hugong went to the ice wall. However, he didn't face the ice wall in the usual way. He drew a small circle in the air. At the same time, an illusionary ring appeared beneath Hugong's feet. He stepped onto the illusionary ring and slowly floated upwards. Floating in the air, Hugong faced Hyun-yi, the woman in the ice wall. Hyun-yi was always smiling, quietly looking at everyone from inside the ice wall. She also looked at him the same way she looked at them. She could see, always saw, but no one knew. When Hugong led the shrunken Mystic Yin Fairy here for the first time, at that time, their eyes also met like now. But now it was even more surprising because he could float in the air. More than that, she felt strange, wondering if he knew about the actually that day, about the story that was miscommunicated. Her mind guessed that he probably didn't know. He was probably just thinking of a way to break the ice wall. Then, a sudden voice echoed in Hyun-yi's ears. "Hyun-yi Vesta." She was even more surprised to hear the voice transmission. Who was speaking to her? Hugong's voice transmission continued. "Can we talk?" Hyun-yi's breath hitched in astonishment and excitement. "You, how?" Hugong smiled triumphantly. "It was just a guess. Hearing your response makes me very happy." Hyun-yi was flustered. I'm very surprised, and it's been so long since I've spoken. I'm a little tongue-tied." Hugong nodded sympathetically. 90 years in an ice wall. If you haven't spoken to anyone, it's understandable." He smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, it still sounds beautiful." Although her expression within the ice wall didn't change, Hyun-yi's voice choked. "I don't know why, but your words make me want to cry." Hugong sighed sadly. "How much you must have suffered all this time." In there, the daughter of the Snow Mountain sect leader, the senior disciple of 2 junior disciples. "I should have come sooner." Hugong felt a pang of regret. Even though Hyun-yi didn't answer immediately, and her expression didn't change, he thought she was crying silently. When the Northern Sea Ice Palace's palace master, the Mystic Yin Fairy, asked him to fulfill the Ice Palace's wish, he should have come, Hugong thought. But Hyun-yi didn't know Hugong was this young now. How could he have come sooner? She only took it as comfort. "It's all right, even now. Actually, here, I've lost track of time." Hugong continued to soothe her. "If that's the case, then it's better." Hearing that, Hyuni simply smiled, remembering the scene a few days ago, the junior disciple, the reverse flow of wondrous movements. So it was you. Wugong was a little surprised. You recognized me, Hyuni said wistfully. Just like when you were little. Wugong nodded, frankly stating his thoughts. She's amnesiac now, but it seems she remembers. That day, her feelings. Hyuni was surprised again. Her heart skipped a beat hearing Wugong's words. She didn't expect this young man to know and understand so much. After a moment of silence, Hyuni transmitted her voice. Mystic Yin cried, I was heartbroken. Hyuni and Wugong both recalled what happened a few days ago. When the tiny Mystic Yin fairy first saw Hyuni again in the ice wall, she burst into tears uncontrollably, even crying for days without stopping. Wugong sighed softly, a sad smile appearing on his lips. Seeing her sadness, she couldn't help but cry. Hyuni looked at Wugong curiously. My sadness, how do you know? Wugong responded to her curious gaze with understanding. No one imprisons themselves. No one voluntarily walks into hell. For anyone, a curse. Never. No one wants to be imprisoned for even a day. A single day of confinement is unbearable, let alone all that time. Furthermore, she could have wiped out the ice palace that day, but she chose to be cruel to herself. Wugong glanced around. At the foot of the ice wall, you can still see the blackened bloodstains, the traces of the massacre that year. Hyuni didn't respond, seemingly confirming Wugong's suspicions. The truth wasn't as it was rumored. The story had many hidden complexities that only those involved understood. Talking to her like this, he became even more certain. The secret wasn't leaked. Hyuni revealed it herself. To confirm, he asked directly, wasn't that secret revealed by you yourself? Hyuni replied through voice transmission, bitterly, your words are correct. I revealed it myself. Wugong looked at Hyuni, his heart filled with compassion. She shouldn't have revealed it. Hyuni's smile was always sad, but now it looked like a genuine smile, as if she had shed a deep burden. She said, I couldn't do otherwise. It turned out the story had been misunderstood from the beginning. The truth wasn't exposed. Hyuni revealed everything herself. If she hadn't spoken, the secret would have remained a secret, from being the daughter of the Snow Mountain sect leader to her promise to her father. Initially, she pursued her father's dream, her days unwavering, but time is terrifying. Hyuni's heart gradually absorbed the warmth of the ice palace. The fearsome passage of time meant that even though she tried to keep her promise to her father, to fulfill his dream, the warmth of the ice palace still seeped into her heart, the love of her master, the two junior disciples, and the good fortunes of the ice palace. Finally, Hyuni realized she loved the ice palace. Then, one day, unable to bear the weight of guilt, she confessed everything to her master. It was also the day Han Guk decided to pass on the position of palace master to her. Hyuni knew the fateful day had arrived. When she inherited the position of palace master, her father's wish fulfilled, but it came as such a surprise, leaving her utterly flustered. Han Guk, until that moment, was still unaware of Hyuni and her father's plan. Thinking Hyuni was just too surprised, she affectionately encouraged her great pupil, saying she had proven herself capable of being the palace master. After an internal struggle, Hyuni began to confess, her eyes filled with tears. If I tell you the truth, will you forgive me? Hyuni, unable to bear the weight of her guilt, confessed everything to Han Guk. She was ready to take responsibility for her actions, ready to be punished for the sins she had committed. While recounting everything to her master, Hyuni couldn't look her in the eye once. Because of the overwhelming guilt, she could only wait for her master's judgment in tears, not expecting forgiveness. Being expelled from the ice palace, even having her martial arts skills stripped, she had expected that. But strangely, Han Guk smiled, a calm and forgiving smile. Han Guk gently comforted the sobbing Hyuni. It's all right, you must have suffered a great deal. At the succession ceremony, invite your father and the Snow Mountain sect. The succession ceremony will become a momentous occasion, marking a new beginning for both the Ice Palace and the Snow Mountain sect. Believe me, Hyuni heard those words and, overcome with emotion, burst into tears in Han Guk's arms. She didn't expect her master to be so forgiving. Her self-reproach intensified, having deceived such a good person. But contrary to Han Guk's outward forgiveness, the result was a tragic truth. Hyuni's father died, and she lost her mind. Numbers couldn't overwhelm a genius in a fit of madness. No one in the Ice Palace was Hyuni's match. The genius with the absolute Yin physique was not only powerful but also mastered all the martial arts of the Ice Palace. No attack could trouble her. Conversely, no one could withstand her might. The halls were destroyed, collapsing. Even Palace Master Han Guk was severely injured. The Ice Palace's destruction was imminent. It just needed a little more. But before everything was destroyed, Hyuni regained her senses. Everything felt like it had been swept away by a storm, leaving her in stunned silence. Han Guk had fallen. Many were injured and killed in the storm Hyuni created. most of the ice palace was destroyed, leaving only scattered ruins, petrified by the encasing ice. It was all Hyunyi's doing. The chaos distorted memories, the ice palace couldn't see clearly, the young mystic Een, and the even younger mystic Yun, were shrouded in fear. They saw nothing but terror and hatred. In regret and remorse, Hyunyi chose to enter hell, not to be bound by a curse or to sow fear forever. For Hyunyi, this time was atonement, her hell. Thus, hell opened for the ice palace, and it also began for Hyunyi. Hugong patiently listened to the whole story and smiled reassuringly at Hyunyi. Now, your hell is over, and the ice palace's as well. A long silence followed from Hyunyi. Then, her voice, bitter, rang out, I can't get out, because I've stopped cultivating for so long, and because I poured all my energy into creating this ice wall. I can't escape. The ice wall, created by the miracle of the absolute Een physique, nothing can break it, nothing can melt it, it's an eternal prison. But Hugong confidently declared, I can do it. Hyunyi questioned doubtfully, what about that day? She recalled the day Hugong first tried to destroy the ice wall, but he hadn't been able to penetrate it. Knowing that Hyunyi could hardly believe it, Hugong immediately flicked a flame on his fingertip. That day, I did it. After Hugong waved his hand, the flame peak erupted like a storm, rolling and spreading onto the surface of the ice wall, heat penetrating through the shiny ice surface. Until now, Hyunyi still thought Hugong's words were lies. How could fire possibly break this ice wall? Strangely, however, where the flames passed over the ice wall, droplets of water actually appeared, proving the flames were powerful enough to melt the seemingly eternal ice. Hyunyi suddenly remembered, about 20 years ago, hearing the junior disciple, Mystic Een Fairy, speaking alone before the ice wall. Mystic Een Fairy had vowed to end the ice palace's vow, asking Hugong to end this hell. Seeing Mystic Een Fairy's determined gaze at that time, Hyunyi had thought that if anyone could come, it would be Hugong, no one else. Unexpectedly, it was a stranger who could break the curse. Hyunyi honestly shared her thoughts with Hugong in the body of the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest son. I thought if Hugong came, I would surely die, but because it's you, I feel lucky. Hugong smiled gently. Even if it were that person, the outcome would be the same. Hyunyi couldn't know that the person he was referring to was him. She had never met or spoken to Hugong, so naturally she couldn't guess whether the Miram Alliance leader could understand her situation as well as the young man before her now. In any case, Hyunyi found the stranger before her trustworthy. Regardless of whether Miram Alliance leader Hugong would make the same decision, she now just wanted to know who he was to be able to see through everything like that. Of course, Hugong's answer couldn't be Hugong himself. He could only introduce himself as the eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive. Returning to that twilight hour, the incessant kung-kung sound was gone from the ice palace. The peaceful and quiet atmosphere under the setting sun was stirring. Mystic Een Fairy was standing by the window after Mystic Een Fairy had changed her clothes. Her mood had improved significantly. She no longer had the gloomy expression she'd had for the past few days. But Mystic Een Fairy was still troubled by something Hugong had told her. Tonight was the predetermined night. The appointed moment was approaching every second, so even looking outside, the scenery didn't register. Mystic Een Fairy's heartbeat grew louder. She encouraged herself and resolved, I can do this. The image of the woman in the ice wall reappeared in her mind. The woman seemed to always smile calmly, but she looked sad. Every time she remembered, Mystic Een Fairy's tears would well up, but this time, she didn't cry. She decided not to cry anymore. Now wasn't the time for tears. Just then, a voice came from behind. The mysterious girl. What are you thinking so intently? It was Yellow Huebird and Golden Toad. Oop, 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 oop. Mystic Een Fairy turned around and smiled at them. Then she extended both hands towards the two creatures, causing them to tilt their heads and question, ha, oop, oop. In that instant, white mist swirled like a whirlwind in Mystic Een Fairy's outstretched palms. That's all it was. But miraculously, when the mist dissipated, two pieces of ice appeared in her palms, shaped like a toad and a bird. Ice Golden Toad and Ice Yellow Huebird were exquisitely carved. On the two pieces of ice, Golden Toad and Yellow Huebird were smiling radiantly. Even spending all day for a month carving wouldn't produce such a result. The two creatures' eyes widened in amazement. Wow, 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 amazing, oop, oop. Mystic Een Fairy smiled, placing the ice pieces down. A gift. Yellow Huebird blinked excitedly. Really? Mystic Een Fairy nodded happily. Yes, you should thank yourselves. Yellow Huebird and Golden Toad were about to jump for joy at seeing their icy forms when they paused. The mysterious girl. Where are you going? It's not a simple thank you, it's a thank you, like it's a parting gift from someone about to leave. Mystic Een Fairy grinned as if it were a silly remark. Where am I going? I'm going somewhere. But in her heart, she thought differently. Yes, a long journey. Tonight, I might die. or I might kill, older brother, Heavenly Grand Archive. Mysticine Fairy looked out the window while the two creatures blithely began hopping. Mysticine Fairy only knew that the eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive was powerful, that's all she knew, and honestly, she was terrified of him to the point of unbearable fear, but she knew she had to face it, and she knew she could do it. That night, the people of the Ice Palace gathered around the ice wall. Mysticine Fairy, the elders, everyone was present, no one was absent. Tonight was a special night, the night the Ice Palace's 90-year vow would end, they thought. What would happen tonight? They had heard the story, everyone knew, but they were half believing, half doubting. Not everyone fully believed, of course. The story was astonishing, the whereabouts of the Palace Master, Mysticine Fairy, and the story of Hyuni Vesta in the ice wall. There were too many questions in everyone's hearts. The Palace Master disappeared, and it was the reverse flow of wondrous movements. The mysterious girl was the Palace Master, and Hyuni Vesta was also hell. Was it really true? Could the eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive really break the ice wall? No way. Unbelievable. 90 long years. Something the Ice Palace couldn't do all that time. How could a young scribe do it? His Heaven's Master squad only made a noisy kung-kung sound. A vow isn't made without reason. But ironically, because it was a vow, the people of the Ice Palace had even higher expectations. Figures landed one after another before the ice wall. Seeing that the members of the Ice Palace and the Heaven's Master squad had gathered, Hugong, who had been waiting, greeted them. Everyone's here. Before breaking the ice wall, Hugong told everyone, move back. The Heaven's Master squad immediately retreated, but one person didn't move. The act of defiance made Hugong laugh. Be good, hurry up. The person who refused to listen to Hugong was Mysticine Fairy. She pressed her lips together, looked up at him, her gaze intense as if to say, don't be gentle with me. She clearly wanted to cry, but she glared even harder. It wasn't until Mysticine Fairy pulled Mysticine Fairy back that she reluctantly stopped her angry glare. Everyone anxiously awaited what Hugong would do to break the ice wall, hard as steel. Hugong approached the ice wall, lowering his hand to the bottom. He used the secret technique of Flame Peak, even though Flame Peak was currently only at the first step level. But he had confirmed beforehand that Flame Peak could melt the ice wall. Today was different from that day. That day was just a test. Today was the full power of Flame Peak. Hellfire, a blazing red flame, erupted, engulfing his hand. The flames of Flame Peak, at a level that could mock even raging magma, were burning. Seeing this, the thought of true Samadhi fire crossed the minds of the people of the Ice Palace. To them, true Samadhi fire was nothing special. As disappointment appeared on everyone's faces, the hellfire suddenly exploded, changing from orange-red to deep blue, a color as dark as the ocean depths. It spread upwards, engulfing the ice wall. The ice wall, as high as 3 palace halls, was devoured by the blue flames. As if someone had poured oil on the wall and set it alight, steam hissed upwards, water droplets trickled across the ice surface. Even from a distance, the heat was felt, causing everyone to retreat. Disappointment quickly turned to astonishment. What is this? Isn't this true Samadhi fire? Even Mysticine Fairy couldn't imagine the 90-year vow melting so easily. They had tried every method before, but never with any effect, not even a little. The astonishment grew. The ice wall, which nothing could break, nothing could melt, was melting. White steam billowed upwards, the wall rapidly shrinking. Everyone gasped. What kind of heat is this? What kind of martial art could melt an ice wall that even sword energy couldn't affect? The steam rose like night clouds hovering over the ice wall, and now, everyone's gaze towards Hugong had changed. Any further doubt would be foolish. The ice wall was almost completely melted, Hyunyi's form within gradually becoming clear. White smoke rose. At the same time, Hugong raised his hand, the blue flames being drawn back into his palm. Hyuni Vesta escaped her confinement and fell. The people of the Ice Palace instinctively recoiled. The 90-year hell of the Ice Palace, the ice wall they couldn't avoid seeing, the wall they lived with every day. The fear of Hyuni within the wall was deeply ingrained in their minds. They grew up with her last words. I look forward to the day we meet again. The daughter of the Xueshan sect leader, the one with a deep-seated hatred for the Ice Palace, the one who might have become the Palace Master, plus her extremely lean constitution. The day Hyuni broke through the ice wall, the Ice Palace might experience a terrifying hell. That fear made each new morning heavy, even though they heard a different story tonight. Was it true? No one dared to be sure, so they stood still, letting her weak body fall without any intention of catching her. At that moment, Mysticine Fairy pulled away from Mysticine Fairy and dashed towards the ice wall. She rushed so fast that she created a streak of light shooting towards the falling Hyuni. While rushing, Mysticine Fairy created a long trail of white mist. The dazzling body technique she used was Han Lushin, the body technique of the Ice Palace Palace Master's poison sections. Mysticine Fairy rushed as fast as she could, extending her arm as far as she could to catch Hyunee. When facing the ice wall for the first time in this form, Mysticaline Fairy was still carried, but now, she was carrying someone else, using her small body to support Hyunee, slowly landing on the ground. The people of the Ice Palace widened their eyes and cried, "Really, Palace Master?" The reverse flow of wondrous movements, everyone found it hard to believe, but that body style was unmistakable. Despite the significant difference in size and weight, Mysticine Fairy could carry Hyunee effortlessly, all thanks to her martial arts prowess. While the people of the Ice Palace were still astonished, Mysticine Fairy stood firmly on the ground and carefully placed Hyunee down. Seeing this, Hugong tilted his head, looking at Mysticine Fairy with a puzzled expression. "What's the meaning of this?" Mysticine Fairy's gaze was resolute as she stared straight at Hugong. "I will protect her." Hugong frowned disapprovingly, trying to persuade Mysticine Fairy. "I've told you about her crimes." But Mysticine Fairy also frowned, firmly opposing him. "I told you, it's a lie." Hugong slightly curled one side of his lips. "Who are you? If you don't even know who you are, why are you so certain?" The mocking smile made Mysticine Fairy flinch and lower her head, but she couldn't answer. She still couldn't remember who she was. Because she couldn't give a clear answer, Mysticine Fairy could only assert her determination, hugging Hyunee tightly. "It's not important." Hugong smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Mysticine Fairy nodded firmly. "Yes, my heart wants it." Then, looking at Hyunee in her arms, Mysticine Fairy silently murmured to herself, don't worry, I'll protect you." Because Mysticine Fairy used inner voice transmission, Hyunee also heard those words. Mysticine Fairy's eyes were now brimming with tears, her lips tightly pressed together as if she were about to cry. Hyunee also wanted to cry. She wanted to tell Mysticine Fairy, "Mysticine, my little junior disciple," but she swallowed her words, wanting to let Mysticine Fairy remember on her own. Hyunee had longed for understanding and forgiveness, remembering 90 years ago, the 8-year-old junior disciple had looked at her with resentment, but now, looking exactly the same, the girl was protecting Hyunee. For 90 years, Hyunee had hoped for this day. Then Hyunee was gently put down by Mysticine Fairy, leaning against the base of the ice wall. Then, the girl stood in front of Hyunee, using her small body as a shield. Mysticine Fairy's eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, she didn't want to kill the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest son, as he had treated her very well, but she could only fight to the end to protect Hyunee. Hugong's voice rang out as he looked around. "The mysterious girl, look around." All the people of the Ice Palace. Before Hugong could finish his sentence, Mysticine Fairy interrupted directly. "I'm not afraid." Hugong let out a breath, shook his head. "That's not what he meant. Everyone is scared, Hyunee. Don't you see?" At this moment, Mysticine Fairy realized that everyone's eyes were clearly filled with fear. Unlike the people of the Heavens Master Squad or Hugong, they have been facing the shadow of this phantom demon god all their lives. Hugong turned his gaze back to Hyunee, killing intent evident in every word. "Ending Hyunee is the long-standing wish of the Ice Palace. To me, the wishes of all the people of the Ice Palace are more important than you, just one person." At this moment, Hugong acted like a cruel, cold-blooded, heartless person, his eyes devoid of any affection or sympathy for Mysticine Fairy. He even uttered cruel words that shattered Mysticine Fairy's heart. "If I have to kill you, I will." The once gentle brother was gone. Mysticine Fairy took a deep breath, composed herself, and replied concisely, "Okay." Even accepting it, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She wiped them away with her sleeve, her garment soaked with tears, as she steadily walked forward, demonstrating her resolve. Hugong's voice became colder than ever. "There's no other way." At the same time, the sword spirit at his hip vibrated violently. Following its master's will, the sword spirit leaped from its sheath, spinning as it shot towards Mysticine Fairy. Without a roar, without a command, the sword spirit understood Hugong better than anyone. It aimed at Mysticine Fairy without hesitation or mercy. The sword's light flashed in the night, creating a pressure that suppressed anyone who dared to face it. The sword flew at a terrifying speed that Mysticine Fairy couldn't possibly keep up with. When she realized it, the sword's point was right before her eyes. The feeling of death being a hair's breadth away made her heart skip a beat. The sword spirit, mid-flight, suddenly slowed down, hovering just before it could pierce Mysticine Fairy's head. Then, the sword point slowly advanced, still aimed directly at her forehead. Only when the distance was a fraction of an inch did the sword spirit completely stop in midair, posing a threat. Hugong then spoke again. "Step back." But even with the sword point so close to her eyes, Mysticine Fairy didn't flinch, her eyes wide. "Otherwise, what?" Hugong's eyes were icy cold, filled with killing intent. "You will die." Mysticine Fairy let out a half-smile, and with that mocking laugh, she flicked her finger. Instantly, a white beam of light struck the sword spirit's point, ice rapidly spread from the blade, and the sword was flicked back towards Hugong. The sword spirit spun wildly in the air. Before it hit the ground, Hugong reached out and retrieved it. Holding the sword spirit, he looked at the ice-covered blade, very cold. The sword spirit trembled as if in response. Hugong then channeled his inner energy, dispelling the cold. Even after being humiliatingly repelled, the sword spirit roared, its will ablaze. But Hugong lowered his sword, signaling it to be quiet. The sword spirit, realizing it had gone too far, calmed down. It knew its master wanted something else. What Hugong desired was nothing less than Mystic Yin Fairy's awakening. At this moment, Mystic Yin Fairy and the people of the Ice Palace only watched from a distance. It wasn't that Mystic Yin Fairy didn't understand the situation, on the contrary, it was because she understood that she couldn't interfere. Mystic Yin Fairy recalled her conversation with Hugong that afternoon. He had said, "Vesta, do you know about experience energy deviation?" Then he said that Mystic Yin Fairy's experience energy deviation hadn't ended yet. When Mystic Yin Fairy asked if Hugong meant that the experience energy deviation would only end when her memories returned, he simply smiled. Yes, but more accurately, it's the complete recovery of her memories. Distorted memories, incorrect perceptions, must be corrected before it can be called memory recovery, and only then can she escape the experience energy deviation. Hearing Hugong say this, Mystic Yin Fairy finally understood. What needed correcting went deeper than they knew. It was Mystic Yin Fairy's memories at the time of the massacre. At that time, Mystic Yin Fairy was very young, and Mystic Yin Fairy, her second senior sister, was only 8 years old. She realized that something must have been wrong that day, that something must have been distorted in the perception of the two frightened children. Mystic Yin Fairy then resented Hyunyi, and over time, she constantly sought to bring Hyunyi death within the ice wall. But now, Mystic Yin Fairy was protecting Hyunyi. This was Mystic Yin Fairy's true wish, something her heart remembered but her rational mind had overlooked due to the shock. Then, Mystic Yin Fairy's voice rang out again, "Brother, stop, spare her, don't you know this is hell for everyone?" Deep down, Mystic Yin Fairy felt it, like the moon in broad daylight, unseen yet always present. Hyunyi's existence was the fear of the Ice Palace, and Hyunyi herself was trapped in an earthly hell. Of course Hugong knew, and because he knew, he responded by infusing Sword Spirit into the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit was completely covered in brilliant purple light. Mystic Yin Fairy thought she couldn't convince Hugong, so she could only bite her lip, showing her determination. "I will definitely protect her." Then, Mystic Yin Fairy swept her sleeve back, and instantly, a white light flashed, enveloping Hyunyi behind her. A circular ice wall, like a small room, formed around Hyunyi, protecting her frail body. Seeing this, Hugong smiled inwardly, charging towards Mystic Yin Fairy, his purple sword gleaming menacingly. The end was near. Hyunyi was imprisoned again, but the meaning was different now. She was protected, so there was only one thing left to do: to restore the mysterious girl to Mystic Yin Fairy. With that thought, in a fleeting moment, Hugong arrived before Mystic Yin Fairy, his sword spirit slashing towards her neck. Just as her head was about to fly off, her hand reacted faster. She used her right hand to block the sword energy, a small hand, seemingly reckless, but the sword spirit was deflected instantly. It turned out she wasn't just using her hand. A transparent ice shield appeared before it. The sword spirit was deflected, and the ice shield shattered. Mystic Yin Fairy leaped back 2 steps, creating a safe distance to counterattack. Immediately afterward, Mystic Yin Fairy flung out her hand, and 3 ice daggers with jagged, sharp barbs instantly formed in her hand. Mystic Yin Fairy threw the 3 ice daggers at Hugong with lightning speed, a combination technique of ice blades and ice lightning, greatly increasing both lethality and reach. But Hugong wouldn't be troubled by this combination technique. He swung his sword spirit, sending the 3 oncoming ice daggers flying. Amidst the shattered ice fragments, his sword energy raged. Hugong continued his attack. Mystic Yin Fairy's current power was already astonishing, but he needed more. Her strength wasn't limited to this. He had to push her further, to the point where she exerted all her strength. Only then would her spirit, energy, and mind unify, and her memories would fully return. Mystic Yin Fairy chose evasion over confrontation. She leaped up, her movements dazzling, but Hugong had anticipated her trajectory. He changed direction, pursued her, and swept his leg at her foot. As several Ice Palace elders cried out in worry, Mystic Yin Fairy made a spectacular escape, leaping higher and somersaulting in midair. Suspended in the air, Mystic Yin Fairy turned, extending her left hand forward and drawing her right hand back. Her energy flowed, and between the space of her hands, a blurry refraction of light revealed the formation of a bow and arrow. 5 ice arrows shot down at him consecutively, carrying a fierce momentum. Others couldn't see the almost invisible bow and arrows. Only Mystikian Fairy and some Ice Palace elders noticed. The danger now belonged to Wugong, but he smirked with delight at the sight. Ice arrows, nice, faster progress than expected. In a blink, Wugong created 5 swirling pools of water in midair in front of the 5 descending ice arrows. His illusionary ring appeared, an inescapable hellish swamp. 3 ice arrows hit the illusionary ring and stopped midair, struggling. The scene was unbelievable, even witnessed firsthand. Mystikian Fairy and the Ice Palace elders were astonished, their mouths agape. Mystikian Fairy was the same, her eyes showed confusion, but only momentarily. Somehow, she felt she could do it, that she could unleash everything as she wished, forcing Wugong to yield and stop. Mystikian Fairy lunged at Wugong, more violently, faster. Her gaze pleased him. Yes, a little more. He created an illusionary ring beneath his feet, stepped on it, and leaped. Wugong also shot into the air like an explosion, while Mystikian Fairy charged down to confront him. In midair, their eyes met. As the sword energy flew towards her, Mystikian Fairy's left hand summoned an ice shield. However, the sword energy easily shattered the shield, just as Mystikian Fairy had anticipated. At this moment, her right hand touched Wugong's shoulder. She was sure she had won. He couldn't escape, it was over. But Mystikian Fairy quickly realized it was an illusion. Wugong's body moved in an unclear way, but her hand, about to touch him, only brushed the air. Before her eyes, he completely disappeared. The sound of wind cutting through the air came from behind her. Mystikian Fairy turned her head in astonishment. How could this be? But she didn't have time to think. A palm strike arrived, and Mystikian Fairy hastily created an ice wall, but it didn't prevent the outcome. Her body was flung away and crashed to the ground. The remaining part of the ice wall had weakened after being melted, so a large chunk of ice collapsed as the impact occurred, causing a violent tremor. Mystikian Fairy trembled, trying to get up, but she couldn't escape the ice slab pressing down on her, only struggling wildly in helplessness. At that moment, Wugong's cold voice echoed in her ears. My mercy ends here. Mystikian Fairy looked up in shock, her eyes pleading for Wugong's leniency. But she only saw him turn coldly, walking towards Hyunyi. She choked out a cry. Stop, stop. Of course, Wugong didn't stop. Mystikian Fairy screamed even louder. Stop, she's innocent. Wugong didn't stop. Instead, the image of him raising his sword, preparing to break the fragile ice wall protecting Hyunyi, filled her vision, and with a single stroke, the ice wall shattered. Mystikian Fairy nearly went mad with grief, writhing and screaming, "Don't kill her, I'll do anything, anything you say." Those words elicited a response from Wugong, but he didn't stop. He grabbed Hyunyi by the neck, lifted her, and said to Mystikian Fairy without even glancing back, "You're too noisy." Instead, Wugong turned his gaze to Hyunyi in front of him. "Hyunyi, your last words." Hyunyi smiled. "Thank you, young master." After the telepathic message, she looked at Mystikian Fairy, her eyes filled with love. After a moment, Hyunyi spoke. "Beautiful child, good child. Seeing you, I'm so happy." Hyunyi knew she wouldn't die, that Wugong wouldn't strike, but she played the part of someone on the brink of death perfectly, looking at Mystikian Fairy with regretful eyes and speaking in a dying tone. In that instant, Mystikian Fairy seemed to awaken, her eyes widened, and tears streamed down her face, filled with suffering and despair. Then, something strange happened within Mystikian Fairy's body, like a large explosion or a blizzard sweeping through her body. It was clear, violent, and brutal, but where it passed, it left a refreshing feeling. Then Mystikian Fairy's eyes blazed with anger. She dropped her gaze. Wugong feigned surprise, turning his head, but he knew this was the end. Mystikian Fairy's spirit, energy, and mind were unifying. She was returning to herself. Her figure faded in a white mist. A second later, Mystikian Fairy stood before Wugong, her hands reaching towards his chest. He swung his sword with one hand, but it was blocked. His sword energy couldn't affect her white mist-covered hands. He was struck by her palm and instantly froze. No one spoke, no one moved. Stunned by what was happening, everyone watched Mystikian Fairy with bated breath. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." With a single palm strike, Wugong froze in a flash, unable to react, covered from head to toe in white frost. To save one person, Mystikian Fairy had killed another. Guilt welled up in her heart. Thinking of her gentle brother, Mystikian Fairy burst into tears. She knew his gentleness wasn't feigned, and it was warmer than anything else. She let the tears flow but couldn't turn back. She hung her head, sobbing as she said to everyone, "Blame me, curse me, but don't stop me. I don't want anyone else to be hurt." Hyunyi went through hell in that ice wall. Everyone listened to Mystikian Fairy's voice, their eyes showing pity, but they all knew the truth, and they silently thought, "It's almost over, it's almost over, it's almost over." Mysticine Fairy's cries continued to stir up that painful past, the terrible time Hyun-hee had endured, unimaginable. She loved the Ice Palace more than anyone, she didn't need anything, Mysticine Fairy sobbed, recalling memories of their childhood together. Hyun-hee's smile back then wasn't feigned, she was truly happy in the Ice Palace, so she truly loved the Ice Palace from the bottom of her heart. Understanding Hyun-hee's suffering, Mysticine Fairy tried to explain to everyone, she was imprisoned in the ice wall only because she wanted to stay in the Ice Palace, and the words she left me, the last words the great sister left me were, Mysticine Fairy's words did not continue, or more precisely, she could not continue, because her mind was dizzy, memories flooded into her head like a flood. That day of massacre, Mysticine Fairy saw tears rolling down Hyun-hee's cheeks. That image, although Mysticine Fairy's consciousness could not forget, was obscured by other things. Her reason was clouded by fear, by the stench of blood filling the air, by the icy coldness Hyun-hee brought to the Ice Palace. When Hyun-hee awoke after the violent moment, she stumbled towards the two trembling junior disciples, wanting to soothe them. But when Hyun-hee's hand reached towards Mysticine Fairy and Mysticine Fairy, in a reflexive act of fear, shrank back, clutching Mysticine Fairy protectively. Hyun-hee realized she had hurt the two junior disciples, hurt the Ice Palace itself. It was an irreparable mistake, one that couldn't be atoned for with apologies. In the end, Hyun-hee chose to turn away, to distance herself from the two junior disciples who were consumed by terror and resentment. Hyun-hee's final voice transmission echoed in Mysticine Fairy's ears. My junior disciple, Mysticine, my beloved junior disciple, may we meet again. As Hyun-hee uttered those words, the ice wall gradually formed, encasing her body from head to toe. Just before being completely frozen, Hyun-hee offered a bitter smile towards the two junior disciples. If only you could forgive me then, if only you could understand me then. The vivid memories that appeared made Mysticine Fairy stunned. Why didn't I understand the sadness of the great sister at that time? As a child, she only engraved the words she wanted to remember, and distorted them, looking forward to the day we would meet again. Just that sentence. In chaos and fear, Mysticine Fairy only passed that sentence down through the generations. The hell of the Ice Palace, the hell in the ice wall for a long time. It could have ended sooner, but she only tried to erase it in the name of her heart, praying, realizing the truth. Mysticine Fairy couldn't help but feel regretful. If she could remember according to her heart and not try to forget, how good it would be. Then, Mysticine Fairy looked down at her body, the body of a young girl. She finally remembered, she was the Ice Palace Palace Master, Mysticine Fairy. Mysticine Fairy looked towards the people of the Ice Palace, calling out Mysticine Fairy's name instinctively. Everyone's eyes focused on her, a mix of worry and joy. All her memories, up to just now, flooded back. At this thought, Mysticine Fairy flinched. I killed him. As she turned towards Hugong, his voice echoed in her ears. Mysticine Fairy. Mysticine Fairy turned around in astonishment. Hugong was smiling beside Hyun-hee. Mysticine Fairy completely didn't understand what was happening. How is that possible? Logically, his bones and blood should have been frozen solid. His heart stopped. He should have shattered at the slightest touch. Yet he stood there as if nothing had happened. She didn't know that Hugong possessed the flame peak, that he had only frozen himself to await the final moment of awakening. Hugong smiled. Lucky indeed. I'm very happy to see you regain your memories. Hyun-hee beside him also smiled, somewhat relieved, but Mysticine Fairy still felt doubt. Her gaze shifted from Hugong's smile to her senior sister, Hyun-hee. Finally, Mysticine Fairy turned to look at all the people of the Ice Palace and the Heaven's Master Squad standing around. No one moved, but now all their faces were alive with emotion. Then she understood. They all knew. They were all waiting for me to return as Mysticine. At that moment, a resounding shout erupted. Ice Palace, we pay our respects to the Palace Master. The cries continued. Ice Palace, we pay our respects to Hyun-hee Vesta. Mysticine Fairy slowly stepped forward, approaching Hyun-hee and Mysticine Fairy with mixed emotions. Hearing the shouts, the three sisters looked at each other, laughing and crying. The next day passed peacefully. Hugong meditated all day, until a visitor arrived. The yellow-hue bird flew to the window to report, Master, a guest has arrived. Hugong nodded slightly, ceasing his cultivation. Oh, the yellow-hue bird tilted its head curiously. Master, but what should it call the mysterious girl now? The person arriving was now Mysticine Fairy, making it flustered, but Hugong calmly replied, You're asking the obvious, aren't you? She's the Palace Master, of course. The yellow-hue bird shook its head, continuing, What if I still call her the mysterious girl? Hugong cleared his throat threateningly. You could die. The yellow-hue bird froze, silent. Just then, Mysticine Fairy entered the room. The yellow-hue bird hurriedly spread its wings, squawking, Palace Master, Palace Master, Palace Master, Palace Master. It was practicing so it wouldn't slip up and become an ice bird. Mysticine Fairy entered, still looking childlike, with the yellow hue bird perched on one arm and the golden toad somehow on her shoulder. She looked exactly like the mysterious girl they had once known. Hugong greeted her first. Why did the Palace Master come here instead of sending a message? Mysticine Fairy replied with a smile. How could I do that? Hugong is now the benefactor of the entire Ice Palace, since the Ice Palace's long-standing vow was formed, even throughout Ice Palace history. Calling him the most honored guest wouldn't be an exaggeration, therefore, Mysticine Fairy couldn't be impolite. The two sat opposite each other at a table in the room, silent for a moment, watching the yellow hue bird and golden toad enjoy their delicious snacks. As Hugong simply watched and waited, Mysticine Fairy spoke. Memories are truly strange, things I didn't need to remember all came back. It's rather awkward. Mysticine Fairy thought back to the time when she had amnesia, acting like a child. Those were happy moments, but also the most naive. Remembering them made her face flush, especially when she thought about facing the Heavenly Grand Archive's Grand Master. She had climbed onto his neck, been held in his arms, and acted spoiled in front of him countless times. Mysticine Fairy couldn't hide her embarrassment, lowering her head to continue. Now I don't know how to address you. Hugong understood perfectly well. Of course Mysticine Fairy knew this was simply her way of expressing her embarrassment, so he gave her the most interesting answer possible. Brother. Hearing that, Mysticine Fairy pressed her lips together. It wasn't anger, her lips moved slightly, as she tried to suppress a laugh. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, Mysticine Fairy burst into loud laughter. The yellow hue bird and golden toad, who were obediently standing beside the table, laughed along, making the atmosphere much lighter. After a burst of refreshing laughter, Mysticine Fairy clicked her tongue complainingly. Grand Master, I'm still not used to this form. Hugong calmly replied. The Palace Master will get used to it soon enough. Mysticine Fairy glanced at Hugong with a mischievous, teasing look. Grand Master, you seem to know everything. Hugong clicked his tongue. It's just a habit of mine. Of course, it's not really a habit, but I can't say I've undergone soul swapping. Compared to soul swapping, the reverse flow of wondrous movements is a minor thing. Mysticine Fairy shook her head, respect evident in her words. No, Grand Master, you truly seem to see through everything. You also solved the Ice Palace's vow. I also heard from Mystic Yun and the Jagal advisor, and I'm very surprised. You truly shook the Jianghu. Hugong remained calm and humble as always. The story's been exaggerated. Then he quickly changed the subject. Palace Master, how is Hyuni Vesta recovering? Mysticine Fairy sighed with a relieved smile. Senior sister is recovering quickly. She originally had high cultivation and possesses the extremine body. Today, she even absorbed the ice essence of this palace. All thanks to you, Grand Master. Hugong nodded. That's good then. Now it was Mysticine Fairy's turn to ask. There's something I'm curious about. I wonder if I can hear the answer. Hugong readily nodded. Palace Master, feel free to ask. Mysticine Fairy grinned mischievously, looking straight into Hugong's eyes inquisitively. Yesterday, the flames melted the ice wall. Did you obtain the flame essence? Hugong didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, I was fortunate. Mysticine Fairy exclaimed in surprise. Ah. Then she continued in an awestruck tone. So the flame essence is that powerful. For so long, this palace believed the flame essence was far inferior to the ice essence. Now I realize I need to be more humble. Hugong comforted her. No need. I don't know much about the ice essence, but I can't say the flame essence is superior. Yesterday was just a coincidence of mutual counteraction. Mysticine Fairy laughed. Grand Master, your humility is hard to keep up with. Actually, Hugong wasn't being humble. What he used yesterday wasn't the flame essence, but the flame peak. Compared to the flame peak, the flame essence was like a firefly under the moon. Even at its peak, the flame essence couldn't melt Hyunyi's ice wall. Mysticine Fairy continued to giggle. When she was a little girl, Hugong was a gentle brother. Now, facing the Palace Master, he remained calm yet polite, making the conversation enjoyable. But it was late at night, time to end the conversation. She stated the main purpose of her visit. In 5 days, I plan to hold a banquet. I hope the Grand Master and the Heavens Master squad won't leave in a hurry. Hugong cleared his throat hesitantly, as if deep in thought. 5 days. I'm afraid Hugong will have to leave early. Mysticine Fairy quickly added. Is it difficult? Then I'll move the banquet up earlier. Hugong laughed. No, I plan to stay for about a month. I came here to fish. I must catch the ice fish. You see, Mysticine Fairy laughed heartily in a childlike voice. For her, this was the best news. Banquets are one thing, but there's also something I want to give you. You're the Ice Palace's benefactor. I wouldn't spare anything for you, let alone a few ice fish. It's nothing difficult. The next day, the Snow Mountain sect welcomed a distinguished guest from far away. It wasn't Hugong or a member of the Heaven's Master Squad, it was Han Yuya. Shueshan treated her with utmost respect, leading her to meet the sect leader, Shueshan's sect leader, Seal Guak, who welcomed her warmly. Elder Han, why have you come in person? Han Yuya smiled in reply. My master sent me. Sect leader, you understand. Then, Seal Guak was momentarily stunned, but after a few seconds of thought, he understood and exclaimed in amazement, Master, could it be? Han Yuya nodded, confirming Seal Guak's guess. Han Yuya was an Ice Palace elder, the great pupil of the Palace Master, meaning the girl who underwent the reverse flow of wondrous movements. Mysticine Fairy had regained her memories. Hearing the news, Seal Guak felt both relieved and joyful. Han Yuya continued to explain her purpose in coming. My master said Shueshan suffered great damage, and she's very grateful for the sect leader's tolerance. Seal Guak laughed heartily, waving his hand. Haha, what damage? I can't bear to hear that. But after the laughter, a hint of regret crept in. He felt as if the Heavenly Grand Archive's Grand Master and the Heaven's Master Squad had left. Before leaving, he said he would visit Shueshan again, but he probably had urgent business. Nevertheless, Seal Guak couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. He hesitantly asked Han Yuya, could it be that the Heavenly Grand Archive's Grand Master has already left? Han Yuya shook her head. Our benefactor is still in our palace. Seal Guak tilted his head. Benefactor. Happy and delighted, but he had a hard time dispelling his doubts. Hugong had found the Palace Master the reverse flow of wondrous movements amnesia. It was truly a favor, but Han Yuya's tone was problematic. The way she called Hugong contained indescribable respect. He asked again, Benefactor. What she meant was, looking at Seal Guak's reaction, Han Yuya chuckled. Benefactor had granted the Ice Palace's wish. Seal Guak thought he heard wrong, surprised and asked again, What? The Grand Master broke the ice wall and killed Hyani Vesta. To Seal Guak, those were unbelievable words even if he heard it from the Ice Palace himself. The massacre that day, he heard from childhood to adulthood, so he knew Hyani was very strong. But what Han Yuya said next was even more surprising. The benefactor did something even greater. Seal Guak was stunned and began to press for more information. Even greater. Wait, ice. The Ice Palace. Is there something else? And the entire story was recounted, along with an invitation to the Ice Palace's party. The night before the party, the atmosphere in the Ice Palace was unusually peaceful and warm, perhaps because everyone was eagerly anticipating the celebration. Hyani walked in the night of the Ice Palace, alone, slowly taking each step, deeply imprinting the feeling of the ground beneath her feet. Hyani still couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream. Everything had come so unexpectedly. The immense happiness made her unable to distinguish between reality and a dream. This feeling, these winds, this atmosphere, it was just like a dream, the dream of freedom she had dreamt for nearly a century, so she slowly felt everything with all her senses. Hyani walked slowly to clearly perceive every surrounding object. Even after 90 years, everything felt familiar. Hyani had once destroyed most of the Ice Palace's halls, but when it was rebuilt, people kept the original architecture and layout. This made her feel that the Ice Palace was still the Ice Palace of the past. She walked and walked, then Hyani stopped before the ice wall. Most of the wall had been destroyed, but some remnants remained, areas untouched by the Flame Peak's fire. From the beginning, Hugong had only aimed to rescue Hyani, so besides the almost completely melted central area, the surrounding walls were still quite high. Hyani looked at the wall, a surge of indescribable feelings welling up within her. She had been inside for 90 years, like a doll in a glass cage, unbeknownst to anyone that she still maintained life and consciousness. Hyani climbed higher, to the top of the ice wall. She remembered looking out from here, everything, people and events, within her sight. Hyani had seen the resentful gazes of those she loved and heard their hateful voices. Those days were unbearable. Facing those gazes, she wished no one would look at her. But when night fell and everyone left, the feeling was even worse. The darkness of night was like an ocean, encircling Hyani in solitude. The surroundings were freezing cold, but her heart was even colder. Even though she didn't have to do anything, she felt tired, bored, and suffering from the ultimate loneliness that tormented her day after day. She didn't know since when, but Hyani began to console herself. Today was hard too. Her hardship lay in enduring, watching time silently pass with resentful gazes, unable to do anything. A sense of powerlessness and boredom gradually crept in. During the day, she looked at the sky and clouds. At night, she looked at the stars. Sometimes she watched the falling snow. Sometimes, she watched the trees swaying in the wind. Hyani counted each day in solitude. If the sun didn't rise each day, Hyani thought she might lose the concept of day and night. She had counted the days until she forgot she was doing so. She didn't know if she had forgotten or if her mind had been worn away by pain, trying to ignore time to lessen the suffering. And another day passed, and another, like that. Decades passed, and Hyuni didn't remember clearly. In the ice palace, there was no spring or summer, it was always covered in snow and ice. Gradually, she lost track of how many years had gone by. Many nights, she remembered the ordinary sounds of life. She wondered how she had forgotten those sounds. Curious, she thought about it, then laughed alone, cried alone, and fell asleep. When she woke up, several years had passed. She didn't know since when, but Hyuni began to tell herself she loved herself. She learned to love herself because even if she wanted to abandon this body, this life, there was no way she could. And she thought, she wanted to walk there, the snow-covered ground before her, yet seemingly far away, like the horizon. She wanted to feel the wind, see her clothes flutter, hold someone's hand, smile, and walk slowly. A series of questions echoed in Hyunyi's mind. Would that day come? Would someone understand her heart? Would she ever truly laugh? Could she hold someone's hand and walk in the ice palace? As time passed, she noticed that the two junior disciples, Mystic In and Mystic Yun, had grown up. Watching the junior disciples age, she dreamt and lived. Today, will I hear a gentle voice? She had wished for it, but she had never heard anything until the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master appeared. Finally, Hyuni heard it. Hyuni Vesta. The gentle voice described her past suffering and loneliness. It was fortunate she was still inside the ice wall, and that her expression didn't change. Otherwise she would have burst into tears in front of him. To Hyuni, Hugong was the most wonderful person. She had never met anyone like him. He was like a prince from a fairy tale, like the hero who rescues the damsel in distress in the stories whispered throughout Murim. At the moment of her rescue, she felt like the heroine in those old, dreamy tales. It's undeniable that the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master was a wonderful person, so wonderful that their encounter felt like a dream, making Hyuni unable to believe everything that was happening. The young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, he came from afar and shone brightly, becoming a star of the Ice Palace. Welcoming him was fortunate for the Ice Palace, and for Hyuni herself. Hyuni wondered what tonight would have been like without him. She knew it would have been the same as last night, tomorrow would be the same, and the day after, but now her heart's desire was fulfilled. Even if the night was longer, it was fine. Staying up all night, she didn't feel tired. Tomorrow morning was no longer frightening. While aimlessly strolling, Hyuni wondered, what is he doing now? He's probably sleeping. At that moment, a warm, deep voice came from behind. Hyuni Vesta. Hyuni had only heard that voice a few times, but she remembered it perfectly. She immediately turned around. Seeing the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, Hyuni was stunned for a moment. Incredible, how could such a coincidence happen? Although she found the coincidence hard to believe, her heart was filled with joy. Hugong extended his hand, gently inviting her. Shall we go for a walk? Hyuni didn't answer immediately. Her heart suddenly beat faster, her cheeks flushed. Then she replied, okay. And so, the two of them walked in the night of the Ice Palace. The moon was high tonight, but in Hyunyi's eyes, the moonlight was no longer cold and agonizing as before. On the path covered with white snow, a young man and a young woman in their 20s were strolling together, one the #1 martial artist in the world who had undergone a soul exchange, the other a peerless Ice Palace expert possessing an extreme body. Their steps synchronized, they walked in peace. They didn't speak, yet Hyuni was happy. She thought, this is like a dream I've dreamt for decades, a dream I thought would never come true. Now that it's real, I'm flustered. I don't know what to say. For a long time, no one spoke. That was enough. But Hyuni had many curiosities. Many questions arose in her mind. After dismissing the obvious ones, only a few remained. Hyuni chose one and spoke. Young master, what is the Heavenly Grand Archive like? Hugong replied, like the Ice Palace. Hyuni was surprised and widened her eyes. Like the Ice Palace. Hugong nodded. Yes, beautiful and warm like the Ice Palace. Hyuni smiled slightly. I thought so, but it's not easy to imagine it concretely. All my life, I've only known the Ice Palace and the Ice Wall. I really want to see it, but I don't know when I'll have the chance. As she wished for it, Hugong's voice rang out again. Vesta, is there anywhere you want to go? Hyuni honestly confessed. The Heavenly Grand Archive, her expression shy, not daring to look directly into Hugong's eyes. Hugong unexpectedly raised his thumb playfully. Aha, excellent choice. That action made Hyuni laugh out loud. She knew he wouldn't refuse, but his way of saying it was amusing. The smug look on his face as he raised his thumb made her laugh uncontrollably. The two continued walking in silence for a while. This time, Hugong spoke first. Vesta, before, I wanted you to come somewhere with me. Hyuni tilted her head curiously. Where? Hugong remained mysterious, smiling mischievously. A wonderful place. Hyun-Yi's face showed anticipation. Oh really? I'm curious to know where that is. Hugong calmly replied, my room. At that moment, Hyun-Yi's whole body froze. A man and a woman, alone at night. Hugong had boldly invited her to his private room, as if he had forgotten their ages, or even the difference in their genders. After a moment of shock, Hyun-Yi hesitated before speaking. Tonight. Hugong still didn't realize there was a problem, comfortably nodded. Yes. Hyun-Yi then shyly covered half of her mouth. Wasn't that too quick? Hugong paused, not understanding her meaning. But a moment later, he chuckled. He hadn't expected Hyun-Yi to respond to his invitation with a joke. He guessed that Hyun-Yi's personality was naturally optimistic, so even after only a few days, her mental stability had exceeded his expectations, making him feel very relieved. To be sure Hyun-Yi was alright, Hugong joked again. Vesta, don't worry, I won't eat you. Hyun-Yi immediately responded to the joke, feigning disappointment. Young master, how disappointing. Hugong couldn't help but laugh again. He had confirmed it. Hyun-Yi's mental state was better than expected. Of course, that was good. With her agreement, the two headed towards where the Heaven's Master squad was located. When Hugong and Hyun-Yi entered his room, the yellow-hue bird and the golden toad were waiting. The two animals respectfully greeted Hyun-Yi, their actions and words extremely polite. The yellow-hue bird clasped its wings together in a gesture of respect. The golden toad also folded its front legs and bowed solemnly. The yellow-hue bird said, Greetings, Hyun-Yi Vesta. *ribbit. The yellow-hue bird continued with flowery words. Vesta, you've had a hard time, haven't you? From now on, may you always be happy. Hugong snorted at their fawning attitude, but Hyun-Yi loved it. Talking bird and golden toad, you're so cute. The golden toad added a long ribbit, even though it was just ribbit. Nobody understood, but its sincerity reached Hyun-Yi, making her giggle. It's you, isn't it, the little one who looked at me that day? Hearing Hyun-Yi mention that day, the golden toad understood. It remembered the day it followed the underwater path from the frozen lake to the pond of the ice palace. Emerging from the pond and facing the ice wall, it had been scared then, but not anymore. Instead, being recognized by Hyun-Yi made the golden toad grin widely, hopping excitedly on the table. Hyun-Yi, watching this, felt warm-hearted. It was an unexpected and wonderful welcome, but she guessed there was more to it. Hugong couldn't have just invited her to show off these two animals. After what had happened, she realized his words and actions were never meaningless. She turned to him and asked, Young master, what's next? As expected, tonight's invitation wasn't simple. Hugong smiled gently at Hyun-Yi. I want to give you a gift. Hyun-Yi tilted her head, slightly surprised. Young master, you've already given me so much. She couldn't guess Hugong's intentions. He had given her so much already. Thanks to him, everyone welcomed her, understood her. For her, that was more valuable than any gift. But not for Hugong. He felt it was still insufficient. More than 20 years ago, when Palace Master Mysticine Fairy had asked for his help, if he had come then, Hyun-Yi's hell would have ended sooner. His intention was simple, to compensate Hyun-Yi for those 20 years. Unable to explain the deeper reasons, Hugong just chuckled. More gifts are always better, then reached into his sleeve and pulled out the prepared gift. What Hugong gave Hyun-Yi was a small vial. I want to give you the void and pure stone essence. Hyun-Yi was astonished, her eyes wide. What did you say? Hyun-Yi knew the void and pure stone essence was a top-tier elixir, spiritual water containing the essence of heaven and earth, a dream elixir everyone longed for. A single drop, formed over an immeasurable amount of time, was priceless. Therefore, she couldn't help but wonder, such a precious thing, why give it to me? The answer was clear, precious things are meant for precious people. But Hugong grinned. I have more than I need, so I'm giving it away. Of course, Hugong didn't regret this gift at all. To comfort her 90 years, thinking of the child who left home at the age of 3 because of her father's misguided dream, going to the unfamiliar ice palace, the anxious days, the collapse of everything, and then spending countless years behind the ice wall. More gifts were better, and so was the warmth he offered. Hyun-Yi was moved, laughing and crying. It's unbelievable. The next day, a grand feast was held, warm music echoing throughout the ice palace. Everyone raised their glasses, everyone was merrily drunk. The sect leader of the Snow Mountain was also present, and Hyun-Yi, from behind the ice wall, was there as well. Glasses clinked, laughter echoed. The 90-year-old wish of the Northern Sea Ice Palace had come true. Such a day was like a dream for the Northern Sea Ice Palace. The Heaven's Master Squad, as usual, kept the party lively, never letting it become dull. The yellow-hue bird flew around, singing merrily. Mysticine Fairy didn't forget the song, the one the yellow-hue bird often sang to soothe her. She softly sang along, her fingers tapping. Daytime is a blue sky, under white clouds birds flap their wings. Nighttime is a golden sky dyed with moonlight, crows caw caw. I like the day, I like the night, let's go on the clouds, let's ride a crow and fly at night. I like the day, I like the night, let's go on the clouds. Mysticine Fairy reflected on the past few days, a strange but happy period. She realized that being a little girl like this was also good, even if she couldn't remember her memories. Perhaps it was good in a different way. If so, she could stay with the Heaven's Master Squad, with the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, called the Mysterious Girl. What a beautiful name, Mysticine Fairy thought idly, giggling amidst the yellow hue bird's song. Cheongi suddenly laughed loudly at Mysticine Fairy. Palace Master Sister, you remember everything, ha 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 ha. Mysticine Fairy hadn't even had time to react. Anangi slapped the boy's head. Hey, you beggar, what's Palace Master Sister? Cheongi rubbed the bump on his head, confusedly asking, what about it? Anangi raised his fist, scowling menacingly. You should call her Palace Master Big Sister. Hearing this, everyone laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, you guys? Amidst the laughter, Cheongi respectfully offered his empty glass to Mysticine Fairy. Palace Master Big Sister, could you pour me a drink? I'll remember it as an honor for my whole life. Mysticine Fairy smiled mischievously, shaking the wine bottle in her hand. Of course. Then, she poured a full cup for Cheongi, making the boy so moved he almost cried. Seeing this, Anangi jealously scolded, that brat. For the Heaven's Master Squad, it was a great honor. Therefore, Anangi, the three demon subduing gorges, the double stars of Mount Wushan, Namgungyan, Nanyan Wang, Seol Yang, and Ian Gyeowan rushed forward one after another, surrounding Mysticine Fairy with their empty glasses, vying to be the first to receive wine from the Palace Master. For Jae-Gal Hai, who was quietly observing from the side, the scene was unbelievably interesting. When the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive mentioned the Northern Sea, she had only thought of going for a stroll. She never expected a day like this, further enhancing the reputation of the Heaven's Master Squad. Every process and result today were experiences one could hardly have in a lifetime. Therefore, the Heaven's Master Squad all thought that becoming a member was a great fortune, and Jae-Gal Hai thought the same. The Northern Sea Ice Palace, which her uncle had mentioned many times, she had hoped to see her uncle again but couldn't, but somehow, she didn't feel sad anymore. Jae-Gal Hai felt okay because if her uncle had been here, the Ice Palace's wish would probably have been fulfilled in the same way the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive had done it. Even though he was fat, everyone liked him, so she thought. And that also evoked a strange sense of familiarity in Jae-Gal Hai's heart. The person who reminded her of her uncle, the person who spoke like her uncle, was the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. The terrifying memories in the Spirit Valley, as well as the old stories, had truly faded. Just like what her uncle had said when Jae-Gal Hai was little, the way to fade memories is to go to new places, to go to many places. Even a short time can make it seem like a long time has passed, and the pain will quickly fade. She remembered those words well, so to avoid forgetting her deceased uncle, she didn't go anywhere for a long time. Just then, Hugong's voice pulled Jae-Gal Hai out of her thoughts. Jae-Gal young miss, your cup is empty. Jae-Gal Hai smiled, handing her glass to Hugong as he spoke. Yes, then I'll trouble the young master. Hugong filled Jae-Gal Hai's cup, casually asking, young miss, what are you thinking so deeply about? Jae-Gal Hai smiled gently, as if the heavy and sad things had drifted far away. I'm remembering old things, the way to fade memories. Hugong raised his eyebrows in confusion. Suddenly, at a time like this, Jae-Gal Hai tilted her head. Is it strange? If an outsider were to look, they would certainly find her clearly strange. While everyone else is happy, she's thinking of painful memories. It doesn't fit the atmosphere at all. Hugong forced a smile, choosing his words to tease Jae-Gal Hai. Very strange. So young miss also has a silly side. Ha. Just Hugong's dazed look made Jae-Gal Hai burst into laughter. She didn't understand why she couldn't help but laugh whenever he spoke. Jae-Gal Hai didn't know that was Hugong's best skill. He continued to put on a silly expression, looking at her. If you keep laughing like that. Jae-Gal Hai asked back, as if guessing his next words. Does it look silly? She also remembered her uncle saying that when she laughed, she was herself. She thought the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive would give the same answer. But his answer was different. Laughing like that makes you look very cute. Those were Hugong's sincere words. Seeing the small Hai who seemed to have forgotten the Spirit Valley, he felt happy, also glad that coming to the Ice Palace was the right choice. Jae-Gal Hai couldn't hide her surprise when the answer wasn't as she had expected. Despite that, she still liked Hugong's words. In his eyes too, he always looked at her like an adult looking at a child, being looked at like that all the time. She was used to it now, and she started feeling warm in her heart when he looked at her like that. The party went on deeper into the night, everyone was happy. Suddenly, Hugong heard a voice transmission. "Young master," he heard Mystic Fairy's voice. He glanced at her, wondering what was going on that she had to be so secretive. The voice transmission continued as Mystic Fairy smiled slyly. "Young master, you brought something terrifying, didn't you?" Hugong immediately understood that she was talking about the void and pure stone essence. He purposely frowned to show shyness. Was the palace master planning to rob her? The joke made Mystic Fairy forget about voice transmission and burst into laughter. She found this young man's leisureliness very special. Then, Mystic Fairy transmitted her voice again. "Young master, I want a chance to repay you." Before she could present the Northern Sea Ice Palace's most precious gift to Hugong, before she could express her sincerest gratitude, Mystic Fairy hadn't expected Hyun-yi to receive such a great favor, so she felt even more grateful to him. Hugong's answer fulfilled her wish, making me very happy. He didn't refuse not because he was greedy for the gift, but because he didn't want the ice palace to feel burdened by receiving so much without being able to reciprocate. Mystic Fairy transmitted her voice with a bright smile. "Thank you." Hugong nodded slightly in response. "Likewise." After that, Mystic Fairy unexpectedly stood up. As everyone's gaze turned to her, Mystic Fairy solemnly raised her cup and spoke. "As Palace Master, I declare that from today onward, the Northern Sea Ice Palace is a friend of the Heavens Master Squad. Regardless of the reason, the enemies of the Heavens Master Squad are the enemies of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Friends of the Heavens Master Squad, whoever they may be, will receive a warm welcome from the Northern Sea Ice Palace." The Ice Palace members unanimously agreed with Mystic Fairy's announcement, raising their cups together to show their sincerity. To conclude, Mystic Fairy made an eternal commitment to the Heavens Master Squad, and especially to Hugong. This promise would be kept until the Northern Sea Ice melted. The shouts of the Ice Palace members echoed, "Until the Northern Sea Ice melts, until the Northern Sea Ice melts, until the Northern Sea Ice melts." Hearing the shouts, everyone in the Heavens Master Squad was stunned, feeling an indescribable pride. The earth-shattering shouts even resonated throughout the Northern Sea. The Northern Sea Ice Palace, the mysterious sect beyond the borders, had become a part of the Heavens Master Squad. 10 days after the banquet, the moment of farewell arrived. Time flew by quickly at such times, happy, regretful, and knowing they would miss each other. That's how the Ice Palace felt about their time with the Heavens Master Squad. Amidst the reluctance of Palace Master Mystic Fairy and everyone else, farewells were exchanged. "Young master, when will we meet again?" Hugong smiled reassuringly. "Soon." Mystic Fairy looked at him with a lingering gaze. "Soon isn't 10 or 20 years, is it?" Hugong chuckled teasingly. "Haha, that wouldn't be so bad. Next time we meet, you'll be more ladylike. I look forward to that very much." The joke made Mystic Fairy laugh. The young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive appeared like a sudden shooting star, not only shining brightly but also humorous. She suppressed her sadness at their parting, once again making a promise to Hugong. "Young master, if this palace can help in any way, just say the word anytime." Hugong nodded with interest even though he didn't expect such a day to come. "Of course." Next, the Heavens Master Squad bowed to Mystic Fairy. Hugong stepped back. "There," he said goodbye to Mystic Fairy. She replied respectfully, "This great kindness of the Great Master, the Ice Palace will never forget." The next person waiting to say goodbye to Hugong was Hyun-yi. As he approached, she quickly spoke first. "Young master, the place I want to go. Do you remember?" Of course, Hugong knew the place she wanted to go was the Heavenly Grand Archive, and beyond that, places she had never been. He genuinely hoped she would travel, see, and experience them. Hugong looked at her silently, then spoke with a bright smile. "Hyun-yi Vesta, show me your hand." Hyun-yi tilted her head, not understanding what Hugong intended. Then, she quickly extended her hand towards him with excited anticipation. Hugong unexpectedly took Hyun-yi's hand, secretly leaving the mark of the 10,000 cents technique with a gentle gaze. "When Vesta gets closer, I will come to greet her." Hyun-yi hadn't expected him to hold her hand. She stared down at where their fingers lightly touched. A warm sensation spread, but she was dazed not only because of that. An unfamiliar emotion welled up. Hyun-yi felt her heart stirred. Experiencing this for the first time, her heart fluttered, but she didn't understand. Even after their hands slowly separated, she still stared blankly. The young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive still smiled sweetly at her. Hyun-yi spoke with difficulty. "Yes, soon." Hugong teased. "Vesta, soon isn't 10 or 20 years, is it?" He repeated Mystic Fairy's words verbatim, causing Hyun-yi to only laugh. "Of course not." When their hands released, Hyun-yi didn't understand why she felt regret. Mystic Fairy observed from the side, seemingly sensing her senior sister's strange reaction. As they turned to leave, the shouts of the Heavens Master Squad rang out. Goodbye, mysterious big sister, see you again, Ice Palace is the best, it was wonderful, the ice fish were delicious, thank you. If anyone causes trouble, just call the Heaven's Master Squad, don't forget us. Finally, the age-sensitive Jim Chiakja shouted, sisters, see you again. The way she called them sisters made the Ice Palace members laugh, remembering the time spent with these truly strange but wonderful people. The Heaven's Master Squad was a name the Ice Palace would never forget. 2 months later, a ragged old man entered a restaurant in northern Anhui. It was midday, the restaurant was crowded, filled with laughter and chatter. The old man ordered from the waiter, then listened to the customers' conversations, their tiring lives, humorous stories, or gossips. He found it all trivial, unworthy of eavesdropping and remembering. Then, a strange conversation drifted to the mysterious old man's ears. Liege, I said I would treat you to a grand feast, Palace Master. It's not that I don't know how to choose food, but the food here is simply outstanding. If you don't believe me, try it. With that, the large man sitting at the table behind the old man let out a strange, boisterous laugh. Hugh hugh hugh. Initially, the mysterious old man thought the oddly laughing man was strange, but unexpectedly, their conversation was exactly what he had been waiting for. Bak Hoa Palace Master Myo and Rio sighed while eating. I wonder how the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive is doing. Ban Guang, Liege of the Azure Moon Sect, laughed boisterously again, his cheeks flushed and chest heaving. Hugh hugh hugh. I'm also very curious. The young master's reputation is known throughout the world, yet we haven't been able to meet him. My heart aches with worry. Hugh hugh hugh. Myo and Rio's eyebrows furrowed. Liege, haven't you heard anything either? Ban Guang continued his strange laughter. Hugh hugh. After stopping the Spirit Valley at Bukyo Mountain, the young master disappeared without a trace. A month ago, I happened to meet the young master's younger brother. I asked, but they didn't have any news and said they were anxious. It's strange. As Ban Guang finished speaking, a young swordsman sitting nearby suddenly looked gloomy. Then, bang, the young swordsman slammed his cup of wine onto the table so hard that it cracked. The sound of the table made everyone in the restaurant look at the swordsman. The mysterious old man also looked over. He was a swordsman dressed in fine clothes, with handsome features. Being looked at for a while, the young swordsman felt embarrassed, quickly stood up and bowed his head to apologize to the guests in the Mandarin. The mysterious old man saw this and just smacked his lips. TSK, this place is really strange. Why are there so many crazy people? Some people laugh strangely, some people are eating deliciously alone, then they bang the table. Then, he retracts his eyes, focusing on the food that has been brought to his table. The mysterious old man ate very quickly, finishing the food meant for 2 people in just a few minutes. At the end of the meal, he drank a full cup of wine to conclude. Then he walked out of the restaurant, as leisurely as when he entered, throwing a few coins to the waiter to pay for the meal. As he walked out of the restaurant, the corner of his mouth could not contain his excitement and curled up. He had the information he needed. Now was the time to act. Wait, the Heavenly Grand Archive. Traceless Divine will clean it up. The religion here is a thief, not a priest, and traceless means leaving no trace. This time the target of the Traceless Divine is the Heavenly Grand Archive. Now the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest son is not present. It is a rare opportunity. He does not want to miss the opportunity. He already knows the location of the Heavenly Grand Archive, so he hastily rushed up the mountain. On the way to the Heavenly Grand Archive, Traceless Divine was both excited and calm. This was the first time he shocked Jianghu with his missions. He didn't remember, but he believed he would definitely achieve a feat again. Although his steps were leisurely, his moving speed was as fast as riding a horse. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in the back of Traceless Divine's neck. He intended to ignore it, but the call rang out forcing him to stop. Senior. Traceless Divine then reluctantly braked suddenly while turning to look back at the road she had just passed. The person who called him to stop was the young swordsman he had seen in the shop earlier. The swordsman glided over and stood in front of him. His movements were fast and smooth, causing the Traceless Divine's eyes to narrow. What was the matter? The polite young swordsman bowed, panting after his run. Senior, are you going to the Heavenly Grand Archive? Without beating around the bush, the old man answered directly, yes. After all, this path only leads to one place, the Heavenly Grand Archive, so he didn't need to deny it. Then, he frowned, guessing, you too. The young swordsman, still panting from his sprint, took a deep breath to speak. Yes. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. He stood, clasped his hands, and bowed slightly. My name is Mo Young Jin of the renowned Moron clan. May I ask your venerable name, Senior? Traceless Divine then also politely clasped his hands in greeting. I'm called Ho Yolja, a member of the Heaven's Master Squad. Mo Young Jin's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. Oh, really, what an honor, what an honor. I thought it might be the Heaven's Master Squad, so it's true, it's an honor to meet you. Traceless Divine is annoying, the other person is famous for the Moron clan, and knows the Heaven's Master Squad, so he feels bad and needs to be on high alert. But Mo Young Jin's next question made Traceless Divine feel a little more at ease. So squad leader, the Heaven's Master Squad is about to return, right? Traceless Divine realized that what he said meant that he also didn't know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Grand Master. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and skillfully shook his head. No, I just came to do an errand. Mo Young Jin's face darkened, but it was only for a moment. After all, going with this old man Hoyolja seemed like he would meet the squad leader, so he quickly smiled and happily continued, Old Senior, let's go. Traceless Divine hides its evil eyes behind a friendly smile. Okay. Thus, the two dashed along the deserted path. Traceless Divine thought complacently that dealing with a brat like Mo Young Jin would be as easy as eating porridge. It required no scheming, so there was nothing to worry about. The path leading up the mountain wasn't very long, and with their mobility art skills, they soon reached the summit. Reaching a cliff face, they both stopped automatically. The scenery below the cliff was both magnificent and idyllic. Rolling mountains were shrouded in mist, with glimpses of greenery appearing and disappearing. But there was no sign of any structure that could be called the Heavenly Grand Archives Manor, not even a path. But Mo Young Jin didn't ask Traceless Divine why they had arrived at a dead end, nor did he question where the Heavenly Grand Archive was. He simply exclaimed innocently, Oh, the scene beyond this cliff is truly magical. Traceless Divine having heard about the Heavenly Grand Archives formation, nodded knowingly. Haha, you have a keen eye. Mo Young Jin laughed along. Haha, you flatter me. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky as if a deity had appeared. Who are you? The voice resonated in all directions, its origin unclear, incredibly mysterious, further exciting Mo Young Jin. Oh, amazing. Seeing Mo Young Jin react so excitedly like a child, Traceless Divine cleared his throat, affecting a calm and dignified air as if he was quite familiar with the Heavenly Grand Archives procedures. Calm down now. Mo Young Jin quickly corrected his demeanor. Please, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The more joyful Mo Young Jin became, the more irritated Traceless Divine grew. He had come to steal the Heavenly Grand Archive, yet his companion was so thrilled, dampening his spirits. He snorted softly, stepping closer to the cliff. I am Hoyolja, a member of the Heaven's Master Squad. The squad leader sent me on an errand. A voice came from within the Heavenly Grand Archive, full of doubt. The young master, Traceless Divine replied firmly, That's right, but was immediately refuted by someone inside the Heavenly Grand Archive. The Heaven's Master Squad has no Hoyolja, go back. Traceless Divine calmly explained, That was the case before, but have you heard of Nong and Wong? The voice confirmed without hesitation, Yes. Traceless Divine seized the opportunity to fabricate a story. After Nong and Wong, I had the good fortune to meet the squad leader at Bukyo Mountain, and thus joined the Heaven's Master Squad. The person inside the Heavenly Grand Archive began to find it plausible, carefully asking again, Bukyo Mountain, so, Traceless Divine firmly nodded, certainly true. The person inside the Heavenly Grand Archive was still not entirely convinced and asked further, Who is the person next to you? Mo Young Jin immediately replied loudly, I am Mo Young Jin of the renowned Moron clan, one of the Heavenly Dragons. I met the young master at the Heavenly Dragon Summit. I've been friends with the genius Mook Young of the Orchid Library since childhood. I came from afar to meet the young master, knowing he was away. I asked for the chance to admire the Heavenly Grand Archive. Mo Young Jin's words were entirely true. He was simply someone who had been fascinated by the Heaven's Master Squad after the events at the Heavenly Dragon Summit and had always sought to join. This time, he had summoned all his courage after hearing that Ian Gyeowon had joined the Heaven's Master Squad, and that several others had joined after the Heavenly Dragon Summit. So, he boldly came to plead. On his way here, he'd heard rumors at a restaurant about the unclear whereabouts of the young master and the Heaven's Master Squad, which angered him about his bad luck. Now, meeting someone he believed to be a member of the Heaven's Master Squad, his frustration vanished, leaving only joy. However, there was no reply. The silence that followed for 15 minutes made both Mo Young Jin and Traceless Divine nervous. Finally, a welcoming voice echoed from within, Welcome, both of you, please enter. The illusion of the cliff and mist dissipated, a path appeared, and in the distance, magnificent halls gradually came into view. Mo Young Jin's jaw dropped, and once again he excitedly shouted, Oh, amazing, ha ha ha. But Traceless Divine simply clasped his hands behind his back with an indifferent air, as if nothing was remarkable. Outwardly, that was the case, but inwardly, Traceless Divine began to get annoyed, silently cursing the undisciplined brat, which dampened his enthusiasm for theft. Afterwards, Hugong's two younger brothers, Yoon and Bumong, appeared, personally welcoming Traceless Divine Fee and Mo Young Jin to the entrance. The sight beyond the formation left Mo Young Jin speechless. Throughout the entire walk, he kept looking around, both surprised and delighted. They only stopped when they entered the inner courtyard. Bumong guided Traceless Divine Fee, while Yoon guided Mo Young Jin. They were gradually separated, heading in different directions. Mo Young Jin was very curious. He didn't know where Traceless Divine Fee was being led, nor why they had to separate. However, as a first-time visitor to the Heavenly Grand Archive, he couldn't ask Yoon. After a moment of reflection, Mo Young Jin simply thought that since Traceless Divine Fee was a member of the Heaven's Master Squad, he would be received elsewhere, more intimately, while he, as an outsider, could not receive the same treatment. Even so, Mo Young Jin didn't feel disappointed. He only wondered when he would meet the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master. After being taken to two different accommodations, Yoon and Bumong instructed the two guests to rest and quickly left, without saying when Hugong would return or come to see them. Mo Young Jin entered the building without Yoon's accompaniment. He looked around blankly. There wasn't a single person in sight, not even a servant. Not knowing which room he would stay in within this large building, Mo Young Jin could only venture deeper, hoping to find a servant. After all, this was a library, a place that valued tranquility, so he couldn't act carelessly or rudely. As Mo Young Jin was walking in, lost in thought, he heard a commotion coming from outside, which surprised him. It turned out that the Heavenly Grand Archive could be noisy like this, unlike any other library he had visited. The door opened, and the people who entered caused Mo Young Jin's eyes to widen. What is this? The Heaven's Master Squad. Cheon Gi and Anangi chuckled. Mo Young bro, long time no see, found your way here yourself. Behind them are the three demon subduing gorges in Nang and Wang. Nam Gungyan and Ian Gyoan also stepped forward to greet him, but instead of laughing boisterously like two beggars, Ian Gyoan frowned and reproached him. How dare you come here so recklessly, you fool? This attitude made Mo Young Jin stammer. What's going on? No one explained anything to him, but thankfully, Nam Gungyan gently asked, Jin, did you come alone? Mo Young Jin honestly shook his head. No, I was brought here by someone from the Heaven's Master Squad. The old man, Ho Yolja, said he was on an errand for the squad leader, but he was taken elsewhere. The three demon-subduing gorges blinked in astonishment. Ho Yolja. Immediately afterwards, the double stars of Mount Wushan burst into laughter, speaking for everyone. Even a dog passing by would laugh at that. Mo Young Jin saw their ferocious faces for the first time. Just looking at them made him shrink back. Not daring to ask anyone, Mo Young Jin stiffened. Then he saw that all the members of the Heaven's Master Squad mentioned in the rumors had appeared. He suddenly realized that they had all returned, unlike the information he had gathered at the restaurant. Mo Young Jin's face suddenly fell. If that were the case, the problem was even more serious, because the person who called himself Traceless Divine Fee was probably not a real member of the Heaven's Master Squad, and the story about Hugong giving him a task was false. That was why the Heaven's Master Squad had just laughed so hard. To confirm his suspicions, Mo Young Jin hesitantly asked, So, the young master is also... Before Mo Young Jin could finish his sentence, Nam Gungyan understood and nodded. Yes, of course, the squad leader is cultivating. It turned out that about 4 days ago, they had returned from the Ice Palace, but the news hadn't spread yet. Coincidentally, at the time Traceless Divine Fee and Mo Young Jin arrived, Hugong was in his study. Perhaps he didn't know about the uninvited guests, or perhaps he did but didn't think it was a concern, so he left it be. After all, cultivation was the most important thing at this moment. The Heaven's Master Squad didn't know the true identity of the imposter Ho Yolja, but whoever he was, to them, he was as good as dead, definitely dead. The Heaven's Master Squad continued to laugh heartily under Mo Young Jin's bewildered gaze. Meanwhile, Traceless Divine Fee, who had been taken to a different building, unaware of his impending doom, was still straining his hearing, carefully listening for any sounds around him. In contrast to the lively and noisy atmosphere of the building where Mo Young Jin was taken, the building where Traceless Divine Fee stayed was enveloped in an appalling silence, like an abandoned place. No ordinary library would be this quiet. By now it was dusk. Traceless Divine Fee found it very strange. He had spent half the day listening, but this place was too quiet. A place where people live should have noise, yet it was as silent as a tomb, making him wonder if the Heavenly Grand Archive was in mourning, or if there was simply no one around where he was. But it wasn't that there were no people here. Traceless Divine Fee had tried opening the window several times to observe the outside. Through the window, he saw the servants in the Heavenly Grand Archive walking around normally. They didn't seem to be mourning anyone. Obviously nothing was unusual, but the unusual feeling kept echoing in his mind. At this moment, dinner was brought in by Songhwa. Her steps were so light that she didn't make a sound. The meal was served on time, meticulously prepared. Songhwa was very polite. "We have prepared dinner, please enjoy your meal." Traceless Divine then also politely responded, "Thank you," but Songhwa didn't say anything more, just put the tray on the table and nodded slightly. Seeing her quietly go out, closing the door very gently, Traceless Divine suddenly felt much more at ease. He thought maybe it was simply that the people of the archives had a quiet personality, because they were archives, that's why. Concluding this, he felt much more relaxed. Focusing on his meal, he told himself not to think negatively, think good, think good, think good, and a tranquil expression appeared on his face. He mustn't show any haste, that was the way of the divine thief. Traceless Divine then calmed down, eat and look out the window, watch the moon rise slowly, act tonight. No one can stop you, the moment to prove that I am the divine thief famous in the world is coming. Then Traceless Divine suddenly thought with a bit of curiosity, by the way, what is that famous boy from the Moron clan doing? He doesn't know how much fun Mo Young Jin is having. Everyone in the Heavenly Grand Archive was grilling meat with the Heavens Master Squad. As usual, the Heavens Master Squad was boisterous, their laughter and chatter shook the Heavenly Grand Archive. Songhwa, too, was smiling brightly, "Please eat plenty, everyone." Songhwa was happy because it had been a long time since they grilled meat, and she was reunited with the Heavens Master Squad. After the Heavenly Dragon Summit, the group was even larger. She paid special attention to two prominent beauties, cheerfully offering a plate of freshly grilled meat to Jagal Hai. "Jagal young miss, here you go." Jagal Hai accepted it with a gentle smile, "Thank you." Ever since the Heavens Master Squad arrived at the Heavenly Grand Archive, Songhwa hadn't taken her eyes off Jagal Hai and Seal Yang when she had the chance. The little maid seized every opportunity to observe the two beautiful young women with sparkling, hopeful eyes. Songhwa had only one thought in her head, both Jagal young miss and Seal Yang young miss would be a good match for her master. If Ugong knew this, he'd probably be so shocked he'd spit out blood. Meanwhile, Mo Young Jin repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my oh my oh my oh my," flying over Bukyo Mountain. Did you really see it? Although he often heard news about the Heavens Master Squad after the Heavenly Dragon Summit, hearing the details firsthand from those involved made Mo Young Jin forget to eat. He excitedly shouted like a fool. The story continued lively. "No, we were climbing the mountain then. We didn't see it, only Jagal Advisor saw it." The shouts were deafening. Mo Young Jin was even more delighted, unable to sit still, jumping up and down continuously. "Oh my oh my oh my, amazing, absolutely amazing." The incessant oh my annoyed the three demon-subduing gorges. "Hey, you," Mo Young Jin looked at them in surprise. Yes, the three demon-subduing gorges began to yell, oh my, what's with all the fuss? You're like a madman, isn't the Heavens Master Squad noisy enough?" Mo Young Jin shrank his neck, bowing his head with an embarrassed smile. "Please, I'm sorry." Immediately, the Heavens Master Squad burst into laughter, and the three demon-subduing gorges did the same. Confused, Mo Young Jin was dumbfounded. Cheon-gi beside him patted him reassuringly and explained, "Haha, Mo Young bro, just kidding, what's there to be afraid of, heh, so gentle." The double stars of Mount Wushan also teased, "Renowned the Moron clan, so cute, a prestigious family raises their children strictly, so, will you join the Heavens Master Squad?" At this, Mo Young Jin relaxed, scratching his head and laughing, oh my oh my oh my oh my, amazing, oh my oh my. On the way here, I decided I had to join the Heavens Master Squad. Now, hearing their exciting stories, this has become my lifelong goal. I'm more eager than ever. Seeking advice, Mo Young Jin asked Nam Gung-yun, "Brother, please advise me." Nam Gung-yun said thoughtfully while chewing, "Jin, joining the Heavens Master Squad is easy." Mo Young Jin's eyes sparkled, eagerly urging, oh my, easy, how?" Nam Gung-yun began to present a hypothetical situation. There's a good person, everyone can see they're good, but the squad leader orders you to kill them. What would you do? Mo Young Jin tilted his head in confusion. Yes, what do you mean? Nam Gung-yun repeated the question. Kill or not? Mo Young Jin frowned, not understanding, and finally answered instinctively, don't kill, they're good. Nam Gung-yun clicked his tongue and shook his head, looking regretful. You're not suitable. Mo Young Jin was startled and panicked. What? Why? But Nam Gung-yun didn't explain further. Wanting to understand, Mo Young Jin looked at Ian Gyeowon. Gyeowon, is there a problem with my reasoning and approach? Ian Gyeowon continued chewing meat, not answering for a while, silently criticizing Mo Young Jin's poor understanding. Anangi avoided Mo Young Jin like the plague. After swallowing the meat, Ian Gyeowon looked at Mo Young Jin with a pitying gaze, making him panic. What Why are you looking at me like that? Ian Gyo-won pouted and criticized. You're not suitable. Mo Young-jin frantically asked. Wait, why kill? Would you kill? Ian Gyo-won calmly devoured meat, replying briefly, kill. No hesitation. Mo Young-jin became increasingly confused, shouting in question, why? Continuously rejected and still not understanding. Mo Young-jin's shoulders slumped. Then, Cheong-gi spoke up. Mo Young-bro, to join the Heaven's Master Squad, you must be good at eating meat. Mo Young-jin forced a laugh, waving his hand habitually. Haha, what? I'm not that much of a glutton. Cheong-gi sighed slightly. Hey, bro, you're not suitable. Mo Young-jin's mind was in turmoil, exclaiming in astonishment. What else? Seeing this, Nang and Wang gently approached from behind. Mo Young-jin turned his head, his eyes still blank from incomprehension. Nang and Wang puffed out her chest boastfully. Let me tell you. Mo Young-jin's eyes lit up. Finally, someone who understood. Moreover, Nang and Wang was the newest member of the Heaven's Master Squad. Mo Young-jin urgently asked, Nang and Wang, how did you join the Heaven's Master Squad? Tell me. However, Nang and Wang's answer left Mo Young-jin speechless. Bark. Mo Young-jin frowned, his expression shifting from awkwardness to shock. What do you mean? Nang and Wang declared with bloodshot eyes. In front of him, barking like a dog is the fastest way. Let me show you how, even foaming at the mouth as if going mad. Nang and Wang was about to get down on all fours to demonstrate, but Mo Young-jin hurriedly stopped her, utterly panicked. What? Why? But Nang and Wang resolutely knelt down on all fours. No kidding, it's the best way, it'll fit right in. Mo Young-jin began to gasp from the unexpected shock, dazedly asking Nang and Wang again, just barking is enough. Nang and Wang nodded immediately. Yeah. Then, Nang and Wang left, not forgetting to give a thumbs up to confirm this was the best way. Practice. I'm leaving. Mo Young-jin stood dumbfounded, wanting to curse, biting his lip, not understanding what they were saying. The double stars of Mount Wushan and the three demon-subduing gorges had no intention of explaining further, just clicking their tongues and complaining about Nang and Wang, this crazy person, showing off too much. Where are you going? Sit down and eat meat. Nang and Wang immediately returned, eating meat like a starving tiger, but Mo Young-jin had no heart for eating. He staggered to a quieter place, wanting to rest and calm his mind, but the conversation of the double stars of Mount Wushan and the three demon-subduing gorges behind him added another blow. He's really going to practice. Maybe so. He's probably preparing to become a dog. Mo Young-jin listlessly sat down under a tree, his mind swirling with questions. Then, the sound of a flute rang out, awakening his mind and making him sober up. Right, Jim Cheok Sr., an elder like him would surely know the right way. Mo Young-jin thought that and looked up, greeting Jim Cheok-ja sitting on a tree branch. Jim Cheok Sr., I didn't know you were here. Jim Cheok-ja put down his flute and nodded in greeting. Come here, kid. Mo Young-jin quickly stood up, eagerly asking, Senior, I want to ask how to join the Heaven's Master Squad. Jim Cheok-ja let out a long, thoughtful sound. Mo Young-jin swallowed, waiting tensely. Jim Cheok-ja thought carefully before saying, perhaps there's one person, winning their favor might work. Mo Young-jin tilted his head thoughtfully. If it's about winning favor, perhaps only the eldest son. But isn't that too obvious? It must be someone else. He asked more specifically, who are you talking about, Senior? Jim Cheok-ja looked towards Jae-gal Hai and stated firmly, Jae-gal advisor, the squad leader values her highly. Once again, Mo Young-jin was dizzy. Yes, Senior means. Immediately, he hurriedly covered his mouth, suppressing a cry of surprise. Jim Cheok-ja didn't need to say anything more. Mo Young-jin understood. The eldest son and Jae-gal advisor were lovers. However, Jim Cheok-ja shook his head. No, more than that. Mo Young-jin was even more bewildered. More than that could only mean a blood relation. But how is that possible? So, is it a blood relation secret? Jim Cheok-ja jumped down from the tree with a thud, calmly replying, I don't know. Mo Young-jin frowned suspiciously. If you don't know, why? Jim Cheok-ja directly interrupted his question. But I'm sure of one thing, anyone who touches Jae-gal advisor will die at the hands of the squad leader. Mo Young-jin was stunned. Yes, why? But Jim Cheok-ja didn't explain further, but clasped his hands and left with a calm laugh. Haha. I don't know. Anyway, kid, I've told you everything. Mo Young-jin watched him for a long time, then knelt down, clutching his head in distress. What in the world are they talking about? Tonight, while Mo Young-jin was agonizing over countless questions, for someone else, the opportunity had arrived. Traceless Divine quietly opened the window, quietly walked out of the room. His body seemed to turn into smoke, flying up through the door frame. The black smoke did not fly haphazardly but headed high, above the roof. In the blink of an eye, the traceless divine set foot on the roof, looking around at the heavenly grand archive from above. The surroundings remained silent. The night scene was just as spectacular as the daytime view, the tranquility under the moonlight even more pronounced. Admiring the breathtaking scenery, traceless divine Thee couldn't help but exclaim, "What a flavor, how beautiful, but tonight, I shall drain the heavenly grand archive of its essence." Traceless divine Thee glanced around. The roof tiles of the building beneath him were a dark blue, as were those of the other halls, but one place was different. In the distance, the roof tiles shone with a greenish light. He was sure this couldn't be meaningless. His first target was that unusual place. Traceless divine Thee's body turned into smoke, stepping across the roofs of the halls. 5, 6, 7 halls. He reached the place with the green roof in the blink of an eye. However, just as he was about to land on the roof emitting that strange green light, Traceless divine Thee suddenly noticed something odd. His eyes widened. What the? Under Traceless divine Thee's feet, the greenish roof tiles were changing, from green to dark blue, leaving him astonished. However, he couldn't stop his mobility arts. The moment his feet touched the roof, he was even more stunned. The surrounding scenery had changed in an instant, but it was a familiar scene. In the distance, there was the green roof again. Traceless divine Thee was dumbfounded for a moment. What is this? He was certain he had dashed with all his might, moving across many halls, but absurdly, he was now back on the original rooftop. It didn't take Traceless divine Thee long to realize, it was a formation. Thinking of the heavenly grand archive's reputation for formations, his back went cold, and sweat poured down him like rain. The cool night air suddenly felt as frigid as winter. Unable and unwilling to believe this cruel reality, Traceless divine Thee resolved to try again. He dashed across the roofs of the halls. 5, 6, 7 halls. He carefully counted until he reached the hall with the green roof. When he was about 5 meters away, the roof tiles were still green, but the result was the same. Just as Traceless divine Thee was about to touch down, the color instantly changed to dark blue, and he was miraculously back at his starting point. The sight sent cold sweat soaking his clothes. Traceless divine Thee felt one of the rare crises in his illustrious career. At that moment, a man walked past Traceless divine Thee's location, completely unaware of his presence on the rooftop. He figured that person must know the exit of the formation to move so freely. So he jumped down, intending to grab the man and question him about the exit. But another strange thing happened. As Traceless divine Thee approached, the man dissolved into smoke. His hand grasped nothing but air. It was clearly an illusion deceiving his sight. Traceless divine Thee landed on the ground. The ground was still ground. Fortunately, it hadn't turned into something terrifying. But that alone was enough to make Traceless divine Thee sweat profusely. He looked around frantically. The exit. I must find the exit. He was called Traceless divine Thee not only for his body techniques. Without mastery of Chi Men Dun Jia, there could be no Traceless or divine thief, so he resolved to try again, refusing to believe he couldn't escape. But about 6 hours later, Traceless divine Thee, looking like Mo Young Jin that night, sat crouched, clutching his head. He hadn't found the exit, hadn't escaped. Damn it, I'm trapped. It should have been morning, but the sun didn't rise. The night continued, and food supplies stopped. He raked his hair, blaming himself for overlooking something important. This was the heavenly grand archive, no ordinary place. Let's go back 4 days. When Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad returned from the Ice Palace, Yoon saw Hugong in the study early that morning. Older brother, you're back and in the study already. Hugong nodded a morning greeting with a gentle smile. Yoon, is that you? I have something to do. Yoon stared as Hugong took out a book containing the winter formation. Curious, he asked, what's that, older brother? However, Hugong didn't explain anything, just opened the book and waved goodbye. See you later. The winter formation quickly swallowed Hugong, leaving Yoon in confusion and curiosity. It had been a long time since Hugong last entered the winter formation. Everything was as beautiful as before. Snowflakes fell softly, covering everything in a pure white. 3 snowmen appeared along the familiar path, reminding Hugong of his last time in the formation. So much had happened since then. The space within the formation was an endless snowfield, like the northern sea. Hugong continued walking, leaving footprints in the deep snow. His destination was his usual cultivation spot. Upon reaching Shin, Hugong took out a carefully tied cloth bundle and gently opened it, handling it as if afraid it would shatter with a careless touch. Inside the bundle was a transparent, blue-tinged crystal, called the Ice Essence, the ultimate of Yin cold energy. But Hugong possessed Flame Peak, the ultimate of Yang energy. Keeping the Ice Essence would conflict with Flame Peak, and since he wasn't a woman and didn't possess an ultimate Yin body, the cold energy would at most reach a superior level. Therefore, transforming the Ice Essence into pure internal energy was the right choice. Flame Peak's wariness of the Ice Essence was also a Reason. Even so, Hugong wouldn't be able to use ice techniques, he could only create a few simple blocks of ice, but more importantly, his martial arts far surpassed ice techniques, so he didn't worry or regret, he swallowed the ice with that mindset. Then he sat down under his familiar tree. His cultivation goal was to dissolve the ice essence gifted by the Northern Sea Ice Palace and combine it with the three evils. Unlike his initial intention, he had once thought of keeping the ice essence to create new ice techniques. It was clear he couldn't reach the ultimate limit. During the process of the ice essence transforming into pure internal energy, wind and snow swirled around Hugong as he meditated. He had planned to finish this at the Ice Palace, but upon absorbing the ice essence, he realized he couldn't do it quickly. Hugong's early farewell from the Northern Sea Ice Palace was also due to concerns about the extended time. On the way back, he continued his practice. Now it was almost finished. In 1 or 2 days, the ice essence would be swallowed by the three evils, disappearing without a trace. The ice essence was very compatible with the three evils, though not food for them. It possessed rare pure energy. For days past, Hugong was completing his cultivation. He ended his energy circulation with a long breath, opened his eyes, and his pupils flashed purple before slowly softening. A smile appeared on his lips. This achievement was special. A surge of abundant cold energy erupted from him, swirling like a storm, along with a dazzling light as if sunlight were shining on a giant ice block, reflecting brilliant light without melting. Flame Peak resonated. The ice essence was completely absorbed, helping Hugong break through to the 7 stars mid-stage in one go, a huge leap. Without the ice essence, he would have only reached the 6 stars late stage. Thus, the trip to the Northern Sea Ice Palace was very meaningful. Hugong smiled slightly. Hai is truly a lucky star, because without Jagal Hai, he wouldn't have thought of going to the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and if that were the case, the hell of the Ice Palace in Hyun he wouldn't have ended, and he wouldn't have achieved such great success. The sword spirit beside him suddenly vibrated. It also sensed his achievement. Its connection with its master was deepening, so it knew that its master's power had increased, breaking through to a new realm. Hugong was very pleased that it had realized this before he mentioned it. Hugong stood up and called to the sword spirit, "Wake up, let's test my cultivation achievements." The sword spirit flew over, wrapping around his waist along with his scabbard. Hugong smiled at the sword spirit, then clasped his hands behind his back and summoned the illusionary rings. 32 illusionary rings appeared silently, surrounding him like a maze. Space vibrated. His reflection in the illusionary rings looked like he was trapped in large, round pools of water. Now the number of illusionary rings was 32, completely controllable by consciousness, without needing his hands, and their duration had increased dramatically, almost an hour. Recalling the illusionary rings, Hugong tried something else interesting. He gently took a few steps on the white snow. Then suddenly, his body rose. His feet left the ground by about an inch, slowly rising as he walked. It looked like flying, but it wasn't quite flying. Hugong walked in the air, slowly and steadily using groundless, a levitation technique that negates earth energy, achievable only from the 7 stars realm. Hugong walked slowly in the air, like stepping up an invisible staircase. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, stopping at the 7th step. He looked down at the ground, nodded in satisfaction. Only 7 steps, but that was enough. The meaning lies in the fact that groundless has begun to be cultivated. It will be perfected at the 9 stars. Now it is just a step in the air, but at that time, he can turn in the air. Without the illusionary ring he can rush. He stopped using groundless, slowly lowered his gong, turned around, took the book that was hovering above his eyes, and closed it. The winter formation ended. The surrounding scenery rapidly shifted and dissipated like shards of broken glass, revealing a tranquil study as if Hugong had just drawn back a curtain. In the study, Manhwa remained alert, ready to greet Hugong. The moment she saw him emerge from the formation, she sprang to her feet. Even before he had uttered a word, her sleep had been interrupted, but she didn't feel the least bit tired. Unexpectedly, Manhwa clapped her hands mechanically, a bright smile on her face. "Greetings, Master Gongzi. Congratulations on your achievement." Hugong scoffed. "Manhwa, what makes you say that?" Manhwa honestly tilted her head, her bright smile still present. "I don't know," she replied. Hugong chuckled. "You should know before you speak." Manhwa scratched her head and asked, "So, was there an achievement or not?" Hugong clicked his tongue. "You don't need to know." Despite this, Manhwa remained cheerful, giving a resounding yes, which made Hugong laugh. "So cute," he muttered. After leaving the study, Hugong looked up at the sky. The formation still enveloped the heavenly Grand Archive. He turned to Manhwa, asking, "How's the uninvited guest?" Manhwa cheerfully replied, "Still trapped in the Dark Spirit Array. He hasn't eaten or drunk for 2 days." The Dark Spirit Array was a formation of eternal darkness, darkness from which escape was impossible, the endless night, devoid of daylight, added to the prisoner's unease. Hugong nodded in satisfaction. That was hard work, he said. Songhua giggled. I'll prepare a bath right away. However, Hugong shook his head in refusal. No, I have somewhere to go, I'll bathe later. Then, he instructed Songhua to go rest. He would call her if needed. It was already dawn outside. She must have stayed up all night waiting for him, to the point of dozing off. Yet, inside the heavenly Grand Archive, darkness still reigned. Hugong called for the yellow-hue bird and together they left the heavenly Grand Archive, speeding towards the mountainside with lightning speed. En route, the yellow-hue bird inquisitively asked, Master, where are we going? Hugong winked. We're here. At that moment, he stopped on the mountainside. The yellow-hue bird seemed to remember something and chirped excitedly, Master, this is that, right, that thing. The golden toad, following along, didn't understand, but the yellow-hue bird recalled the first day it connected with its master through the celestial fragrance. On that day, Hugong had taken it out to test its abilities. Tonight was probably similar, it guessed. Hugong nodded, confirming the yellow-hue bird's guess. That's right, head towards the forest to the right, fly to the limit of the connection, something will come flying from within the forest, but don't be afraid. The yellow-hue bird always wanted to prove itself a brave bird. Naturally, it puffed out its chest boastfully. Yes, no fear, no fear. The yellow-hue bird took flight, carrying the golden toad. The connection Hugong mentioned was the celestial fragrance connection. Following the invisible scent trail, Hugong pinpointed the yellow-hue bird's location. After flying over 600 zhang, a Chinese unit of length, the yellow-hue bird intended to stop, but then it tilted its head thoughtfully. The golden toad asked what was wrong, and the yellow-hue bird exclaimed, Wow, Master's amazing, the distance is farther, and the connection isn't broken. How far does it go? So, the yellow-hue bird continued flying. The connection stopped at almost 1,000 zhang, an immense distance. Even from a plane, an ordinary person would have difficulty discerning the shape at that range. This was the result of Hugong's cultivation surpassing the 3 celestial fragrance pearls, reaching the 4 celestial fragrance pearls. The yellow-hue bird stopped when the celestial fragrance connection broke. Hugong realized it had reached the limit, but he was still very pleased with the result. The additional 400 zhang was no small feat. Immediately afterward, Hugong raised his right hand. 5 white beams of light appeared in his palm, controlled by his fingertips. The energy was subtle yet powerful, capable of piercing even self-defense chi. The Lang Niu needle, which Hugong had previously used to pierce an enemy's body, reversing blood flow to cause a fatal heart explosion, had a different primary use, long-range assassination. As Hugong swung his sleeve, the 5 beams of light shot towards the forest on the right. The Lang Niu needles followed the scent trail. At the 12 stars level, he could pinpoint locations with his mind, hitting enemies with the needles. Now, at the 7 stars level, he used the celestial fragrance in place of his mind. With the celestial fragrance upgraded from 3 pearls to 4 pearls, the distance was greater, and the precision was finer, significantly contributing to this experiment. The yellow-hue bird and golden toad were perched on a branch, staring in the direction they had just flown. They waited and waited. After a minute, still nothing happened. The golden toad began to anxiously croak. The yellow-hue bird soothed it. What are we doing? Let's wait, just a little longer. At that moment, a sound echoed from the forest before them. Asterisk swish, 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 thud. Asterisk the yellow-hue bird blinked rapidly. What was that? The golden toad also listened intently. Rustling leaves, the sound of branches being pierced. The golden toad felt uneasy and croaked repeatedly, warning the yellow-hue bird that something was approaching at terrifying speed. The yellow-hue bird shrieked in surprise. What is it? But the golden toad didn't know what it was. It just urged them to flee. The yellow-hue bird was about to fly away. Then it remembered its master's words. Something would come flying. But don't be afraid. It realized these were the things its master had launched. The 2 creatures huddled together, intently watching the approaching sound. Then, they saw 5 white beams of light charging towards them, piercing through trees without slowing down. The yellow-hue bird was certain that Hugong was the one who launched them. No one else could. The scent trail. That's right, they were following the scent trail. But the yellow-hue bird had said it wasn't afraid. But deep down, it wasn't true. The speed was terrifying. The yellow-hue bird and golden toad turned pale. The 5 beams were near. Afraid, so afraid. The 2 creatures squeezed their eyes shut, screaming loudly. Just as they thought they were about to be impaled, the 5 beams of light suddenly shattered, dissipating in the air like fireworks remnants. The yellow-hue bird opened its eyes. Beads of sweat dotted its feathers. Golden toad, are we alive? The golden toad, still shaken, nervously nodded. Oop. The yellow hue bird shakily embraced the golden toad, overwhelming joy erupting. Oh, you're alive too. We're alive. We're alive. Meanwhile, from the cliff 1,000 zhang away, Hugong nodded in satisfaction. The Lang Yo needles and celestial fragrance had harmonized, maintaining stable control until dissipation. The yellow hue bird and golden toad returned, chirping and croaking excitedly from a distance. Master, we weren't afraid at all. We watched calmly, they boasted, puffing out their chests. But Hugong had heard their terrified screams. Even so, their perseverance was commendable. As the yellow hue bird landed the golden toad on Hugong's hand, he smiled and praised them. Well done. The yellow hue bird and golden toad's faces swelled with pride. They looked both cute and irritating. Hugong glanced at the forest to the left, teasing them. Not afraid. Ha, let's try again then. The yellow hue bird and golden toad could no longer maintain their act. They wailed, we're so scared. The next morning, Hugong summoned Mo Young Jin for a conversation, but before he arrived, he heard some strange things from Songhua. Songhua placed 2 cups of tea on the table and sighed deeply. Gongzi, you see, that Mo Young Gongzi, he's strange. Hugong curiously raised an eyebrow. How so? Songhua recalled an incident from a few days ago, shivering slightly as she recounted it. Yes, since the day before yesterday, he's been running around and barking like a dog. The physician rushed over, thinking he'd gone mad. Hugong thought Songhua was joking and laughed incredulously. Haha, no way. But then, they both heard it. Asterisk woof woof, growl growl woof woof, woof woof woof, growl growl growl, woof 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 woof. Asterisk the tea had just reached Hugong's mouth when he spat it out. Songhua looked outside anxiously. Oh, Gongzi, did you hear that? He started again. I told you. From a noble family, handsome, yet not normal, who goes around barking and running like that. It's unbelievable. Songhua scratched her head, puzzled, looking at Hugong with a sigh of pity for Mo Young Jin. But at that moment, Hugong froze. He was mimicking the barking melody. Songhua hurriedly called out, Hey, Gongzi, are you all right? Hugong clutched his head, muttering a single word, fits. Songhua became even more flustered. What do you mean? But Hugong just repeated it with a forced smile. Anyway, it fits. At the same time, inside the traceless divine detention array, the sky was still pitch black. He was falling into despair. The Heavenly Grand Archive didn't give him food, not even water. At this rate, he would die soon. Traceless Divine whispered in his heart, blaming the Heavenly Grand Archive for being so cruel, so barbaric, locking people up without coming to see. Out there people were passing by, but it was all an illusion, not helping anything. Not only despair, he was immersed in pitch-black darkness, getting darker, now to the point where he couldn't see anything, not even his hands, encountering unexpected changes in the formation. Fear made him unable to move, just lying down, sitting, then lying down again. Traceless Divine then sat up, lazily blaming himself. I shouldn't have come here. Why did I come? I shouldn't have underestimated the Heavenly Grand Archive. No, I don't underestimate them, just overconfidence. Regret welled up, but it was too late. Amidst that feeling, resentment crept in. Gold Taker, Earth Spirit, you bastard. Thinking of those 2 guys, Traceless Divine gritted his teeth, clenched his fists. Without them, he would not have thought of robbing the Heavenly Grand Archive. Gold Taker and Earth Spirit did something so big, making him feel that his reputation was threatened. They were too excellent, forcing him to do something. Then he thought of the idea of robbing the Heavenly Grand Archive, came fiercely, and was locked like a dog in a cage. Traceless Divine then remembered, he had been captured once by Miram Alliance leader Hugong, but unexpectedly when Hugong died, he was once again locked up in the Heavenly Grand Archive. Being captured by the First World was not humiliating, but being locked up in the Heavenly Grand Archive was a big stain. Traceless Divine then distraught and started banging his head against the wall. Dying. Traceless Divine then banged his head as if he really wanted to die. The darkness surrounding him made him go crazy. The wall was hit so much that it started to crack. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. The blows became heavier and heavier, until there was a small hole in the wall. From that hole, light glimmered through, but the Traceless Divine didn't pay any attention. He continued to bang his head against the wall and hear the noise. Traceless Divine was banging his head. Suddenly a bright light flooded into the room through the hole. The wall seemed to have collapsed, but he didn't hear any sound. In the darkness, the light was indescribably dazzling. He quickly closed his eyes and sat down backwards. When Traceless Divine opened his eyes to look, the surrounding scenery had changed. Noise was heard. Ho Yolja, it's been a long time. Traceless Divine then looked around in shock, realizing that he was sitting on the ground, not in the room. Before he could stop being amazed by the magic of the formation, he was surrounded by scary faces. He vaguely guessed that they were the Heaven's Master Squad, because their appearance was not at all like that of a librarian. The double stars of Mount Wushan and the three demon-subduing gorges were the first to approach Traceless Divine E. Because Ho Yolja was an acquaintance, they began to ask about the imposter in front of them. How is the wise old freak? How has it been in a few months? What happened to make him so old? The entire Heaven's Master Squad laughed loudly. The mocking tone could be clearly seen. Traceless Divine Mean bit his lower lip, stood up bitterly. Damn, that's right. I didn't recognize anyone else in the Heaven's Master Squad, but he knew Jiam Chiakja's face, so he recognized them. He smiled wryly and explained, impersonating Ho Yolja, I'm sorry, but I'm just curious what the Heavenly Grand Archive is like, intending to stop by for a night. I didn't expect the Heavenly Grand Archive to welcome me so warmly. I've also been miserable for 2 days. It's time for a peaceful reconciliation. The Traceless Divine face when he said these words didn't look like he was repenting. His unreasonable attitude made the Heaven's Master Squad stop. Their faces darkened, but the Traceless Divine still held hope, anxiously waiting. Is that okay? Of course, that hope was futile. The Heaven's Master Squad didn't know what reconciliation meant. A bunch of top-tier thugs. Stopping was just to build up momentum before attacking. In a flash, they all charged towards Traceless Divine Fee. His surprise turned into a yell. What, wait. He couldn't react before being grabbed from behind. Then, a flurry of brutal attacks rained down on Traceless Divine Fee's face. The three demon-subduing gorges started with punches that dislocated his jaw. Damn thief, you dare come here without fear. Anangi and Cheongi joined in, using rocks to add weight to their blows due to their lack of strength, accompanied by curses. Rest for a night. Ha, you little dog, your apology is insincere. Die. Jiam Chiakja and Ian Gyoan charged in next, one with a flute, the other with a stick, raining down blows without aiming, leaving Traceless Divine Fee bruised from head to toe. When the two finished, Traceless Divine Fee had fainted, but that wasn't enough. Nang and Wang and Mo Young Jin each grabbed a limb and bit like dogs, their bites so powerful that they tore his clothes. Traceless Divine Fee fell, sprawling on the ground, only to be stomped on by the double stars of Mount Wushan. He no longer knew who was attacking him, his mind hazy, but he was still conscious enough to sigh inwardly. The Heavenly Grand Archive, so this is it. They say you can tell a master by their servants. Traceless Divine Fee hadn't seen the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive appear, but he'd already guessed what kind of person he was, and what the Heavenly Grand Archive was like. He couldn't help but grumble, damn it, whoever said the Heavenly Grand Archive was full of gentle people, I'll kill them. When Traceless Divine Fee no longer had the strength to think, Mo Young Jin grabbed one of his ankles. Nang and Wang took charge of the other leg, this time not to practice biting. Traceless Divine Fee was dragged across the ground by the two. Come on, thief. He wondered where they were going, but didn't ask. It wasn't because his swollen mouth prevented him, but because he already knew. They were certainly going to meet the squad leader of the Heaven's Master Squad, the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. At this point, he could only let them drag him. As he was dragged, Traceless Divine Fee's head and back hit rocks with a loud thud. But the Heaven's Master Squad didn't care, continuing to drag him roughly, each looking at their handiwork with satisfaction. In Jianghu, there were 3 notorious thieves, Gold Taker, Earth Spirit, and Traceless Divine Fee. Determining the best among them was a matter of debate in Jianghu. Gold Taker loved gold, robbing everything of value. Earth Spirit was skilled at digging, fast and deep. Traceless Divine Fee left no trace. All 3 had their specialties, making it hard to pick a leader, but in terms of cruelty, only one stood out. Traceless Divine Fee. His title Traceless wasn't just because he stole without leaving a trace, but because once he targeted something, he'd take everything, leaving only dust. That's why he was called Traceless. Hu Gong was waiting at Fenghua Ting. Fenghua Ting boasted a breathtaking mountain view, calming even the most restless heart, but the tranquility was soon shattered by noise. His 2 younger brothers and Jie Gao Hai were arriving. Jie Gao Young Miss wondered who the uninvited guest was. She would soon find out, but it was certainly someone formidable. Yoon and Bumong were both curious, especially the younger Bumong, who was extremely impatient. How formidable could they be? I've never heard of anyone daring to rob our family. Yoon then acted knowledgeable, instructing his younger brother, Bumong, you don't know Jianghu, brother, strange things happen there all the time. Bumong scoffed, immediately and unceremoniously exposing Yoon. Brother, you're always with me, yet you talk as if you've conquered Jianghu and are unparalleled everywhere. Yoon, ashamed and angry, yelled at Bumong, hey, Bumong, you always have to hit my weak spot, don't you? Jie Gao Hai found them childish and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the Heaven's Master Squad arrived. The sound of the uninvited guest being dragged and the commotion caused chaos. Everyone gathered in front of Manhwa. Nang and Wang lifted Traceless Divine Fee by the neck, urging him towards Hugong. Then, he added a kick to his rear, ordering, "Sit." Traceless Divine Fee was knocked to the ground. He struggled to stand, sitting cross-legged like a bride, further annoying those present. Nang and Wang, on behalf of the Heaven's Master Squad, roared his criticism. "What are you doing, you scoundrel? Why are you acting so coy? Can't you kneel properly?" Traceless Divine Fee quickly knelt properly, cursing inwardly, "Damn bastards." Despite the intense discomfort of being beaten and insulted, Traceless Divine Fee endured it, secretly observing the squad leader while feigning obedience. Opposite Traceless Divine Fee sat a young scribe, calmly watching and then smiling. He immediately recognized it. This aura, it had to be the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. Everyone else was standing, only Hugong was seated. How could he not recognize him? But Traceless Divine Fee didn't understand why Hugong was smiling. He couldn't possibly know that Hugong was smiling because he'd recognized him. Even though Traceless Divine Fee used disguise techniques, at the mid-7 stars realm, Hugong not only detected the disguise but also saw his true face. "Traceless Divine Fee, it's you. I never expected to meet my former messenger here." People with excellent body techniques are more useful than carrier pigeons, so when Hugong was the Miram Alliance leader, he used several such individuals. Among them, Traceless Divine Fee was the best. He was skilled in body techniques and disguise, very useful, but he couldn't show that he knew him. Hugong ordered, "Remove your disguise." Traceless Divine Fee was startled, not understanding how Hugong had seen through him, but he pretended not to know, raising an eyebrow and feigning innocence. "Disguise? I'm not using any disguise." Traceless Divine Fee didn't realize he'd just made things worse. The Heaven's Master Squad immediately jumped in, hitting his head several times as a warning. The squad leader said to remove it, so remove it. What he says is what is. How much more do you want to be beaten before you understand? Be polite, be polite. Finally, Jim Chiakja criticized Traceless Divine Fee's attitude, rapping his head one more time with his flute. Traceless Divine Fee couldn't take it anymore and removed his disguise. The benevolent old man's appearance disappeared, revealing a shrewish old woman's face. The Heaven's Master Squad boisterously criticized her. "You look exactly like a thief. What kind of face is this? It's hideous." But that wasn't all. Hugong smiled broadly, exposing Traceless Divine Fee's deception. "There's another layer." Hugong's words silenced the noise. Everyone was stunned, but Traceless Divine Fee felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected such a young scribe to see through his second layer of disguise. The first one was understandable, but the second was so sophisticated that only a few people in current Jianghu could recognize it. Yet, Traceless Divine Fee stubbornly maintained his innocent act. I don't understand. What do you mean?" Hugong didn't say much. Glancing at Ian Gyeowan answered resolutely and stepped forward. "Yes, squad leader." He didn't need further instructions. He understood Hugong's intention. Ian Gyeowan grabbed Traceless Divine Fee's left hand, placing his sword against it, and gave a bright, gentle smile. "From now on, every lie earns you a cut." Traceless Divine Fee's face turned pale. He heard Hugong's voice again. "There's still another layer." Ian Gyeowan's calm gaze, devoid of hesitation, left Traceless Divine Fee no choice. Since he'd been seen through, he might as well comply. He quickly removed his second disguise. A kind-faced old man's appearance was revealed. It would have made a good first impression. The Heaven's Master Squad exclaimed regretfully, "To use this face for thievery, appearance is truly the most untrustworthy thing in the world. What a waste of a good face." When the commotion subsided, Hugong's deep voice rang out, "Your alias." Traceless Divine Fee bit his lip. His alias was something he never wanted to reveal under these circumstances. The shame and disgrace of Divine Thief. He feared it would stain his record. But Ian Gyeowan's sword was already touching his skin. Traceless Divine Fee had no choice but to answer through gritted teeth. "Traceless, Divine Thief." Hugong already knew, so he remained calm, but the Heaven's Master Squad did not. Upon hearing the alias, their mouths fell open. "What? The great Traceless Divine Thief? Oh my God, amazing. Is this an honor or a stroke of luck? Why didn't you say so earlier? We wouldn't have beaten you up if we'd known." Each member of the Heaven's Master Squad became friendly. Only Yoon and Bumong, unfamiliar with Traceless Divine Fee's name, were stunned. They turned to Jae-Gal Hai. "Jae-Gal young miss, is Traceless Divine Fee really that famous?" Jae-Gal Hai nodded in introduction. "He's a big shot, called a living legend. He has 1,000 faces. No one knows his true appearance. Today, you've seen it." Yoon and Bumong exclaimed in amazement, just like the Heaven's Master Squad. Traceless Divine Fee, dejected, was surprised by their respectful reaction. Slightly embarrassed, he snorted. Being acknowledged made him happy. He thought it was probably because he'd lived a good life, and he unconsciously smiled. At that moment, Wugong threw cold water on Traceless Divine Fee, and then, Traceless Divine Fee tensed up, his face stiffening, he blurted out a yes in bewildered surprise. Wugong looked down at Traceless Divine Spoon, his eyes were cold, his aura was overwhelming. I will not forgive anyone who touches my person or my things. His voice was emotionless, cold as ice. The Traceless Divine swallowed hard. Knowing this person was no joke, he quickly bowed his head to the ground and begged, please, please spare my life, spare my life. I will not go near the Heavenly Grand Archive anymore. Traceless Divine was truly scared in his heart. Wugong saw through his disguise in an instant. Age didn't matter, his level was unpredictable. He was the leader of the Heaven's Master squad full of talent. Recently he had a great reputation. He thought it was just an exaggerated rumor, but when he met him in person he understood. His feeling told him that if he resisted he would surely die. The Heaven's Master squad had just praised him, now the surrounding was filled with murderous aura again. The power to kill and kill was in the squad's hands. Leader, one wrong word is the end of your life. Traceless Divine, I can't get that thought out of my head. My heart is pounding. I don't dare lift my face. Wugong casually crossed his legs, his voice still sharp as a knife. Mercy, why should I? Traceless Divine quickly made a promise. I will compensate with treasures, pay a large price. Wugong shrugged indifferently. I also have plenty of treasures. That's why you came to rob the library, isn't that right? Traceless Divine choked on his words. The one who answered was clearly stupid, and the one who asked was too smart. He could only try to use his brain to be smarter. Then ordinary gold or treasures were no good. He remembered the treasures he had stolen, but none of them were worthy enough. Then he suddenly realized, treasures must be things that can be touched, seen. No, people are also treasures. Precious information is also treasures. Even though it was against the ethics of a thief, in order to live, Traceless Divine decided to sell everything he had. He firmly clenched his fist and declared to Wugong, I have top secret information that no one knows. Wugong showed interest, listened, and said. Traceless Divine then cautiously opened his mouth. Have you heard of Gold Taker and Earth Spirit? Wugong clicked his tongue. Let's say yes. Then what? Traceless Divine then began to narrate. Those two guys recently did a big thing. I didn't dare to think about it, nor did I intend to do it, but they did it. Wugong was a bit curious. What? Traceless Divine then suddenly said. The first person in the world. The answer made Wugong startled and tilted his head. Why suddenly mention him? Of course, Traceless Divine did not know that the Miram Alliance leader he mentioned was right in front of his eyes. Traceless Divine then hesitated, swallowed hard to regain his composure, and gave a statement that made the audience gasp. Those two guys stole 3 divine swords from the first person in the world. It was Wugong's turn to choke. He didn't understand. His eyes blinked quickly. What did you just say? The shocking words made the space silent. Traceless Divine repeated, a bit timidly, stole Wugong's 3 divine swords. Wugong was stunned. The Heaven's Master squad was also stunned. No one could believe it was true. Wugong was about to ask again when a figure quickly rushed out from the pavilion, heading straight towards where Traceless Divine was kneeling. Traceless Divine then chuckled, seeing everyone's shocked reactions. He believed that this information was valuable. He hoped for a kind word from the Heavenly Grand Master, but only heard a snap, a slap flying. The one who acted was Jagal Hai. Jagal Hai glared at Traceless Divine with indignation. How could a human do such a thing? She was angry because robbing a grave was the most despicable act of thieves. Moreover, it was also the grave of the uncle she loved the most, taking away the precious swords he treasured the most. Traceless Divine then hugged her cheek in pain, fell back to the ground, looked at Jagal Hai with aggrieved eyes. Young miss, it wasn't me who did it. Of course Jagal Hai knew. It was just because they were both thieves that made her mad. Immediately, the Heaven's Master squad roared, attacking with punches and kicks, showering him with insults. How could you steal that, you damn thief? These thieves are incurable. No one is allowed to touch Wugong's things. How long has Wugong been gone? A year, 2 years. Die, you scoundrel, die. Wugong raised his hand, and the Heaven's Master squad immediately fell silent. Looking at Traceless Divine, he sighed and spoke briefly and in detail. Traceless Divine then was beaten and bled, dragging on the ground, obediently saying, yes, it's like this. Recently, I met Gold Taker. He boasted that. Traceless Divine then started talking. Gold Taker told him that the person who proposed to steal the divine sword was the Earth Spirit. Gold Taker scoffed. Basically, everyone in Jianghu knows that the Miram Alliance's formation was designed by Gue Guzi. How could anyone break in, even if you did, with the 10 great masters guarding it? It's like seeking death. But Earth Spirit insisted he could do it. He had learned that the 10 great masters were currently absent. Moreover, the tomb of the #1 person in the world, located on Tianyao Mountain, surrounding the Miram Alliance, was actually unaffected by the formation. You just needed to dig from the outside, although it was quite difficult. But Goldtaker remained skeptical. If it's so easy, he asked, why doesn't Earth Spirit do it himself? Why did he ask me to join? Earth Spirit chuckled awkwardly and honestly admitted, I'm too scared to do it alone, and so, they agreed on a plan to rob Hugong's tomb. Hugong fell into contemplation for a moment, considering the abilities of Goldtaker and Earth Spirit. As he knew them, it was indeed possible. But to make sure the story was true, Hugong called Jagal Hai for confirmation. Jagal young miss. Jagal Hai naturally understood what he wanted. She nodded, her face darkening. Yes, the divine swords were buried with my uncle. Having said that, Jagal Hai became even angrier, her face turning purple with rage. Stealing the divine swords meant they had opened the coffin in the tomb. Just thinking about it was enough to suffocate her. Hugong understood Jagal Hai's feelings. He quietly stood up and went to her side. Now wasn't the time to sit calmly. His beloved niece was heartbroken. Hugong gently placed his hand on Jagal Hai's shoulder, comforting her softly. Jagal young miss, let's go find them. Hearing this, Jagal Hai was both surprised and touched. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude. She didn't know what to say, and choked out, young master, thank you. Jagal Hai had been about to ask Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad for help, but before she could regain her composure, he had taken the initiative, lifting a weight off her heart. Hugong nodded slightly with a gentle smile. You don't need to thank me, Jagal Hai. This is my responsibility, Hugong's responsibility, so it's only natural that I take care of it. Faced with this situation, instead of anger, Hugong felt fortunate. Lightning, speed, intimacy, the three swords he cherished when he was the Miram Alliance leader. Hugong intended to use this opportunity to retrieve his beloved swords, things he thought he would never have a chance to see again. After that, Hugong looked at Traceless Divine, Divine Thief, whereas Goldtaker's hiding place. Traceless Divine shook his head. I don't know exactly, but the last time I met him was near the Yangtze River stronghold. He was close to the Dongting Dragon King. Hugong nodded after listening. He believes in Traceless Divine, then there is no reason to lie at this time. The thief anyway values his life more than the life of his comrades. Moreover, according to Hugong's knowledge, Goldtaker is indeed acquainted with the Yangtze River stronghold. After considering the plan, Hugong looked straight into Traceless Divine Thi's eyes, offering to give him a chance to redeem himself. You lead the way, Traceless Divine Thi replied sullenly. Yes, even if he is not willing, he can only endure, rather than die. Hugong then looked at Jagal Hai. Jagal young miss, go to the Miram Alliance to confirm. Jagal Hai nodded in agreement. Yes, I was planning to do that. Hugong turned to the Heaven's Master Squad and began assigning tasks. Seol young miss and Jiam Chiak Xianxing will come along. I'll send the Yellow Hue Bird to relay messages when needed. The two respectfully replied, yes, squad leader. Their eyes flashed with determination to complete the mission, especially Seol Yang, whose Jianghu experience was still limited, and was eager to learn. That evening, the Heavenly Grand Archive fell silent again. The boisterous noise of the Heaven's Master Squad was gone. Hugong and they had left, leaving a large void. Inside the Heavenly Grand Archive, the old patriarch heard the news late and angrily stamped his feet. What's this? He's only been back a few days, and he's already gone. Yun and Bumong hurriedly tried to soothe him. Grandfather, calm down. But their grandfather couldn't quell his anger, relentlessly scolding Hugong. He came back after the season changed. How can I stay calm? Why does the Heavenly Grand Archive have to search for the Miram Alliance leader's swords? I don't understand. Do you understand? The old man, aged and frail, was about to collapse. His sigh echoed through the room, silencing his two grandchildren. Bumong, being clever, quickly found a way to shift the blame. Grandfather, it's because of the Iron Society leaders group. The poor old man, having just sat down, immediately stood up again in doubt, furrowing his brows and pressing. Why? Bumong, appearing to understand his older brother's intentions, cheerfully explained, the swords that the Iron Society leaders group gave were terrible. Older brother must be looking for new ones. The grandfather was speechless, collapsing back into his seat. He rubbed his temples, but his headache didn't subside. He wondered why his grandson was so foolish. The stupid person he was thinking of was of course not the eldest grandchild, but the youngest one, Bumong. This kid's ridiculous excuse that he thought was so good. The grandfather got angry and shouted, I mean, why didn't he look for a pen instead of looking for it? What is the need for a scribe to read a book? Half a month later, Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad sat by the second-floor window of a restaurant, overlooking Dongting Lake. The Heaven's Master Squad saw this scene for the first time and were endlessly amazed. Only Hugong's eyes held nostalgia. It had been a long time since he'd been here, but despite the time, the scenery remained the same, the lake vast as the sea, the landscape breathtakingly beautiful. Hugong also remembered the Dongting Dragon King. Among all the Dongting Dragon Kings, the current one possessed the highest martial arts skill and exceptional diving skills. Whenever he needed underwater exploration, he would call on him. This was when he was still the Miram Alliance leader. It was difficult for anyone to surpass the Dongting Dragon King in this. Of course, now Hugong had a subordinate even more excellent than the Dongting Dragon King, the Golden Toad. It not only knew how to dive but also had healing abilities and could even spit venom when needed. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were quite comprehensive, considering it was a toad. Incidentally, thinking about using poison, Hugong suddenly remembered that the Dongting Dragon King's wife seemed to be from the poison sex, an interesting coincidence. But then he clicked his tongue inwardly. Oh well, that's not important. He shifted his gaze from the window to the inside of the restaurant, observing the patrons. With a single glance, Hugong grasped the situation: a family with children, a few merchants, a sweet couple, and two men with swords at a table, silently drinking. These two men entered the restaurant at the same time as the Heaven's Master Squad. A man silently drinking alcohol is normal, but furtive, flashing eyes or not, they wanted to eavesdrop, so he would let them. Hugong withdrew his gaze and said to the three demon-subduing gorges, "Do you know the Dongting Dragon King?" The three demon-subduing gorges proudly thumped their chests, boasting, "Yes, older brother, we're very close, leave it to us." Hugong secretly sneered inwardly. Close? What's close? These three have never had any close relationships. The Heaven's Master Squad is probably their first. Seeing Hugong's displeasure and deeply skeptical gaze, the three demon-subduing gorges laughed loudly to persuade him. "Older brother, it's the truth, believe us." Hugong nodded slowly, his eyes narrowed, and asked again, "How close?" One of the three demon-subduing gorges chuckled, cracking his knuckles boastfully. "We fought him." Hugong raised an eyebrow. "Then what?" The second of the three demon-subduing gorges raised his cup, winking confidently, then drank a cup. Hugong grunted and nodded, pressing further, and then, the last of the three demon-subduing gorges said between chews, "Didn't see him again." His innocent expression made it seem as if it wasn't important. Hugong's expression, on the other hand, froze, showing disappointment, just as he expected. From the moment the three demon-subduing gorges acted confident, he knew, close, they only cared about themselves, and they even added the word very. The three demon-subduing gorges, seeing Hugong's expression, scratched their heads and burst out laughing. But Hugong consoled himself. It doesn't matter whether they're close or not, what matters is their reaction. He calmly assigned the task to the three demon-subduing gorges. "All right, the three of you go. I hope you receive a warm welcome." The three demon-subduing gorges confidently left the restaurant, saying, "Leave it to us." Immediately, the two men with swords sitting near Hugong's table exchanged furtive glances and silently signaled each other. Without a word, the two men calmly stood up. Their food was still full on the table, their drinks unfinished, yet they hurried away. Anyone looking would notice something unusual. Compared to people who had urgent business and had to leave immediately, their faces were too calm. Their artificiality was even more suspicious. As the two men began to act, Hugong, of course, had already noticed. He was certain these two would report the news before the three demon-subduing gorges arrived, and the entire conversation he just had with them would soon reach the Dongting Dragon King's ears. As Hugong predicted, shortly after the two men left the restaurant, a pigeon took flight. The string attached to the letter on the pigeon's leg fluttered in the wind as it spread its wings. Hugong could clearly see it through the restaurant window. The bird quickly reached its destination. The Dongting Dragon King received the letter and frowned upon opening it. The Heaven's Master Squad. Before the Dongting Dragon King, Deputy Commander Unya Cheon bowed. "Yes, it's the Heaven's Master Squad, recently famous." The Dongting Dragon King was over 50, but his handsome face looked only 30, usually serious. He suddenly became fierce. "Unya Cheon, I'm not asking because I don't know. Why did the Heaven's Master Squad suddenly come to our stronghold? And why are the insane three demon-subduing gorges the messengers?" The Dongting Dragon King pulled his hair out in frustration, roaring across the ship's deck. Unya Cheon was flustered by the stronghold leader's anxious attitude. What should we do? Actually, the Dongting Dragon King couldn't think of a solution, which is why he was frantic. Now, being asked a difficult question, made him even more irritated. What should we do? Unya Cheon suddenly smirked, rubbing his hands together as if waiting for that question. Yes, let's immediately sink them. The Dongting Dragon King slammed the chair. Are you crazy? Why sink them? You want to sink them at every chance. I'll sink you right now. Unya Cheon, flustered and sweating, quickly shrank back, stammering, I am sorry. Then what should we do? The Dongting Dragon King gritted his teeth. let's hear what they want first, and treat them decently. Unya Cheong quickly obeyed. Yes, stronghold leader. The Yangtze River stronghold is originally one of the 18 Yangtze River waterway strongholds. The main stronghold is located on a small island in the middle of Dongting Lake. Just an hour later, the guests visited the main stronghold. The three demon subduing gorges, having just set foot on the dock, began to speak as if they were very close. Oh, Dongting Dragon King, you look much brighter than before. Such thoughtful hospitality clearly shows that it's not only us who remember the old days. How's your sister-in-law? Is she well? Such affectionate greetings made it seem as if the three demon-subduing gorges and the Dongting Dragon King were longtime friends, so close that they knew each other's families. But upon receiving those friendly greetings, the Dongting Dragon King's face froze in embarrassment. To be honest, he didn't have good memories of the three demon-subduing gorges. He recalled something from about 7 or 8 years ago. The Dongting Dragon King and the three demon-subduing gorges had a big fight. He suffered a ripped side. And the three weren't unscathed either. He didn't remember why they fought, or why they drank together afterward. The conflict simply passed. They laughed it off and didn't see each other again. But occasionally, when he remembered, the Dongting Dragon King would be so angry he couldn't sleep. At the time he didn't mind, but the more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. 3 against 1, 3 against 1. If it had been 1-on-1, he would have killed each of them. But why did he let it go then? He didn't remember, and he couldn't understand. This time, upon meeting again, the Dongting Dragon King wanted to clarify what happened years ago, but facing the three demon-subduing gorges, he felt that bringing up the past would be petty, so he couldn't open his mouth. Instead, he sarcastically said, "Shut up, I hear you've been having a rough time lately." The three demon-subduing gorges tilted their heads in surprise. Heard what? The Dongting Dragon King sneered. The whole world knows, the stubborn three demon-subduing gorges are now groveling before a young scribe, right? I doubt that's true. The Dongting Dragon King was ready to strike, his eyes eagerly anticipating the three demon-subduing gorges' reaction, flipping tables, going crazy, cursing, fighting, something like that. As long as they dared, he would play along. His men were already in ambush. Unexpectedly, the Dongting Dragon King was met with a burst of laughter. The three demon-subduing gorges casually admitted, "Haha, that's right, we're living for that now. Groveling before older brother is the ultimate thrill, our hearts pound. We do it once in the morning and again at night." The Dongting Dragon King's face was now as hard as stone. "You guys are all crazy." The three demon-subduing gorges chuckled, scorning his childish provocation. "You're the crazy one, haha, you're suddenly losing it." Right after that, the three demon-subduing gorges cleverly brought up the main topic to test his reaction. "Where's Gold Taker?" The Dongting Dragon King flinched slightly, as if startled, but he quickly changed his expression, feigning doubt. "How would I know where Gold Taker is?" However, the three demon-subduing gorges couldn't miss that moment of hesitation from the Dongting Dragon King. They sneered, pointing at him. "You know, right? You know, your face is hilarious." The Dongting Dragon King coughed, forcing a laugh. "Haha, what do you know? You're talking nonsense." Suddenly mentioning Gold Taker, one of the three great Dao, anyone would be startled. "Our stronghold isn't lacking in treasures." His voice tried to sound calm, but it was too late. The eyes of the three masters who deflected hidden weapons clearly saw his embarrassment, which he couldn't hide. Having achieved their goal of probing, the three demon-subduing gorges stood up and turned to leave. "We'll be back to see older brother. See you later." The tea was great. Watching the three demon-subduing gorges casually leave, without showing any respect for the stronghold leader, the Dongting Dragon King flew into a rage, slamming the table with a loud bang, the vibration spreading down to the lake's surface. The three demon-subduing gorges were stunned, turning back to look at the Dongting Dragon King, their eyes silently asking, "What is this crazy guy doing? He's completely lost it." The Dongting Dragon King's blood rushed to his head. He tried to get the three demon-subduing gorges' attention just to deny what they had just said. "You suddenly appeared and talked nonsense." The three demon-subduing gorges sneered. "You know." The Dongting Dragon King still pretended to be unconcerned. "Know what?" The three demon-subduing gorges smirked, winking. "Wugong's divine sword." Then the three turned their backs and left, not forgetting to wave politely, their demeanor as relaxed as when they arrived. The Dongting Dragon King was stunned. Even after the three demon-subduing gorges walked out the door, reached the dock, and boarded their boat, he stood there dumbfounded, unable to stop them. When the boat's silhouette disappeared into the distance, the Dongting Dragon King finally collapsed, beginning to think carefully. "This has been exposed. How is that possible?" The Dongting Dragon King's mind was in turmoil. Not many people knew about this, only Traceless Divine Thief had heard Gold Taker boast, so, that means Traceless Divine Thief has been captured. After considering it for a while, the Dongting Dragon King felt that situation was impossible. Traceless Divine Thief wasn't easily captured. Who could catch him? No one had ever seen his real face, even those close to him couldn't recognize him, so how could he have been caught? The more the Dongting Dragon King thought, the more stuck he became. If it wasn't Traceless Divine Thief, then who was it? He didn't know, couldn't guess, and no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any clues. So he shifted his thoughts, his gaze following his train of thought towards the distant lake, to kill or not to kill. The Dongting Dragon King's eyes flashed with murderous intent, staring at the boat that carried the 3 demon-subduing gorges away. Among the ways to solve the problem, killing someone to cover the clue is the neatest way. But then the Dongting Dragon King shook his head. It wasn't just the 3 demon-subduing gorges, the problem was the Heaven's Master Squad and their squad leader. The 3 demon-subduing gorges had come here according to the squad leader's words, meaning their squad leader also knew about this. The Dongting Dragon King realized that the key was the person who could make the crazed 3 demon-subduing gorges willingly submit. Eliminating that person would be enough. Even though the Heaven's Master Squad's squad leader had recently gained fame, he didn't think they could match his stronghold. The Dongting Dragon King subtly waved his hand. Unya Cheon understood immediately, nodded, and withdrew. The stronghold's people were already familiar with planning strategies, so the Lord didn't need to give further instructions. The Dongting Dragon King sat alone, lost in thought. He recalled diving into the water. Initially, the waves roared in his ears, but the deeper he went, the quieter it became, until he heard nothing at all. Therefore, he thought that to silence someone forever, drowning was the best way. Frankly, nothing was quieter than death by drowning. The Dongting Dragon King looked up at the sky, a sinister smile on his face, yet his mind was incredibly at ease. He listened to the waves lapping against the pillars of his stronghold, feeling serene and self-satisfied with his own cleverness. The Heaven's Master Squad might be renowned on land, but it was different on the water. They would never reach his stronghold unless he allowed it. Meanwhile, a pleasure boat cut through the waves, moving slowly and leisurely as if it were out for a stroll. On the boat was the Heaven's Master Squad. They had chartered the whole thing, and as usual, they were loud, singing and hollering. "We're going to the Yangtze River stronghold. We're going to see the Dongting Dragon King. We're going too. We're the Heaven's Master Squad." Other boats looked over, but the Heaven's Master Squad didn't care. They only quieted down after yelling for a while. On the other side of the boat, Hugong was standing with Traceless Divine Thief. The thief was in disguise again, looking ragged and miserable. He glanced at Hugong and hesitantly said, "Young master, I don't know if I should say this, but..." Hugong clicked his tongue and gave Traceless Divine Thief an indifferent look. "If you're hesitant, then don't say it." Traceless Divine Thief dejectedly replied in bitterness, "Yes, but my mouth is itching to talk." The Dongting Dragon King's reaction was as if he had confessed his sins. Now he feels he can leave, but I don't understand why Hugong is still making him come to the Yangtze River stronghold. I just don't get it. Traceless Divine Thief hesitantly spoke again, "Young master, I've thought it over, but..." Hugong didn't even bother to listen to him finish his sentence, cutting him off decisively with a cold voice. "Don't think." Traceless Divine Thief became dejected again, his long eyebrows drooping down in helplessness. "Yes." Hugong smiled inwardly when he saw Traceless Divine Thief's wrinkled expression. Even after so long, this guy's dejected look was still the same. Then Hugong suddenly spoke in a friendly tone. "Divine Thief." Traceless Divine Thief tilted his head in confusion. "Yes." Hugong asked him in an unusually familiar voice, "Can you swim?" Traceless Divine Thief chuckled. "I'm a clumsy swimmer, but I won't drown." While the two of them and the Heaven's Master Squad were focused on telling their own stories, the crew members secretly looked at each other with meaningful nods. Hugong didn't even turn his head to look at the crew members' strange actions. He just calmly nodded with a satisfied look after hearing Traceless Divine Thief's answer. "That's good." Traceless Divine Thief blankly wondered, completely unable to keep up with Hugong's thoughts. "Why are you suddenly asking about swimming?" Hugong became silent again. He looked down at the side of the boat, secretly showing a calm smile, his eyes flashing with anticipation as if he were waiting for something to arrive. After a moment, Hugong clicked his tongue and said to Traceless Divine Thief, "There will be a time when we have to swim." At that very moment, under the boat, 5 people were slowly diving up silently. As soon as they touched the side of the boat, the group immediately began to drill holes with daggers. The knives scraped against the wood, causing splinters to fly out in quiet, gurgling sounds. Meanwhile, Traceless Divine Thief was still spacing out, looking at Hugong in bewilderment. "Sorry, but when?" Hugong calmly replied, right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the crew jumped into the water, synchronized as if they had planned it in advance. Splashing sounds echoed in the night. The crew members swam quickly, moving further and further away. Ignoring their bewildered employers, the Heaven's Master Squad cried out in surprise, "Where are you going? Hey, you can't abandon the boat, come back." Traceless Divine Thief was also stunned, confusedly asking Hugong, "What are they doing? Why are they swimming?" Hugong saw everything but remained completely calm. He let out a sneer, slowly shrugged his shoulders. "If the boat sinks, that's what happens." Traceless Divine Thief shouted in shock, "Ha, the boat's sinking." The conversation was cut short when the boat tilted to the left, collapsing as water rushed in like a flood. With a sudden collapse, the boat continued to sink deeper into the water. Beyond saving, the sudden imbalance caused the Heaven's Master Squad to startle and scream, "Oh, what's going on? The boat's tilting." They all panicked, except for Hugong, who remained calm. Before long, 12 boats quickly appeared near the Heaven's Master Squad's boat. The boats cut through the waves, approaching with no intention of helping. On each boat were people holding swords and sabers, fierce, aggressive, and excited. From a boat at the head of the group, Vice Stronghold leader Unya Cheon laughed loudly and shouted, "Which one of you is the Heaven's Master Squad leader?" A young man raised his hand. Of course, it was Hugong, greeting them with a relaxed smile. "Planning to kill us," Unya Cheon sneered. "It's you, ha, ha ha, what a pointless question, kid. You don't understand the world, suffer the consequences of your recklessness, blame yourself," he said, bursting into laughter, extremely pleased because he thought victory was in the palm of his hand. Hugong smiled inwardly, silently confirming, "I see." The Dongting Dragon King's reaction was excessive. It's only like this when there's something to hide. Now that the truth was revealed, Hugong wanted to joke even more, sarcastically asking Unya Cheon, "I almost thought you came to welcome us." Unya Cheon burst into laughter again, "Haha, you're good at talking nonsense, scribe." The boat was now half submerged. The Heaven's Master Squad hurriedly jumped into the water. Traceless Divine Thief next to Hugong also jumped. Only Hugong remained on the sinking boat. Everyone urged him, "Older brother, the boat is sinking, you have to get out." Hugong nodded, "All right, everyone get out quickly." "Squad leader, hurry up," the 3 demon-subduing gorges shouted as they swam, seeing that Hugong was still standing on the bow of the boat, moving slowly and without worry. Then, in a flash, Hugong began to act. He let himself slide down the slope of the boat, pressing his feet into the wooden surface to slow down. As soon as his feet touched the railing of the boat closest to the water, Hugong jumped, disappearing from the sinking boat like a weightless bird. But there was no splash afterwards. Everyone watched Hugong. His feet didn't touch the water, he hovered a hand's width above the surface. Everyone's mouths hung open, unable to close. The 12 boats surrounding the Heaven's Master Squad also became completely silent. Then bursts of shocked cries erupted. "What? He's walking on water." Traceless Divine Thief reacted the same way, his mind spinning as he looked at Hugong. Didn't expect his martial arts to be so high. What kind of person am I traveling with? Amid the gazes of astonishment and admiration, Hugong raised his right hand. 5 white rays of light appeared, as small as needles on his 5 fingers, floating in the air, joy elevation needles. The positions of the 5 people under the water appeared clearly in Hugong's eyes, even though the sky was pitch black and the moonlight reflecting on the water made it even harder to see. Hugong waved his sleeve, gently smiling, "I will only warn you." The 5 rays of light shot out from Hugong's hand and plunged into the water. Just the contact with the water caused violent waves, then they split the water, seeking their targets. Each needle moved smoothly along its predetermined trajectory. The 5 pirates saw the rays of light. Before they could do anything, they froze in place. In an instant, they were hit, their bodies jerked, and gurgling sounds came out. Fortunately for them, Hugong had held back. The joy elevation needles stopped before piercing their hearts, only causing them to writhe and choke on water like crazy. Then Hugong charged forward, gliding on the surface of the water. He was like a wave, fast and light, fierce but not noisy. Before the pirates on the boat could react, Hugong suddenly jumped high into the air. His figure appeared under the moonlight, as beautiful as a celestial being. The disturbed water tried to follow his heels but couldn't reach him. With just one jump, Hugong was right above Unya Cheon's boat, grinning as he asked him, "You came to welcome me, right?" Unya Cheon's face turned pale, and he stepped back, momentarily unable to say a word when confronted with a being that didn't seem human. However, Hugong didn't attack Unya Cheon. He landed on his boat, calmly standing behind him, his footsteps as light as silk falling on silk. The pirates on the boat looked at him in confusion. The swords and sabers in their hands were like useless pieces of iron. Unya Cheon was still terrified, unable to react to the situation. Hugong spoke again, his smile containing a threat. Lead the way. Unya Cheon trembled, not daring to turn his head. What are you waiting for? It's the Heaven's Master squad leader. The pirates turned to look at their commander with unbelievable eyes. They tensely waited for an order that could lead to a tragic end for them. As soon as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Unya Cheon turned his head, glancing around nervously, his face pale. Then he shouted the order in a loud voice with tears streaming down his face. Salute him. The Yangtze River stronghold was originally the 18-pirate stronghold along the Yangtze River. The main camp was located on a small island in the middle of Dongting Lake. When the 12 boats arrived at the island, the pirates roared and shouted. Everyone had heard about the mission. After the 3 demon-subduing gorges behaved rudely and left, they heard about the Heaven's Master squad attacking. Vice main camp leader Unya Cheon directly commanded, and 5 other camp leaders and elites were urgently summoned, forming 12 battleships. The result of the siege was now clear. In the eyes of the pirates waiting at the dock, the Heaven's Master squad was captured alive, surrounded, and brought in. They shouted and laughed loudly with pride. Those are the people from the Heaven's Master squad. They dared to be rude to the main camp leader. Kill them all. Get your necks ready to be chopped off. I'll bury you at the bottom of the river, skin you alive so you know what's coming. Amidst the boisterous cheers and excitement of the pirates, Unya Cheon's face, already pale, turned even whiter. His forced smile became distorted as he felt Hugong's mocking gaze piercing the back of his neck. Unya Cheon swallowed hard, trying to diffuse the embarrassing situation with a smile. The Heaven's Master squad leader, don't misunderstand, this is a welcome. Hugong responded with a smile, but his words were like a knife to Unya Cheon's throat. Laced with curses, Unya Cheon awkwardly defended himself. This is our unique way of greeting. Hugong clicked his tongue in complaint. Such rude men. Unya Cheon nodded obsequiously. You're absolutely right. Immediately after, he shouted at the pirates crowding the pier. Too quiet. This is the Heaven's Master squad leader. Greet him louder. Unya Cheon ordered them to shout louder, but the cheers quickly subsided. The pirates, with their drawn swords, belatedly realized the situation, and their excitement vanished like sea foam. They thought they were surrounding him, thought they were smiling, but the faces of Deputy Chief Unya Cheon and the other chiefs turned pale. They thought they were capturing him, but it turned out they were being captured. The whole pirate gang went white-faced. Damn it. No sooner had the noise died down than Hugong reminded Unya Cheon, Deputy Chief, the greetings have stopped. Unya Cheon's smile became even more forced. He could only rack his brains for an excuse. Yes, squad leader, too much isn't good. The Yangtze River stronghold knows how to keep things in moderation. Hugong laughed. Haha, wonderful. Unya Cheon flusteredly said thank you, but in Hugong's head, he thought, whether it's the Green Forest or the Yangtze, thieves always have strange ways of speaking. Conversations are always fun. At that moment, a young man slowly approached from the building in front of the pier, his face angular but quite elegant, a man in his early 20s. Before Hugong could ask, Unya Cheon proactively transmitted a report. The son of the chief, his name is Jang Hyun-il. Hugong was slightly surprised in his heart. Oh, he's grown so much. The son of the Dongting Dragon King Jang Cheon. Hugong had met him when he was a baby, just learning to walk. Unya Cheon stared blankly at Hugong, wondering about his exclamation but not daring to ask. Grown so much. The Heaven's Master squad leader is also young. Why speak like an adult meeting a child who has grown up? Jang Hyun-il approached, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Heaven's Master squad leader. Did you encounter any inconvenience on your way here? Hugong also bowed politely, smoothly. Thank you for the welcome. Jang Hyun-il continued to speak quite friendly and even seemed refined, unlike the demeanor of a pirate. From here, I will lead the way for you. Hugong calmly walked closer to Jang Hyun-il and unexpectedly reached out to dust off Jang Hyun-il's shoulder naturally. All right, but you have dust on your shoulder. Jang Hyun-il was completely unaware that, at that moment, a pressure point had been targeted. He just thought it was a bit strange that this person was suddenly so friendly, but then he dismissed the minor detail and laughed heartily. Haha, thank you, please follow this way. Just as Hugong left with Jang Hyun-il, Unya Cheon quietly slipped away along another path. While Jang Hyun-il led Hugong and the Heaven's Master squad to the reception room, Unya Cheon went deep into the chief's residence, where the houses were spacious and well-lit, like a bustling residential area in a city. When he entered the chief's room, Unya Cheon stood before the Dongting Dragon King. He recounted the events, his feelings, cautiously, with his head bowed, not daring to face the chief. That's what happened. The Dongting Dragon King's face gradually turned red, and then, Unya Cheon, hearing the cold voice and incomprehensible question, startled and raised his head, unable to hide his confusion. Yes, he really doesn't understand. blinking rapidly. He felt he had recounted the events honestly, without adding or subtracting. The opponent stood on water, far exceeding water-walking skill, hit 5 divers without looking, knocking them unconscious, jumped over 30 yards down to the pirate ship. The story is simple. Why the Dongting Dragon King asked, and then, when Unya Cheon peeked up again, the Dongting Dragon King's eyes were blazing. He immediately lowered his head. Unya Cheon immediately bowed low, wholeheartedly saying, "My sins, forgive me." "Yes, Dragon King," your subordinate humbly submits. After seeing him today, the matter of Bukyo Mountain is probably true. The story of Bukyo Mountain is spread that the Spirit Valley captured Jagal Hai, threw her from above, a fox flew across the sky, caught her, Manhwa saw, Cheongnam saw, others saw as well. The Jianghu was stirred. The Dongting Dragon King knew the name of the Heavenly Grand Archive Young Master since then, but he didn't think Hugong was a serious issue. So what? The Dongting Dragon King's eyes flashed with malice. A dagger already in his hand was plunged into the table. Listen carefully, kill him and the Heaven's Master squad. Unya Cheon didn't dare raise his head to look at the Dongting Dragon King, his face pale, sweat pouring down like a shower. The word massacre flashed in his mind, but not of the Heaven's Master squad, but of the Yangtze River stronghold. Today, the Heaven's Master squad leader had been lenient with the 5 who pierced his ship, displaying his martial arts as enough of a warning. With that martial arts, killing a grandmaster like Sword Immortal Manhwa would not be difficult. So Unya Cheon couldn't understand why the Dongting Dragon King was so determined to do this. It was unlike the usual Dongting Dragon King, but even though he felt that killing Hugong was impossible, Unya Cheon couldn't disobey orders. He bowed his head even deeper, his eyes tightly closed to try and recover his spirits. The Dongting Dragon King, seeing Unya Cheon silent as if worried that the upcoming action would be difficult to succeed, quickly revealed his battle plan with a sinister smile. "My plan is like this." Then, the plan that the Dongting Dragon King meticulously designed was presented clearly. Listening to the plan, which seemed quite thorough, Unya Cheon's eyes gradually flashed with murderous intent. Finally, a confident and cunning smile returned to the corners of Unya Cheon's mouth. If that's the case. After agreeing on the course of action, Unya Cheon quickly left, leaving the Dongting Dragon King alone in the room, arms crossed, lost in thought. A moment later, he quietly stood up, his figure wavering like a ghost. He walked to the bookshelf on the left wall and pushed it aside. The bulky bookshelf moved, creating a creaking sound but not too loud. When the wall behind the bookshelf was revealed, the Dongting Dragon King placed his hand on a point on it, feeling precisely for the location of the brick he was familiar with, and pressed it. The wall unexpectedly split open, revealing a secret chamber inside with 3 shelves. On each shelf were many small jade bottles of different shapes and colors. The Dongting Dragon King immediately reached for a bottle without hesitation, as if he had considered this long before acting. However, before he could touch the bottle he needed, the door suddenly burst open, and a human presence flooded in, causing him to freeze. The Dongting Dragon King hastily grabbed the bottle and turned around, his eyes blazing as he roared, "Who is it? Who dares to intrude?" But the moment he saw the person who had entered the room, the murderous intent in his eyes softened. It was a middle-aged woman, fair-skinned, with a gentle appearance. The Dongting Dragon King startled when he met her gaze. "Madam." The woman was Somi, the wife of the Dongting Dragon King. Her voice trembled. "What are you planning to do?" Somi's terrified eyes looked at the red jade bottle in the Dongting Dragon King's hand, then back at him, but the Dongting Dragon King replied coldly, "You've heard it." "That's right," Somi frantically asked. "Are you trying to kill us all?" She not only heard the Dongting Dragon King's plan, but she also heard of the divine power of the Heavenly Grand Archive Young Master. "Rumors in the Jianghu, appearing before us. He eliminated the one who used the soul capture in Cheongnam. The one who used the skill absorption technique also died at his hands. The Heaven's Master squad leader, he is determined to act, without hesitation. Once the Orthodox Masters show murderous intent, there is no turning back. Even without the Heaven's Master squad leader taking action, just looking at the members of the Heaven's Master squad, the consequences are unimaginable." Somi didn't understand why her husband had chosen this path. She tried to dissuade the Dongting Dragon King. "Why did you make such a decision? Are you implicated in something, or are you being deceived by something?" However, the Dongting Dragon King's answer extinguished Somi's hope. "There's nothing. How could we die?" Somi couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed forward to snatch the jade bottle from the Dongting Dragon King's hand. "Put it down, now." However, the Dongting Dragon King was quicker. He not only blocked his wife but also raised his voice. "Women, don't interfere." Somi's eyes were red and moist. She tried to plead. "That's what father gave me. not to use it like this. The Dongting Dragon King still clutched the jade bottle tightly, his eyes full of determination. Now is the time. Sumi burst into tears of helplessness. You're so stubborn, why are you pretending not to understand? The Dongting Dragon King became even more irritable. What? Sumi earnestly persuaded the Dongting Dragon King with words from the bottom of her heart. Poison can't take us to the top. If poison could solve everything, the poison sects would have unified the world already. The title of #1 in the world would already be father's. But how could that be? Are the poison sects among the 9 great sects, reaching a high level? Poison is useless, it only brings disaster. Why can't you look at the truth? Looking at the Dongting Dragon King's frozen expression as he heard these words, it was clear that he understood everything, but that didn't mean he would give in. After a moment's hesitation, the Dongting Dragon King's eyes flashed with murderous intent again. A sinister smile bloomed on his lips. This is different, special. At this moment, Sumi unconsciously remembered her father's words. Daughter, or wrong judgment, just one mistake. The Yangtze can be stained with blood. Daughter, at that time, you must not hesitate, you must not turn back, you must run. She remembered her father's words clearly, and now she understood. The day her father spoke of could be today. Sumi, in a panic, began to step back away from the Dongting Dragon King as if avoiding a demon. She felt like her legs had lost all sensation, wanting to collapse, but this situation didn't allow her to be weak. Sumi covered her trembling mouth, her teeth clenched, tears streaming down her face in despair. That day is today. After regaining her composure, Sumi took a deep breath, speaking to her husband in a resolute and indifferent voice. All right, do whatever you want. Not understanding why his wife had given up her opposition so easily, the Dongting Dragon King tilted his head. Immediately after, Sumi looked up, looking directly into her husband's eyes with unwavering determination, and declared bluntly, I'm leaving, I'm taking Hyan back to the poison sections. Having said that, she turned and left, but the Dongting Dragon King only watched his wife with cold eyes, not bothering to hold her back. Sumi sobbed, her heart filled with resentment. She stood in front of the room's door, as if giving the Dongting Dragon King one last chance, and also giving herself one last hope for the marital affection between them. But the Dongting Dragon King stubbornly didn't move even a step. He stood silently in the darkness, focused solely on the jade vase in his hand. Counting to 10, Sumi turned her head to look at the Dongting Dragon King with a bitter expression, and choked out the question, aren't you going to keep me here? But the only response was a heart-wrenching silence. The unspoken answer was too clear. Sumi had no more hope, and left the room in grief and frustration. The Dongting Dragon King was once again alone in the room, his eyes never leaving the jade vase in his hand. It was a red jade vase, precious blood jade, but what was inside it was even more valuable. Alone, the Dongting Dragon King muttered with a face twisted into a smile like a madman, crimson void poison, having this is enough, with this, anyone is finished. Very soon after that, Sumi went to call her son. Jang Hyan was entertaining Hugong in the living room when a subordinate hurriedly ran in. The subordinate whispered into Jang Hyan's ear, recounting what Sumi had just conveyed to him. Jang Hyan was surprised and tilted his head. Mother, the subordinate nodded urgently, perhaps you should go there immediately. Jang Hyan immediately excused himself from Hugong and stood up. Grand young master, something has happened, please excuse my departure. Hugong laughed politely, saying it was no problem. It was truly interesting talking with you. Then Jang Hyan left immediately, leaving Hugong alone in the living room, watching his departing back. In fact, Hugong already knew Sumi had arrived. He overheard the conversation between the Dongting Dragon King and Sumi from afar. Memories surfaced in his mind. That's right, the Dongting Dragon King's wife not only came from the poison sex, but she was also the daughter of Poison King Soha, named Sumi. Jang Hyan rushed to where Sumi was waiting, his heart burning with anxiety. He didn't seem to know how insane the Dongting Dragon King's intentions were. Jang Hyan opened Sumi's door and anxiously asked, Mother, what's wrong? Sumi's eyes were swollen and still crying, calling her son's name with a stifled voice she couldn't hide. Sumi brushed away the tears streaming down her cheeks and said to her son with a determined voice, We have to leave immediately, come with me back to your maternal grandparents. Having just entertained a guest and not hearing the plan, Jang Hyan was at a loss, stuttering, What's wrong? Sumi choked back tears as she recounted what had just happened. Now, your father. Hearing the story, Jang Hyan's face showed clear shock. He didn't expect the Dongting Dragon King to have such a bold, even crazy, idea. Jang Hyan's eyes were full of panic. Why did father decide this? Sumi lowered her head and responded sadly, I don't know, but the result is as clear as day. Even if the Heaven's Master Squad all die, and only the Grand Young Master survives, then no one here can survive. Thinking of that bloody scene, Somi couldn't help but sob again. Then she instinctively grabbed Jang Hyunil's hand. She shook her son strongly, as if to keep him awake. "Don't follow the wrong path of his father," her voice pleaded urgently, as if begging, "I can't let you die." Jang Hyunil was confused and tried to find a solution to the problem in the most peaceful way. "Mother, please persuade father." But Somi didn't let Jang Hyunil finish his sentence, and panicked, shouting, "No, there's no time, we have to run as far as possible." Somi almost screamed. Jang Hyunil couldn't say anything more. Finally, he sighed and gripped his mother's shoulders tightly, nodded, and looked into her eyes to reassure her, "I understand." To prepare for the escape, Somi had already packed a bundle of belongings. Then she shouted, ordering the subordinates, "Quickly, prepare a boat, hurry up." The subordinates' eyes all focused on the mother and son with questions. But who dared to refuse? Who dared to ask again? The boat was prepared immediately according to her orders. After that, Somi and Jang Hyunil rushed to the dock. Ignoring the bewildered eyes of the pirates around them, the two ran straight to the small boat that was moored. The boat was assured to have enough supplies for a long journey, even if they were only minimal items. The waves lapped against the side of the boat, as if urging Somi and her son's footsteps. Somi boarded the boat first, waving at Jang Hyunil, "Son, come here quickly." Jang Hyunil didn't respond because he had put all his strength into rushing to the boat. But suddenly there was a cracking sound, and Jang Hyunil's footsteps gradually slowed down. Before long, he stopped completely before stepping onto the boat. Somi was busy taking in the anchor rope, not paying attention to Jang Hyunil's sudden stop, until he called out in confusion, "Mother." Somi urged him again, "What's wrong? Come on." Jang Hyunil stood still, unmoving, his voice choked, "Mother." Somi burst into tears immediately. "You've changed your mind, you can't bear to leave your father. Then what about me, this mother who will lose her son? What am I supposed to do? Son, please, come here, I can't lose you." Somi looked at her son, sobbing, but Jang Hyunil still didn't move. His legs tensed up and trembled, but he still couldn't lift them. "Mother, I. Unable to move, Jang Hyunil almost had a heart attack at this moment. He didn't know what was wrong with him, couldn't guess. His face turned pale with fear. Seeing her son's confusion, Somi was also confused. What do you mean?" Jang Hyunil sensed the cause of the problem, but it was too unbelievable and incomprehensible for him to state his guess with certainty. "Meridian points, it's been tapped." Somi immediately looked around and jumped off the boat, asking urgently, "Who tapped your acupoints?" No one came close, and nothing flew over. "It's impossible." Jang Hyunil gasped for breath in shock. "I don't understand either, but I'm sure of it, it's acupoint tapping." Jang Hyunil gave up trying to release the acupoints himself after trying with all his strength. He didn't know who had done this, but he knew he couldn't escape. Somi's eyes trembled as she thought of a possibility. Could it be the delayed acupoint strike, the legendary acupoint tapping technique? The delayed acupoint strike doesn't take effect immediately, but after a period of time. But who can execute the delayed acupoint strike? Somi stopped her trembling lips, gently caressing and comforting her son, while trying to find clues. "Did anyone touch you?" Jang Hyunil thought for a moment and denied it. "No one." Somi knew that fear would confuse people, so she continued to mumble, guiding her son's thoughts. There definitely must be. Think carefully." They also couldn't just stand still, astonished and confused like this. So while Jang Hyunil was thinking, Somi tried to release the acupoints. Unfortunately for them, the person who tapped the acupoints was the best in the world. How could they be released? Somi tried, but there was no way she knew was effective. Somi collapsed. "No, I can't release the acupoints." Even if she tried to get Jang Hyunil on the boat and run, they couldn't get far. She really didn't know what to do now. Thinking of the scene of not being able to escape the hands of the person who used the delayed acupoint strike, Somi began to despair, hugging her son and crying sadly. She was so scared that she couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, Jang Hyunil remembered an important thing. "Mother, I remember now." Somi swallowed her tears and asked her son again to try to find a glimmer of hope. Who? Jang Hyunil was now stiff all over. His body and mind were empty, leaving only one haunting name echoing: the Heavenly Grand Archive. Grand Young Master. In this moment, Jang Hyunil's pale skin had turned green like a frog's skin, and fear had completely covered his thoughts. All that he could remember was Hugong's extremely gentle pat on the shoulder when they met at the pier. "Grand Young Master touched my shoulder." Other than that, there was nothing else. Somi was horrified, covering her mouth to stop a scream. What? At this moment, the Dongting Dragon King's plan had begun. In the reception room, the pirates had set up 3 tables. The main table was for the Heaven's Master Squad leader and the Dongting Dragon King, and the other 2 tables were for the Heaven's Master Squad. the aroma of the tea spread, sweet, pleasant, especially for someone with a keen sense of smell like Hugong. The scent of the tea was even more vivid in every detail. Hugong deeply sensed the murderous intent in the tea's aroma and praised, Dongting Dragon King, this tea is fragrant. Hugong had given an opportunity, but the Dongting Dragon King deliberately ignored it, foolishly laughing loudly, haha, young master, try it, the aroma is nothing compared to the taste. Seeing the Dongting Dragon King's forced smile, Hugong also smiled, wondering what was possessing him. In everyone's heart, there are personal beliefs. These beliefs are deeply engraved in the mind in some form, a determination, a failure. These beliefs will become what guides life. I can do anything, I am a person of my word. Or they can make life feel helpless. I can't do it, I'm not allowed, I can't manage it, I'm not confident. Some people have only one belief, while others have many. Some beliefs are formed from the environment in which one grows up. I will become like my father, or, I will absolutely not live like my father. Just once, I will fulfill your wish, whatever it is. I will become the best. I will live a brilliant life. I will protect you. Everyone lives with their own beliefs. Beliefs can change, be added to, or be removed. There may also be a day when beliefs are forgotten. Even after being determined, even after cherishing them, one can forget beliefs and live on. But Zhang Qian did not forget. Even though he had become the Dongting Dragon King, he did not forget his promise to Gold Taker. Gold Taker, before becoming Gold Taker, his name was Kanyu. In his childhood, he was a wandering orphan. They became sworn brothers and made a promise. Zhang Qian once swore, Kanyu, your difficulties are my difficulties, your joy is my joy, I will live like that. Hearing this, Kanyu chuckled delightedly, haha, that's good. Seeing this, Zhang Qian was even more eager to hear Kanyu's reply. And you? Kanyu smiled broadly and continued, I'm different, I just want to be a good friend, not cause trouble or become a burden for you. But when I'm happy, be happy with me. I will become rich, I will steal the whole world. Every time that happens, be happy with me. Sometimes you can even laugh at me. That was Kanyu's exact words. Kanyu said it was different, but Zhang Qian thought they had promised the same thing. And according to that saying, Kanyu stole the world and became Gold Taker. While he became the Dongting Dragon King, many years passed, and the words in the Dongting Dragon King's heart were still clear. Before the Dongting Dragon King now was the Heavenly Grand Archive young master, leisurely enjoying tea. He knew that young master was looking for Kanyu, looking for Gold Taker. Gold Taker said he had stolen Hugong's divine sword. The Heavenly Grand Archive young master possessed extraordinary martial arts, undeniably, but how did he know the secret about the divine sword? The Dongting Dragon King couldn't understand it, but it didn't matter. What was important was that the secret had to return to being a secret. The belief in the Dongting Dragon King's heart resounded once again. Kanyu, your difficulties are my difficulties. I will end this before the young master's hand reaches you. When the fear of the Heavenly Grand Archive young master collided with the Dongting Dragon King's belief, that fear gradually dissipated, finally becoming this situation. When the Dongting Dragon King invited Hugong to enjoy tea, haha, young master, try it, the aroma is nothing compared to the taste. In the meantime, the reception room was filled with the spreading aroma of tea, truly sweet and pleasant. Tea was brought to everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad. Although everyone found it strange that a group of pirates would start a conversation with tea, the aroma of the tea was so appealing that they didn't think much about it. Especially Hugong, who was very calm even though he knew that the tea contained the crimson void poison of the Poison King. He recognized the poison because his heavenly fragrance fairy technique had advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level. Just smelling the aroma felt as vivid as tasting it, so he knew. Crimson Void, Red Scorpion, as rare as a mythical creature, difficult to extract poison from. The Poison King used it as a base and concocted a brew that inner strength couldn't dispel. The chi scattering element in the poison disperses inner strength, hides in the internal organs and brain. The incubation time is 30 breaths. 30 breaths is the last breath. The nerves become paralyzed, making breathing impossible. Even if you were confident in being immune to 10,000 poisons before Crimson Void, you are just an ordinary person. It can be said that all living beings are equal before Crimson Void. The first time Hugong encountered Crimson Void poison was when facing the Poison King. At that time, the Poison King had just perfected Crimson Void poison and was full of pride, wanting to know how powerful it was, who it could be used on. He wanted to experiment, so he invited Hugong. Hugong, I have a Crimson Void scorpion. Based on it, I've concocted the most powerful poison. Hugong eagerly asked directly, want to try it on me? The Poison King eagerly nodded with bright eyes. Yes, give. Me the chance. The conversation between the two was then completely casual, as if deadly poison were just plain water. What about the antidote? There isn't one, so, there's no turning back. No, what if I die? Ha ha ha. Hugong agreed. At that time, poison was like a spice to him, so he gladly tried it. First sweet, then with an orchid fragrance, finally pure, with a refined aftertaste. It was so delicious that he was momentarily confused, wondering if this was really poison. Now, with the eager mood to taste the flavor again, Hugong raised the teacup, took a sip, and savored it. After a sip of tea, Hugong's smile became even more relaxed. Truly excellent. Initially, there was a subtle sweetness, followed by a faint orchid fragrance, and ending with a cool aftertaste that left a very pure flavor. Seeing Hugong's satisfied expression at this moment, the Dongting Dragon King began counting down without any doubt. 29, 28. Hugong continued to praise. Indeed, wonderful. I didn't expect the Yangtze River stronghold to be able to offer such exquisite tea. Seeing this, the Dongting Dragon King was even more excited and laughed loudly. Haha. To receive such praise is a great honor for me. Looking at the Dongting Dragon King's expectant expression now, Hugong was reminded of the Poison King. His face was much more tense than the Dongting Dragon King's. He was panting and counting each breath. 22, 21. Hugong tilted his head and looked at him suspiciously. So why are you counting down? The Poison King hurriedly explained. Someone poisoned with Crimson Void can only take 30 breaths. Hugong laughed as he watched the Poison King count. Is that so? But you're counting so loudly. Don't you know how to count in your head? The Poison King scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I'll count silently. While Hugong was reminiscing about the past, the Heaven's Master Squad also drank the poison tea without any suspicion. Only Traceless Divine Thee didn't raise his cup. He frowned at the teacup, moving his lips to mutter damn it. The Heaven's Master Squad even imitated Hugong, calmly closing their eyes to savor the tea, trying to understand its deliciousness sincerely. There were 30 breaths left, Hugong knew, and the Dongting Dragon King knew too. They counted in silence, together, with different desires. The Dongting Dragon King's inner voice seemed to be getting louder and louder. Before his eyes, Hugong took another sip, closing his eyes to savor it. He became even more gleeful inside. At the 23rd second, Hugong put down the cup. His left hand suddenly dropped to his hip, touching his sword. The Dongting Dragon King followed, trying to remain calm. Why use his left hand? Is he a left-handed swordsman? Then his sword must be on the right. Anxious thoughts kept flashing through his mind. But then, the Dongting Dragon King told himself, wondering about that is meaningless. Left or right, drawing the sword means death. The person who blocked the sword energy of Tai Sage Chung Nam was standing tall before him like a fortress. He couldn't help but tremble. In his heart, the Dongting Dragon King secretly prayed, please, please, don't do it now. 20, 19. In the moment when the tension escalated to the point where it could suffocate the Dongting Dragon King, Hugong let go of his hand. His fingers only lightly brushed past the hilt of the sword and stopped. The Dongting Dragon King's back was soaked, sweat dripping from his nose. He continued to count, comforting his panicked heart. It's okay. It's almost over. It's almost over. He probably didn't notice. If he had noticed, the young master would have acted. It's okay. It's okay. At this moment, he felt like time wasn't passing. Was time originally so slow? The Dongting Dragon King counted, and Hugong counted too. Only the Heaven's Master Squad didn't know anything, still trying to taste the tea even though what they had always liked was alcohol. At this moment, not only was the Dongting Dragon King in a state of anxiety, but outside the room, Unya Cheon and the 6 camp leaders were too. They were ready to rush in when the count reached 1. In their hearts, time passed, the numbers appeared, and even death appeared. 11, 10, 9. The pirates counted together, their hands holding their swords full of sweat. They had to hold on tightly, also telling themselves that the plan would not have any problems, because few people in the Jianghu knew that the wife of the Dongting Dragon King was the daughter of the Poison King, and didn't even know the Poison King had a daughter. The Dongting Dragon King didn't brag about it. He also didn't like using poison and had never relied on the Poison King's poison. That made it easier for enemies to be caught off guard. The Yangtze River stronghold. How strong could poisoning tea really be? Everyone thinks like that, so they'll relax, be careless, and overconfident, and they'll suffer for it. Finally, almost 30 breaths have passed. The Dongting Dragon King's heart is screaming. 4, 3. Almost there, 2. The Dongting Dragon King can't help but clench his fist. Excitement, anticipation, anxiety, all combined make his expression gradually lose control. It's over, the time has come. After 2 is the moment. The Dongting Dragon King is about to secretly shout 1 with an undisguised excited smile. Hugong's lips slightly move. 1. The Dongting Dragon King startles, his eyes widening. 1. Nothing happened. Why is everything still normal? Why did the Grand Master count 1? Why didn't the Heaven's Master Squad react? Doubts surge, unanswered, only cold sweat runs down his forehead. Hugong has seen this result before. When he first tried the Crimson Void poison and was unaffected, the Poison King was sad and gloomy for a long time, leaving Hugong puzzled. Why are you disappointed? Did you think I should have died? It wasn't until he was blamed for not being able to kill anyone that the Poison King smiled again. He had also guessed why Hugong was a poison. It was all thanks to the void and pure stone essence. Of course, the Dongting Dragon King had also learned this knowledge. He didn't forget the Poison King's warning. Only someone who uses the void and pure stone essence is different. But who has that? The Poison King had said that, and also warned that even righteous or demonic path masters with unimaginable means shouldn't be randomly poisoned. The Dongting Dragon King thought the Heavenly Grand Archive Grand Master was just a kid. How could he have such extraordinary methods? That's why he confidently used poison. The Crimson Void poison in this cup of tea was exactly what the Poison King had given to the Dongting Dragon King when he married his daughter, the most valuable dowry he could give away. At this moment, the Dongting Dragon King realizes in dismay that it could only be that Hugong used the void and pure stone essence, but he doesn't know that it's not a matter of whether or not he has the void and pure stone essence. The 3 evils within Hugong's 8 extraordinary vessels frantically cleanse any deadly poison as soon as they detect it. To Hugong, this is just an appetizer. The Dongting Dragon King abruptly turns to examine his other guests, hoping to find someone in the Heaven's Master Squad poisoned. But the result disappoints him even more. Everyone is fine, healthy, and relaxed as if they're at an afternoon tea. Some even start to stand up to prove they're okay. The Dongting Dragon King freezes, seeing that even the youngest beggar in the group is unharmed. Initially, in the Dongting Dragon King's eyes, all the members of the Heaven's Master Squad were insignificant except for Hugong, but the truth now slaps his confidence. These little brats, did they all drink the void and pure stone essence? The Dongting Dragon King is only talking to himself, but Hugong calmly replies, looks like you've figured it out. The Dongting Dragon King's mouth can't open, not because he's angry that Hugong didn't use respectful language, but because he doesn't know what to say at this moment. In his heart, 2 words echo, it's coming, but the meaning is different from when he was counting down. Death looms, for him. Thinking that Hugong would make a move, he just looks silently and then stands up, looking disappointed. The Dongting Dragon King doesn't understand, but he's guessed correctly again. Hugong is very disappointed, only saying one cold sentence. The Dongting Dragon King, there's nothing left. Hugong means there's no more leniency. The old friendship ends here. He clearly gave him a chance, but he still ignored it. He really doesn't understand what's going on in this guy's head. The Dongting Dragon King is even more puzzled by Hugong's behavior, just sitting there blankly. Then Hugong flicks his hand, his clothes fluttering, and leaves the room. The Heaven's Master Squad quietly follows behind. With a creak, the door to the living room opens wide, but there's no bloody scene, whether inside or outside. Hugong directly ignores Unyachion and the camp leaders holding knives who are frozen at the door. He and the Heaven's Master Squad leisurely walk away, ignoring those who are trembling in fear. Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad head straight to the pier, where Somi and Zhang Haiyanil are. She is sitting there blankly next to her son, not knowing what to do. When Somi regains her senses and looks up, seeing Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad still healthy, she is startled and panicked again. How? The Heaven's Master Squad? How is it possible? Didn't they get poisoned? Before Somi calms down, Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad walk straight towards the pier leading to the boat that the mother and son Zhang Haiyanil were going to use to escape. Somi is stunned, not knowing if it's a dream or reality. Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad successively board the boat. Their demeanor is leisurely, but the atmosphere they create is as heavy as a mountain pressing on Somi's chest. Just now, Somi had a slight misunderstanding. He didn't use poison, but thinking back to the aura when Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad just passed by, she realizes, he finally. At this moment, the Dongting Dragon King runs breathlessly to the pier, his face pale. Somi has no more doubts. Her husband must have used poison unsuccessfully. The Dongting Dragon King stands on the pier, panting, both terrified and flustered, looking towards the boat carrying Hugong as it sails away. He already knew. The 3-person family of the Dongting Dragon King finally can't separate from each other. They numbly watch the boat drift away, disappearing into the deep night. The Dongting Dragon King watches the boat sail away, choking as he finishes the unfinished words. He knew, Crimson Void, and also, the Dongting Dragon King doesn't finish, but Somi understands everything. Crimson Void is useless. She stares blankly at the boat, 1,000 thoughts surging in her heart. The Grand Master left, just left so easily, just that simple. But then instinct tells Somi that things won't stop here. She's sure the Heaven's Master Squad will come back, or maybe Wugong will come back alone. They're leaving now because the Heaven's Master Squad has children, and it wouldn't be appropriate to see too much blood. The events that just happened connect in Somi's mind, forming an invisible net that imprisons her thoughts. Father's Crimson Void, the Poison King, didn't work. He used pressure points, the legendary pressure point technique, to prevent Zhang Hai and Il from escaping. He was that careful, we won't be able to escape his grasp. Somi also understands a principle in the Jianghu: when a righteous master is angered, there is no mercy. Mercy has been ignored so many times that there is an irredeemable outcome, like now. Somi's tears uncontrollably stream down her face. She covers her face and sobs. The Heavenly Dragon Gate, the Carefree Sect, and the Zhongnan Sect all consider the Heavenly Grand Archive Grand Master a benefactor. Why did the Yangtze River stronghold make an enemy of him? Who is my husband protecting? Somi doesn't know, can't understand, and can't guess. Only tears fall in confusion. Even though his wife is crying so loudly, the Dongting Dragon King remains steadfast. A person who lives with a conviction in their heart is often steadfast. He just awkwardly pats his wife's back. Somi, get up. Somi, of course, can't accept her husband's attitude and actions. She abruptly throws his hand off. Let go. At this moment, the Dongting Dragon King suddenly remembers a forgotten conviction, the oath that he once cherished but has forgotten for so long. The promise from that day echoes in the Dongting Dragon King's mind. Somi, live with me. The Dongting Dragon King was once very loving and affectionate with Somi. When he was young, when he was still the Zhang Qian who wasn't famous, he once promised his wife, I want to greet every morning of the world with you. I will protect you for life, no matter who I face, no matter what situation I'm in. The moment Somi heard those vows echo in a romantic setting that every girl yearns for, she completely believed in and was conquered by Zhang Qian's sincerity. When Zhang Qian uttered those sweet promises to Somi, proposing in a garden full of flowers, he was also truly sincere. If she cried, it could only be tears of joy. This oath was above all else. It was because of such promises that Somi decided to spend her life with Zhang Qian. She never forgot the day he proposed to her, nor did she ever forget his conviction. Only now, the Dongting Dragon King remembers that memory, remembers that conviction, and Somi's first reaction to Zhang Qian's oath is to giggle. Funny, isn't it? The teasing smile makes Zhang Qian pause. What? Somi deliberately asks challengingly, if the number one person in the world wants to kill me, what do you plan to do? Zhang Qian proudly replies, Hugong, it's okay. Somi finds it even funnier, continuing to tease, fight him, your talent doesn't even reach his heels. Zhang Qian still firmly says, it's okay. Somi is a little curious, tilting her head in confusion. Okay, tell me, what do you plan to do? Looking at Somi's expectant eyes, Zhang Qian holds her hand tightly, declaring loudly, I will crawl under Hugong's crotch, many times, begging for mercy. Somi laughs loudly, the loudest laugh that Zhang Qian has ever heard, and it was the most wonderful thing he had ever said to her. Zhang Qian himself had engraved that sentence in Somi's heart, but now, he has forgotten those things. The Dongting Dragon King silently watches his wife shed tears, not tears of happiness as he had once promised. After pondering for a while, the Dongting Dragon King orders Unya Qian, summon all the camp leaders, mobilize the entire force of the Yangtze River stronghold. Unya Qian doesn't answer immediately. He has never disobeyed orders, but now is different. He thinks he must bravely oppose what should not be done. Does the camp leader really plan to confront the Grand Master? Everyone looks at the Dongting Dragon King, the thought of death surfacing. But the Dongting Dragon King unexpectedly replies, no. At this moment, the forgotten sentiment is overwhelming everything, echoing loudly in the heart of the Dongting Dragon King, his sentiment towards the wife he deeply loves. Having regained his composure, the Dongting Dragon King declared loudly with a serene smile, as if he had just let go of his obsession, I will beg the young master to spare my life. Immediately, messenger hawks flew in all directions from the Dragon King's stronghold, and by nearly midnight that day, the pleasure boats and fishing boats on Dongting Lake were in turmoil. The people on the small boats were all in an uproar when they saw the terrifying things appearing on the lake. What is that? Are they going to war? Those who recognized the identity of the warships swiftly cutting through the waves were startled and terrified. Those are the Dragon King's ships of the Dongting Dragon King. 3 enormous warships were advancing through the darkness of Dongting Lake, majestic and imposing, the figures of armed men on the ships like grim reapers. Naturally, As they approached, the surrounding boats automatically stopped moving, and the clamor grew louder. Why is he here? Who would dare to provoke the Yangtze River stronghold? At close range, no ordinary person dared to breathe heavily, just watching intently as the 3 warships of the Dongting Dragon King approached, and then they saw more clearly and realized that something was unusual. The pirates of the Yangtze River stronghold weren't shouting as usual. Everyone wore a stern expression, making onlookers tremble just from looking. Some were sitting on the masts, others stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, and no one knew how they managed to stand still up there. One thing was clear, the 2 words determination were etched deeply on their faces. The fishermen were convinced that something big was about to happen and became agitated. Who is it? Who dares to anger the Dongting Dragon King? No one could think otherwise when they saw the warships of the Dongting Dragon King. As the 3 ships approached the shore, the shocking news spread to the people, and panic spread like wildfire. Holy crap, what's going on? Lock the doors now. The screams echoed through the streets and alleys as people fled in disarray, hurrying home to take shelter. Even those already inside their homes couldn't rest easy. Everyone was busy finding ways to avoid disaster. Close the windows, hurry, turn off the lights. Even the smallest candles were extinguished, and so before long, the houses near the docks were plunged into silent darkness. The Dongting Dragon King led the camp leaders and pirates ashore, but the entire Dongting Lake shore area was pitch black to them. They could only light torches to guide their way. Not a single night of the year did the lights ever go out, but now even the taverns, hotels, and restaurants frantically turned off their lights and locked their doors. The streets were deserted. Everyone was hiding in their homes because of the fierce and aggressive aura of the pirates. The Dongting Dragon King led his subordinates straight to where Hugong and the Heaven's Master squad were staying. He had to mobilize all resources to find out their whereabouts as quickly as possible. The Dongting Dragon King and the entire Yangtze River stronghold stopped in front of the Tainan Inn. The inn was as dark as everywhere else, but not entirely. Only one room on the 4th floor was lit. The Dongting Dragon King looked up, then looked higher, to the roof, specifically at the people on the roof. The 3 demon-subduing gorges were looking down, wearing mocking smiles. Hey, who's this? You wanna fight us? Ha, why are you guys making such a grand entrance? But it wouldn't be bad to redo the unfinished battle from back then. The Dongting Dragon King didn't respond to the 3 demon-subduing gorges' mocking laughter. He just lowered his eyes, waiting, believing that this was enough to convey his message. The young master would understand. But what he received in return was grumbling from the roof. The demon subduers were complaining that the Dongting Dragon King didn't react at all. It wasn't interesting at all. After a moment, the door of the inn opened. Mo Young Jin came out, bowing politely to the Dongting Dragon King. Dongting Dragon King, allow me to lead the way for you. The Dongting Dragon King nodded, immediately following behind Mo Young Jin. He accepted the fact that he was only allowed to enter the inn alone, even though death might be waiting. Mo Young Jin led the Dongting Dragon King up the stairs. Throughout the journey, they didn't say a word. The silence was so profound that only the creaking of the wooden planks under their feet could be heard. The Dongting Dragon King was both restless and impatient, occasionally glancing nervously at Mo Young Jin. He wondered where he was being led, who he was going to meet, whether it was the Heaven's Master squad leader, but he didn't dare to ask anything. Finally, Mo Young Jin led the Dongting Dragon King into a room on the 4th floor. He tilted his head. There was only a young man sitting at the table, which he had guessed, but if it wasn't the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master, he would have to suspect something. What is this all about? The person waiting in the room was Ian Gyeowon. He leaned back in his chair, looking bored as he looked at the Dongting Dragon King. How long are you going to stand there? Then he jutted his chin forward, indicating for the Dongting Dragon King to sit down. Seeing Ian Gyeowon crossing his legs, looking cold, with an indescribably arrogant attitude, the Dongting Dragon King was stunned. At the Dragon King's stronghold, he had only seen him as obedient. He didn't expect this side of him. It was difficult to shake off the feeling of confusion. He carefully pulled out a chair while observing his surroundings. Where's the young master? This guy is Ian Gyeowon of the Jinzhou Pearl clan, isn't he? But this situation isn't necessarily bad. The young master knew in advance, which means this is the last chance. The Dongting Dragon King looked up at the ceiling. Above was the roof. He couldn't sense any presence, but he thought the young master and the Heaven's Master squad were there. That's fine. Even if the person in front of me is someone else, I'll just treat it as talking to the Heaven's Master squad leader. So, the Dongting Dragon King sat down opposite Ian Gyeowon. His lazy voice rang out. At this moment, I represent the Heaven's Master squad leader. The Dongting Dragon King respectfully replied, yes. Ian Gyeowon didn't stand on ceremony. going straight to the point. Speak, why did you plan to massacre the Heaven's Master Squad? The Daunting Dragon King bowed his head sincerely. I was temporarily swayed by wrong thoughts, misjudging what was valuable. Please forgive me. Ian Gyeowan mocked coldly. Can your actions be forgiven? The Daunting Dragon King lowered his head even further, replying heavily, no. Ian Gyeowan bluntly outlined a horrific scenario, causing the Daunting Dragon King to clench his fists in tension. If you poison them all, how would the Yangtze River stronghold bear the consequences? The Daunting Dragon King choked and shook his head. We couldn't bear it. Ian Gyeowan continued to question. What do you think would happen? The Daunting Dragon King swallowed hard in terror. If only the young master survived, we would be massacred. If everyone was poisoned, then I and the entire camp would be destroyed by the sects and clans. Seeing that the Daunting Dragon King had realized the gravity of his actions, Ian Gyeowan clicked his tongue. TSK, you idiot, you came to your senses quickly enough. The Daunting Dragon King bowed his head deeply once more, saying respectfully, I apologize. Ian Gyeowan clicked his tongue, casually dismissing the Daunting Dragon King's apology. So, what now? The Daunting Dragon King was startled and looked up. Yes, Ian Gyeowan smirked at his bewildered expression. How should I kill you now? The Daunting Dragon King paused slightly, unable to say anything, but then, he made a strong decision. It's up to you, but please let it end with me. It's my mistake alone. The Daunting Dragon King bowed his head once again, his sincerity proven. Seeing this, Ian Gyeowan finally laughed with satisfaction. Ha, you've definitely come to your senses. Good, so what about beating you to death? The Daunting Dragon King resignedly replied immediately without hesitation. I am willing. In the next second, Ian Gyeowan's smile became sinister. Alright, let's do that. Mo Young Jin, begin. Mo Young Jin was startled and horrified when he heard this, not expecting things to get so violent. He just stared at Ian Gyeowan's bizarre smile with a bewildered and confused gaze, unable to act, not daring to act. Ian Gyeowan waited for a long time without seeing any movement, frowned uncomfortably, and asked Mo Young Jin, what are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet? Mo Young Jin was so flustered that he stammered, I apologize. Then, Mo Young Jin stepped forward, grabbed an empty chair, his movements hesitant, his eyes filled with tension and embarrassment. The Daunting Dragon King watched Mo Young Jin's actions. Before he could prepare himself, he saw the chair crashing down on his head. Smash, smash, crack. The sound was dry and harsh, but the Daunting Dragon King didn't close his eyes, didn't use his internal energy to defend himself. His head broke open, blood flowing all over his face, but he resolutely didn't move. On the contrary, Mo Young Jin was still trembling after striking the first blow, but he couldn't stop himself. He struck the Daunting Dragon King again, aiming right for the head. Ian Gyeowan silently observed the bloody scene without changing his expression, not even bothering to stop it. Splintered pieces of the chair flew in all directions, and in the end, only a part of the chair remained. The Daunting Dragon King had collapsed on the table, his head covered in blood, a scene too gruesome to describe, but Mo Young Jin didn't seem satisfied, or was afraid that Ian Gyeowan wasn't satisfied. So Mo Young Jin looked for something else to hit him with, but couldn't find another empty chair. In his desperation, Mo Young Jin decided to lift the table between the two of them, intending to use it to beat the Daunting Dragon King to a pulp. But he was scolded by Ian Gyeowan. You idiot, why are you lifting this? Put it down. Mo Young Jin was startled and panicked at being scolded, obediently replying, yes. He was dejected, slowly looking for something else, only to be scolded by Ian Gyeowan again. What are you doing? You're being too loud. Mo Young Jin stammered again in confusion. I apologize. Ian Gyeowan grumbled irritably, idiot, all you can do is bark, useless, get out. Mo Young Jin stood there blankly, replying awkwardly, yes, being with the Heaven's Master Squad, being scolded was no longer a source of shame. He only felt slightly disappointed that he still didn't understand Hugong's intentions like the other members of the Heaven's Master Squad. Mo Young Jin quickly left, leaving only Ian Gyeowan and the Daunting Dragon King in the room. The Daunting Dragon King then slowly raised his head, revealing that he hadn't actually fainted, just stunned from being hit on the head. Ian Gyeowan coldly opened his mouth. The Daunting Dragon King maintained a respectful and humble attitude, replying, yes, please speak. Ian Gyeowan clicked his tongue and relayed the important clue. Daunting Lake, northwest, find the fox. The Daunting Dragon King sighed in relief. He understood. He had passed the final test. He also understood that the Grand Master wasn't on the roof. As he prepared to leave the inn, the double stars of Mount Wushan on the roof had quietly moved, signaling the fox. Meanwhile, Hugong, wearing a fox mask, was looking at Daunting Lake alone. The vast scene was like standing before a great sea. the water shimmering with moonlight spreading out in ripples. The double stars of Mount Wushan had come and gone like the wind, and now it was the daunting Dragon King's turn. He silently approached Hugong from behind, his steps cautious but no longer fearful. The fox slightly turned its head to glance at the daunting Dragon King, silently observing him. Hugong wearing the fox mask looked funny, but the daunting Dragon King couldn't laugh. The one who knew Crimson Void poison, the one who counted to 1, he had thought about starting the conversation by asking why Hugong was wearing the fox mask to lighten the mood, but dismissed it. Even if he asked, he probably wouldn't get an answer. Hugong wore the fox mask because it was fun. Wearing it made him naturally smile. That was all. That was what saved the daunting Dragon King without him knowing. Behind the daunting Dragon King were over 500 pirates from the Yangtze River stronghold, all gathered as if surrounding one person. But in their hearts, they thought differently. They hoped, they prayed, please, just let the daunting Dragon King be safe. The silence stretched out tensely. When facing Yin Gyeowan, the daunting Dragon King was still able to maintain his composure, but now, standing before Hugong, sweat poured down him like rain. Why was that? He didn't know. No, he did know. The Heavenly Grand Archive's Grand Master was different. The daunting Dragon King finally spoke with difficulty, bowing deeply. Please forgive me. Hugong didn't answer. He continued, it was because of my ignorance. Hugong simply said a few seemingly unrelated words. Gold Taker. The daunting Dragon King startled and looked up, his eyes showing clear panic. What? Hugong coldly made a clear request, without beating around the bush. Gold Taker's location. The daunting Dragon King fell into contemplation. He still valued his bond with Gold Taker, but he also had to protect his wife, children, and the 500 brothers of the Yangtze River stronghold. His inner self was torn. After careful consideration, the daunting Dragon King took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and accepted the fact that he could only choose one thing more important in his life, and he had made his choice. Finally, amidst the whistling wind that seemed to interrupt the conversation, the daunting Dragon King telepathically transmitted Gold Taker's hiding place to Hugong. The fox nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, Hugong turned his back, his voice casual. I'm tired of looking at you, get lost. The daunting Dragon King was stunned, feeling strange. He didn't understand why the unfamiliar fox in front of him felt like someone he knew, or why those words, tired of looking at you, made him feel so choked up. The daunting Dragon King looked up at Hugong's back. He was clearly a young man, a scribe, so why did he seem like he was looking at the Grand Master? Countless questions arose in his heart that he couldn't answer. Only a vague sense of familiarity lingered, bringing tears to his eyes. Moreover, Hugong telling him to get lost meant that he had spared his life, which couldn't help but move him. Having released the burden in his heart, the daunting Dragon King bowed deeply once more, saying loudly to convey his sincere gratitude, thank you. Unya Cheon and the Yangtze River stronghold seemed to have been waiting for those words. Their eyes were also filled with tears. Their excitement was obvious, unable to be hidden. The thought of death had left their minds. Unya Cheon immediately shouted, the Yangtze River stronghold. The shout resounded, creating a wave of gratitude that stirred the lake's surface. To the Heavenly Grand Archive, young master, thank you. But the noise only stopped there. The gentle sound of Gong's dismissal echoed far and wide, reaching everyone's ears, causing the screams to stop. Shut up, go away. Everyone was frozen, stunned. They were used to the hustle and bustle. They didn't expect the Gong to throw a bucket of cold water on them. Their reaction was so indifferent. But what can we do? Hot face and cold ass have to endure. Then the daunting Dragon King led everyone to retreat like the tide. Everyone was dejected. Even though their lives were spared, they still felt disappointed. Only Hugong stood still in place. He quietly looked towards Daunting Lake, and then, memories of the daunting Dragon King Jang Cheon suddenly appeared. In that memory, there was also the Emperor, Jagalhai's father. At that time, when Jang Cheon had not yet become the daunting Dragon King, he was very young, but from that age he had shown extraordinary talent, destined to be the successor to the Dragon King throne. Hearing that he had the ability to dive better than others, the Emperor immediately wanted to try. He was always confident that even underwater, he could last longer than anyone. That was the way of thinking of the Emperor, someone who was always on the hunt for interesting things, and when there was nothing interesting, he would create it himself. So, a diving competition began, witnessed by Miram Alliance leader Hugong. He was a little curious about the result, but he could already guess who the winner was. As a result, the Emperor surfaced first, his face pale from lack of air. Seeing his yawning mouth, Hugong couldn't help but tease, "Ah, you've surfaced already." Hugong chuckled as he looked over to the water beside him, where Jang Cheon had dived. Big and small bubbles were bursting on the surface of the lake. The result was obvious. Victory belonged to Jang Cheon. As the bright sunlight covered the surface of Dongting Lake, Jang Cheon jumped out of the water, shouting, "I won." Jang Cheon's joyful shouts mixed with the sound of waves crashing on the shore. This sound was more melodious to him than any music. Faced with the emperor's truly bastard curse, the young man with a sturdy body just laughed heartily and said, "Actually, I almost drowned." But tonight, the young man from that year was no longer there. The emperor was no longer there. Only a middle-aged man was kneeling before the gong. His whole body was covered in blood. Memories are sometimes sharper than swords, making Wugong suddenly silent. "Am I old already?" someone once said. When age comes, people live by memories. Yes, that saying is not wrong at all. Those who have gone through the years understand that clearly. Leaving his fox form, Wugong quietly watched the water flow from Dongting Lake to Yangtze, carrying the Dongting Dragon King's 3 warships further away. At the stern of the boat, Wugong saw Jang Cheon standing there, his eyes on him. Jang Cheon was also looking back. Even though the distance was far, and getting farther, he could still see clearly. He could even see the cold calmness in Wugong's eyes. Tonight, thoughts piled up in his mind. Who was that fox? What kind of person was the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master? Why did it feel so familiar? Why did it feel like that person had extended endless tolerance to him? And what will happen to my friend, Gold Taker? These questions kept growing in the heart of the Dongting Dragon King without any answers, making him feel depressed forever. Suddenly, the singing of the subordinates rang out, erasing the Dongting Dragon King's thoughts. The initiator was Unya Cheon. "Your voice is too small, speak louder." "Who are we?" Unyakian's shout echoed, and immediately, the singing rose even louder. "We are the Yangtze River stronghold. We are invincible. We are the masters of this place. Yangtze is the bloodline of the earth. Dongting Lake is the heart of Mother Earth. The one who holds Yangtze is the master of the world. The master of Yangtze is us. Who dares to confront the Yangtze River stronghold? Who dares to pass Yangtze without bowing?" The singing resounded throughout Dongting Lake, spreading, surging, as if wanting to swallow the entire surface of the water. Tonight no one could fail to hear this song. In that song, some people laughed, some people cried, laughed because they were still alive, cried because they were still alive. Looking at the Dongting Dragon King in his bloody form, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They could only scream and sing. They wanted to use this scream to wash away the blood on the Dragon King's body, wanted to use it to comfort him. And then, a person came forward, quietly standing next to him. A petite woman, formerly radiant as light, now carrying within herself a more mature beauty. When he looked at her eyebrows, she also looked back. "Do you regret it?" The Dongting Dragon King replied immediately without hesitation. "No, absolutely not." Even if that situation repeated itself, he would still draw his sword like before. It was just that this time, he believed he would realize it sooner than the forgotten thought. Sumi nodded slightly, knowing that everyone had their own obsessions, so she didn't force it. She quickly changed the subject. Jang Haiyan IL's sealed acupoint had just been released. The Dongting Dragon King was silent for a moment in surprise. It was just in time. Both he and Sumi understood the meaning of this moment. The moment the acupoints released themselves was probably the moment of destruction for the Yangtze River stronghold. If they didn't take the initiative to come, then the eldest young master would definitely come to them again. The two of them also found it difficult to understand how Wugong could be so considerate. As soon as he realized which treasure was the other party's most precious, Wugong immediately tied it up, and in doing so, he tied everyone up. The Dongting Dragon King wondered, was it because the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest son was a genius? No, he thought it wasn't that simple. Such a reaction could only come from someone who understood the rules of Jianghu, from someone cold enough to see through the nature of people. Even the most experienced experts, people who had witnessed countless bloodshed on Jianghu, would find it difficult to do so. Thinking like this, the Dongting Dragon King couldn't even guess how deep that person's thoughts were. And because of that, he worried even more about Gold Taker. A long breath escaped him without him realizing it. Sumi understood the meaning of that breath. She could hear the name softly called in that breath, Gold Taker. Gold Taker's real name is Kamyu, the sworn brother of the Dongting Dragon King. It was only recently that she learned that Gold Taker had stolen Wugong's divine sword. And it was in the very moment she heard the Dongting Dragon King mutter the name Gold Taker that Sumi understood her husband's actions, because Gold Taker was someone her husband deeply cherished to the point where he would deploy troops to confront the young talent highly regarded by prestigious families. Noticing her husband was still worried about Gold Taker, Sumi hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Have you tried to persuade him?" The Dongting Dragon King nodded pensively. "Yes, I pointed out his hiding place, and begged him to spare his life." Sumi remained silent, not daring to ask the result, because she already guessed the answer. The Dongting Dragon King's eyes were wet. In all these years, Sumi had never seen her husband shed tears, and that was the answer that made his voice choke up. The Grand Master said that it wasn't something I should interfere with. Sumi couldn't help but feel sorry for her husband, gently comforting and encouraging him. Don't rush to think about the bad things. Look at what happened today, and if what people say about him is true, then the Grand Master is still one to show mercy. The Dongting Dragon King sighed deeply, trying to calm himself. If that's the case, then I couldn't ask for anything more. Sumi suddenly wondered, but there's something very strange. How did the Grand Master know about that? The traceless divine fee didn't fall into his hands either. The Dongting Dragon King swallowed his tears, thought for a moment, and then speculated, or perhaps the traceless divine fee has already been captured. Sumi couldn't help but be astonished. Is that possible? The Dongting Dragon King quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's illogical, completely illogical. Of course it's illogical. Even the traceless divine fee himself never thought that could happen, especially after the Miram Alliance leader Hugong passed away. But the reality is very different. Meanwhile, at the Tainan Inn, Mo Young Jin's excited voice echoed all the way outside the door. I did it. Did everyone hear that? I'm the one who hit the Dongting Dragon King right on the head. My heart was about to explode at that moment. Heavens, so this is what it feels like to be a member of the Heaven's Master Squad. Even when it was time to act, I still couldn't believe it was real. Ian Gyeowon, listening to Mo Young Jin brag on and on, sniffed with contempt. So the one who was trembling with fear when acting wasn't the second young master, renowned of the Moron clan, but someone else. Ha! Mo Young Jin stubbornly retorted, patting his chest boldly. I was pretending to tremble. I was just a little apologetic, not scared. Absolutely not. Ian Gyeowon sneered even more. Ah, yes, sure, that's what it was. Mo Young Jin was ridiculed but not angry at all. On the contrary, he looked at Ian Gyeowon with admiration. But hey, Gyeowon, did you train anything special, or do you just become naturally strong when you join the Heaven's Master Squad? Suddenly, Cheongi happily interjected, praising Ian Gyeowon to the skies. That's right. I really admire you. That chilling voice. How should I kill you now? Heavens. It was so cool that I almost screamed out loud on the roof. After Cheongi's words, everyone competed to praise Ian Gyeowon, but he just sat there blankly, his face dark as if he were angry, not responding to everyone's enthusiasm. A moment later, Ian Gyeowon returned to his usual self, a little embarrassed, somewhat flustered, his face turning red. Everyone is overpraising me. I'm starting to get scared now. The boisterous laughter continued to echo throughout the roof. What are you talking about? The scariest person here is you, with faces as scary as the double stars of Mount Wushan. I don't think you two have the right to say that. What did you say? Hey, our faces are very attractive. You know, women are always lining up. That's thanks to the fiery divine spirit. You dared to mention the fiery divine spirit here. That's a bit much, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Traceless Divine Thief frowned slightly as he watched the crowd laugh and talk boisterously. Are they having that much fun? He was sitting off to one side, quietly listening to the Heaven's Master Squad making a racket on the roof. Without even using stealth, he felt like he was transparent. It made Traceless Divine Thief furious inside. These bastards are acting like they can't even see me. If only someone would say hello, but no one cares. Normally, if someone was standing quietly in a corner, at least someone would invite them over. Hey, come over here, let's talk and have some fun. Traceless Divine Thief intended to pretend to refuse the first time, and then reluctantly join in the second time, but now, he just felt an indescribable emptiness. The laughter of the Heaven's Master Squad echoed louder and louder. Traceless Divine Thief sighed in tears. Should I just run away? But immediately, he shook his head. No, I can't do it. When leaving the Heavenly Grand Archive, the Grand Master had taken his hand without saying a word, but he understood that it wasn't a gesture of intimacy. He didn't feel anything, nothing was left on his hand, but he still felt that something had been left behind. Having roamed and wandered everywhere for so long, Traceless Divine Thief clearly understood that in the Jianghu, no action was meaningless, especially when that person was the Grand Master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. Therefore, he couldn't run away, so he had to stand alone, hoping to at least break into that conversation, but it seemed like he had really become invisible. Even so, Traceless Divine Thief still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps when the time comes, I will be freed. If the Grand Master has found Gold Taker's hiding place, then the opportunity will surely come. Thinking that, he looked up at the moon, his mind a little more relaxed. At that moment, a strange sight caught his eye, making Traceless Divine Thief blink repeatedly. What's this? A bird was spreading its wings and flying across the moon. At first, its feathers were jet black, but in the blink of an eye, its entire body turned bright white. Who wouldn't be startled? Before Traceless Divine Thee could figure out what was happening, that bird, which was originally far away, appeared right in front of him, so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. By the time he realized it, its bright red wings were reaching towards his face. Then he realized that it was the Grand Master's spirit animal, so the yellow hue bird could change the color of its feathers. The yellow hue bird, carrying Golden Toad, gleefully shouted, "Kia ha 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 ha, you stupid Heaven's Master Squad, I'm here." Immediately, the Heaven's Master Squad opened their arms and welcomed them noisily. "Ha ha ha ha, Yellow Hue Bird is here, welcome, welcome, why are you so late, couldn't you go a little faster?" Seeing that scene, Traceless Divine Thee felt a deep sadness again, the sadness of an invisible man. As he was thinking that, Yellow Hue Bird landed on Cheongi's head. Everyone asked curiously, "How did things go over there?" Yellow Hue Bird shrieked loudly, "You think I'm going to tell you?" Cheongi knew that Yellow Hue Bird was looking for Wugong, so he hurriedly said, "Hey, older brother is." Before Cheongi could finish his sentence, Yellow Hue Bird stomped on the boy's head, laughing, "I know, you idiot." Having said that, it flew away, leaving the group behind. Cheongi stayed there dumbfounded, almost getting his head smashed in by the bird. Traceless Divine Thee muttered to himself, "Even the bird does whatever it wants." Not long after, Yellow Hue Bird flew to where Wugong was wearing a fox mask. "Master, we're back. How have you been lately?" The silence was broken, but Wugong found it pleasant. There were noises that brought warmth, and this was one of those times. Wugong took off his fox mask, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Well done, you must have flown without stopping, right?" Yellow Hue Bird giggled happily. "Yes, we didn't stop once, even though Golden Toad wanted to eat some fireflies, but I ignored him, ka ka ka." Wugong nodded and continued to ask, "So, what was the result?" Yellow Hue Bird immediately reported, "The sword is still in the same place." Wugong nodded, then asked, "I see. What did young Miss J Gal say?" Yellow Hue Bird blinked playfully and replied, "She said it's a fake." Wugong smiled in satisfaction with the correct answer. "Yes, I guessed so too." Yellow Hue Bird immediately puffed out his chest, laughing so hard that his feathers trembled. "Ka ka ka, Golden Toad. I told you, Master wouldn't be surprised. He knows everything." Golden Toad immediately covered his face with his front paws, bowing his head in shame. Not long after that, under the magical moonlight that was gradually being overpowered by the sunlight, the morning air became fresh and relaxed. Wugong began to glide away as fast as the wind, saying to Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad, "Get ready to go." Yellow Hue Bird eagerly called out, "Yes." And then, almost in an instant, a shadow appeared on the roof of the Tainan Inn. It was the Heaven's Master Squad leader. But before he appeared, the loud voice of Yellow Hue Bird echoed, startling Traceless Divine Thee, "Master, you're too fast." The noise on the roof of the Heaven's Master Squad died down as soon as Yellow Hue Bird's voice rang out. Finally, Wugong appeared like a ghost, his footsteps making no sound, gently stepping on the old, worn tiles. Everyone immediately stood up and greeted Wugong with full formality. "Haha, older brother is here." "Squad leader, how are you, older brother?" Only Traceless Divine Thee sat huddled in a corner like forgotten straw, a clear look of discomfort on his face. Grand Master, so dazzling to look at. In his heart, Traceless Divine Thee could hardly suppress his frustration. Before Yellow Hue Bird spoke, he hadn't realized at all that the Grand Master had approached. He had once prided himself on being one of the top 3 thieves in the Jianghu, especially in mobility arts and sensing sounds. But when the Grand Master was standing just one step away, he still didn't know. It made him uneasy. But Traceless Divine Thee clearly understood that in order not to be left behind, he had to stand out. Keep your face, he reassured himself. He smiled and took the initiative to approach Wugong. "Grand Master, hello." Before he could hear Wugong reply, the Heaven's Master Squad shoved a barrage of familiar insults in Traceless Divine Thee's face. "You thief, are you my friend? Speak politely. You old thief, you have no manners at all. I'll chop off your limbs. Have you seen how the Dongting Dragon King was taken down?" Traceless Divine Thee huddled up again, sulking in a corner. He just wanted to be friendly, but they treated him like they wanted to eat him alive. Before, they looked down on him, ignored him, but now they were paying so much attention, making his heart indescribably depressed. Wugong just smiled at Traceless Divine Thee's bewildered expression. Why does he always look so amusing? After observing for a while, Wugong spoke to the Heaven's Master Squad. "I have located Goldtaker's position. He's in the south of Guangxi province. It's a long way. We have to hurry. Not everyone can come along. The Heaven's Master Squad should return to Hong Kong." Wugong paused here for a moment, knowing that everyone wouldn't accept this easily. As expected, those words shocked the Heaven's Master Squad. And Wugong's next words brought another person into shock. Only Traceless Divine Thee, with his superior mobility arts, is enough to follow me. When Traceless Divine Fee heard that, it was like a bolt of lightning striking his ears, his face turning green. Both were shocked, but the Heaven's Master Squad and Traceless Divine Fee, each thought differently. One didn't want to leave, the other was stunned because he didn't understand why he was chosen. Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad immediately clamored to follow Wugong. Older brother, let me go. I'm a member of the Beggars sect. We're better than that old thief. Squad leader, please reconsider. Why go with that thief? We're supposed to be catching thieves. Let us go with you. We'll go without stopping, without blinking. Everyone was so enthusiastic, so passionate, but Traceless Divine Fee had an expression as if he was about to die, moaning softly, Grand Master, why are you doing this to me? Noticing the resistance, Wugong coldly called out his name, Traceless Divine Fee. Just one call was enough to make Traceless Divine Fee break out in a cold sweat. He replied respectfully, yes, sir. Wugong glared, giving Traceless Divine Fee a sharp glance as a warning. Should I just kill you right here? The atmosphere grew heavy, a challenge and a choice. Traceless Divine Thief was forced to kneel and accept his fate. I've always wanted to go with you, sir. Wugong looked at everyone, his voice gentle but firm. The decision has been made. Now is the time to prepare for the journey. Excellent. Faced with Traceless Divine Thief's lightning-fast change of heart, the entire Heaven's Master Squad looked at him with envy. However, Anangi, the most perceptive of them all, was different. He suddenly plopped down on the ground. I'm not going back, I'm going with older brother. Normally, no one would dare say such a thing, but Anangi's long association with Wugong allowed him to catch a fleeting hesitation in his eyes. He sensed that there might be a hidden meaning in this decision. Seeing his reaction, the others immediately understood. Everyone knew Anangi had extremely keen intuition. If he chose to express himself like that, there must be a reason. In just a moment, a chorus of voices begged to come along. Their eyes shone brightly, filled with determination. Leader, let us come with you. Older brother, we want to contribute too. We'll give it our all. We definitely won't be a burden. No eating, no drinking, no sleeping. Just let us come. Wugong tilted his head slightly, his voice half joking, half serious. Really? As soon as they heard a glimmer of hope, the whole group pleaded in unison, like children begging to go on a night hunt with adults. Finally, Wugong nodded. If that's the case, come along. The Heaven's Master Squad erupted in joy, their cheers echoing across the rooftops. Whoa, ha ha ha, let's go. But this agreement didn't come easily. Wugong's voice rang out calmly. Wait. The laughter immediately stopped. Everyone stared intently at Wugong with sparkling eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. Wugong gently raised his index finger with a radiant smile. There's one condition. Anyone who can't keep up will be kicked out of the Heaven's Master Squad. If you still accept, I'll let you come. The entire group fell silent. Kicked out of the Heaven's Master Squad. The thought made everyone pale. No one had ever considered the day they would be separated from this place, which was everything to them, and no one wanted to leave the Heavenly Grand Archive's young master, whom they regarded as the most precious treasure of the Murim world. Wugong smiled softly. In fact, this was what he had wanted from the beginning, a challenge, but also an opportunity. He knew they would hesitate, but this was necessary if they wanted to push the Heaven's Master Squad's cultivation to the next level. They were different from Wugong, of course. Each of them had absorbed the void and pure stone essence, but no one in the Heaven's Master Squad had truly assimilated it completely. With its powerful penetrating ability, 7 parts of its power had seeped into them as soon as they used it, but the remaining 3 parts were what mattered. If those 3 parts were fully integrated, they would not only advance another step in their cultivation, but also touch the true essence of the void and pure stone essence. To do that, they had to push their internal energy to the limit. Run at full speed, exhaust all your inner strength, then recover, then continue to push to the point of utter exhaustion. It was in that cycle that the void and pure stone essence would be fully activated. At that point, the Heaven's Master Squad would change. They would be stronger, sharper, and no longer the same. After a moment of complete silence, Cheongi was the first to speak. It's okay. Then the boy suddenly shouted, looking extremely excited, let's go, older brother. Since the weakest person dared to say that, the others couldn't back down. Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad shouted in unison, let's go. And so, the moonlight mixed with the morning sun shone on faces ablaze with determination. The journey began, where the challenge would determine who truly deserved the name of the Heaven's Master Squad. The Heaven's Master Squad's shouts were full of spirit, but then, it only took half a day for that fire to die down. By mid-morning, the first to falter was Cheongi, the one who had shouted the most enthusiastically. Huff, huff, huff. The boy tried to squeeze out the last bit of inner energy, his face pale, his breath ragged. Brother, what do I do now? What do I do? Finally, Cheongi slowed down, nearly collapsing, staring blankly at the backs of his teammates as they gradually disappeared into the distance, and then burst into tears. The boy didn't want to give up, but his legs were like jelly, unable to lift. He could only drag his feet little by little. Hearing Cheongi's piercing cry, Anangi turned around, panting, and urged him on. "What are you standing there like an idiot for? Keep running." Cheongi gasped and sobbed. "I'm out of energy. I can't lift my legs anymore." Anangi actually laughed in Cheongi's face, without comforting the hurt boy. "Ha ha ha, so the Heaven's Master Squad has its first dropout. Now, please go home, you little beggar." "Ha ha ha ha." Cheongi cried even harder. "You bastard, are you even human?" Anangi finally showed some humanity and decided to turn around and run back to Cheongi. When the boy thought he would receive some encouragement or help, Anangi unexpectedly shrugged, not paying any attention to the boy's teary eyes. "TSK, TSK, it's because you're lazy. All you do is eat and sleep. No wonder you collapsed. A true beggar, what else would you be?" Cheongi immediately screamed miserably. "I'm only 12 years old." Anangi burst out laughing again, saying sarcastically, "And I'm only 21, kid, ha 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 ha." Cheongi continued to cry, his sobs trembling and desperate. "Brother, stop joking, I really can't take it anymore." At that moment, Anangi sighed and took the boy's hand. "Come on, I'll help you." Anangi's hand was warm, but useless. Cheongi only managed to drag himself 5 more steps before stopping, his legs giving out, with no strength left. Seeing this, Anangi urged him on. "What's wrong? Keep going." But Cheongi's face was pale, devoid of life. The boy froze, muttering through his tears, I really can't do it anymore." Anangi stubbornly refused to let go, trying to pull Cheongi forward. "What? Are you even listening to what you're saying? Snap out of it, you beggar. There's no such thing as can't in this world." However, Cheongi struggled again, refusing to move. "Please, brother, don't pull me anymore. I'm about to collapse. Brother, please don't pull me anymore." Finally, Cheongi managed to pull his hand away from Anangi's. Although he was unwilling, the boy didn't want to slow down Anangi's journey. Anangi was taken aback by Cheongi's determined attitude. He was momentarily flustered, wanting to find some words to encourage and comfort the boy. However, after thinking for a while, what came out of Anangi's mouth was a burst of laughter. "Haha, so there's no way around it. From now on, you're just a beggar's beggar, no longer a beggar of the Heaven's Master Squad." Cheongi cried even more miserably, being teased. "Brother, stop laughing, wah." The boy's sobs gradually subsided, choked with emotion. Seeing the scene, the entire Heaven's Master Squad and Traceless Divine Thief turned back. Unlike Anangi, the double stars of Mount Wushan asked with compassionate voices, "What's wrong, you little beggar? Can't run anymore?" As soon as those questions were asked, Cheongi burst into tears again. Nam Gung-yun, Ian Gyeowon, and Mo Young-jin were all flustered and didn't know what to do. While the atmosphere was chaotic, the 3 demon-subduing gorges glared in unison, pointing directly at Traceless Divine Thief. "It's all because of that thief." Traceless Divine Thief widened his eyes, his mouth agape. What did I do?" Ignoring all reason, the 3 demon-subduing gorges unleashed a torrent of curses that made Traceless Divine Thief grimace. "What bad luck, what do I do now?" Traceless Divine Thief resentfully retorted. "What are you guys saying? What did I do?" The 3 demon-subduing gorges continued to insult him. "If you're a thief, of course you're unlucky." Traceless Divine Thief cried out in helplessness. "Heavens, this Heaven's Master Squad is hopeless. Among all of you, I'm the most miserable one, and yet you're blaming everything on me." The 3 demon-subduing gorges didn't bother arguing anymore, directly making an unreasonable request. "Carry him on your back." Traceless Divine Thief gaped in confusion. "Me?" The 3 demon-subduing gorges clicked their tongues in response. "Who else would it be?" Traceless Divine Thief tried to protest in vain. "You guys should carry him. We're all members of the Heaven's Master Squad." The 3 demon-subduing gorges immediately glared threateningly. "Don't talk so much, while we're still being polite. Hurry up and carry him. You're useless anyway. No one would notice if you died. A thief is still a thief, right?" To create pressure, the 3 demon-subduing gorges raised their fists in unison, channeling energy, their aura rising. Scared and realizing that their words weren't wrong, Traceless Divine Thief could only nod bitterly. "Actually, I was going to carry him anyway." The 3 demon-subduing gorges were now satisfied, but still urged him on. "Then hurry up, older brother is getting further away. Any slower and we'll all be eliminated, and our lives will be over." And so, Cheongi was carried on Traceless Divine Thief's back, and the group continued to dash forward. Even though tears still lingered on Cheongi's cheeks, the boy giggled. "Wow, Mr. Thief, you run so fast. Your mobility arts are amazing. It feels like being carried by my master." "Oh wait, My master is still a little better, ha 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 ha. Traceless divine thief, exhausted and being compared, almost blurted out, shut up, Cheongi. But considering that the boy's master was leader beggar, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. At that moment, Emo Young Jin interrupted, reminding Cheongi, stop talking, channel your energy, I'm running out of breath, it's my turn next. Hearing Emo Young Jin's words, Cheongi happily agreed. No one cared about Traceless Divine Thief's burden. Traceless Divine Thief was startled and flustered. What? There's an order. I have to carry each of you one by one. Emo Young Jin blinked innocently at Traceless Divine Thief. You didn't know, we already agreed on it. Whoever runs out of internal energy first gets carried, to recover, and then they run again, alternating like that. Emo Young Jin said those words without the slightest hint of remorse on his face. The victim, Traceless Divine Thief, could only scream in resentment. What kind of rule is that? Emo Young Jin casually replied. We're originally a group that doesn't follow reason. Traceless Divine Thief immediately burst into tears of helplessness, and you're proud of that now. Time flew by, and half a month later, the Heaven's Master Squad was still moving non-stop, practically running day and night. Of course, Traceless Divine Thief was still responsible for carrying the Heaven's Master Squad members when they were exhausted. Everyone took advantage of the time to practice their martial arts while riding on his back. But then, the seemingly endless suffering of Traceless Divine Thief gradually lessened. For example, this time, when carrying Ian Gyeowon, he only needed to rest for a moment to fully recover, jump off Traceless Divine Thief's back, and continue running, even politely thanking him. Divine Thief, thanks to you, I got a good rest. Before Traceless Divine Thief could say anything, Ian Gyeowon darted forward, surpassing him. With lightning speed, his strength clearly increased compared to before. The situation was completely unexpected for Traceless Divine Thief, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. How strange, what's wrong with these guys? For the past half-month, the Heaven's Master Squad hadn't rested, only drinking water and elixirs to keep going. They should have been exhausted by now, their inner energy depleted. But on the contrary, each member of the Heaven's Master Squad was bursting with surprisingly powerful vitality. From the 10th day onwards, only Cheongi, Anangi, and Emo Young Jin needed to be carried the most, but the duration had also decreased significantly. A thought flashed through Traceless Divine Thief, making him shiver. What's going on? Don't tell me they've all drunk the void and pure stone essence. Even though rumors about this elixir spread throughout Bukyo Mountain, no one said the Heaven's Master Squad had obtained it. If anyone had seized it, it would only be the fiery divine spirit, who once declared he would cut open the wise old freak to get it. Now that he's missing, perhaps the void and pure stone essence is really in his hands. The more Traceless Divine Thief thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that they're all eating 1,000-year-old ginseng? But how could there be so much of it? While Traceless Divine Thief still didn't understand what was happening, the members of the Heaven's Master Squad gradually realized that they were undergoing a process of rebirth. One by one, they had all consciously realized the true meaning of this journey. As they continuously depleted their inner energy to exhaustion and then recovered, and then continued that cycle, everyone clearly felt a surge of internal power in their bodies that couldn't be mistaken. While their inner energy was completely depleted, they all felt a source of pure energy permeating them, and they realized that the void and pure stone essence was being absorbed. Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad was moved to tears when they understood Ugong's intentions. In this world, who would give away such precious elixirs to others for free? But someone had done so. That person had given it away in hope that it would be fully absorbed. That was the Heaven's Master Squad leader, the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the leader, Ugong, who was leisurely moving forward. In their hearts, a small but profound vow echoed, I will forever be a member of the Heaven's Master Squad. It had been more than 20 days since they set out, and the Heaven's Master Squad had reached a lush mountainous region. Thanks to being pushed to their limits every day, and facing the edge of exhaustion, the achievements of the Heaven's Master Squad increased significantly. Every time their inner energy hit rock bottom, the remainder of the void and pure stone essence, which hadn't had time to absorb before, began to take effect. Thanks to that, when all of it was absorbed, the power of that medicine turned into a jump in realm for each person, bringing a feeling of elation and satisfaction. That reward alone was more than enough, but the Heaven's Master Squad received something more. From the nameless hillside, Hugong pointed to a spot not far away. Hey, look over there, do you see that tall, towering tree over there? All eyes followed where Hugong pointed, and they all exclaimed in unison, wow, older brother, the scenery is amazing, it looks like a painting. Squad leader, how can there be such a beautiful place? It's so beautiful, it's to die for. Around them were vast plains and refreshing flower carpets. In the middle of it all, a large tree stood towering like the perfect finishing touch to the landscape painting. Anyone passing by would want to step into its shade and lie down to rest. Hugong wanted that too, and he made the perfect suggestion to everyone: let's end our rush journey there. From here on out, we'll get enough sleep and eat on time. After more than 20 days of only catching quick naps and surviving on elixirs, the cheers of the Heaven's Master Squad were indescribably excited. Wow, long live, there's rice, there's a place to sleep, there's meat. Everyone held hands happily, jumping like children. Traceless Divine Fee was the same way. The one who had been complaining about having to carry others in shifts for dozens of days, was now so happy he was shedding tears. Alright, it's finally over, this is paradise on earth. Before long, under the beautiful giant tree, this resting place had become the private territory of the Heaven's Master Squad, with laughter and conversation everywhere. They slaughtered a pig and roasted fragrant meat. Nang and Wang looked at the roasted pig in amazement. How can we eat all this meat? But the three demon-subduing gorges immediately dismissed it with a joyful laugh. Eat it all, of course, eat until our bellies burst, and then go capture Gold Taker. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yin Gyoan interjected into the conversation with a curious expression. Brother, but is Gold Taker really someone who's crazy about gold? Nam Gunyan nodded affirmatively. If he named his manor Gold Desire Manor, then he must be really crazy about gold. They had learned about Gold Taker's location from Hugong, located in the south of Guangxi province. The nickname Gold Taker means someone who steals gold in the night, while the name Gold Desire Manor implies a desire for gold. Just hearing the two names is enough to understand that he lives and breathes for gold. The fact that he used to be a bandit, yet openly owns a gold and silver manor, also makes it hard to believe. Cheonggi couldn't help his curiosity, blurting out a question with bright eyes. Senior brother, is Gold Taker's house probably covered in gold, walls and roof? Anangi commented while chewing. Don't be so stupid. If he was that stupid, he would have died long ago. He definitely has a secret hiding place. Cheonggi laughed gleefully upon hearing that. Haha, that's right. But anyway, that pile of gold will soon be ours. As the conversation reached its climax, suddenly Hugong's voice rang out softly but coldly. Quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent, turning to look at Hugong, but no one asked why, because everyone understood that the squad leader didn't intend to scold them. After so many years together, the Heaven's Master Squad knew that their squad leader wasn't one to complain, especially about trivial matters like this. If he had opened his mouth, there must be something up, not because the joking was too loud, but because someone was coming, and definitely not an ordinary person, a peerless master. The whole group turned their heads in unison, their eyes scanning all around, alert and cautious, but also with curiosity and excited anticipation. Anangi was the first to spot them, but his reaction was to grin. Hey, over there. In the open scenery, two figures appeared from the north, rushing over with movement as light as the wind, an old man and a young man. In just a moment, their clothes became clear, Taoist robes, with the image of the Taiji King sword embroidered on the right shoulder. Anangi exclaimed with curiosity, older brother, they're from Wudong. But who could they be? For Hugong, those words were superfluous. With just a glance, he had recognized who it was, but he didn't reveal their identity right away. At that moment, a loud shout from the Heaven's Master Squad echoed towards the two Taoists. Taoist Master, please come over here. The Heaven's Master Squad warmly welcomes the Wudong representatives. Haha, let's eat some pork together. The Heaven's Master Squad, known for their optimism and easygoing nature, happily greeted them as if they were old friends. Before long, the two Taoists had stepped in front of them, bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, this old Taoist really didn't expect to be so warmly welcomed by everyone. From afar, I saw smoke and the smell of grilled meat spreading. I originally only intended to stop by to ask for permission to rest for a bit, but I never expected to be welcomed so enthusiastically. Out of courtesy, the old Taoist immediately introduced himself and the young man with him. Let me introduce myself. This old Taoist is Chong Jinja of Wudong, and this is my apprentice, Woon Hak. Beside him, Woon Hak bowed with standard etiquette, his face handsome, his eyes sharp as swords. The highlight was the small red mole at the corner of his right lip, making his appearance even more impressive. As soon as they heard the name Chong Jinja, the entire Heaven's Master Squad was shaken. In the Murim world, who didn't know Chong Jinja's reputation, the peerless master of Wudong, the one who had forced the iron-blooded old freak, one of the 7 oddities of Zhongyuan in the mid-stage of the unrestrained realm, to kneel after only 100 moves. That was him. And in front of them now was the master who had proven that the distance between the mid and late stages of the unrestrained realm was an insurmountable abyss. Therefore, the Heaven's Master Squad became even more enthusiastic. Wow, it's unbelievable. It's a great blessing to meet such a big shot. Today is like winning the lottery. It's a great honor to meet the peerless master of Wudong. Please eat with us, and then rest well. The enthusiasm of the Heaven's Master Squad made Chong Jinja burst into hearty laughter once again. However, in his heart, he still understood that, in terms of recent reputation in the Jianghu world, the one who was causing a stir throughout the land was the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive and his group. Therefore, he couldn't help but be curious, especially about the young man sitting quietly in the crowd. His eyes naturally turned to that young master. Are you the famous young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive? Hugong replied modestly, yes, but that reputation is just something the world has exaggerated. Chong Jinja continued to laugh loudly. Haha, you keep being so modest, but I don't believe it. Even though he said that, the way Hugong modestly bowed still pleased Chong Jinja. The whole group gathered around, and the story began. For the most part, Chong Jinja asked questions, asking about what happened at Bukyo Mountain, asking where they had been going, and asking about their current destination. Hugong and the entire Heaven's Master Squad only answered things that the Jianghu world already knew. As for anything that hadn't been revealed, they kept it a secret. When asked about their upcoming journey, they laughed loudly, bragging that they were both wandering the world and preparing to unify the Jianghu world. The statement seemed like a joke, and in that lively atmosphere, no one found it suspicious, except for Woon Hak, who was sitting quietly next to his master, his eyes never leaving the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive from beginning to end. Woon Hak was very curious as he observed Hugong, someone the same age as him, yet he was able to have such renowned masters under his control. That made him both admire and envy him, because the image of the person in front of him was the figure he longed to become. But in his heart, a feeling of indescribable doubt arose. His reputation was so resounding, but he didn't seem extraordinary at all. In Woon Hak's heart, a feeling of discomfort arose, mixed with doubt. He decided to transmit his voice to Chong Jinja. Master. Chong Jinja slightly turned his head when he heard the voice transmission from his apprentice. What is it? Woon Hak suddenly suggested. This disciple would like to request a spar with the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. This disciple is curious to know what that person's strength is like, and also wants to verify his own position. Chong Jinja chuckled lightly, but his eyes glanced slightly sternly at the group of Heaven's Master Squad members who were engrossed in eating. Haven't you ever heard of the three demon-subduing gorges or Nang and Wang? Of course Woon Hak had heard of them, and he understood the hidden meaning in his teacher's words. People like the three demon-subduing gorges would never submit to anyone, and Nang and Wang was a symbol, a belief of the wandering Jianghu people, yet they all respectfully called that young master older brother. That was clear enough without even trying. Faced with the harsh reality, Woon Hak still didn't want to give up easily. This disciple understands. But the fact that they follow that person doesn't mean that person's martial arts are higher than everyone else's. Chong Jinja bluntly extinguished Woon Hak's far-fetched thoughts. You really are talking nonsense. I also had some doubts, but that Heaven's Master Squad leader is not someone you can compare to. Hearing that, Woon Hak quietly lowered his head, a flash of sadness in his eyes, and his teacher's gentle pat on the thigh couldn't soothe the feeling of defeat, because in his heart, he understood that his teacher had already tacitly considered him a loser, even though the match had never taken place. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out, and Hugong spoke. I wonder, is there something making young Master Woon Hak unhappy? Woon Hak quickly shook his head. No, nothing like that. Hugong immediately gave Woon Hak a kind smile. If we have unfortunately caused the young master any trouble, please forgive us. I heard that Wudong has a divine dragon, whose Taoist name is Woon Hak. It's a great honor to meet you today. My family will surely be very happy to know about this. Woon Hak tried to suppress his emotions, giving a forced smile. Haha, young master is too kind. I should say that I am the one who is honored. Hearing Hugong mention him with respect, his heart was somewhat soothed. Hugong didn't know Woon Hak's background clearly, so he skillfully asked, I don't know which family could have given birth to such a talented figure as young Master Woon Hak. Woon Hak didn't answer right away, but turned his head, glancing slightly at the people in the Heaven's Master Squad, who were of the same generation as him. His eyes swept over Nam Gung Yun, Ian Gyeowan, and then Mo Young Jin, the descendants of famous families, the lineage of the Heavenly Dragon Four clans. Even so, Woon Hak still decided to hold his head high with pride, because his clan was no less competitive, just that fewer people knew about it. He solemnly introduced himself. I come from Gold Desire Manor. The name means Gold Desire Manor, but my father was a very generous person and often helped others. Woon Hak introduced his family with deep pride. Little did he know, the 3 words Gold Desire Manor would greatly affect the relationship between him and the Heaven's Master Squad.
The entire Heaven's Master Squad stopped simultaneously, staring blankly at Woon Hak. Everyone's eyes met, frozen in astonishment. Gold Desire Manor, wait a minute, isn't that, no way. Whispers and stunned looks surrounded Woon Hak. That name, Gold Desire Manor, the place they were planning to go to capture Gold Taker. Gold Desire Manor. Master Gold Taker's son was standing right in front of them. At this moment, the Heaven's Master Squad understood why Hu Gong kept asking about the young man's background. It wasn't out of curiosity, but to confirm. A way to subtly inform the entire Heaven's Master Squad of the truth. At this moment, only Hu Gong could look at Woon Hak with a slight smile. Life was unpredictable, an unbelievable coincidence. He remembered the Dongting Dragon King and the telepathic communication that night. He had revealed that Gold Taker's real name was Kong Yu, and his son's name was Kong Xian. Hu Gong didn't find that information very important, so he casually asked the Dongting Dragon King, "So what?" The Dongting Dragon King continued to bow sincerely. Kong Xian now goes by another name. He has become a Wudong disciple, known as Wudong Divine Dragon Woon Hak. I beg you to show mercy. In the Dongting Dragon King's plea, Gold Taker's sworn brother, there was a clear implication. If they were touched, it would create conflict with the Wudong sect. Even so, Hu Gong's answer remained cold. So what? His meaning was very clear. So what if we offend Wudong? The Dongting Dragon King was speechless, and could only clutch his robe, trembling. And Hu Gong also issued a final warning, Zhang Qion, this is not something you can interfere with. The telepathic communication ended after the Dongting Dragon King's apology. Now, sitting across from a member of Wudong, Hu Gong still maintained the same calm attitude. He looked into his teacup with a slight smile. He originally didn't care about Wudong, and whether Gold Taker lived or died was unimportant. Everything would be decided after he retrieved the sword. But today, right now, Gold Taker's son had appeared before him. Life truly played tricks. The situation had changed. Woon Hak, in front of the Heaven's Master Squad, was no longer just Gold Taker's son, but a part of the Wudong sect. Perhaps now they would have to face Chong Jinja himself, or even all of Wudong. That thought flashed through everyone's minds, making the atmosphere tense. Hu Gong, however, leisurely took a sip of tea. For Hu Gong, everything had now become more convenient. He could resolve everything in one fell swoop. Depending on how Woon Hak and Chong Jinja reacted, he would act accordingly. If they complied, no one would suffer. If they resisted, Woon Hak and Chong Jinja would bear the consequences. The Heaven's Master Squad all stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths. For Woon Hak, this scene was incomprehensible. No matter how famous Gold Desire Manor was, compared to families like Namgung, Mo Yong, or the Pearl clan, it was just a small name, a family with a bit of fame in southern Guangxi, nothing more. So he was a bit confused, and hesitantly asked, "Ha ha ha, why does everyone look so surprised?" Woon Hak tilted his head slightly. Just as he was about to ask again, Cheong-gi suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, "Woon Hak, if your family has the character gold in its name." Woon Hak felt worried when he saw Cheong-gi choking up. But immediately afterward, the kid suddenly grinned, his eyes shining as if he had seen gold. "Then how rich are you? Were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth?" This has been changed to the American idiom. "And here I am, a poor wretch." After saying that, Cheong-gi hugged himself as if to comfort himself, but smiled broadly as if it were just a joke. Then, An-engi also joined in the lament, acting in an exaggerated manner. "I'm so jealous, look at me, my family is mediocre, and my sect is the impoverished beggar's sect. Why is life so unfair?" Woon Hak then understood, and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, so that's why everyone reacted like that." Along with his chuckling, the Heaven's Master Squad also laughed out loud at the exaggerated performance of the two beggars. Hu Gong quietly looked at Woon Hak and then slowly asked, "Woon Hak, Taoist master, what kind of person is your father to you?" Hu Gong's smile, from beginning to end, remained very warm towards Woon Hak, even though he was probing him. The sudden question made Woon Hak pause for a moment. "Ah, that." But then, as if guided by someone, the image of his father appeared in his mind. All doubts disappeared. "To me, my father is no different from other fathers." Afterward, Chong Jinja and Woon Hak left first, leaving Hu Gong with distant thoughts about Gold Taker, no different from other fathers. Hu Gong realized that, to Woon Hak, Gold Taker was probably a good father once. That father only wanted his son to live well. Therefore, if Woon Hak complied, he wouldn't need to be dragged into taking responsibility. The child was innocent. Gold Taker probably never wanted his son to go down a path of blood and darkness like him. The Heaven's Master Squad stayed behind to pack up their belongings a bit, and then used their movement techniques to leave the resting place under the ancient tree with that poetic style. Throughout the journey afterward, until dusk, no one spoke a word, but everyone's faces were heavy, everyone had the same thought. Only one person thought differently. Mo Young Jin sighed inwardly, we may have to face Wudong, and the opponent is Chong Jinja, the second in command of that sect. Mo Young Jin's eyes were full of worry. He thought that even the squad leader would probably have a hard time dealing with Chong Jinja. If things went badly, the outcome would be unpredictable. Feeling stifled, Mo Young Jin whispered to Ian Gyo-on, what should we do now? Ian Gyo-on clicked his tongue, I'm dead if I know. Ian Gyo-yuan's answer was heavy, and then he fell silent. The atmosphere was stifling. After a while, he spoke again first, perhaps Chong Jinja will die. Mo Young Jin turned to look at Ian Gyo-on, his eyes astonished. Ian Gyo-on didn't pay attention to Mo Young Jin's confused expression, and continued to click his tongue, scratching his head. Wudong is probably about to be destroyed. Ian Gyo-on was shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, what, are you worried about Chong Jinja? Ian Gyo-on glanced at Mo Young Jin, and then frowned slightly as if he suddenly realized something. Wait, are you worried about the squad leader? Mo Young Jin replied blankly, of course, isn't everyone else? Ian Gyo-on stared at Mo Young Jin as if he were crazy. Don't talk nonsense. The Heaven's Master Squad worried about the squad leader. The more Mo Young Jin thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. He flusteredly argued, but, this opponent is not simple. Ian Gyo-on then put on a face of contempt for Mo Young Jin's naive ECH, you're still too green. When are you going to stop thinking so naively? You blockhead. Mo Young Jin was stunned, unable to say another word. Then, he turned to look around, both at the people walking beside him and behind him. Everyone maintained a serious expression, but then he quickly realized that the seriousness had a completely different meaning. Everyone was whispering, it seems that the Wudong sect is about to be finished. Woon Hak, he seems so good, will he really die? If he dares to resist, then there's no other way. Hearing those sad exclamations, Mo Young Jin realized that only he was worrying unnecessarily. Mo Young Jin confusedly asked Ian Gyo-on again, Gyo-on, what's going on? Is everyone worried about Wudong? Ian Gyo-on laughed nonchalantly, of course, TCH, I wish you could have seen the scene of the carefree sect's Mok Ryong Heavenly Grandmaster being crushed that day. Mo Young Jin, surprised and envious, exclaimed, what, you witnessed it firsthand? Ian Gyo-on flashed a very proud smile, but immediately afterward, he slapped himself with a confident demeanor and declared, no, I hadn't joined the Heaven's Master Squad at that time. Mo Young Jin, being teased round and round, became furious and blurted out, what the hell are you talking about, you crazy guy? Ian Gyo-on gleefully burst out laughing in the air, ha 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 ha, now you're starting to look like a member of the Heaven's Master Squad. Mo Young Jin became even more agitated, losing all his usual polite and somewhat shy demeanor. Shut up, you're a real bastard. 3 days later, Chong Jinja and Woon Hak stopped at the Rising Dragon Pavilion in the far north of Guangxi Province. The two had just ordered a simple meal and were about to go upstairs when they heard the lively conversation of some diners. In that conversation, the name the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest young master was mentioned. Some people expressed admiration, while others were skeptical. I heard he became famous at Bukyo Mountain. No way, you don't believe it, and that's not all, at the Heavenly Dragon Summit. Hearing those discussions, Woon Hak unconsciously remembered Hu Gong. Especially his smile, a calm, deep smile, like the look of an adult towards a junior. This was the first time Woon Hak had encountered a young person with such a strange smile. Woon Hak also remembered the question Hu Gong had asked, what kind of person is your father to you? At that time, Woon Hak had answered, no different from other fathers. But the real answer in his heart was different, longer, and full of emotion. My father is a hunchback, with an ugly face, but I still love my father. Woon Hak remembered Gold Taker always saying that it was lucky he wasn't like him. He was happy that he resembled his deceased mother. Woon Hak liked to see his father happy like that, but sometimes he thought, even if he was like his father, he would still be happy. Because in his heart, Woon Hak always remembered that Gold Taker was a father who wanted his son to live well. When Woon Hak was only 8 years old, when he had to leave home to follow his master to Wudong, he felt very sad and didn't want to leave home, just like any other child. In the moment he turned his head to look back at the house before leaving, he saw an unforgettable image. It was the image of Gold Taker silently wiping away tears in the darkness. That scene is still deeply imprinted in Woon Hak's memory. as proof of his father's love for him. After remembering the memories of his father and the short conversation with Hu Gong, Woon Hak suddenly felt a sense of relief. At this moment, the table of hot food that the two masters and disciples were waiting for was fully laid out. Woon Hak enjoyed the delicious meal, but even those amazing dishes weren't enough to pull him from his thoughts. He recalled the moment he answered Hu Gong, then looked up. He still caught the young master's gentle smile. Only then did he understand that the young master's smile had been warm from beginning to end. The feeling of defeat even before the sparring match took place suddenly vanished like snow in the sun. Thinking it over, Woon Hak felt that it wasn't a big deal, yet an indescribable gratitude welled up inside him. Perhaps because Hu Gong's question had reminded him of his father, Woon Hak was genuinely impressed by Hu Gong's calm, mature demeanor, possessing the air of a truly grown man, and it was then that he understood why the entire Heaven's Master Squad willingly followed the young master. Lost in thought, Woon Hak unconsciously smiled, a gentle and kind smile with no more animosity towards Hu Gong, the man he had once considered an imaginary rival. Suddenly, the call of Chong Jinja sitting opposite him made Woon Hak's train of thought vanish. Woon Hak, what are you thinking about so deeply? Is there something interesting on your mind? Even Woon Hak didn't realize when he started smiling. He hurriedly explained, yes, master, I was just thinking about the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive and the Heaven's Master Squad that I met last time. Chong Jinja nodded and continued, yes, they are fun people. I'm sure you've given up the idea of sparring with the young master, right? Woon Hak chuckled, mocking himself. Yes, I was very foolish, but in his eyes, there was still a vague hint of regret. Chong Jinja nodded again, yes, very good, but in reality, his mind was full of jumbled thoughts. Chong Jinja also recalled the meeting with the Heaven's Master Squad, but he felt uncomfortable instead of delighted, not because of impolite words or gestures, but because of the way Hu Gong looked at Woon Hak like a child. That made Chong Jinja feel uneasy. More precisely, he felt that Hu Gong wasn't pretending to be an adult, but that his maturity appeared too natural, to the point that it irritated him. Strangely, his apprentice looked at that person in a different way, which made Chong Jinja even more puzzled. He coughed lightly, as if to dispel the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in front of the restaurant. I heard the food here is delicious, my mouth is watering. Hey, don't drool, if you drool, you'll starve to death. Second Uncle Song Xiong, I'll tell master, drool away, drool to your heart's content. Ha ha ha, a familiar voice rang out. Chong Jinja and Woon Hak both turned their eyes toward the stairs. It was the Heaven's Master Squad. Sure enough, the Heaven's Master Squad was rushing upstairs with a lively sound of laughter and the rumble of footsteps. Cheon-gi was the first to run up to the table of the two Taoists with an eager voice. Ah, it's Woon Hak. Following Cheon-gi were Hu Gong and the Heaven's Master Squad. Everyone was smiling brightly. Oh, so you are here too, what a coincidence. We meet again. They say friends meet on a narrow bridge. It seems that the Rising Dragon Pavilion is that bridge. There was hidden meaning in those words, but the two Taoists didn't understand the situation, so they didn't realize it. Everyone politely greeted each other and then naturally sat together at the table. It's nice to see you again, it's a pleasure to meet again. While waiting for more food, Chong Jinja asked Hu Gong curiously, young master, where are you planning to go next? Hu Gong replied with a bright smile, I was originally planning to wander, but recently I've made a decision, to go to Qinzhou, in the south of Guangxi province. Chong Jinja widened his eyes in surprise. Hu Gong subtly seized that moment and acted as if he had just discovered the coincidence. Could it be that Taoist master is also? Chong Jinja, without any doubt, burst out laughing heartily. Haha, that's right, it seems that our fate is extended again. I plan to go to Gold Desire Manor, where my apprentice's family lives. And young master, what business do you have in Qinzhou? Hearing Chong Jinja inquire, Hu Gong skillfully answered with half the truth. We suddenly remembered that there was an item sent there, now we want to retrieve it. Chong Jinja became even more curious, blinking repeatedly. What is it? Hu Gong chuckled and said directly, it's a sword. Chong Jinja became even more curious, exclaiming with eagerness, haha, it seems it's not an ordinary sword. If I had the chance to admire it, that would be great. Hu Gong agreed without hesitation, definitely, if we're on the same route, why don't we travel together? With those words, Hu Gong smiled kindly, his eyes looking at Chong Jinja full of meaning. He agreed so easily because friends should be kept close, but enemies should be kept even closer. The yellow-hued bird could observe from very far away, and even move faster than Chong Jinja, but keeping the enemy nearby made reconnaissance or surveillance more convenient. The two sides happened to have the same journey, heading towards Qinzhou, in the south of Guangxi province, so the matter of traveling together was decided, but before setting off, they had to fill their hungry stomachs, thus, dozens of plates of food were cleaned out. After the meal, the payment was handed over to the traceless divine thief. Everyone tacitly considered it to be obvious. Only, the three demon-subduing gorges suddenly grabbed the traceless divine thief's shoulder and made a request: pay 5 times the original price. The traceless divine thief couldn't believe his ears, and widened his eyes in astonishment. What? The three demon-subduing gorges clicked their tongues and replied, because more food was brought out. The traceless divine thief couldn't accept that reason and immediately retorted, but that was the restaurant bringing it out on their own. The traceless divine thief had no idea why so much food was brought out. The Rising Dragon Pavilion was managed by the Hao clan, and within the Hao clan, no one didn't know about the reputation of the Heaven's Master Squad. They even bet on whether the squad leader would visit the place they were running, and now, the Rising Dragon Pavilion had hit the jackpot, so no matter what they ordered, the restaurant owner would bring out a lot of delicious food, and the wine was the best kind. Seeing the traceless divine thief hesitate and argue, the three demon-subduing gorges directly tore open his money bag with a threatening tone. Want to try dying? The traceless divine thief turned pale and hurriedly agreed with a forced smile, I'll pay. So, because he was intimidated, the traceless divine thief ended up paying many times more than the amount he should have paid, even though the extra food was a gift from the restaurant. That night, the traceless divine thief couldn't fall asleep, constantly looking at the sky through the window. Damn it, what the heck is going on? He felt like he was being led by the nose, as if he was gradually being stripped clean, and if he got used to being stripped like that, there would come a day when he had nothing left. What he couldn't understand was that the restaurant said it wouldn't accept money, but the Heaven's Master Squad insisted on paying. More importantly, why didn't the restaurant accept money in the first place? No matter how he thought about it, the traceless divine thief couldn't understand it. That night, Chong Jinja also couldn't sleep, leaning by the window, his eyes looking out, but the scenery didn't register in his mind. The journey had been decided, but he still felt uneasy. Chong Jinja recalled the 2 meetings with the Heaven's Master Squad. The first time might have been just a coincidence, but today's meeting was clearly intentional. Everyone realized that, and from there, he suddenly thought of a possibility. The original goal of the Heaven's Master Squad was Qinzhou. Chong Jinja also guessed that the one who discovered the location of him and his disciple must have been the white bird of the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, a special creature to the point that he didn't realize he was being watched at all. But the biggest question in Chong Jinja's mind at this moment was, why did they approach him? Why did they want to travel together? Why didn't the young master clearly state his destination from the beginning? What were they ultimately planning? Chong Jinja anxiously tapped his fingers on the table while thinking, maybe the young master has changed his strategy. He seems to be the type of person who is willing to adjust his choices if a better option appears, someone who never follows a fixed route. Maybe so. One question had an answer, but then that thought opened up another question in Chong Jinja's mind. Are they targeting me? He wondered, and then answered himself, no. Propping his chin up in hesitation for a while, Chong Jinja suddenly thought of his apprentice. What about Woon Hak? Also no. However, they are clearly trying to keep us by their side. Why? I can't understand. Chong Jinja's train of thought kept circling back to the starting point, repeating every detail of the first meeting, but no matter how he thought about it, only one question remained: why? Meanwhile, there was one more person who wasn't sleeping. Hu Gong wasn't in the inn room. He had left the restaurant, climbed a nearby hill, and was standing amidst the autumnal colors and deep fog of the deepening night. With Hu Gong were the yellow-hue bird and the golden toad. Those 2 loyal spirit beasts were about to receive new missions. Like before, from hunting wild boars to tracking Chong Jinja, they had all completed them perfectly, and this time, Hu Gong believed that they would do just as well. The 2 spirit beasts sat down heavily on the ground. Please give us a mission, Master. Looking at the eager appearance of the 2 spirit beasts, Hu Gong gave the mission with absolute trust. Your next destination is Gold Desire Manor in Qinzhou County. The mission is to track down Jean Tui Kok, stick to his actions, and understand every step. You can do it, right? With those words, Hu Gong looked into the eyes of the 2 spirit beasts. They showed such a serious attitude that he almost laughed. He didn't understand why they seemed so solemn, just like 2 warriors waiting for a death order. It was hard to say whether they were still spirit beasts or whether they had gradually become more like humans. As soon as the order was given, 2 voices responded strongly and enthusiastically. Please leave it to us, Master. Oop oop. Hu Gong smiled slightly. I'm so lucky to have you by my side." The yellow hue bird and golden toad looked at him silently. Those words, no matter how many times they heard them, still made their hearts flutter, and then they began to proudly puff out their chests, tilting their heads to the sky as if proud of being praised. Suddenly, the yellow hue bird changed his expression, staring at Hu Gong. "Master." Hu Gong tilted his head in doubt. "What is it?" The yellow hue bird and the golden toad suddenly asked for permission with a serious expression, as if what they were about to do would change the world. "So, could we dance a little, oop oop?" Hu Gong couldn't help but be confused by the erratic silliness of the two spirit beasts. Then he gently advised them, "It's night, it will startle the caterpillars." The yellow hue bird and golden toad laughed upon hearing that. "Ha ha ha, master is worried about caterpillars too, cock cock." Immediately afterwards, they both flapped their wings in unison. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into two dim streaks of light far away in the night sky. Hu Gong watched the two spirit beasts for a long time, until his eyes gradually became empty. When they returned, it meant that the prey was already in their hands. "And this time, I will give him a single chance." Thinking of the fact that he had changed his plans in a flash, Hu Gong gently turned and walked back towards the rising dragon pavilion, his heart still heavy with thoughts. Since meeting Woon Hak for the second time, Hu Gong had changed his mind. He decided to create an opportunity for the secret to be buried in darkness forever. 15 days later, the Heaven's Master Squad and the two Taoists had crossed central Guangxi. Everyone was preparing to depart after breakfast when Chong Jinja suddenly frowned. The eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive, who was supposed to be present, had disappeared. He called Nam Gong Yun back and asked, "Why hasn't the eldest son woken up yet?" Nam Gong Yun immediately explained, Actually I forgot to tell you. Last night the squad leader left. He said he had to stop by a place, told me to send my apology and ask him to pass it on to senior." Nam Gong Yun said he didn't know, but Chong Jinja felt like he knew something and was just trying to hide Hu Gong's whereabouts. He tried to ask, so suddenly, "Where are we going?" Nam Gong Yun firmly shook his head with a very honest expression. We were also surprised. When asked, he did not say the itinerary or the reason. Chong Jinja laughed bitterly, both surprised and confused. Was the eldest young master really this willful? Hu Gong's leaving without notice surprised him, but what was even more unbelievable was that he had left so quietly without him noticing. Nam Gong Yun acted as if he was sulking. Yes, the squad leader had an erratic temperament, sometimes making us confused, and if we asked too much, we would get beaten up. Chong Jinja was shocked and asked back, "Beat up?" Nam Gong Yun acted even more pitiful. "Yes, we followed him for so many years, we got beaten up a lot." Hearing his name he seemed gentle, but in reality it was far from it. Chong Jinja could only stroke his beard and sigh continuously. It was strange. He thought that perhaps because the eldest son was not present, his subordinates dared to speak the truth. Then he glanced at the Heaven's Master Squad and continued to ask, "Did the eldest son go alone?" This time, Nam Gong Yun honestly shared the information because he couldn't hide it. "No, the squad leader went with that old man you've met before." Chong Jinja had indeed quietly counted the people of the Heaven's Master Squad before asking Nam Gong Yun, but he acted as if he had just remembered the traceless divine thief. The one who always dressed simply, looked a bit shy, worked as the money manager for the Heaven's Master Squad. Nam Gong Yun recounted in a tragic tone. It was true that he had been beaten so much that he was always timid, had just joined the squad not long ago, and during that time he had been beaten quite a bit. Chong Jinja's sighs continued for a long time. "Oh my god," and Nam Gong Yun acted so natural. His acting skills were getting more and more proficient that the Heaven's Master Squad had to hold back their laughter with difficulty. "His acting has improved a lot, he lies without even blinking an eye." Meanwhile, Kim Tui Kok was living peaceful days in his lair. He was hiding in the East Cave, a cave far away from Gold Desire Manor. Outside the cave, strange growls echoed from above. Gold Taker raised his head, only to see a black bird with wings as dark as night perched on a tree branch. Next to it was a golden toad. He didn't suspect anything, chuckled before turning back to the cave. So funny, what kind of bird's cry sounded like a person crying? Inside the Gold Taker's lair, gold and silver treasures filled the entire hallway. It was the wealth he had accumulated throughout his life. Of course, it was all stolen goods. There was no clean money here. Gold Taker often hid in the stone tomb, spending long days with the treasures he stole. No one in the world knew about this place, not even his son. Ever since he got the divine sword in his hands, Gold Taker stayed in Dong Ho even more diligently. He didn't even return to Gold Desire Manor for half a month. Lying cross-legged among the pile of treasures, the gold-taker kept taking out the divine sword of the world's #1 man, admiring it, then putting it back in, unable to put it down. No matter how many hours he looked at it, he still couldn't get enough of it. It was truly an excellent sword. Gold-taker was captivated by the beauty of the divine sword. He gently stroked the blade, his eyes filled with regret, then he put it back in its sheath. Then, he suddenly sat up, smacked his lips with nostalgia. From today, I will wait for my son to come back. See you later. Saying goodbye to the divine sword, the gold-taker placed it down on a rock, arranging it neatly and carefully, cherishing it more than any treasure in the cave. Gold-taker took out a letter. Woon-hak had sent a letter. The letter said that he would go to Gold Desire Manor with his master, the son that made him proud, that made him love him infinitely. Just thinking about it made his heart flutter. Fortunately that child was not like him. If his son's mobility arts had improved a little more, perhaps it would have arrived sooner. Just put the letter in his shirt. Gold-taker stood up, walked to the exit, in his heart kept repeating the question, today probably not, when will he get here, where is he? When he broke the formation at the cave entrance and stepped outside, the bright noon light hit him, forcing him to close his eyes. Even though he was used to it, the feeling still made him uncomfortable. Gold-taker stands on the hillside overlooking his estate, a symbol of power and money, but it is all a disguise to hide his identity. Gold-taker squinted his eyes until tears flowed. It was said that when internal energy reached a certain level, the eyes would no longer be dazzled by light. Even though he stepped out from the darkness, he still could not guess where that level was. He suddenly burst out laughing when he thought of a person, talking and laughing to himself. Perhaps it was the realm of Hugong, but when he opened his eyes, a strange scene shocked Gold-taker so much that he quickly closed them again. Opening his eyes again, before his eyes was clearly the silhouette of a white fox spirit gliding through the air. Gold-taker was stunned and almost screamed, "What is this? An illusion? How could it be, a fox?" He closed his eyes once more, rubbing them a few times to let the tears flow out as if to wash away the confusion and dizziness that was taking over his mind. What am I seeing? Is there a ghost? Gold-taker had just opened his eyes again when he felt a lump in his throat as if someone was choking him. The fox's icy voice rang out in Gold-taker's ears. Kongyu didn't know when or how the fox had gotten so close to him without making any movement. Gold-taker suddenly felt his whole body lose strength. His heart was pounding, his throat was aching, his strength was gone because his acupuncture points were precisely controlled, and his body was trembling because of that name, the real name that no one had dared to call for many years. Hugong grabbed Gold-taker's neck and lifted him up, but he still stubbornly denied it. Kongyu, what, you got the wrong person. Hugong smiled faintly, his hand like a pincer tightened its grip on Gold-taker's neck even more, his tone full of sarcasm. Or should I call you Gold-taker? Just that one sentence was enough to make Gold-taker speechless. Being grabbed by the neck and lifted up high by Hugong, Gold-taker struggled and kicked the air helplessly. Who are you? Instead of answering his question, Hugong only let out a cold request, I came to get the divine sword. Gold-taker was strangled to the point that his face was drained of blood, but he still stubbornly asked, God, divine sword, why are you here? Even though he was stubborn, his heart was already pounding. How could it be exposed? How did this person find me? The secret of the sword was known only to 4 people in the world, including Gold-taker himself, his close friend the Dongting Dragon King, Earth Spirit, and the traceless divine thief. Gold-taker guessed that the Dongting Dragon King absolutely could not reveal it. There was a deep and unshakable relationship between them. As for the traceless divine thief, Gold-taker also thought that it couldn't be him. Who could catch someone like him? The only one capable of doing that was Hugong, who was no longer in this world. Yet those who seek the divine sword still find their way here. A tangled web of thoughts swirls in the Gold-taker's head. Could it be that the Earth Spirit betrayed me? 2 swords are not enough, he wants all 3. Gold-taker was filled with doubt, when a familiar voice rang out from the woods on the left. It was me who said it. Sorry. An old man walked out, smiling awkwardly. Gold-taker was stunned and couldn't recognize the traceless divine thief in disguise. Who are you? Immediately after, the traceless divine thief reached out to remove his mask. The 2 layers of disguise disappeared, revealing a familiar face. It's me. Gold-taker was stunned and shouted, come in, traceless divine thief, why are you here? Traceless divine thief cried with grievance, I was caught. Gold-taker looked at traceless divine thief in shock, then turned to look at the fox. Caught, by whom? Traceless divine thief cleared his throat, trying to appear serious as he introduced Hugong but couldn't hide his trembling voice. Hello, this is the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. I've been beaten a lot. Gold Taker went crazy, started cursing Traceless Divine Thief. What, traitor, why did you get caught, and just because of a few beats you told my story? If people were to find out, it wouldn't be something to be proud of for a divine thief. Gold Taker's eyes were filled with anger, so angry that his hands were shaking. He regretted it. He shouldn't have bragged about this. All his life he thought he would never be caught by anyone. Who would have thought? His old friend had a mouth faster than the wind. But the shock didn't end here. Traceless Divine Thief smiled awkwardly. Don't get angry. It's not just me. Gold Taker was stunned. What do you mean? Traceless Divine Thief clicked his tongue and told. The Dongting Dragon King also confessed. Gold Taker was almost dumbfounded. What? But Traceless Divine Thief continued to tell. He knelt down in front of the young master, begging for his life. Gold Taker revealed a look of disappointment. That, impossible. Seeing Gold Taker's confidence gradually collapse, Traceless Divine Thief sighed. Think about it carefully. Immediately, Gold Taker understood. The only person who knew where he was staying at Gold Desire Manor was the Dongting Dragon King, and if the other party could find their way here, then there was only one possibility. The Dongting Dragon King had confessed everything, but there was still one thing that Gold Taker didn't understand. How did they find his hiding place? Just then, from above came a strange deep sound. Gold Taker looked up, saw a colorful bird perched on a tree branch and chirping. It was the yellow hue bird. This sound, Gold Taker had heard it before a few days ago, the strange cry of a strange bird, but that one was black, and this one, only now, he was shocked to realize, that bird could change the color of its feathers, and it had been following him all this time. The moment he discovered the truth and his face contorted, Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad couldn't help but giggle. At that moment, the hand that was tightly gripping Gold Taker's neck suddenly let go. He fell to the ground, raised his head to look at the fox in front of him. While confusion was covering Gold Taker's mind, Hu Gong's cold voice fell as sharp as a knife. Woon Hak is in my hand. Gold Taker was stunned, unable to immediately understand the words, even though they were just simple sentences. The fox's eyes tilted slightly, his gaze carrying a mocking look. What's wrong, or should I call it Kong Xian? Gold Taker's entire body trembled. He turned his head, his trembling eyes looked towards the Traceless Divine Thief and received confirmation. The fox in front of him was the one who had subdued the Traceless Divine Thief, forcing the Dongting Dragon King to kneel. And now, his son, Kong Xian, was also in that person's hands, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear. In that instant, Gold Taker completely collapsed. He burst into tears, his head bowed to the ground, his hoarse voice echoing between ragged breaths. Forgive me, forgive my son, kill me, but stop with me. I will do everything you want, please, spare him. Gold Taker pleaded desperately, repeatedly kowtowing like a machine to beg for mercy from Hu Gong, thinking that he had once spared the Dongting Dragon King and Traceless Divine Thief, so it meant that he might also spare him and his son. Hu Gong spoke, still maintaining that cold and dignified demeanor, but he only uttered the word you and then suddenly stopped as if he had run out of words for Gold Taker's hollow pleas. Hu Gong's hesitation made Gold Taker even more uneasy, and he anxiously clenched his fists, biting his lips until they bled. After a while, when Hu Gong still said nothing, Gold Taker tremblingly raised his head, tears still streaming down his cheeks. Why doesn't he finish what he has to say? The moment Gold Taker looked up, Hu Gong's foot came down hard, right in the middle of his face. With a thud, the sound of the kick rang out crisply. Gold Taker was hit in the chin, his nose shattered, blood flowing profusely, and his whole body flew backward powerlessly. Hu Gong's kick made Gold Taker dizzy. He sat slumped on the ground, holding his nose and sobbing, but Hu Gong would not easily spare him, and he silently walked towards him slowly. Then, before Gold Taker could recover, Hu Gong delivered another kick, kicking him flat on his back and pressing his head into the ground. Looking down at the foolish thief beneath his feet, Hu Gong's voice carried a chilling tone like an echo from the underworld. Tell me, why should I spare you? A cold wind rushed past, bringing with it a sense of dread that filled the space, seeping through every crack. Gold Taker's head felt like it was being crushed under Hu Gong's heel, the pressure increasing every moment. It felt like one more breath and his head would explode, but before that happened, he had to speak, he had to beg, his voice filled with the utmost desperation. Please, just unleash it on me. The Traceless Divine Thief witnessed the scene, listening to Gold Taker's trembling voice carried by the wind, and was horrified and stunned. He was both frightened and sorry for his colleague but dared not interrupt, fearing that Hu Gong's foot would change targets. Perhaps that plea had reached Hu Gong's ears, and his foot slowly moved away from Gold Taker's head, but immediately after, his chest burned. He kicked him straight in the stomach, causing him to make weak, wheezing sounds, breath, can't, air blocked in my chest, he could only open his mouth like a fish out of water. From the ground, Gold Taker's red-rimmed eyes looked up, his gaze trembling. He saw the fox standing there, looking down with cold eyes, and his voice rang out, soft but eerie, "You dared to dig up graves, dare to open coffins." Gold Taker wanted to say please kill me, but he couldn't even breathe, let alone beg. He could only struggle in despair. The kick straight into his stomach caused blood to gush from his mouth. After about 5 or 6 kicks, Hugong swung his foot once, decisively kicking Gold Taker in the stomach, causing his body to slide away. He rolled head over heels on the ground like a ball. While Hugong's kicking posture was as perfect as a professional soccer player, Gold Taker could only stop when he slammed into the goal that Hugong had aimed for, a large rock strong enough to withstand the impact from his foot. Gold Taker lay sprawled out, unable to move, his whole body convulsing and writhing with groaning sounds, looking truly pitiful, but as always, Hugong only looked at that devastation with indifferent eyes, without a trace of pity. Immediately afterwards, Hugong turned sharply to the traceless divine thief and said in a voice as sharp as a knife, "Traceless divine thief." The traceless divine thief rushed forward in an instant, "Yes." Hugong clicked his tongue, looking at him bowing respectfully to the ground. "I have a request." The traceless divine thief naturally dared not resist, and quickly replied, "Yes, please give any order." Hugong ordered with a murderous glint in his eyes, "Dig." The traceless divine thief was momentarily confused. Yes, yes, he didn't understand at first, but then he suddenly stiffened, realizing, bury alive. The traceless divine thief's face turned pale, but he dared not hesitate. If he was only a beat slow, the person being buried might not only be Gold Taker. Looking around, he didn't see a pickaxe or shovel anywhere. The traceless divine thief muttered to himself, "This is a mountain." Then he hurriedly ran to choose a suitable place to bury the person and bent down, starting to dig the earth with his bare hands. Gold Taker shuddered when he saw that scene. He thought, "Bury me alive." What frightened him was not death, but the cruelty in the other person's eyes, a cruelty so great that he believed that Woon Hak would not escape either. At that moment, a stream of energy enveloped Gold Taker's entire body, seeping into every blood vessel, every hair follicle, and then lifting his body off the ground. Gold Taker floated in the air, his body gradually turning from lying on his back, head up, feet down. Now, Gold Taker faced the fox, eye to eye. His feet could not touch the ground, and the opponent's gaze made him feel cold to the bone. Is that real? Gold Taker had heard of the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, but had never believed the rumors, and now, Hugong was just standing, hands behind his back, but he could make a person float in mid-air as if supported by invisible strings. That was no longer a rumor. He had far exceeded his imagination, at least the pinnacle of the unrestrained realm. But no matter what, Gold Taker still had to try, to risk it, even if there was only 1 in 1,000 chance of hope. He tried to raise his hoarse voice, "Please spare my son. Woon Hak's master is a person of the Wudang sect," but before he could finish, his voice faded away, and Hugong's hand gently placed on the top of his head. In that moment of astonishment, 7 streams of cold energy emanated from the 100 confluences point, piercing through his body and seeping deep into his inner body, a wave of energy surging and condensing as if about to erupt. Gold Taker, the hunchbacked beggar, immediately realized that his instinct was screaming. He knew very well how terrible the consequences would be if this thing were to operate. His eyes trembled violently. No, but in the moment that thought flashed, everything was arranged. The resounding roar made the traceless divine thief jump in fright, and he quickly got up from the pit he was digging. He froze when he saw Gold Taker's limbs twisting, his back bent down, his head tilted back and then forward, his whole body convulsing, shaking with terrifying tremors. Gold Taker floated in mid-air, his body folded into a lump as if it had been crushed. His back was already hunched, but now it continued to shrink to the point where it was only half its size. He screamed, struggled, despaired, no longer in human form. Hugong gently waved his sleeve, and the writhing body was flung away, falling into the deep pit. The traceless divine thief witnessed the scene, so terrified that he choked, wanting to scream but unable to. The lump of flesh in the grave was still groaning, writhing, seemingly still alive, but on second thought, there was no chance of survival, in this miserable state. The traceless divine thief was still not over his shock. Hugong's cold, steel-like gaze swept over him, making his spine feel like it was being pierced by thorns. The traceless divine thief immediately understood what to do and rushed to the edge of the pit again. I'll cover it with dirt right away." The traceless divine thief tremblingly scooped up handfuls of dirt, throwing them into the pit, but as soon as the dirt was covered, the body below twitched violently, causing the dirt to scatter. The scene was so terrifying that he did it while crying. The traceless divine thief cried as he filled it diligently until the ground was almost flat compared to the body, but the ground still bounced, as if the person below was still struggling madly. The traceless divine thief slammed his hand down, his voice choked, "Die quickly, please, just die already, who?" He sobbed incessantly, his mind filled with thoughts of death. Normally, Hugong kept a gentle smile, leading the traceless divine thief to mistakenly think that this person was kind. Only when witnessing this scene did he understand, if he had run away that day, the outcome would have been the same. He trembled and cried, pitying the person slowly dying in the pit. On the contrary, Hugong once again looked at the newly built grave with cold eyes. Of course, he had no reason to pity the person who had dug up his ancestral grave. He was only making Gold Taker pay the price for the crime of desecrating a tomb. But after the punishment, there was an opportunity. That thought, Hugong kept hidden in his heart, only silently looking at the ground on the grave that was still trembling and throbbing. Then he turned his head and stepped lightly. Before long, night fell. From the moment the sun set, the grave had been silent. The forest was getting quieter and quieter. There wasn't even the sound of leaves rustling. The traceless divine thief was sitting hugging his knees under a large tree root, his eyes blankly staring at the grave, countless questions popping up in his head but daring not open his mouth. Confused, glancing at Hugong, the traceless divine thief couldn't understand why he hadn't left yet, but he was afraid, so afraid that he didn't dare open his mouth to ask. Hugong had been sitting and waiting until late at night, sitting right on the rock stained with Gold Taker's blood. The traceless divine thief didn't know what he was waiting for, because he was just silently there without explaining, but he was sure he was waiting for something. After so many days of accompanying him, he had realized that no action of Hugong's was meaningless. Thinking back to the past few days, the Heaven's Master Squad made the traceless divine thief even more shuddering and chilling. He didn't understand how they dared to be arrogant in front of a person like the young master. The young master was even more terrifying than the Murim Alliance leader Hugong. The traceless divine thief secretly thought, the Murim Alliance leader was not as extreme as the young master. He was upright, had moderation, or maybe not. Now thinking about it, I really know too little about Hugong. The traceless divine thief bitterly realized that in the past he was just a messenger for the Murim Alliance leader, and he always had to hurry, not like the yellow-hue bird of the Heaven's Master Squad. Random thoughts about the past suddenly poured out, making the traceless divine thief droop his shoulders. Sadly, at that moment, suddenly a sound came from the ground in front of him. Thump. The traceless divine thief stared wide-eyed as a hand emerged from the grave, startling him and making him gasp, "No, no way, he's alive." The ground burst open, and Gold Taker crawled out, covered in black mud. The sight of the dead rising from the grave made the traceless divine thief's entire body go limp, and he stuttered, unable to form words. You. Gold Taker's distorted body had returned to its original state, as if it had never been crushed, but even though the physical damage had disappeared, the psychological trauma remained. He couldn't shake the dizziness and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The traceless divine thief rushed over and embraced Gold Taker tightly, tears streaming down his face. "You bastard." Feeling his old friend's body still trembling, the traceless divine thief squeezed him even tighter. "You're alive, really alive." Gold Taker shakily grabbed onto the traceless divine thief's hand to steady himself. "I'm okay." He staggered and looked up at the fox sitting on the opposite rock, but the fox nonchalantly didn't look at him, clearly not surprised by his miraculous return. Gold Taker now understood that everything had been arranged. The torturous, twisting hell under the grave didn't last forever. It stopped, and then his body slowly recovered. Everything was intentional. But Gold Taker couldn't fully understand the fox's intentions, couldn't use ordinary logic to accurately predict what the fox would do next. He could only encourage himself. This is mercy, and a last chance. Gold Taker knew he had to go alone, had to take the next steps alone. So, hesitantly, he walked towards the fox. Before the fox could speak, Gold Taker had to express his sincerity. He immediately knelt down, bowed deeply and respectfully. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Hugong still didn't bother to glance at the thief at his feet. He just shrugged indifferently. It's an opportunity, or the beginning of something else. Gold Taker knew that meant he wasn't completely forgiven. He could only bow his head lower. "Yes." Hugong continued in an even, indifferent tone. "I asked Woon Hak." As soon as he heard his son's name, Gold Taker, who was prostrate on the ground, immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with worry. Hu Gong simply recounted the pivotal moment in his conversation with Woon Hak that day, asking, in his heart, what kind of person is his father? Gold Taker involuntarily pictured what his son would look like as an adult, but he couldn't guess what the child thought of him now. It had been too long since their last meeting. Gold Taker swallowed hard, filled with anxiety and anticipation, but in response, he still received an even voice that felt like it was piercing his heart. He said, "You were a good father, that's all." But looking into his eyes, I understood his heart more deeply than that. I could even hear the voice in his heart. At this moment, Hu Gong's eyes were still indifferent, his tone was also cold, but his words brought a strange warmth, causing Gold Taker's eyes to slowly well up with tears. Just thinking about his son's look when he spoke of him, all the emotions he had tried to suppress burst forth. Before Gold Taker could say anything, Hu Gong bluntly issued a warning: "If I kill you, Woon Hak's sword will point towards me, then, he will become a cripple, or die at my hands." Just the word cripple caused tears to fall from Gold Taker's eyes. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't bear the thought of his son being ruined. To cut off any thoughts of resistance, even the slightest, from Gold Taker, Hu Gong also declared war on Wudong. Next will be Chong Jinja of the Wudong sect, who loves Woon Hak dearly. Even if he reaches the unrestrained realm, I will easily deal with him. Even though tears were still falling, Gold Taker still responded clearly, as if wanting to risk his life to prove his sincerity, "Yes." Seeing that Gold Taker had completely submitted, Hu Gong immediately got to the heart of the matter, his sharp gaze both threatening and urging him. "Of course, the Wudong I know wouldn't choose that path, but the human heart is unpredictable, so now, choose. I want to hear the words from your heart." The answer was already too clear. While buried under the pile of dirt, Gold Taker had rethought everything. That time was enough to sort out everything in his heart. Both Hu Gong and he understood what a wise person should choose and would choose. Now was just a moment to affirm his resolve. Gold Taker respectfully opened his mouth. "All the treasures, I will return to the best of my ability. All assets will also be handled." Hu Gong heard this and still said nothing. This answer was correct, but not enough. Gold Taker also knew that just giving up wealth wasn't enough, so he continued to promise, "The thoughts I've cherished since childhood will be erased, new thoughts will be cherished, I only need one treasure." Gold Taker's heart choked up, and he trembled slightly. Now he clearly saw what was most important. His thoughts had changed. The treasure was no longer gold and silver. "The treasure is Woon Hak, Kong Xian, that's all that's needed, just that is like holding the whole world in my hands." Gold Taker didn't say it out loud, but his heart had deeply engraved it. The image of his son, whom he cherished most, appeared in his mind along with serenity. Satisfied with the answer, Hu Gong slowly removed the fox mask and called out, "Kong Yu. Your thoughts are truly precious." After saying that, he gave a gentle and amused smile, happy not just because Gold Taker had chosen correctly, but also because he had been right to give him a chance. Tears almost welled up, causing Gold Taker to choke up. "Thank you." He understood the meaning of no longer being called Gold Taker. But to make sure he remembered the meaning of this, Hu Gong smiled and reminded him, "The fact that you were once Gold Taker will forever be a secret from today onward. If you don't reveal it, Woon Hak, Chong Jinja, Wudong, or anyone else will never know." Hu Gong meant not only that he would keep this secret, but also that he would ensure that others would also keep this secret. Although he was young, his words carried a weight that made Kong Yu slightly bow his head. The name Kong Yu kept echoing in his head, repeating itself and making him cry with joy. Even though it was his birth name, at this moment, he felt like he was given a new name, carrying a new identity. Gold Taker was dead, only Kong Yu remained. He burst into tears, sniffling with a red nose, and the words stammered out, "Thank you." Seeing Kong Yu with tears streaming down his face, Hu Gong changed the subject. "Which of the 3 swords did you choose?" Among the 3 swords, lightning, speed, and intimacy, Kong Yu had chosen the body sword, but he didn't know its name, so he could only call it the short sword. Hu Gong continued to ask, "What about the other 2 swords?" Kong Yu didn't dare to hide anything and quickly replied, "Earth Spirit took them." Hu Gong pressed further, "Is there anyone else involved?" Kong Yu shook his head firmly, "No." Of course, Kong Yu didn't dare to lie, but Hu Gong still didn't feel like he had enough information. He asked further, "What about those involved in the counterfeit swords?" Kong Yu's eyes suddenly wavered. That meant Hu Gong had gone to the Muram Alliance to verify in person, or at least someone within the Muram Alliance was investigating on his behalf. This couldn't help but terrify Kong Yu. Truly a terrifying person, he really doesn't leave any loopholes. Kong Yu could only confess in detail, "Within the Muram Alliance, we bribed a maid, learned the shape and materials of the sword, The maid only thought that someone wanted to make a counterfeit for fun, and the blacksmith had never seen the sword of the number one person in the world, so they didn't suspect anything. Hu Gong nodded. Yeah, that's probably it, you could say there's no one else involved. After reaching the necessary conclusion, Hu Gong suddenly made a request. Now, let's go see the body, but Kong Yu didn't understand what he was talking about, so he tilted his head blankly. Yes. See the body? How? Kong Yu was confused, and of course, the traceless divine thief also frowned, not understanding what was happening. That was an understandable reaction, because how would these two old thieves know the name of the body sword if they had never heard of it? Hu Gong had no choice but to change his request. Bring the sword here. Seeing that his attitude seemed friendlier than before, Kong Yu boldly asked, Young master, could it be that the short sword is called body? Hu Gong immediately turned away, showing a disgusted expression. Don't pretend to be close to me so soon. Kong Yu was scolded and felt a bit dejected, his whole body drooped. Yes, but even though he was sad, he still had to fidget and stand up, turning towards his lair. Kong Yu was walking when he suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered there was something important he needed to say. Even though he was afraid of Hu Gong's coldness, he still tried to speak. Young master. Hu Gong slightly turned his head but still only stared without replying. Kong Yu had no choice but to blurt out, sorry, but perhaps young master should know, the sword has a problem. Hu Gong frowned slightly. A problem? Kong Yu then explained, yes, it can cut through steel like tofu, but strangely, internal energy doesn't seem to mesh with it, sword chi doesn't form. What Kong Yu said was true, he hadn't just tried it once, the blade was incredibly sharp, but to unleash its true power, it needed internal energy to be channeled into it. Every time he tried to do that, the energy would dissipate. The only conclusion was that the treasure was forged by the number one person in the world, and it could only shine in that person's hands. Anyone else who possessed it couldn't become a sword god. Realizing this, Kong Yu both admired the talent of the Muram Alliance leader Hu Gong and felt a bit of indescribable disappointment. And he thought this would also be important if the young master wanted to truly possess the divine sword, but the young master's voice only rang out coldly, this is none of your business. Kong Yu thought to himself, the young master is just the one retrieving it, the Muram Alliance must already know about this, so the sword will be returned there, there's no need to worry about whether it can be used or not. With that thought, he entered the hideout. Stepping through the formation, Kong Yu went straight to the place where the body sword was hidden. The old man gently grasped the short sword, its length only about from the tip of his finger to his wrist. He looked at it for a long time before lifting it up. Now was the time to say goodbye. After the farewell, Kong Yu looked around the cave, the dazzling golden light illuminating his face smeared with blood and dirt. He was admiring his spoils one last time. Gold stacked up into undulating artificial hills, covering the entire cave floor. The highest point almost touched the cave ceiling. This was the pride of the gold taker, but the shame of Kong Yu, because he was ashamed of his profession. He didn't dare tell his son the truth, and now, all of it would no longer be a burden. Kong Yu quietly turned his head, heading towards the door. To say he didn't have any regrets wouldn't be entirely true, but he understood he couldn't be greedy. The treasure only needed Woon Hak. When he reached the exit, Kong Yu dispelled the formation. This thing was no longer needed now. Gradually, the formation dissipated like a curtain being scorched piece by piece, and its ashes disappeared into the darkness. As soon as the formation opened a small hole, the sword in Kong Yu's hand suddenly emitted a hum and trembled. Kong Yu was startled and almost dropped the sword. His hands trembled, and his eyes flickered. The sword, what's going on? Kong Yu tried to tighten his grip on the scabbard, afraid of losing it. This had never happened since he obtained it. He couldn't understand the reason. While he was still in shock, speechless, something even stranger happened. Purple light radiated from the sword's sheath, spreading everywhere, and at the moment the formation completely disappeared. The purple light shot forward with a sound like thunder, the force so strong that Kong Yu almost fell backward. When he looked down at his hand, he only saw the scabbard. The sword had disappeared. Then he looked up in the direction the sword flew, his whole body swaying. What is this? Why? The divine sword was spinning around Hu Gong, emitting a brilliant purple light. Its power and brightness made Hu Gong, standing in the middle of it, seem to be dyed purple as well. The confusion in Kong Yu grew as he saw the expression of the young master. He was smiling, calmly reaching out to receive the sword, as if he had predicted this, as if it should be this way. His gentle and contented look made everyone feel comfortable when facing those eyes. Having found the sword spirit that he thought he would never have the chance to meet again, Hu Gong found it extremely endearing. the sword and its owner had been connected for many years through their sword fate, seeming to sense each other, understand each other. Hu Gong could hear it cheering, "The master has returned, the master has returned, I didn't kill the master." Hu Gong realized that after being possessed, Biam Heng must have used the sword spirit to kill him. He had grabbed and squeezed it tightly, making it desperate and unable to resist. But now, the two had found each other again, the joy overflowing, causing the sword to dance non-stop. Hu Gong wanted to comfort it, caress it. He reached out his hand, emitted internal energy, the sword spirit spun around as if caught in a tornado, then was drawn into his hand. It emitted a joyful tremor. "Ah, it's definitely the master." When the sword spirit emitted a sound like thunder, Hu Gong wanted it to fly as a celebration, so he launched it into the night sky. It soared high, leaving a dark purple streak. At that moment, the sword spirit reacted. The sword spirit also understood the master's joyful mood, and the energy of the sword spirit was the same as the energy inside it. The sword spirit was calling it. So, after the sword spirit soared up, the sword spirit glowed and followed. The two purples intertwined and flew up together, looking like a pair of purple dragons ascending to heaven. Before that sight, the traceless divine thief was dizzy, staggered. What is this? Why did they say it couldn't be done? Of course, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and he didn't dare open his mouth to ask the person at the center of all these strange phenomena. While both old thieves were caught up in the magnificent sight of the two swords, Hu Gong looked up at the night sky, but he wasn't looking at the sword spirit or the sword spirit. He noticed a bird, a black azure falcon. It was hovering, circling high above. Hu Gong had seen it when he arrived, then it disappeared for a while. Now it was present again at night. Hu Gong was a bit worried. Maybe it was near its nest, or it had another purpose, and he just hoped that this bird was flying with intention. Taking his eyes off the strange bird, Hu Gong turned to look at the two old thieves approaching. "Kong Yu, the scabbard." Kong Yu hurried forward with a loud reply, "Yes." Hu Gong reached out his hand, and Kong Yu politely offered the scabbard with both hands. As soon as Hu Gong took the scabbard, he launched it straight towards the sword spirit. Without looking, he could pinpoint its location. The sword reacted immediately. It spun around and plunged into the scabbard in midair. Immediately after, the sword spirit changed direction and flew towards its master at a speed that the naked eye couldn't keep up with. Hu Gong slightly extended his right arm. The sword spirit immediately understood. A too familiar nest, a place that it had longed for. It was as if it was sucked into the master's sleeve. The sword spirit also flew along, emitting a purple light, returning to the scabbard. The short sword was the divine sword of the world's #1, and the long sword was the sword of the young master of the heavenly grand archive, yet both emitted purple light in sync. That scene made Kong Yu and the traceless divine thief, who were already confused, now completely stunned. What? How can it be so natural? A home? Anyone who saw this scene would think so. The divine sword really seemed to be returning home, disappearing into the young master's sleeve so natural. But not only that, even though you saw it enter the sleeve, it was difficult to accurately guess where it was. Because the sword spirit didn't stand still, following the master's movements, it always rotated to the optimal position in the sleeve, without bulging or revealing any shape. The surprise hadn't subsided yet when Hu Gong's voice rang out again. "Kong Yu." Kong Yu was slightly startled and quickly replied, "Yes." Hu Gong pointed to the distant mountain and suddenly requested, "Show me how good your mobility arts are." Kong Yu blankly turned his head to look at the mountain, not understanding Hu Gong's meaning. He then ordered, "That mountain peak over there, use all your strength to reach the peak and come back." Kong Yu was slightly worried. Why was he suddenly being tested on mobility arts? But he couldn't argue. He immediately soared away. Even though his body hadn't completely recovered to normal, he still put in all his strength, not daring to be careless. As soon as Kong Yu ran away, Hu Gong turned his eyes back to the black azure falcon hovering in the night sky. The bird had been standing still earlier, but as soon as Kong Yu moved towards the mountain, it followed. Thus, Hu Gong had finished confirming, this was a trained bird, temporarily called the black azure bird, and its target was Kong Yu. The best result, just as he expected. Afterwards, Hu Gong quietly muttered, "Capture it." The yellow-hue bird, perched on a branch nearby, immediately understood its master's intention and took flight. It flew up with lightning speed, approaching the black azure bird. The black azure bird was still closely following Kong Yu's trail, not realizing that it had become the target of another. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind, startling the black azure bird. "Hey, who are you? Where did you come from?" The yellow-hue bird's tone imitated the double stars of Mount Wushan, both teasing and threatening. There was no more suitable tone to provoke someone. The black azure bird was terrified, flapping its wings vigorously to create distance, but when it looked closely, it saw that the bird that had just appeared was smaller than it. The golden toad on the back of the yellow-hue bird wasn't very majestic either, so it screamed to scare them, but the opponents were on a different level. They were spiritual beasts, and they smugly mocked the black azure bird. "Hey, are you threatening us?" Immediately after, the yellow-hue bird and the golden toad mimicked the black azure bird's earlier cry to mock it. The falcon was startled by the yellow-hue bird's loud voice and annoyed at being mocked. It thought to itself, "Can't believe these guys." Then it cried even louder. The sounds of kee kee kee, kee 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 were so noisy that Kongyu, who was running below, couldn't help but be confused. He curiously stopped and looked up to see the young master spiritual beast and a strange bird. The black azure bird cried for a while and then stopped on its own. It glanced around, confused because the yellow-hue bird had disappeared, and then in the blink of an eye, the yellow-hue bird reappeared like a ghost, closing in on the black azure bird. The yellow-hue bird's irritable voice rang out, "Hey, too noisy." When the black azure bird tried to twist and dodge, it was too late. The yellow-hue bird swung its wing and swept it straight into its head, hitting it with a bung. The yellow-hue bird itself, which had no opponents in the sky, had absorbed the void and pure stone essence thanks to the grace of its master. The strength of its wings was now almost equal to the tension of steel wire and could carry wild boars like cotton. With just a fleeting sweep, the black azure bird couldn't resist, became dizzy, and staggered down. The yellow-hue bird followed, grabbed the black azure bird, and shouted, "Master," captured it. The expressions of the two spiritual beasts were radiant, just hoping to be rewarded. Before that scene, Kongyu looked blank, not only because of the yellow-hue bird. At this moment, he couldn't help but understand why the young master had ordered Kongyu to run up the mountain and back. At the same time, he also realized that the black azure bird had the task of chasing, and the object it was watching was him. Therefore, Kongyu unconsciously shrank back. As for the traceless divine thief who had just run to the place, he had also guessed somewhat. "Kongyu, you must have been hit by the 1,000-mile scent." Kongyu fell silent. He didn't want to believe it, but looking at the situation so clearly, it couldn't be denied. He could also guess who had done it. At this time, Hu Gong gently walked to the place, while the two old thieves ran to the point of exhaustion. Still panting, he was as leisurely as if he was on an excursion. Hu Gong knew that they had understood part of the problem and now needed to discuss it in more depth, so he suggested moving to a discreet place. Going to the Gold Desire Manor, Kongyu immediately led the way, without asking why. 3 divine swords, 2 of which had not yet been taken. The young master certainly wanted to collect information. When they arrived at Gold Desire Manor, it was past midnight. The grounds were thousands of square meters with spacious houses that were meticulously cared for to the point that the tiled roofs glistened under the moonlight. In the living room there was only Hu Gong and Kongyu. On the table, steam rose from the teacup. Kongyu, who was previously covered in mud, was now clean, facing the old man's servile appearance. Hu Gong just indifferently asked directly, "You also left 10,000 li incense for the earth spirit, right?" His words omitted many details, but Kongyu immediately understood the meaning. The bird that chased the old man. He was sure that the earth spirit left 10,000 li incense. The owner of the bird would be the earth spirit, so Hu Gong's meaning was to ask, "If he did it, then you would have prepared for it too." But bitterly, Kongyu heard and bowed his head even deeper, mumbling, "Sorry. I trusted him, and he could move freely underground, and his residence was also underground, so leaving behind the 10,000 li incense with him was meaningless." Kongyu said and swallowed nervously, afraid that Hu Gong would be upset for not getting the answer he wanted. After all, in his eyes, he was an unpredictable person. But Hu Gong's reaction was extremely calm. He just nodded slightly. "Yes, that makes sense. Put your right hand on the table." Kongyu obediently obeyed, putting his right hand in front of Hu Gong's face. In less than a day, experiencing too many things made him think that every word the eldest young master said definitely had meaning. Hu Gong placed his index finger on the inside of Kongyu's wrist. That was where the 10,000 li incense was left. The 10,000 li incense could not be washed off. The fragrance was very weak due to the special preparation, but to someone who had reached the heavenly fragrance of the 4 realms, the fragrance of the 10,000 li incense was extremely strong and easy to identify. Hu Gong used the absorption technique of the heavenly fragrance of the 4 realms, sucking and drawing out the scent from it. Kongyu quietly observed the process but didn't know what he was doing. All he could see was a series of confusing actions. Hu Gong seemed to be grabbing something from his wrist, small as a pearl, but invisible. He was curious but didn't dare to question. Then Hu Gong left the scent he just inhaled on his right wrist. Thus, the enemy's target from Kong Yu had shifted to him. After that, he asked again, "Is Earth Spirit very good at underground passage? How capable is it?" Kong Yu hesitantly explained, "The thing is, he is just an ordinary person who doesn't practice martial arts, but can move underground like running on flat ground." Hu Gong nodded and asked further, "Coming from the Earth Heaven?" Kong Yu was surprised, and stuttered out a question. "Sir, you know the Earth Heaven, even those with decades of experience in Jianghu, rarely anyone knows clearly," so Kong Yu did not know where such a young master knew about this matter. But actually, it would be strange if Hu Gong didn't know, because he used to be the Muram Alliance leader, the one who knew most of the organizations in Jianghu, and even before becoming the alliance leader, he had already been all over the world. Hu Gong smiled slightly at Kong Yu's surprised reaction and explained briefly, "I once heard that the Earth Heaven had such abilities, but about 30 years ago, their activities suddenly stopped." Kong Yu immediately recounted the story of the Earth Spirit, a man who was as good at digging as a mole. Yes, it was just as he said, the Earth Spirit was once the Hall Master of the Earth Heaven. When the Earth Heaven stopped working, he left. Hu Gong continued to investigate further. What is the reason for the shutdown? According to Kong Yu's explanation, Earth Spirit once said that the Heaven Lord of the Earth Heaven had an accident. The martial arts of the Earth Heaven rely on absorbing Earth Chi, which is the Earth Chi in the 5 elements. But when the Heaven Lord tried to re-establish all martial arts, wanting to reach the ultimate realm of the unrestrained realm, his body gradually hardened like stone. The 5 pavilion masters under the Heaven Lord of the Earth Heaven also tried the same method, all suffered similar symptoms, so the Earth Heaven could not continue to operate. Hu Gong understood clearly why it was like this, because in the 5 elements, the Qi must be mutually supportive. Being biased towards one Qi will bring disaster to the body, but the people of the Earth Heaven did not understand that. The hopeless days passed. The Earth Spirit finally left the Earth Heaven. Thanks to the power of the Earth Heaven, he became one of the 3 most terrifying thieves. After finishing one thing, Hu Gong returned to the previous matter and asked Kong Yu, "You said you believe in Earth Spirits." Kong Yu sadly lowered his head. "Yes, not only him, I also believe in Traceless Divine Thief, but I didn't expect Traceless to be caught, and even more so didn't think Earth Spirit would leave behind a 1,000-li fragrance." Looking at Kong Yu's naive and gullible appearance, Hu Gong clicked his tongue in boredom. TSK, is he naive or foolish? He shook his head and clicked his tongue in disapproval, causing Kong Yu's face to turn slightly red. Even though he was much older, standing in front of the young master, he felt like a snotty brat. Putting aside the matter that made Kong Yu embarrassed, Hu Gong thought of the black azure bird and continued, "The tracking bird found you but still didn't return. That means the enemy has a firm grasp of your position. Sooner or later they will come looking for you." Kong Yu also understands that. But more importantly, what are they coming for? Hu Gong guessed. If they come, there are 2 possibilities. First, the Earth Spirit left a 1,000-li fragrance on you, meaning he might bring his accomplices. Before that, he gave you a sword too easily. Maybe he is making you let down your guard. Second case, he was captured. If so, the other person must have hunted him down from underground. Absolutely not trivial. Maybe the Earth Heaven has awakened. If they overcome the previous obstacle, the Earth Spirit must have fallen into their hands, and then they will come to find you, to take the sword. What Hu Gong said is completely reasonable, and thinking about it, there are really only 2 possibilities. So, either Kong Yu was betrayed, or he was hunted by the enemy. Imagining the second scenario, Kong Yu swallowed hard. He never thought the Earth Heaven would appear again, but thinking carefully, it wasn't unreasonable. The words the Earth Spirit once said to Kong Yu rang out, "If I get caught, it will definitely be by the Earth Heaven." Every time like that, Kong Yu would laugh, saying that the Earth Heaven was a thing of the past. But now, listening to Hu Gong's analysis of the situation, fear rose again. What made Kong Yu most uneasy was Hu Gong's sentence. Maybe the Earth Heaven had awakened. If they could break through that barrier, how strong would they be? Kong Yu couldn't guess. He was so scared that he couldn't think of anything else. The old man looked at Hu Gong in confusion for help. "Young master, what should I do now?" Hu Gong slowly sipped his tea. "You don't need to worry, I have saved your life. Then no one can take it, no matter who comes, they can't harm you." This moment, Hu Gong's words and smile once again brought a strange feeling of warmth. Kong Yu was stunned. The meaning in the eldest young master's words echoed like a steel wall blocking the storm. His eyes were still dazed, unable to believe it. It seemed like he heard a sentence that Hu Gong did not say. "I will be right by your side." Kong Yu felt more confident than ever. The young man in front of him, who had once appeared like a god carrying death energy, now resembled a giant shield. Meanwhile, in a secret stone chamber, under the dim light of the radiant sphere, screams were echoing. The screams continued to echo throughout the corners. Please, please stop, I've said everything, please, kill me, but no one responded. The stone room was not empty. A woman was absent-mindedly raising her hand, leisurely playing with a handful of dirt in her palm. The dirt turned into the shape of a small rabbit and then shattered. It swirled and turned into a tiger, which turned into a scorpion, and from the scorpion it turned into a turtle. After molding it into a shape, the woman let go of her hand. The handful of dirt had turned into a sharp point. She stood up, walked towards a man who was hanging, an old man over 50. His limbs were chained. On his upper body, 24 long and thick needles were deeply embedded in his flesh. All of them were inserted at the points that caused extreme pain on his body, so without a blow. He was still crushed by the pain, causing him to scream like a cornered animal, but just by screaming, the painful points were also stimulated at the same time, causing him to beg for death as a release. The woman spoke in a shrill voice, "Master, you shouldn't have done that, especially when times are difficult. You shouldn't have betrayed us, you shouldn't have become an earth spirit. If you hadn't betrayed us, you would have probably reached the unrestrained realm by now, able to see higher places. What a pity." The middle-aged woman with long flowing hair stood opposite the earth spirit, speaking with a smile. Her face was deathly pale, a cold blue-gray. Even the earth spirit trembled as he looked into her pale blue eyes. He begged earnestly, "Mun Rang, please, kill me, please." Mun Rang sat down opposite the earth spirit, gently lifted his head up. "No need to rush, soon your wish will come true. Just take back Hugong's third divine sword, I will grant you your wish." Hearing those words, Earth Spirit felt indescribable regret. He wished, if only he hadn't left the 1,000-mile scent on Gold Taker. Treasure can sometimes destroy people. When it goes beyond control, it brings disaster, and worst of all, sometimes it makes people die. Mun Rang brought the sharp needle to the Earth Spirit's cheek and pulled it down very slowly. It was clearly just earth, but it could form a thin and hard shape like steel. It absolutely did not break. On the contrary, the Earth Spirit's face was torn open, and blood oozed out along the cut. More disgusting, the blood that just flowed out was licked clean by the ebony's tongue with a crazy laugh. "I will drink every drop of your blood, I alone is enough."
Back to Gold Desire Manor, in the dark room, the sound of gong rang out. "Wake it up." Yellow Hue Bird answered immediately, "Yes, master." Immediately after, the Yellow Hue Bird approached the sprawling Black Azure Bird, then kicked it lightly. Up. You plan to keep pretending to faint like that forever? How long do you plan to keep this up?" Exposed, Black Azure Bird cautiously opened its eyes, clearly having been awake for a long time. But it still pretended to have just come back to its senses, looking around, showing that it didn't know what was going on. The Yellow Hue Bird saw this and mocked, "Master, this one is acting again." Hugong laughed at the Black Azure Bird's clumsy performance. "Haha, it's possible. Well, let it go." Yellow Hue Bird also puffed out its chest and laughed sarcastically. "Yes, master." After responding enthusiastically to Hugong, Yellow Hue Bird poured out a string of life lessons for Black Azure Bird. "From now on, open your eyes and live. If you still stand in front of me and howl loudly, I will break your neck, and remember this. You're lucky this time. Go away." With that, the Yellow Hue Bird spread its left wing, pointing towards the wide-open window, but the Black Azure Bird still hesitated, not sure if it could really go or not. Immediately, a shout rang out, "Go away, too slow, you idiot." The Black Azure Bird was frightened by the Yellow Hue Bird's shrill cry, and rushed out the door. When it flew out, it turned its head to look back, only to see Hugong and Yellow Hue Bird standing silently looking at it. Thinking that it would be safe, it immediately sped up and disappeared from their sight. Yellow Hue Bird smirked at the cowardly appearance and speed of the Black Azure Bird. It ran so fast. When the Black Azure Bird's figure was no longer visible, the Golden Toad jumped onto the Yellow Hue Bird's back. Then they turned their heads to say hello to Hugong. "Master, then we'll be on our way." Hugong nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." Even though you haven't given any instructions, both spirits understood what they needed to do. They understood their master, who always appeared indifferent to everything. But if he had already taken action, it meant there was a purpose. No one would catch a bird and then release it for fun. So this time, just like what happened in the Spirit Valley before, they would follow the Black Azure Bird, scouting the enemy's location. Hugong smiled, his eyes filled with admiration as he watched the Yellow Hue Bird soar towards the direction the Black Azure Bird had just disappeared. As it took off, its feathers turned pitch black, and a song rang out in the air. "We fly in the night sky. We are the pursuers of the Heaven's Master Squad, completing our master's orders. It's always been like this. No one can escape our hands, be it birds or pigs. we fly in the night sky. Hugong chuckled lightly, changing the color of his feathers to hide was good, but bringing up such a loud song was really stupid. Even so, the yellow hue bird's lyrics were not wrong, no one could escape. The black azure bird had just experienced a life-threatening situation, so it wouldn't dare to hover around the area anymore. Its instinct to find a way home would rise, pulling it back to the safest place, back to its owner, towards the people who were approaching this place. When the bird flew back to its owner's arms, everything would become easy. He wouldn't need to wait anymore, he could take the initiative to attack. Hugong secretly hoped that everything would go just like that. Elsewhere, a group of people were silently moving through the night. Although they could absorb endless earth energy, the earth heaven had lost the sunlight, and their bodies would burst into flames if they touched sunlight. Therefore, they could only move at night unless they used earth escape techniques, and as the sun was about to rise, they would have to find a place to hide. At this time, the morning sun was slowly spreading behind the group of people from the earth heaven. In just a few moments, the earth would become a dangerous place. The leader of the group stopped and carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain to find shelter. Standing before a cliff, the leader looked down into the valley. Below, there were several houses close together, sparsely populated but not too desolate. Among them was a fairly large manor, and he chose that place, a grand manor. Immediately afterwards, a strange phenomenon began. Black smoke rose from beneath the feet of the earth heaven group. Their bluish-purple eyes, filled with death energy, flashed, and their bodies slowly sank into the ground. The smoke became thicker and thicker, creating a dark, terrifying, and suffocating feeling. The earth heaven group just stood motionless, letting themselves sink deeper and deeper. Finally, they completely disappeared from the ground, leaving only bottomless, black holes. In the patriarch's room at the Grand Manor, the Manor Lord was sleeping soundly when he suddenly woke up. He vaguely opened his eyes and looked around because he heard a strange sound. Right in the middle of the room, a hole suddenly appeared. Black smoke rose from it, quickly solidifying and forming the shape of a human. The scene made the Grand Manor Lord panic and sit up abruptly. What is this? Who is it? It was the third hall master of the earth heaven, but of course the Grand Manor Lord couldn't recognize him. He didn't say a word, just silently extended his hand towards the Manor Lord. His body immediately moved as if drawn by a magnet into the palm of his hand. The Manor Lord screamed in terror. At this moment, even if he knew who the opponent was, what would it matter? In the blink of an eye, the third hall master had grabbed the Grand Manor Lord by the shoulder. Then, without hesitation, he bit into his neck, sucking his blood like a vampire. The Manor Lord's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and then, in just a moment, he slowly closed his eyes and slumped. Conversely, the third hall master's eyes became fierce. Screams rang out throughout the manor at the same time. The third hall master's subordinates were also successfully replenishing their energy. Throughout the entire manor, no one escaped their clutches. After sucking blood for a long time, the third hall master threw the Grand Manor Lord's dried corpse onto the floor like discarding a piece of rotten wood. He tilted his head back and leisurely enjoyed the warm blood, smirking with a chilling and sharp smile. I'm stronger now. A thought sprang to mind that made him happy. What has the earth heaven lost? No, the earth heaven has lost nothing at all, only gained immense power. What we have discarded is only sunlight, only morality. What does that mean? It's no problem. Power is warmer than sunlight, and evaluations of morality are always reversed by power. The earth heaven stayed at the Grand Manor until noon, circulating energy and recovering their strength. The third hall master finished circulating energy early but remained in position for a long time. Then, suddenly, the ground was pierced, and one of his subordinates appeared, reporting, "Everything is ready." The third hall master asked carefully, "Survivors?" The subordinate confirmed firmly, "No one left." The third hall master asked again, "What about the hawk?" The subordinate took out a small, finger-sized flute. Humans couldn't hear the sound of that flute, but the trained hawk could. He shook his head and reported, "We tried, but it seems too far for the sound to reach. It's probably still with the Gold Taker or around Gold Desire Manor." The third hall master sat down again, continued circulating energy, and ordered, "Burn the manor to the ground, then we'll set off." Not long after, above the Grand Manor, a black azure bird appeared, closely followed by the yellow hue bird and the golden toad. The black azure bird didn't leave the place, just circling around, making the yellow hue bird immediately understand that this was a stop. But when it looked down, the scene below made it panic. The golden toad also startled and squealed. They saw a grand manor engulfed in raging flames. The villagers gathered in panic. Someone lamented, "What's going on?" Another urged, "Put out the fire quickly." Seeing the black azure bird not leaving even though the fire was raging, the yellow hue bird immediately understood that the fire must have some meaning. so the yellow hue bird decided to fly into the burning Grand Manor and observe everywhere. The scene below was truly horrifying. The raging fire had consumed everything it could reach in the manor. All the buildings were covered in black smoke. Of course, there were no survivors, and the common point was that all the corpses were pale white, and the cuts had no blood left. The yellow hue bird skillfully avoided the surrounding flames while the golden toad observed carefully. The golden toad quickly discovered that in the middle of the manor, the ground was pierced everywhere. The yellow hue bird quickly grasped the problem. That's right, these guys move by digging in the ground. It must be the earth spirit that the master mentioned. Let's go back. But before the yellow hue bird turned around to fly back, the golden toad unexpectedly suggested, "Ribbit, ribbit." The yellow hue bird's eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. "Kill them." The golden toad happily raised its hand, indicating that it would take care of it. So, through the fire and smoke, the two spiritual creatures flew up high. Only then did the black azure bird realize it was being followed and tried to run away, but it was too late. In an instant, the golden toad had opened its mouth wide and spewed toxic gas. The yellow hue bird had absorbed the void and pure stone essence, so it wasn't affected at all. It carried the golden toad and flew past the black azure bird, causing the hawk to be poisoned immediately. Before it could understand what was happening, the black azure bird coughed up blood and made a few painful, choking sounds. Then it fell straight into the flames of the Grand Manor, dying instantly. The yellow hue bird clicked its tongue when it saw this. "TSK, TSK, you really have to meet a good master." Then the two spiritual creatures circled up from the fire and shot straight into the sky. For days later, Gold Desire Manor welcomed new guests. The entire manor was a brilliant gold under the sunlight, enough to dazzle the guests. The Heaven's Master Squad and the two Wudang Masters and disciples had arrived. When Kong Yu came out to greet them, he grinned. "Welcome everyone, you must have had a long journey." Immediately afterwards, Traceless Divine Thief and Wugong appeared with friendly smiles. "It's great to see you again." Everyone's eyes widened, but their moods were different. Chong Jinja and Woon Hak were both surprised. "No way, Grand Master, you're already here." "Grand Master, I didn't expect you to be here." "Ha, that's great." The Heaven's Master Squad pretended to be surprised. "Older brother, why are you here?" "Ha, Squad Leader, we thought you had gone far away." "Leader, please, if you're going anywhere, tell us in advance." Woon Hak and Chong Jinja were oblivious. Everyone laughed and talked happily and entered the manor with Kong Yu's warm welcome. "Everyone must be tired. Let's go inside." "Ha, I'm so glad you've come." Kong Yu dressed as neatly and carefully as possible to meet his son, but his clothes couldn't completely hide the livid bruises on his skin, from his neck to his hands, the aftermath of the body adjustment technique from a few days ago, which was still clearly visible. That night, Woon Hak sat opposite his father. "Father, you look worried. What are those bruises?" Kong Yu shook his head and pretended to be calm. "Worried about what? I'm probably just tired from waiting for you. The bruises are from falling down the stairs, but luckily I'm okay." Woon Hak tilted his head blankly. "Isn't falling down the stairs bad luck?" Kong Yu smiled kindly and explained, "It's lucky, it's heavenly fortune. Meeting the Grand Master of the Heavenly Grand Archive is also a lucky thing." Kong Yu's words weren't a lie. They had two layers of meaning, but Woon Hak didn't understand. He curiously pressed his father. "What did the Grand Master do?" Kong Yu quietly set down his teacup, his voice filled with gratitude even though his words were the opposite. "He didn't do anything. It's just that a person like that, when you're by their side, you feel like everything is going to be alright." The more Woon Hak heard, the less he understood. Looking at Kong Yu's eyes, he clearly felt his trust in Wugong, but he didn't understand why his father respected him so much. Only Kong Yu understood the reason. He had learned of the traces of the Earth Heaven. The Earth Heaven was getting closer. A grand manor had been stained red with blood and completely burned down. If it hadn't been for the Grand Master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, no one would have known this truth. Clearly, the Earth Heaven had overcome an obstacle. When they came to Gold Desire Manor, it wouldn't just stop at the loss of the Divine Sword, and even the lives here would be difficult to protect. Even if Chong Jinja, the second strongest person in Wudang, was present and intervened, he couldn't be sure of protecting Woon Hak. Kong Yu looked at his son's face, trying to hold back the tears that were about to spill. "My son, Kong Xian, Kong Yu, I was wrong. I almost lost you." Meeting the young master is a blessing. After chatting until midnight, Kong Yu and his son finally satisfied their longing and temporarily put aside what hadn't been said. They wished each other good night and returned to their rooms. That night stretched on endlessly. Kong Yu was in bed, but he couldn't lull himself to sleep. A heavy feeling enveloped the room. Lying alone, Kong Yu couldn't close his eyes. At first, he thought it was because he had just reunited with his son, but he quickly realized that wasn't it. Then Kong Yu thought, was it because the laughter of the Heaven's Master Squad echoed throughout the night? No, even though it was noisy, It wasn't that noisy. The walls of Gold Desire Manor were built thick, so the laughter was just like the constant buzzing of mosquitoes. As time passed, Kanyu's heart pounded faster and faster. Tension rose in his heart. Even though the surrounding space was completely peaceful, he was so worried that he unconsciously clenched his fist, twisting it until it felt like it would burst. Kanyu's eyes would occasionally fix on the floor near the edge of the bed. He felt that the floor could be broken open at any moment, and the earth heaven would emerge from below. He knew it wouldn't happen, at least not tonight. According to Wugong, there were still at least 2 or 3 days left. Today definitely wasn't the time, but his anxiety wouldn't subside, his throbbing heart wouldn't calm down, and his eyes couldn't leave the ground. Questions flooded Kanyu's mind like waves crashing against the hull of a ship. What if the earth heaven invaded? Having overcome the barrier, how strong would they be? How many of them would come? What if Chong Jinja found out? What if Woonhak found out? What if Woonhak was injured? What if Woonhak died? Dark scenarios kept appearing, one after another. His rapid heartbeat was like an urging, making Kanyu's chest feel like it would burst. He told himself to sleep, to pray to heaven for a little sleep, but the worry in his heart was quickly torn apart again. Kanyu secretly wondered, could the young master handle it? He was strong, but how would he stop them? Just then, a voice transmission suddenly rang in his head. Kanyu. Kanyu startled and jumped up. Young master. He hurriedly looked around but saw no one. He couldn't sense any aura. Didn't know where Wugong was. The voice transmission continued. Just listen. Kanyu widened his eyes and nodded slightly. Wugong was sitting on the roof, silently transmitting to Kanyu's ear. His voice was calm as steel. The plan is very simple. We have guessed that the earth heaven is coming, so dealing with them is not difficult. The upcoming plan is simple. Stop them when they come, kill them when they come. Hearing these words, Kanyu nodded repeatedly in rhythm, even though he couldn't see his reaction. Wugong seemed to know, and his voice transmission continued. Even if there are variables, what you are worried about will not happen. The last thing I want to leave you with is things you don't need to know. It's better not to know. Don't create your own sorrow and then struggle in it. Kanyu wanted to shout back in gratitude, but he couldn't open his mouth. He could only nod seriously. Things that don't need to be known, more precisely, are things that Woonhak doesn't need to know. Kanyu himself could endure the heartache of hiding the truth, but if Woonhak knew, sorrow would overwhelm him. Wugong meant that it's not always right to reveal the truth. A story told to ease the mind can sometimes bring trouble later. The more Kanyu thought, the more respect he had for Wugong. At the same time, he wondered if those words could have come from a 20-year-old young man. They sounded like someone who had experienced countless lifetimes, rich in experience. That person could even handle the divine sword, the peerless sword in the world. Kanyu felt increasingly unable to understand the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. When the voice transmission ended, he lay down again. This time, his eyes closed, peaceful. His heart was calm. The rapid heartbeat was gone. Wugong's voice, although not a lullaby, made him strangely sleepy. A new day came. After breakfast, it was time to say goodbye. Kanyu knew in advance, so he wasn't too surprised to see Wugong preparing to leave. But for Chong Jinja and Woonhak, it was a surprise. Chong Jinja laughed loudly, inquiring, "Haha, it's really unpredictable, young master. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Could it be that you hate this place so much?" They only arrived yesterday and haven't had time to chat, so Chong Jinja intended to ask more today. But this morning Wugong already wanted to leave. It was really disappointing, and even made the old Taoist think he was deliberately avoiding him. Wugong understood the disappointed look in the eyes of Chong Jinja and his disciple, and smiled to explain. "I plan to leave as soon as the Heaven's Master Squad arrived. I didn't say it yesterday because I was afraid of causing misunderstandings." Chong Jinja laughed again. "Ah, if that's the case, there's no other way. When you have the chance, come find me in Wudang with the Heaven's Master Squad. I will gladly welcome you." In his heart, he wondered, what exactly does the young master want to do? What is he hiding? The words choked in his throat. Because they weren't too close, he could only suppress his curiosity. Wugong nodded politely. "Thank you for saying that." Afterward, the Heaven's Master Squad left. The people who stayed at Gold Desire Manor each had their own thoughts. Woonhak cheerfully said goodbye, while Kanyu was filled with anxiety. As for Chong Jinja, he quietly watched the Heaven's Master Squad, and doubts gradually grew in his heart. The Gold Desire Manor Master, the sword that the young master was looking for, along with the sudden departure, the feeling that something was about to happen was hard to dispel. Chong Jinja clearly realized that Wugong's target was Gold Desire Manor, so he had a feeling they wouldn't go too far, and these doubts couldn't be resolved if he just stood still. So the only way was to witness it directly, the only way was to see it with his own eyes. The direction that the Heaven's Master Squad was heading was west. Chong Jinja estimated enough time to create distance, then he sped away. Chong Jinja's speed in mobility arts was no less than the traceless divine thief, so he believed he was still capable of following the direction of the Heaven's Master Squad. The level of martial arts of each member of the Heaven's Master Squad was different, so Chong Jinja determined from the beginning that he only needed to chase after them outside the range that the young master could sense. And so, both sides ran. The Heaven's Master Squad, led by Hugong, quickly crossed the lush green forest. Before long, they had crossed the boundaries of Qinzhou. Then, an hour later, the Heaven's Master Squad crossed the border of a county. Chong Jinja still secretly followed them, working tirelessly. Curiosity urged his steps, adding strength to his breath. The old Taoist didn't dare to stop for even a minute, and he was extremely confident that he was following the right direction that the Heaven's Master Squad was going. On the way, Chong Jinja recalled last night at Gold Desire Manor, while Kang Yu and his son were talking. The three demon-subduing gorges were also chatting with the Heaven's Master Squad leader. The events that had happened were retold, about the divine sword, about the earth heaven. The three demon-subduing gorges were happy to know that the divine sword had been recovered, and surprised about the earth heaven because they had never heard of it. When they heard about the cruelty of the earth heaven and the upcoming plan, their eyes became cold, and all the information was transmitted to the entire Heaven's Master Squad in silence, via voice transmission. The problem was, Chong Jinja wanted to hear what was happening in Hugong's room. He had expanded his senses to listen, but got nothing. All he heard was the laughter of the three demon-subduing gorges and trivial stories, harmless and meaningless, unrelated to Gold Desire Manor or the sword he was looking for. So Chong Jinja couldn't help but wonder, was that all? Were there really only those trivial things? It was common in the Jianghu to use trivial things as a backdrop and secretly transmit information, but he didn't know why he couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening secretly. Hugong kept appearing and disappearing, and each time, something seemed to change, making the feeling really strange. Chong Jinja thought about it carefully. It seemed strange from the very first meeting. When he accidentally met Hugong under the ancient tree, he asked Woon Hak about his father. At that time, the question was cleverly disguised, making it difficult to recognize the deeper meaning. But now that he saw Hugong appearing at Gold Desire Manor, the implication in the question became profound. Their second meeting at Rising Dragon Pavilion was also the same. Chong Jinja clearly saw it as a deliberate approach. And at Gold Desire Manor was the third meeting. Chong Jinja didn't care that the Heaven's Master Squad had nowhere to go, but it was different for the young master. It was hard to believe that he hastily left and then suddenly appeared at Gold Desire Manor coincidentally. And the first inference that flashed in Chong Jinja's head was, from the beginning, could it be that the main target was the Gold Desire Manor master? He was about to come to this conclusion, but soon after, another question flashed in his mind. Chong Jinja had heard the conversation between Woon Hak and his father last night. Hidden under the seemingly normal words of the Gold Desire Manor master, there was a strange emotion, as if he saw the young master as his lifesaver. The more Chong Jinja thought, the more curious he became. What was it? What was the sword that the young master was looking for? And what was the secret that the Gold Desire Manor master was hiding? Those questions made Chong Jinja's heart restless. And so, the old Taoist was convinced that behind the lively conversations last night between Hugong and the three demon-subduing gorges, there must have been something else exchanged. The doubts were great, but Chong Jinja couldn't guess the answer. What exactly was the young master planning? Taking with him that unresolved curiosity, Chong Jinja decided to follow Hugong and the Heaven's Master Squad. That afternoon passed, then another 2 hours passed. The sun had already begun to set. Chong Jinja began to feel impatient. He found it strange that the Heaven's Master Squad hadn't stopped once, and kept going straight. When the sun tilted to the west, his anger rose. He was tired and angry, and he wanted to shout in his heart, "Where are you going?" In the end, where are these guys going, Yunnan? Doubt began to stir in Chong Jinja's heart. Was my judgment wrong? Could it be that Gold Desire Manor isn't the target? In his heart, the old Taoist wanted to immediately chase after them and make them stop, but that was impossible. So, at this point, he could only admit that his judgment was wrong. If this continued, who knows, he would really go all the way to Yunnan with them, but he couldn't follow them there. In the end, Chong Jinja stopped under the sunset sky. Listlessly watching the sunset, the old Taoist was weary, panting. The Heaven's Master Squad really runs well. He once again felt strange. Even the children in the Heaven's Master Squad run well, perhaps because they are disciples of the beggar. Even so, they are still too young. Even Chong Jinja was exhausted by that speed, but the Heaven's Master Squad's mobility arts and stamina exceeded his expectations. And then, he looked back at the road behind him, and could only sigh. When will he Return to this place. Finally, Chong Jinja, with a sad face, reluctantly returned to Gold Desire Manor. The Heavens Master Squad leader and the Heavens Master Squad once again stirred up the Jianghu, or at least stirred up the mind of the curious old Taoist. As soon as Chong Jinja turned his head, Hugong noticed and grinned mischievously. He told the Heavens Master Squad and the Traceless Divine Thief, "We're not being followed anymore." The Traceless Divine Thief sighed wearily. That was a long chase. Immediately after that, Hugong stopped. The Heavens Master Squad also stopped running. Then he turned towards Gold Desire Manor. "Let's go back." The night Chong Jinja returned to Gold Desire Manor, the Heavens Master Squad also returned. But they didn't stay in the manor, but stopped on the mountain west of Gold Desire Manor. In the darkness, everyone hid, waiting silently, their eyes carefully observing all directions. According to Hugong's analysis, the enemy's direction of movement was to the west, so during the day, the Heavens Master Squad went west to escape Chong Jinja, and at the same time, look for traces of the Earth Heaven, then return to the predetermined place, all of which was part of the plan discussed last night. And although they have not discovered the Earth Heaven people on the road this morning, it is not a pity, because Hugong knows that if the Earth Heaven wants to go to Gold Desire Manor, they must pass through this place, this mountain. The distance from here to Gold Desire Manor is far enough. Even if the Heavens Master Squad makes a noise, the Earth Heaven will not notice. Now, the Heavens Master Squad has become a barrier, a giant shield preventing the Earth Heaven from reaching Gold Desire Manor. It is expected that the Earth Heaven will arrive in a day or two, so they must prepare in advance, anticipating the variables. When Hugong raised his hand to signal, the Heavens Master Squad immediately understood and began to act. They split into two groups, scattering at the left and right ends of the mountain. At the left end of the mountain, the three demon-subduing gorges, Anangi, Cheonggi, and Mo Young Jing were stationed. On the other side were the double stars of Mount Wushan, Nang and Wang, along with Nam Gungyan and Yin Gyeowan. If the Earth Heaven traveled on the ground, they would leave traces. If they traveled underground, subtle vibrations would be transmitted. Yellow Hue Bird and Golden Toad would fly above Gold Desire Manor. To avoid being noticed, the color of their feathers turned inky black and they flew high in the sky. Even if unexpected variables appeared, or the enemy deviated from the predicted route, they could still deal with it. But there would be no deviation from the predicted route, because Hugong had copied the 1,000-mile scent left by Earth Spirit, scattered around the area, luring the Earth Heaven to follow this path. And more importantly, Hugong's will was emitted through Sword Spirit and Sword Body, causing the two swords to glow with a purple light. They dashed off like swirling swallows, cutting across the night sky, separating and then converging, like a pair of goldfish playing. Sword Spirit and Sword Body ascended together, soaring into the sky, leaving behind two streaks of purple light intertwined like a dragon's tail swirling. Then in an instant, they suddenly plunged headfirst into the ground, resolutely and decisively, as powerful as falling stars. The tips of the swords were about to touch the ground, but the spirits and bodies did not stop. The moment the two swords pierced straight into the ground, a tremor spread out. They crossed more than 20 meters of earth before stopping. They flashed in the ground with a purple light. The connection with the Master was still maintained. At the same time, the Master's will was also transmitted to them, to slash everything that moved in the ground, and transmit the vibrations of the earth back to the Master. Meanwhile, Woonhak was with Chong Jinja. A cup of steaming tea and some snacks were placed between them. He asked worriedly, "Master, what is making you worry?" Woonhak felt uneasy because after the Heavens Master Squad left, his master also disappeared, not returning until late at night, and even when he returned, Chong Jinja's face still looked vague and empty. Chong Jinja paused for a moment and then spoke heavily, "Woonhak." Woonhak recognized the anxiety in his voice, and his mood became even more tense. "Yes, Master." Chong Jinja suddenly gave advice. "Don't be close to the Heavenly Grand Archives first, young master. There's something strange about that person." But Woonhak didn't understand his teacher's meaning at all, and asked blankly, "What do you mean, master?" Then he heard his master's weary sigh instead of an explanation. Because Chong Jinja himself didn't know where to begin to explain, he wearily rubbed his forehead. He's just strange. I need to rest a bit. You too, go rest." Unable to ask for the reason, Woonhak had to politely bow to Chong Jinja and retreat to his room to rest. On the way back to his room, Woonhak kept wondering, not understanding what was going on. Does Master have something going on with the first young master? When Woonhak stepped into the courtyard, he saw a familiar figure standing silently in the darkness. It was his father, Kanyu. He was looking at something in the sky, very intently, and seemed so focused that he didn't notice his son was behind him. Seeing his father's tense appearance, Woonhak couldn't help but wonder what his father looking at. Immediately, he also looked up at the night sky, trying to find something worth Kanyu's focus. However, Woonhak only saw thick black clouds covering the sky. There weren't even many stars to look at. Woonhak couldn't resist his curiosity and approached Kanyu. "Father, what are you looking at?" Kanyu tried to suppress his worry, using his gentlest voice to reply to his son, "It's nothing, go to bed first." Woonhak had to leave, scratching his head and wondering, what's going on, is today a special day? After Woonhak left, Kanyu was left alone. At this time, he pointed to the night sky, tilted his head in surprise. It must be there, or is it not? It turned out that Kanyu wanted to find the first young master's yellow-hue bird, so he kept looking so intently that his eyes teared up. But the yellow-hue bird flew too high. It had blended into the color of the clouds and hid in the darkness. How could it be easily detected like that? At this time, the yellow-hue bird was flying around above Gold Desire Manor, chuckling as it looked down at Kanyu's blank and dazed expression. "Is he looking for me? Ha ha ha." On the other hand, the scene of Sword Spirit and Sword Body flying up and then plunging into the ground caught the eyes of the Heaven's Master Squad. Nam Gung-yan and the others at the right side of the mountain exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing. Is that Ugong's divine sword? It's so beautiful." At that moment, the traceless divine thief coughed and opened his mouth. "Young Master Namgung, do you think it's just beautiful and amazing?" Nam Gung-yan frowned and looked at the old thief who was acting mysterious. "Is there anything else?" The traceless divine thief cleared his throat and began to boast about his knowledge. "Don't be surprised, Hugong's divine sword doesn't contain internal energy, others can't use it, but the Heaven's Master Squad leader controls it like his own treasured sword. Don't you find it strange?" The traceless divine thief felt this was so strange that he frowned, but the entire Heaven's Master Squad was indifferent. "Oh, not really." The traceless divine thief exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Nam Gung-yan clicked his tongue and replied, "It's really beautiful and amazing, but not that strange." The traceless divine thief couldn't believe his ears and repeated, "What, you don't find it strange?" Nam Gung-yan chuckled, proudly patting his chest. "Following squad leader all this time, I've seen all kinds of strange things. Others can't do it. Doesn't mean squad leader can't do it." "Ah, you, divine thief, have you ever heard of wind heat bugs?" Traceless divine thief shook his head in confusion. "Not yet." Nam Gung-yan got even more arrogant. "Ah, then shut up." The traceless divine thief frowned, pouting like a child. He knew that the eldest young master was truly amazed. These people were going too far. In such a scene, others should have raised questions and reacted in shock. Only then would it be fun. However, everyone remained silent, which made the traceless divine thief wonder even more about what the Heaven's Master Squad had witnessed and experienced before. Lost in thought, the traceless divine thief's pouting and frowning expression caused the Heaven's Master Squad's anger to flare up again. The double stars of Mount Wushan frowned, his eyes bulging, holding a knife as if he wanted to kill him. "This brat, why is your mouth open like that? Immediately stuff it in, you ruffian. Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? I will tear you to death." Indeed, the traceless divine thief quickly returned to his normal expression, drooping like a bag of dry grass. Just like that, a night passed, then another day. Early morning of the second day, heavy footsteps covered in black smoke suddenly rose from the ground not far from the mountain where the Heaven's Master Squad was hiding. The third Hall Master of the Earth Heaven looked towards the mountain. "Is that the one?" One of his subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, Hall Master, we must pass through that mountain. Do you wish to go above ground?" The third Hall Master looked up at the dawning sky. "There's about half an hour before sunrise. I calculate that's enough time to reach Gold Desire Manor. There's no problem going above ground either. But there's something making him hesitate. Does Jin Cuika know? Are they prepared? Perhaps not, but the Jianghu is always full of unpredictable things. We could also be unpredictable to someone, so caution is necessary." Even though the third Hall Master had reached the unrestrained realm, and all of his subordinates were at the early stages of the unrestrained realm, he still decided to be cautious. He ordered, "Time is sufficient. Begin moving underground from the foot of the mountain. Before sunrise, retrieve the divine swords." His 7 subordinates replied in unison, "Yes." In the blink of an eye, the Earth Heaven group approached the mountain west of Gold Desire Manor. They merged into the black smoke and plunged into the earth. The depth was maintained at about 5 zhang, and even penetrating the earth, the speed decreased only slightly. Their chi remained abundant. The blood-sucking kept the chi from dissipating. Earth chi was nourishment for the Earth Heaven. Just moving underground helped replenish their chi. Therefore, even with unexpected experts around Gold Taker, they were confident they could sweep through them in an instant. When they encountered rocks underground, they shattered them. The earth seemed to split open to make way for air. Due to their high speed and their movement like a drill spiraling into the ground, tremors occurred, but it didn't matter. The Earth-Heaven group assumed no one would think the tremors were caused by people drilling through the earth. The distance between them was at least 3 zhang, and the furthest apart were more than 20 zhang. Even so, the 7 subordinates could hear the telepathic transmissions of the third hall master. The chi of the Earth-Heaven was based on the 5 elements of earth, underground. Their chi could sense each other up to 70 zhang away. Therefore, within that range, they could determine each other's location, know whether they were alive or dead, and telepathic communication underground was commonplace for the Earth-Heaven. On the orders of the third hall master, the 7 subordinates went deeper and accelerated. The deeper they went, the more earth chi permeated their bodies, replenishing their chi. They moved even faster. Then, in a moment, the third hall master was startled. What is it? There's something. In the minds of the 7 subordinates, question marks appeared following the third hall master's telepathic transmission. They heard nothing and saw no signs, but for some reason, they felt uneasy. Immediately afterward, the doubts disappeared as 2 subordinates on the left and right frantically telepathed, urgently telling everyone, there's something coming towards us. I see it too. They couldn't have imagined that underground. Hugong's 2 swords were silently advancing. The third hall master's expression changed rapidly. Who is it? He could also clearly feel that from both ends, something was rushing toward his subordinates. But even though the third hall master of the Earth-Heaven tried to expand his senses, he couldn't determine what was approaching them, nor did he see anyone else. So he reassured himself and soothed his subordinates. Besides us, who else could there be? You must have misheard. However, the 2 swords moved with increasing intensity, to the point where the sound could now be heard. The third hall master was startled once again when he heard the clear sound approaching. He could no longer reassure himself. He began to panic, looking back into both sides. Could it be from inside the Earth-Heaven? The third hall master suspected that the one approaching was a fellow disciple. Who else in the Jianghu martial arts world could burrow underground like this besides themselves? It can't be, he thought, hence his suspicion. And strangely enough, even at this point, the third hall master still couldn't determine where the opponent was. If he couldn't determine it, then the opponent must be stronger than him, and he guessed that it could only be the pavilion masters of the Earth-Heaven. Finally, the third hall master couldn't calmly continue, not knowing if the one approaching was friend or foe. He could only stop, turn around to look at the path he had just traveled, and send out a hurried telepathic message. Who is it? Reveal yourself. But there was no response, which was to be expected, because the sword spirit and the sword bodies couldn't speak. They only growled, only carried out the orders of their master, to deliver death. Just as the third hall master was anxiously looking around, the telepathic voice of his subordinate echoed, Hall master, purple lightning, is leaving the position. The third hall master was confused by the incomprehensible words. What? The third hall master waited tensely for a response, but the next words of his subordinate echoed in despair. Hall master. It's swords, the speed of the swords. Here. Along with a resounding scream, the chi of the 2 subordinates immediately cut off. The third hall master finally turned pale. Swords. He panicked because the Earth-Heaven didn't use swords. Those who used swords were definitely not the pavilion masters, not their fellow disciples. Then, this is a trap. The more the third hall master thought, the more confused he became. Who exactly is lying in ambush beside Gold Taker? Could it be that the Miram Alliance has discovered us? Is it the 10 great guests of the Miram Alliance? If they were all present, or even just half of them, it would be enough to cause disaster. In a stream of chaotic thoughts that eroded his confidence, the third hall master hurriedly shouted telepathically, everyone scatter as quickly as possible and surface. But he didn't know that no matter how strong the Earth-Heaven was, they would have difficulty facing a sword tearing through the earth and rushing toward them. If it was a sword covered in sword chi, it would be even harder to deal with on the surface. The subordinates of the third hall master began to run towards the surface of the earth on his command. But they had only run 3 steps when they heard an ear-splitting scream. The sword body had pierced through the chest of one of them. The sword spirit didn't allow itself to fall behind either. It relentlessly pursued another, and with terrifying speed, it swept across, cutting the legs of the one it was chasing in half. All those around could hear was the scream. It's coming towards me. I can't avoid it. The miserable screams of their comrades echoed in their ears, causing the hearts of the third hall master and the 3 surviving subordinates to tighten. So 4 had died unjustly before they could even understand the situation. The third hall master and the 3 subordinates didn't dare hesitate. They immediately changed direction, rushing towards the surface through different escape routes, secretly hoping they could still retain a chance to live. In an instant, large circles appeared on the surface of the Earth where the Earth-Heaven group was surfacing. The ground was cut, shaking violently, and black smoke seeped out from the cracks. They chose destinations far from each other to avoid pursuit. The third Hall Master quickly surfaced first. His terrifying killing intent was even thicker due to his high alert. When his eerie blue-purple eyes pierced through the night, he saw no movement from the two swords. He thought he was no longer being pursued. But he didn't know that at other points on the mountain, on the surface, the Heaven's Master squad was waiting. From the left side of the mountain, the one who had just surfaced was greeted by the three demon-subduing gorges. "So you've come, you mole." The aftershocks from underground caused by the Earth-Heaven group allowed the entire Heaven's Master squad to realize their positions. The one who had just surfaced didn't have time to react to the force rushing towards him. Moreover, he faced too strong of an opponent. All three of the three demon-subduing gorges were at the mid-stage of the near-unrestrained realm. He launched a palm strike to resist, blocking two streams of force, but the third stream, carrying the strongest hard chi, caused his head to fly off his neck. Those like Onangi beside him had no chance to intervene at all. On the right side of the mountain, the scene was similar. Another member of the Earth-Heaven emerged from the ground and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. But as soon as he poked his head out, he was struck down by the twin blades of the double stars of Mount Wushan and the blade of Nang and Wang, chopped into pieces. Blood splattered, staining the ground around the unlucky one red. He didn't even have time to resist at all in the moment the blades came down. Now, only two people were alive in the Earth-Heaven. One of them hadn't reached the surface yet, still diligently fleeing along a winding path. It was unclear whether he was trying to mislead the two swords or whether he was just less skilled than the others. All that was known was that he was the last to surface, and he was also unlucky. Before the last remaining subordinate of the third Hall Master could reach the hole that his cultivation technique had just created, he collided with a large rock, causing him to struggle for a moment longer. When he crawled out of the ground, he was startled to see a looming figure in front of him, but he thought it was a stroke of luck. He faced a scribe, faced the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, and yet he thought it was lucky. Little did he know, the scribe in front of him was more terrifying than anyone else. Through the continuous screams echoing from both sides, he knew there were countless experts hiding and waiting on the mountain. Therefore, he thought that encountering a scribe was the best situation, but he couldn't confront him immediately. He decided to take Hugong as a hostage and rushed forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, as soon as that audacious thought flashed through his mind, the plan collapsed. Two streaks of purple lightning suddenly flashed, shattering the ground. The sword body was on the left, and the sword spirit was on the right. The two swords were like two drills piercing through the earth. In an instant, they approached Hugong, flying around him as if guarding him. At the same time, their chi pushed the unlucky Earth-Heaven member back. And so he understood. It was him. The two purple swords, the things that had ravaged the earth like a nightmare, were the swords of that scribe. The unlucky Earth-Heaven member bitterly realized that the person who used the swords underground that no one could see, the person he thought he would never encounter, was standing right in front of him. This wasn't luck, it was certain death. He understood that the unrestrained realm or whatever was no match for this scribe. At least the Pavilion Master would have to come, or even the Earth-Heaven Lord would have to take action, so the only choice was to flee. He hurriedly backed away, creating more distance from Hugong. Immediately afterward, the unlucky Earth-Heaven member executed his cultivation technique, creating a large hole in the ground under his feet. Before tunneling into the earth, he looked up at the scribe's face one last time. Hugong's eyes were colder than a corpse, more eerie than the death-chi-filled gaze of the elders in the Earth-Heaven. His eyes gave him the feeling that he would die here. Not daring to hesitate for even a second, the unlucky Earth-Heaven member turned into smoke, plunged into the earth, and disappeared. This was the first time he had exerted his full strength like this. He didn't dare turn his head back, just plunged straight down. At this point, he no longer cared about direction. He simply ran headlong, thinking that the deeper he dug, the better. The further he went, the better. But how could he escape? He had only burrowed about 9 meters when strange objects rushed towards him from behind, closely following his path. He didn't recognize what they were because these objects didn't emit the rumbling sound like the two swords. While slithering like an eel at a depth of over 50 meters, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. He didn't know why, but his whole body froze in place as if his pressure points had been struck. The unlucky Earth-Heaven member was terrified, his eyes frantically looking upward, but he couldn't see anything anymore. The darkness of the earth had completely engulfed him. He couldn't lift his feet, trying so hard that he trembled, but he couldn't move. Trying every method to release the pressure points was useless. His body couldn't move. The thought of death flashed in the unlucky Earth-Heaven member's mind, a humiliating death. Could it be that he, a member of the Earth-Heaven, would die like this in the ground? No way, was this going to be his grave? Meanwhile, Hugong's gaze wasn't directed at the person he had just buried alive. He was looking at another place, at the forest on his right. The forest appeared peaceful on the surface. There were no strange movements or large tremors. Not even the leaves were stirring. But Hugong had determined that there was something he was aiming for in that direction. He extended his vision more than 50 meters, not with his eyes, but with the 10,000 sense technique. The strands of scent snaked through every branch and leaf, vividly recreating the map of the forest it passed through. Every detail, no matter how small, was clearly relayed in Hugong's perception. The strands of scent didn't stop until they found their target. They crossed 20, 30, then 50 meters, finally stopping in the middle of the forest, about 60 meters away from Hugong. There, the last member of the Earth Heaven emerged. The third Hall Master was nervously watching his surroundings. This guy was also looking towards Hugong. He couldn't see anything, but he felt someone was observing him. The third Hall Master tried to peer into the darkness. His eyes were accustomed to observing in the night, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see Hugong. The distance between the two wasn't too far, only 60 meters, but the trees blocked his view. Even so, the third Hall Master still felt a gaze touching him. At first, it was just suspicion, but then he was certain. When Hugong launched himself high into the air to look at him with a warning gaze, the pores on his skin stood up all at once. At that moment, he immediately burrowed into the ground without hesitation. He had no other choice as he felt the two purple swords were connected to the gaze that was following him. So, deep underground, he fled with all his might. Having grasped all the movements of the third Hall Master, Hugong crossed his arms, frowned, and clicked his tongue. Troublesome, indeed troublesome. Sensing the aftershocks, he saw that this guy was the fastest mover in the Earth Heaven. If that was all, it wouldn't necessarily be a problem. But what was even more concerning was that the third Hall Master's direction of movement was towards Gold Desire Manor, where Hugong and the Heavens Master Squad were setting up a protective barrier. Immediately, Hugong launched himself into the air, moving to follow the third Hall Master. Sword Spirit and the Sword Body immediately responded. They pierced through the ground, rushing after him to pursue him. At this time, the sky was beginning to brighten over the grounds of Gold Desire Manor. The bright yellow of the tiled roofs caught the faint rays of sunlight, flashing brilliantly. At this time, Chong Jinja was meditating. He strictly maintained his habit of circulating energy in the early morning. But before dawn, Chong Jinja suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the aftershocks from the earth. Something was approaching. What was it? With only a moment of doubt, Chong Jinja immediately launched himself out the window. He followed the sound and aftershocks, rushing towards an open area in the manor. But when he looked around, Chong Jinja didn't see anything. He frowned, puzzled. Just now, the ground shook, but nothing came out of the ground and approached. What was that? While doubting whether he might have been mistaken, Chong Jinja again felt the ground shake beneath his feet. Then, in an instant, the aftershocks moved far away. Then the tremors reverberated again, this time twice, as if someone was being pursued from underground. The incomprehensible situation continued to repeat, causing Chong Jinja to be confused. What the heck is this? Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forward, swirling like a tornado towards the old Taoist. Chong Jinja was momentarily flustered by the storm. The strong and sudden wind attacked, carrying sand and dust that made it impossible for him to open his eyes. When he was able to squint open his eyes, a familiar figure suddenly flashed past, causing him to be stunned and gape. Chong Jinja turned his head in shock to follow the figure speeding away like an eagle in the wind. Great young master. The old Taoist couldn't believe his eyes. It was indeed the great young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. He had clearly rushed towards Yunnan at full speed 2 days ago. How could he appear here now? At that moment, the great young master's voice rang out. Come with me, I'll explain later. Chong Jinja immediately deployed his mobility arts to chase after him because Hugong's speed far exceeded his expectations. Just a moment of hesitation and he wouldn't be able to keep up. At this moment, the old Taoist couldn't hide his curiosity anymore. He shouted, "Hey, what on earth is going on?" Going back a few minutes earlier, when dawn had just broken in the sky over Gold Desire Manor, the entire grounds were still immersed in tranquility. Suddenly, the ground shook. This was the first tremor that Chong Jinja felt while he was meditating and circulating energy, and in the Patriarch Gold Desire Manor's room, the floor also shook. Sensing the tremor coming from the ground, Kang Yu immediately opened his eyes. He had just sat up when he heard Chong Jinja's echoing shout. The old Taoist was calling out to someone in a panic, and then the shout gradually faded away. Kang Yu understood immediately. The Earth Heaven, they've arrived. He hurriedly rushed to the window, surveying the entire manor. but he saw absolutely no suspicious figures appear. Kang Yu sensed that the Earth Heavens seemed to be fleeing. They weren't heading directly to Gold Desire Manor, but only passing by outside the area. At that moment, the door to Kang Yu's bedroom suddenly burst open. The person who rushed in anxiously was Woon Hak. "Ah, father, are you all right?" Kang Yu nodded, reassuring his son. "I'm fine." In his heart, he muttered, "How could anything happen to me?" But Woon Hak thought that Kang Yu was still worried. He tried to encourage him. "I don't understand what's happening, but please don't worry, father. No matter who it is, if master has taken action, then surely there's nothing to worry about." Hearing Woon Hak say that, Kang Yu clicked his tongue and nodded. Yes, probably. The two agreed with each other, but their thoughts weren't entirely the same. Woon Hak thought that Chong Jinja was chasing after the troublemaker, but Kang Yu knew who was really pursuing the enemy, and who Chong Jinja called, "Hey, you." Kang Yu didn't need to see it with his own eyes to know that it was the great young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, and the great young master's words echoed in his head, "The Earth Heaven will not be able to touch you." He was silent, stunned as if turned to stone, but his mouth slightly smiled. His heart was light, because the great young master was pursuing them. The Earth Heaven had never touched Gold Desire Manor. They didn't even dare to get close because the one chasing them was that person. Therefore, he was certain that nothing would happen. Meanwhile, the servants of Gold Desire Manor had woken up to work. Many people stepped outside with long yawns in the early morning sunlight. A teenager picked up a broom and was listlessly starting work when suddenly, the ground unexpectedly shook, causing the sleepy servant to scream in panic. But that tremor only flashed by, and then quickly faded away towards the horizon. The teenager holding the broom trembled in confusion. After feeling certain that there was no more movement under the ground, the young man scratched his head in confusion. What on earth was that? Leaving aside the matters on the ground, looking up at the sky, Chong Jinja was using his mobility arts to chase after, closely following Hugong. "Great young master, what's going on? Who are you chasing?" Even though Hugong had said he would explain later, he couldn't restrain his curiosity. Hugong had no intention of hiding anything, so he asked Chong Jinja directly, "Have you ever heard of the Earth Heaven?" Chong Jinja tilted his head slightly. "The Earth Heaven." Then the old Taoist suddenly remembered, "Ah, those guys who dig in the ground like moles. Even though I've never met them, I've heard of them. Those guys who can move underground faster than moles. I thought they had disappeared long ago. I didn't expect them to appear again." But what Chong Jinja was most curious about was why the great young master was chasing the Earth Heaven. Before he could finish asking, a cold voice rang out, "Raise your body high." Hugong gave advice with a mischievous smile, but Chong Jinja didn't understand what he was saying. Lost in thought, he almost crashed straight into a row of rooftops ahead. Fortunately, Chong Jinja quickly pulled himself upwards, barely avoiding the roof tiles. Now he understood what it meant to elevate oneself. On the rooftops, the figures of Hugong and Chong Jinja darted like the wind, so fast that no one could see clearly, yet they could still sense the movements deep underground. The old Taoist marveled, "I didn't expect the Earth Heaven to move so quickly underground." Hugong nodded slightly. "I didn't either." Chong Jinja questioned, "Are there 3 of them?" But Hugong shook his head with a profound smile. "No, just one." Chong Jinja's eyes widened in surprise. Because he sensed 3 streams of energy moving underground. But the number of the Earth Heaven is not 3 people, but only 1, so that means the other 2 are chasing him. Chong Jinja's deduction was correct. At this moment, there were indeed 3 streams of energy moving underground, relentlessly chasing each other. It was because of this that the tension in the third hall master of the Earth Heaven had exceeded his limit. He had never experienced being chased underground before. Moreover, he was being chased by swords. If it were a human, he would still have a way to respond. But being chased by 2 freely darting swords, seemingly mindless yet intentional, that feeling sent shivers down his spine. Even if he could somehow escape, there was still the one controlling them, the master of those 2 swords. The third hall master had seen the master of the 2 swords, a very young teenager with a scribe's face, looking so frail that he seemed unable to break a dry twig. However, his eyes were completely different. Terrifyingly calm. In the dim purple light, those eyes stared straight at him with absolute indifference, as if looking at a harmless insect. Fear crept into every nerve of the third hall master. Who is this guy, really? Before he could think it through, a horrifying sound echoed behind him. The 2 swords had closed in. The third hall master hurriedly swung his hand behind him, activating earth hardening. Instantly, the soil behind him was compressed by an invisible force, pressed into solid, hard slabs. Earth hardening, when executed, would make the soil harder than stone, even as hard as steel. The controller could shape it at will, but in this situation, shape didn't matter, just that it was thick enough to block the 2 swords, even for a moment. But the third hall master himself wasn't sure if earth hardening could stop the two swords. The result was no. It only bought him a few more breaths. He had tried many times, and each time the earthen shield was pierced by the two swords, a chilling screech rang out as the purple swords tore through the steel-hard earth wall. Earth hardening only helped him by a little time. A few moments to get far away from the pursuit was impossible, but the third hall master had no choice but to continue to hide deeper underground, traversing the bed of a dry stream, heading towards the next mountain range. The energy meridians within the mountains surged, and he absorbed earth energy to recover. But then, his body suddenly trembled as if going through withdrawal. Blood. I need blood. The thirst surged violently. His internal energy was depleting with each passing moment, even though it was being quickly replenished by the surrounding earth, but it was not infinite. Due to the lack of blood, the third hall master's body gradually turned as hard as stone. Starting from his feet, moving felt difficult, as if his joints were chained. Then, his fingers also became inflexible. He gritted his teeth and tried to continue, but his body became heavier and heavier. This is not good. I won't last long. Realizing that running was only temporary, the third hall master decided to hide himself, to make the two swords ignore him. He plunged through the heart of the mountain and then changed direction, sliding deep down below. He counted as he ran, 30 meters, 50, then 70. It wasn't until over 120 meters that the third hall master stopped. He couldn't go any deeper because the pressure from the earth was too heavy. This small space was just enough for him to hide. Immediately afterward, the third hall master concentrated all his intention, erased all traces of his aura, held his breath, and silently prayed that the purple sword light wouldn't find him, that it would just pass by. Please, let it work. Meanwhile, the two swords erupted with violent sound underground, trying to follow the third hall master, but then, they suddenly fell silent when the target's aura disappeared. They began to circle the area slowly, as if sniffing. The two swords depended on their master's intention. When they couldn't find the target themselves, they waited patiently and probed. Based on his telepathic link with the two swords, Hugong had also discovered that the third hall master's aura had disappeared. Although he couldn't directly dive into the earth, Hugong guessed that he had submerged himself too deeply, so the two swords couldn't find his location. Even Hugong couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the third hall master, but he was sure that he was nearby. Therefore, the master's intention was still transmitted to the two swords. He's nearby, sweep the area clean. Following that order, Sword Spirit and the sword body emitted a brilliant purple light, and began to frantically sweep all around, carving winding paths like hunting snakes in the earth. Witnessing that scene, the third hall master almost cried out, What is this? Fortunately, he managed to cover his mouth just in time. At that very moment, whoosh, a streak of purple light flashed across the top of his head. At the same time, another streak of purple grazed his hip, just inches away. Cold sweat soaked the back of his shirt. The third hall master couldn't help but panic. He had guessed wrong. The two swords didn't retreat as he had hoped. They were sweeping around madly, as if they just needed to stab wildly to hit the target somehow. Each slash tore through the earth, ripping apart a range of dozens of meters. The third hall master's heart pounded, as if it wanted to burst. Please, please don't see me. And just then, a blinding light shot through the earth again, straight towards him. Luck smiled on him once again. The purple light just flashed past his ear, leaving behind a deathly silence. The fear caused the internal energy within him to surge out reflexively. Immediately, Sword Spirit and the sword body sensed that fluctuation. They stopped abruptly, hovering as if probing the situation. The third hall master glanced at the two swords in a panic. He hurriedly suppressed his breath and forced down his internal energy. But it was too late. Both swords had turned around. From the earth, two streams of purple light rose again, hovering around the third hall master. They moved slowly, not rushing to stab wildly like before. The two swords swirled and intertwined right in front of the third hall master's eyes like two snakes staring straight at their prey, who was trembling and trying to hold his breath in the darkness. They hissed as if about to pounce and tear his body apart in an instant, making him swallow hard with difficulty. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Please, turn away, please. Whether that prayer reached the ears of the gods or not, one sword suddenly changed direction upwards, and the other floated downwards, sweeping through another place. The third hall master sighed in relief, but didn't dare relax. He knew that if he stayed in this place, he would be pierced sooner or later. Worse yet, the third hall master discovered that he had just crashed into a layer of hard mountain rock. Unlike passing through the earth, the difficulty of passing this level had doubled. Worry rose even higher. He no longer had enough internal energy to break the rock, and he didn't know how thick this layer of rock was. After considering for a while, the third hall master looked at his numb right arm and pulled up his sleeve. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, then bit down hard on his arm. As soon as the blood gushed out, the third hall master drank and drank. His own blood didn't help much, it was just a stopgap measure, but if he didn't do that, his body would gradually stiffen, and he wouldn't be able to move. After quenching his thirst, the third hall master's body quickly recovered, his stiff hand had gradually softened and become flexible again. His whole body was full of vitality again. He couldn't help but smile contentedly, thinking that escaping from here now was no longer an obstacle. The third hall master tried to sense the position of the two swords. He thought that the distance between them was far enough now, so he grinned broadly. Immediately afterward, he gathered his energy. Then he darted off with maximum speed, smugly thinking that the two swords had now ignored him, so he would just exhaust all his energy to break through the barrier in front of him. But unexpectedly, as soon as they sensed the third hall master's aura, sword spirit, and the sword body immediately reacted. They stopped abruptly in midair, then turned around. The sound of metal screeched like a wild beast gone mad. The two swords plunged back, relentlessly chasing after the third hall master who was breaking through the rock. The third hall master roared in his head, "Bastards!" Then he continued to focus his strength, breaking through the layers of rock like tearing through tofu. After all, that was the only way. He didn't dare risk stopping to think any further. But the third hall master felt that the layers of rock seemed to stretch on endlessly. He couldn't help but panic. When will this end? If it keeps going like this, I'll be caught. Just then, the final layer of rock shattered, and a dazzling light rushed in. It was the morning sun welcoming the third hall master. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. "Where have I dug through to?" He tried to block the intense sunlight from flooding his vision, but it was too late. The blinding sun blurred his sight. He could only feel the emptiness beneath his feet. Below him was open air. He had broken straight through the cliff face, and with his crazed momentum, his body continued to shoot outward, hurtling into the air. When his eyes could vaguely make out the surrounding scenery, the first thing the third hall master saw was an abyss beneath his feet. And what made him even more desperate was when he looked up. The brilliant sunlight covered the sky. Dawn was breaking on the horizon. It was morning. A beautiful sight, but one that flashed with a spark of despair that tore at the third hall master's heart. On top of the cliff, Chong Jinja, who was chasing the third hall master's aura, stopped suddenly, braking hard as his foot almost slipped off the edge. The old Taoist, a little startled, cried out, "Young master, the cliff!" He had also realized that the earth-heaven's direction was clearly leading straight to the edge of the abyss. If he continued on that path, he would surely break through the rock and emerge outside. And just as the old Taoist predicted, at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The cliff shattered with a cloud of dust. Then, from within the cloud of dust, a person was shot out like a stray bullet. Due to the speed of the breakthrough being too strong, the third hall master's body was thrown far away and hung suspended in the air. He looked up at the sky, the blinding sunlight reflecting in his lost eyes. "I don't have wings. So this is the end." Chong Jinja understood clearly that he himself couldn't fly. If he could grab this earth heaven, it would be good, but the distance between them was too far. Perhaps he could reach him if he risked his life, but coming back wouldn't be certain. The old Taoist turned to Wugong in confusion. "Young master, now what should we do?" But before he could finish his words, he was stunned. A gust of wind rose, and the young master fearlessly threw himself off the cliff. Seeing Wugong dive headfirst into the abyss, Chong Jinja shouted, so panicked that his heart felt like it stopped. Young master, come back." His actions were too reckless, too crazy. But immediately after, the old Taoist's eyes widened in shock. An unintelligible mumble came from beneath his silver beard. The moment he slipped off the cliff, Wugong stepped on the air. His body, as light as a goose feather, glided through the void, heading straight for the falling third hall master. Chong Jinja couldn't believe his eyes, shaking his head violently as if to dispel an illusion. What is this? But the image before him remained unchanged. Wugong swooped down like an eagle preying on its quarry, without the slightest hesitation. Then, in the blink of an eye, he grabbed the third hall master who was suspended in the air. Not only that, Wugong didn't fall. He stood in midair, still holding the earth heaven tightly in his hand. The sight made Chong Jinja dizzy. How is this possible? At that moment, from the depths of the abyss, two streams of purple light shot up, roaring like wild beasts. It was the sword spirit and sword body chasing after the third hall master. The two swords hurtled towards Wugong at breakneck speed, as if they wanted to crash into him. Seeing the danger closing in on Wugong, Chong Jinja's voice trembled. "Yo, young master." He thought the two swords were aiming to attack him. But as the two swords approached Wugong standing on the illusionary ring, they immediately became docile, slowed down, and no longer screeched with terrifying sounds. Immediately after, one of the swords slipped into Wugong's sleeve and disappeared. It was the sword body. The other sword flew straight into the scabbard hanging on his hip. It was the sword spirit. It was at that moment that Chong Jinja understood what Wugong had said earlier. So that's it. No wonder the young master said the earth heaven wasn't 3 people, but only one. The earth heaven is only one person. The other 2 auras are the young master's swords. Chong Jinja silently marveled with curiosity and bewilderment. But how is it possible? How can the young master maintain such a profound sword intent deep within the earth? This level far surpasses what people call the unrestrained realm. They say that on Bukyo Mountain, someone transformed into a fox and flew into the sky. But what I'm witnessing is even more absurd than legends. Is there any sight more terrifying than this? But the old Taoist was wrong. There really was a sight even more terrifying than that. Suddenly, the third hall master's body burst into flames in Wugong's hand. The flames blazed up, engulfing him in the blink of an eye. A scream burst out like a dam breaking, disrupting the peace of the early morning. The third hall master's head burned to ashes, his clothes caught fire, his face and hands melted in the ghostly flames. His screams tore through the air. He struggled wildly, but no matter how hard he tried to resist, it was useless. In just a few seconds, the third hall master's entire body turned to ashes, vanishing into the sky. The thing was, Wugong didn't kill him, he simply spontaneously combusted, so he tilted his head slightly, silently watching the ashes swirling in the wind. Self-immolation, why? What's different from when we met on the mountain? Wugong fell into contemplation, gently grabbing a handful of ashes to examine. When the morning sun glanced across his eyes, he understood the reason. Looking up at the sky, the blinding light shone on Wugong's face. Ah, so it's the sunlight. He understood that the earth heaven might have become stronger, but at the same time, they had lost something. They had become beings who couldn't walk under the sun. A body that had become dependent on darkness would be burned by the light. It was so obvious. Originally, in the 5 elements, earth and sun were not in conflict, but something had interfered, an intermediary factor distorting everything. That, Wugong thought, I'll investigate it later. So he temporarily let go of the thought, lowered himself, and used the momentum from the illusionary ring to return to the cliff. Chong Jinja still hadn't recovered. He stammered, his face pale with horror. Yo, young master. The old Taoist unconsciously took a step back, his throat constricted. He had just witnessed a ruthlessly chilling scene. He couldn't help but be cautious with countless questions in his heart. Could it be that there was a deep-seated hatred between the young master and the earth heaven? How much resentment would it take for the young master to burn his opponent alive like that? In broad daylight, Chong Jinja couldn't think otherwise, but he was wrong. It wasn't true samadhi fire, nor was it the blazing flames of Flame Peak. Chong Jinja had no idea that he was misunderstanding Wugong, and naturally created a distance from him, and he subtly noticed his strange reaction. Wugong immediately smiled and explained, the earth heaven was burned by the sunlight. I had many things to ask him, his hiding place, his accomplices, but now, I'm afraid there's nothing left to ask. What a pity. His words were half true, half false. The earth heaven really did burn because of the sunlight, and Wugong really did want to keep him alive to interrogate him, but regret, not at all. Chong Jinja immediately dismissed his suspicions towards Wugong, but just as he had regained his peace of mind, his curiosity arose again. I remember, you once said you were looking for a sword. Could it be that the earth heaven? Wugong replied softly, that's right, the earth heaven was carrying that sword. Chong Jinja became even more curious and puzzled. What kind of sword is it that makes you chase it to the ends of the earth like that? Wugong quietly turned around, glancing at his sleeve, where the purple light of the sword body gently swirled like a living thing. The corners of his lips tilted up. They are my swords. But Wugong kept those words to himself and didn't say them out loud. Then he turned his head to look back at Chong Jinja, his voice light but echoing in the wind. It is the divine sword of the world's number 1. After that, Wugong left the cliff, heading straight for the Gold Desire Manor, but the road was not peaceful, because Chong Jinja, with hundreds of questions piling up, kept opening his mouth. The earth heaven dared to steal the Miram Alliance leader's sword. You said they even dared to rob graves. Does the Miram Alliance know about this? If they do, why hasn't the Miram Alliance taken action, and instead let you chase after them? The questions rained down one after another, making Wugong's head ache, but because he had said he would explain, he couldn't ignore Chong Jinja forever. Of course, he only chose a few things to reveal, and for the rest, he beat around the bush or fabricated some parts, the important points, especially about Gold Taker, he deliberately omitted. After listening to the explanation for a while, Chong Jinja continued to ask, so where did you get that information? Wugong clicked his tongue and replied vaguely, a friend in the Jianghu told me. I have quite a few friends in the Jianghu. Chong Jinja pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the half-open, half-closed answer. Friends, huh, the way you say it sounds like you've been wandering the Jianghu for decades. Then he asked again, this time his voice even more curious, and what about your martial arts? Where did they come from? Did you encounter some kind of lucky chance? Hu Gong looked into the distance, his voice calm as if recounting a very distant event. I met a immortal. Chong Jinja's eyes widened in surprise. I'm immortal. Where? Seeing that expression, Hu Gong, who usually maintained his composure in all situations, couldn't help but laugh. That was just a joke, anyone would understand that. But Chong Jinja actually asked again with a truly serious expression, which made him unable not to laugh. It was not until he realized it was just a joke that Chong Jinja frowned. I didn't expect you to have a knack for joking around like that. It wasn't because Chong Jinja was too naive to believe the story of meeting an immortal, but because if he hadn't witnessed what happened today with his own eyes, he probably would have laughed at Hu Gong immediately. With that answer, Chong Jinja knew Hu Gong wouldn't reveal anything more, so his curiosity about him only deepened. What he had just witnessed truly exceeded his imagination. A young man, only about 20 years old, not an heir of the 9 great sects, nor bearing the prestigious heavenly dragon bloodline, just a scribe of the heavenly grand archive, who should have spent his life with ink in ancient books, yet he had reached that level. No matter how he thought about it, Chong Jinja couldn't understand it, and then, he had to ask himself again, though it seemed ridiculous, he couldn't dismiss it. Could he have really met an immortal? If not, how else could it be? When Chong Jinja returned to Gold Desire Manor, Woon Hak hurriedly ran out to greet him. Master, are you all right? What's going on? Oh, young master. Seeing Hu Gong with Chong Jinja, Woon Hak was both delighted and stunned. He had bid farewell with regret 2 days ago, but unexpectedly had the chance to meet again so soon. Hu Gong smiled gently and greeted Woon Hak. We meet again, Woon Hak Taoist master. Woon Hak stepped forward, both surprised and curious. Young master, you only left less than 2 days ago. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What happened? For him, this was a reunion, but for Hu Gong, today was the real parting. The Earth Heaven sword that had once threatened Gold Desire Manor had disappeared. As long as the Earth Heaven was finished before his remnants could find their way here, everything would be over. Of course, Gold Desire Manor would also prepare. They would change their name, move their location, so that the Earth Heaven could never find their trail. The Earth Heaven would never find Gold Desire Manor again, and would never be able to reach Kangyu. Chong Jinja and Woon Hak didn't understand the significance of this reunion, but Kangyu, who followed behind his son, did. He recognized the young master's smile directed towards him, meaning that all the variables Hu Gong had spoken of had come to an end. Hu Gong's voice rang out, deep and warm. Manor Lord, I am truly sorry for causing you trouble. You and Taoist Master Woon Hak have treated me and the Heavens Master Squad so well for such a brief encounter, yet I concealed the fact that I had enemies. They once targeted Gold Desire Manor, which worried me, but fortunately, they were diverted. Now everything has been resolved. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely repay this kindness. Hearing those words, a strange feeling surged in Kanyu's heart. He had never seen such a radiant smile. When he heard Hu Gong call the Earth Heaven my enemy, Kanyu's nose stung. The problem was his. But the young man took the blame to prevent Woon Hak from delving into the past. Hu Gong even addressed him with honorifics, a respect he didn't dare accept. Tears welled up. The fear of torture, the fear of being buried alive, receded 10,000 miles. Now, only gratitude remained in his heart, and a relieved smile touched his lips. That, it's not necessary, just keep it in your heart. That's all he could say. Then Kanyu choked up, tears threatening to spill. Chong Jinja and Woon Hak, unaware of what had happened, only saw Kanyu's inexplicable confusion. They thought he was overly emotional, but because Hu Gong had explained it that way, no one could ask anything more. Then Chong Jinja turned his curiosity to Hu Gong. Young master, what do you plan to do now? Hu Gong replied frankly, I will go to the Earth Heaven's headquarters. Chong Jinja couldn't help but blink in surprise. You already know their location. Hu Gong calmly shook his head. Not yet, but I will find it, with the help of friends. Hearing that Hu Gong would seek help, Chong Jinja immediately offered. Then, I'll go with you. You may have many acquaintances in the Jianghu, but I'm afraid they can't compare to our sect. As he spoke, Chong Jinja's eyes flashed with eagerness, as if ready to join him. Woon Hak, standing beside him, also looked at Hu Gong with anticipation, because the task Hu Gong was pursuing was to retrieve the divine sword of the Miram Alliance leader, and the Wudong sect had owed the Alliance leader many times, so Chong Jinja sincerely wanted to contribute. However, Hu Gong brutally extinguished the eagerness of Chong Jinja and his disciple. I must decline. Chong Jinja was slightly stunned. What? I won't be a burden. The old Taoist truly couldn't understand what was wrong with helping, why refuse so decisively without considering it at all. Understanding the good intentions of Chong Jinja and his disciple, Hugong simply smiled faintly. Then, he skillfully declined with a gentle look at Kang Yu and his son. I don't want to be resented by the Manor Lord. After all, they have just reunited. It wouldn't be right for me to intrude. Moreover, the current situation is still too vague. Among the people of the Earth Heaven, no one is alive. Finding clues will likely take a lot of time. Hugong's manner of speaking was gentle but decisive, both subtle and polite, making it difficult to refute. Chong Jinja also felt that those words made sense. Indeed, after witnessing firsthand the Earth Heaven digging underground, he understood that tracing those tracks wouldn't be easy. Chong Jinja nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes. You're right. Woonhak also lowered his head, unable to hide his sadness. But Kang Yu lowered his head even further because he clearly understood that wasn't the real reason. Kang Yu knew that Hugong didn't want Chong Jinja to come along because during the confrontation with the Earth Heaven, his Gold Taker alias and his connection to Gold Desire Manor might be revealed. Hugong was secretly protecting them. While Kang Yu was lost in thought, Hugong had already waved goodbye to everyone. I appreciate Taoist Master's kindness, but I must go now. Farewell. Finishing his words, he turned, his figure light as the wind, gliding through the air. Kang Yu watched Hugong's figure leave. His chest felt constricted. He had so much to say, but didn't know where to start. And so, the three people, each with different emotions, reluctantly watched Hugong's light footsteps fade into the distance. Chong Jinja clicked his tongue with regret. He left quickly this time too. Woonhak, like his master, felt that the reunions with Hugong were becoming shorter and shorter than before. Yes, it was indeed too fast. But he didn't pay too much attention to it, so he was the first to turn back to the manor. Father, Master, let's go inside quickly. Chong Jinja also nodded and followed Woonhak. When Hugong's back had disappeared from sight and Kang Yu was the only one who couldn't bear to go back inside, an unexpected voice rang out that only he could hear. Kang Yu. Kang Yu started in surprise, recognizing Hugong's voice. He quickly turned his head to search everywhere but saw no one. Only the sound of a deep, warm voice carried on the wind. Until we meet again. Kang Yu couldn't respond, not because he didn't want to, but because tears had welled up, choking his throat. He didn't know where Hugong would go, didn't know when they could meet again, only knew to whisper in his heart, I hope that one day, I will see you again, young master. Hugong left, but didn't go. He didn't need to ask anyone for news about the Earth Heaven, nor did he need to go around in circles. He simply returned to the mountain where he had once waited for the Earth Heaven, and quietly waited for the moment to arrive. As for the Heaven's Master Squad, they couldn't hide their anxiety. As the afternoon wore on, they became more and more restless, constantly complaining. Why hasn't the sun set yet? What kind of day is this? Get dark soon. Hurry up, go away. Sun, set quickly, let the moon rise. The lamentations of the Heaven's Master Squad echoed throughout the mountains because the Earth Heaven, those buried in darkness, were the kind of people who would turn to ashes if they touched sunlight. Hugong's subordinates knew that. They had heard their leader talk about this fatal weakness, so all afternoon, everyone only hoped that the sun would set quickly so that they could dig up those who had been acupunctured and buried alive. As the sky gradually turned red with the colors of sunset, the group cheered more excitedly than ever. The double stars of Mount Wushan stared excitedly at the horizon. Hey, the sun is going down, it's starting to get dark. The three demon-subduing gorges nodded and grinned with delight. Ha, now I understand why people always say you have to know how to save. We brothers are really lucky. Older brother even knows how to hoard human lives. It's so perfect. After chuckling and nudging each other, the three demon-subduing gorges turned to the Anangi gang and continued, you beggars should watch and learn. If you have the opportunity, you should save a little. Anangi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard someone tell beggars to know how to save. Cheongi also chimed in, if we dared to save like that, we'd probably be beaten to death by our master, for sure. The three demon-subduing gorges were stunned for a moment, then laughed it off. Oh, that's right, your master is leader beggar, I almost forgot. Darkness continued to slowly descend. When the sunlight was completely gone, the Heaven's Master Squad pounced forward in unison, leaning close to the ground with sinister smiles. Which piggy bank are we smashing today? I wonder what valuables are inside. The entire Heaven's Master Squad actively dug, some with shovels, others tearing up the ground with their bare hands. Nang and Wang dug eagerly as if excavating a treasure, frantically putting all his strength in. Come out here, you bastards. Deep pits gradually formed. The Heaven's Master Squad dug with great momentum, dug with enthusiasm, each person one pit. And then, the shovel in their hand touched an empty space beneath the dirt. The three demon-subduing gorges laughed excitedly. Haha, here it is. How lucky, it's still alive, still breathing. Below, the remaining subordinate of the third hall master of the earth heaven was trembling. He could still hear every sound clearly after being buried alive by Hugong's joy elevation needle. At first, he thought he would die like that, but now he realized he was just being temporarily put in savings. Hearing the people above laughing and talking, this member of the earth heaven immediately understood. The midday sun must have burned someone among them, perhaps the third hall master, or another who was fleeing. They had seen it with their own eyes, so they were eager to dig him up when night fell. The three demon-subduing gorges pulled the member of the earth heaven out of the pit. Come on up. But being rescued and brought up didn't mean freedom. He knew clearly that what awaited him now wasn't mercy, but torture and interrogation, surviving, only to be dissected. If he had a choice, he already had an answer. Because besides these people, there was someone much more terrifying, the one with the violet-tinged swords. As soon as the member of the earth heaven reached the ground, he immediately recognized Hugong's distinct position among the chaotic heavens master squad. He was just a young scribe, but he possessed martial arts that even the third hall master of the earth heaven feared. If he were interrogated by such a person, it would be better to confess beforehand. Enduring the beating and then confessing was no different from inviting trouble. Therefore, the remaining member of the earth heaven quickly made a decision. Before anyone in the heavens master squad could say anything, the member of the earth heaven automatically raised his head, his voice hoarse. I will tell you everything. The three demon-subduing gorges smirked, their gaze as sharp as a knife placed on the captive's neck. Oh, how clever. But the problem is, we're not very smart. The member of the earth heaven's eyes wide, not understanding what the three demon-subduing gorges were saying. But the three demon-subduing gorges didn't explain further. He only saw one of them put a hand on his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the other two members of the three demon-subduing gorges also stepped forward, each putting a hand on the member of the earth heaven. A horrifying whisper rang in his ears, "Don't confess." The member of the earth heaven panicked at the three demon-subduing gorges' eyes filled with murderous intent, his mouth stammering, what are you doing?" But he didn't hear an answer. Before he could react, his eyes widened in horror, and a painful scream tore through the darkness. The three demon-subduing gorges had activated their energy, using the tendon-splitting bone-crushing palm technique, using internal force to twist tendons and bones, separating flesh from bone. Blood gushed from the earth heaven's throat, spraying like a waterfall, blue veins popping out all over his body, from head to toe, blood rushing to his brain making his eye sockets feel like they were about to burst. The pain of flesh and blood being torn apart caused the earth heaven to scream in despair. Even though his acupuncture points had been sealed, his body still trembled violently. His body quickly became distorted, deformed, writhing in pain that penetrated to the bone marrow, but he couldn't resist. He could only feel time passing moment by moment in screaming despair. Stop, please. I'll talk, I'll tell everything. When blood started flowing from all 7 orifices, flooding the ground, the punishment finally stopped. Hugong spoke, "Enough." Sitting on the rock, he coldly observed the earth heaven's body lying flat on the ground. Confessions also have stages. At first, the person being questioned may still be calculating, both telling the truth and hiding some, but after enduring a torture like tendon-splitting bone-crushing palm, the mind will be empty, only the instinct to tell everything remains. Hugong started interrogating the location of the earth heaven. The earth heaven replied with a broken breath, Yunnan, the central region, between Xinping and Yuanjiang, there is a manor, very large. Hugong nodded, continuing the question. He got information about the scale of the force and the realm of each person in the earth heaven. The earth heaven was forced to kneel before him, trembling, answering each word, obedient as a puppet. After finishing the earth heaven's matter, Hugong asked about the earth spirit. You are the ones who captured the earth spirit, right? The earth heaven immediately admitted, yes. Then the most important thing came. Hugong asked, are the 2 swords also in your hands? The earth heaven was momentarily stunned because he didn't expect Hugong's target to be the 2 swords. But he didn't dare to lie, so he had to admit, of course. Hugong smiled, a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Good. I know that sunlight is your weakness. Besides, what else? This is what makes Hugong most curious. He wanted to know how the earth heaven could overcome the biggest obstacle of the sect. Before, when they had not broken through, they were not afraid of sunlight, but now it was different, so he guessed that they must have traded something. The earth heaven hesitated to reveal, blood. Human blood. At that moment, both Hugong and the heaven's master squad were silent. The next revelations of the earth heaven made everyone stunned. We have to regularly drink the blood of living people, otherwise, the body will stiffen. Hugong nodded, so that's how it is. he was a little surprised, but not as shocked as the Heaven's Master Squad. After all, throughout his life as a Miram Alliance leader, there was no type of crime that he had not seen. After all, the path that the Earth Heaven had chosen was ultimately a demonic path. They strongly absorb the energy of the Earth element, but have to pay for it with many things, both body and soul. Like many other demon cultivators, demonic skills are always a shortcut, fast, strong, but at the cost of a terrible price, not only destroying oneself, but also bringing disaster to others. The Earth Heaven has lost the sunlight, and also lost the basic morality of a human being. After a sigh and silence, Hugong asked the Earth Heaven again, "Is there anything else I should know?" He breathed weakly, "No, there is nothing special anymore." Hugong curled his lips into a faint smile. "Is that so?" He was giving the Earth Heaven a chance to confess honestly, but he still asserted, "Yes." So he glanced at the three demon-subduing gorges. "Good, then let's verify." The Earth Heaven's eyes gradually filled with fear. "Verify, what does that mean?" The answer came not in words, but in action. The three demon-subduing gorges raised their hands again, crossing his shoulders. Immediately after, tendon-splitting bone-crushing palm was executed again. The scream tore through space, echoing throughout the mountainside. After a while, when the Earth Heaven's body was almost just a mass of torn flesh, the previous question was repeated, word by word. "At this point, you must have remembered something else worth knowing, right?" This time, the answer came slower, more shaky, but more detailed. I remember, to win control of Yunnan, we captured a hostage, none other than." When that sentence ended, not only Hugong but also the Heaven's Master Squad were silent. No one expected that. A heavy silence enveloped, then the interrogation continued. "To verify, more torture, more screams," and the answer, still the same as before, is, "the daughter of sect leader Jiansang's sect. Besides that, I don't know anything more." Hugong fell into contemplation. It turned out that the Earth Heaven not only stole the divine sword, but also secretly planned to destroy Jiansang's sect, a secret that the prisoner had intended to take to the grave. But now, the Heaven's Master Squad leader knew. When everything that needed to be confessed had been confessed, it was also the time when the Earth Heaven was tortured to the point where he could no longer hold on. As soon as he died, he was buried immediately, this time not buried alive, but a real funeral. For the Heaven's Master Squad, that was already considered a favor, because dying like this was better than being buried alive until exhaustion. As for whether the Earth Heaven agreed with that method or not, no one cared. The only thing that the Heaven's Master Squad cared about at this time was whether they could enter Yunnan with their squad leader or not. Everyone was apprehensive. According to the prisoner's confession, the Earth Heaven's force was frighteningly dangerous. A total of about 50 people. Under the Earth Heaven there were 3 the Pavilion Master, under that were 5 Hall Master. Each Hall Master commanded 7 experts. The number was small, but the scary thing was that even the Hall Master reached the middle stage of the unrestrained realm, and their subordinates were all in the early stage of the unrestrained realm. The 3 the Pavilion Master had entered the limit of the unrestrained realm, and the Heaven Lord had almost crossed that boundary. Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad was worried when imagining the confrontation between the two sides. They all looked at the back of Hugong sitting thoughtfully on a rock. If their squad leader intended to go alone, it was no different from stepping into a death zone. Compared to the battle at Dongting Lake, this situation was much more serious. If the squad leader ordered to retreat, everyone would have to return, not daring to disobey a word. But then, Hugong suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes looking at the Heaven's Master Squad. "What are you still standing there doing with that blank face? Prepare to set off." That sentence made all the members of the Heaven's Master Squad silent. "Go together." Only a few seconds of silence, then the whole group suddenly exploded in cheers, laughter, shouts echoing throughout the mountain, drowning out the night wind. "Great, let's go together." Hugong laughed in his heart, leaning back and swinging his legs, looking at the Heaven's Master Squad bustling. Fear, or the thought that they might die on this trip, no one in the Heaven's Master Squad thought of that. 20 days later, the Heaven's Master Squad set foot in a small and near Falling Flower County, north-central Yunnan. From here, Gyeongsang Mountain was only half a day away. If using mobility arts at full strength, after days of non-stop roaming, now was the time for them to be rewarded, a real meal. They entered one of the best restaurants in the area, and as soon as they arrived, they noisily demanded food. "Waiter, order food, add this dish too." As soon as the food was brought out, the whole group immediately pounced on it like starving people. No one said a word. In fact, if anyone dared to open their mouth at this time, then whoever it was, it would be easy to eat a punch. The other guests in the restaurant secretly looked at them, their eyes mixed with a bit of curiosity, a bit of caution, but no one dared to look for long. Half of the Heaven's Master Squad looked gentle, but the other half had fierce faces no different from executioners. However, in every place, there are always exceptions. Not long after the meal started, new guests walked in. A group of 5 people sullenly walked to the middle of the large room. They were very young, all carrying swords on their backs. Their eyes scanned the crowd, then stopped, right at the table of the Heaven's Master Squad. The group of 5 people aggressively approached, asking questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? No greetings, no politeness. The tone was bossy, with a hint of murderous intent. The munching sounds of the Heaven's Master Squad immediately stopped. No one spoke, but the atmosphere at the table had changed. For them, being disturbed while eating was worse than being provoked. The stupid guy shouted loudly, "Are you all deaf?" His voice rang out like thunder, and ironically, the person he was staring at was the double stars of Mount Wushan. To this point it was no different from courting death. The only question was, who would draw their sword first? The double stars of Mount Wushan gently pulled the chair back and stood up, growling, "What did you say?" But at that moment, the entire Heaven's Master Squad received Hugong's voice transmission, "Do not respond." It turned out that he had recognized that they were people of Diansung's sect. On their clothes was embroidered the symbol of the sun breaking apart, the distinctive sign of Diansung's sect. Seeing them approach with heavy murderous intent, no need to ask to understand the reason, just checking the situation, a probe. The double stars of Mount Wushan was angry in his heart but could not resist Hugong's order, only had to swallow his frustration. When the double stars of Mount Wushan opened his mouth again, his voice was somewhat timid. My ears are a little bad. I didn't hear very well." The awkwardness didn't match the stern face at all. The leader of the Diansung group snorted coldly. "I ask again, who are you? Where are you from?" The double stars of Mount Wushan smiled and replied, Yes, I am a Wushan, from Guangxi. Perhaps my face looks a bit fierce, causing you to misunderstand. Actually, I was born like this. It is also very sad." The young swordsman snorted softly, seeing the other party bowing his head in humility. His heart gradually softened. When his gaze swept over the surroundings, everyone in the group of people surrounding the double stars of Mount Wushan bowed their heads, avoiding eye contact. For the people in Jianghu, dignity is something that cannot be touched, so when the weak have already humbled themselves, the strong have no need to further lose face. So the swordsman leading the Diansung group turned away and apologized. He had no sooner finished speaking than the 5 swordsmen left the inn. The oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the sound of voices once again filled the air. The Heaven's Master Squad also quickly returned to their old rhythm, eating and laughing boisterously. The 3 members of the 3 demon-subduing gorges, along with Nang and Wang, teased, "Hey, Song Hung, that shy look really suits you. Yeah, it looks like your true nature." The double stars of Mount Wushan could only force a smile. "I can act the part, you know. It's not like my face is a crime, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Anangi changed the subject. "It seems the Diansung sect thinks they can do whatever they want now." Nang and Wang turned his head towards the door and clicked his tongue in agreement. Yeah, their eyes are all red and bloodshot. Well, if it's true, then losing control is understandable. Nam Gungyan, sitting next to Ugong, also felt sorry for the Diansung people. There's no doubt their sect leader's daughter is missing, one of the 9 great sects like Diansung. Why would they provoke strangers on the Jianghu for no reason? They're tense, suspicious of everyone, searching everywhere because Diansung hasn't found her yet. Their question, "Who are you? Where are you from?" isn't just an idle inquiry. It's a declaration that they're trapped in a serious problem and still haven't been able to solve it. The Heaven's Master Squad had already heard the whole story through the confession of the Earth Heaven. Diansung's attitude may be rude, but it's within the bounds of understanding because when one star of Diansung goes out, the light of all the remaining stars gradually fades away. It's not hard to understand why Diansung has become so frantic, searching through every tavern and inn, questioning all the strangers and suspicious characters in the vicinity. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Diansung sect, the sect leader's eyes were now as empty as extinguished fires. Never before, in all his decades, had anyone in the sect seen him with such a blank look. That's why the 6 elders sitting around him had to choose their words carefully, their voices low and restrained to the point of suffocation. "Sect leader, we're sending people to search everywhere. There will be good news soon. Please don't think of the worst. Young Miss will definitely come back, and then all this will become a joke." Those words sounded so familiar, empty, as if grasping at nothingness. Everyone understood that no words could suit the heart of the Diansung sect leader, but they still had to say them. They couldn't collapse along with him. Someone still had to talk about hope, even if it was just a faint glimmer. However, the answer had been clear for a long time. The Diansung sect leader sighed and opened his mouth. "It's been a month." It had been over a month since she disappeared. she vanished like smoke, without a trace, without a clue, as if disappearing into thin air. As he spoke, the Diensang sect leader's hand trembled. The feeling of helplessness made him want to collapse. In Yunnan, the reputation of Diensang was absolute. Wherever they went, just mentioning the name of the sect was enough to deter anyone from offending them. Even disciples of the three great sects had to avoid them. Yet, amidst that prestige, the sect leader's daughter had disappeared. The disciples were still scouring Yunnan, searching every nook and cranny, but to no avail. Bowing his head deeply in despair, the Diensang sect leader choked back sobs, ready to accept the truth. She was a calm person and had never left the sect alone, so the possibility of leaving on her own was impossible. A month had passed, meaning all hope was gone. If it was a kidnapping for ransom, there would have been a message or demand for a price by now, but there was absolutely nothing. Only one last possibility remained: finding the body. Perhaps she was being discarded somewhere, cold and desolate. The elders all felt sorry when they heard that. They were silent. Only a heavy sigh echoed in everyone's heart. If that day came, if the sect leader saw his daughter's body, would he be able to bear it? Now, everyone was living in anguish of waiting for the cruelest truth. Everyone understood, but no one dared to say it in front of the sect leader. Just looking at those eyes that died day by day, also made people unable to speak. Then, amidst the heavy silence, the sect leader's hoarse voice rang out again. The sound was weak, lingering, like wind blowing through ashes. The words of the elders: I know, all of you have good intentions, but perhaps, it's time for me to accept this fact. Let's go to the Hao clan, ask for their help. Now is not the time to think about Diensang's reputation, or my face anymore. No need to explain, everyone understands. The sect leader wants to ask the Hao clan to find his daughter's body. Therefore, the 6 elders just nodded slightly. No one dared to raise a voice of objection. A heavy silence enveloped the interior. The air was so thick it seemed to swallow all sound. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Sect leader, I have an urgent matter to report. Sect leader Diensang sect let out a heavy sigh. Come in. The person who entered was Gok Myong, the great pupil of the sect leader. After bowing respectfully, he spoke. A guest had come to see him. He introduced himself as the eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive. The sect leader frowned slightly, then nodded slightly. He had heard of that young master's name, a name that had been rising like a star in the Miram recently. His reputation was resounding, and his personality also attracted people's attention. But now was not the time to meet a famous person. He immediately declined lazily. It was not convenient for him to receive guests now. Please receive him according to the etiquette and make an appointment for another time. Gok Myong bowed his head slightly, intending to accept the order but hesitated to speak. Excuse me, sect leader. He said some strange things. Sect leader frowned slightly. Strange. Gok Myong immediately replied. Yes, he said. He knew the current situation of the sect. More importantly, he said that he knew the whereabouts of junior disciple Koyu. The light that had gone out in the sect leader's eyes suddenly flared up again like a fire that was fanned fiercely. What? A pale golden halo spread around his pupils, shining as if it was burning from within. The elders also had a glimmer of hope because of this. Everyone stood up at the same time. Immediately after, the sect leader's tone changed completely, immediately inviting him in. No, let me go see him myself. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already shot out like lightning. The 6 stunned elders immediately followed. The urgency was because the eldest son of the Heavenly Grand Archive did not come alone. He brought hope. The figures of the sect leader and 6 elders soared through the Diensang sky. All the disciples in the sect were surprised and looked on. Many people didn't even have time to recognize who it was. The speed was too fast, like an illusion. How could it not be fast when hope was burning like a flame in their hearts? On the way to the mountain gate, the sect leader suddenly saw something strange in the sky. When he looked up, he saw 2 purple beams of light shooting straight up, entangled with each other like a pair of snakes. Before the sect leader of the Diensang sect could recover from his surprise, the 2 beams of light separated and flew to the sides. Sect leader couldn't help but wonder about their appearance. What is that? Just as he realized they were 2 swords, they suddenly plunged headfirst into the ground right before his eyes. After a loud explosion, they disappeared into the ground. Those were sword spirits and sword bodies sent out by Hugong to scout the surrounding area. They did not carry any killing intent, but were simply scouting and scanning the entire Diensang area, then transmitting the signal back to their master. Their master, Hugong, was waiting not far away. He didn't want to launch an attack, he just wanted to confirm. He always did this, always wanted to confirm with his own eyes. Knowing that there were no enemies around, the 2 beams of light quickly dispersed into the distance. At that moment, sect leader Diensang sect called out Hugong from above. The person was not seen yet, but the voice was already heard as eager. "You are the great young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, right?" With that, the sect leader hurriedly landed on the ground, stopping in front of Hugong, and then, his voice dropped, carrying a trace of trembling. "You say, you know the whereabouts of my daughter?" Hugong bowed, politely and calmly. "Yes, sect leader." Sect leader didn't care why the other party could recognize him immediately, he just thought, he guessed. At that moment, Hugong took the initiative to make a subtle suggestion. "Sect leader Nan, do you want to talk here?" Sect leader hurriedly apologized. No, I'm so rude." The Heavenly Grand Archive's young master's words did not make him feel offended at all. On the contrary, it brought a strange sense of trust, like an affirmation more certain than any promise. Immediately after, the sect leader Jinsong sect invited everyone into the mountain gate. This was not only the minimum courtesy but also necessary to avoid ear-splitting. Inside the mountain gate, simple but clean houses are located close together. Most of the Jinsong sect disciples are being sent to search for the sect leader's daughter, so the atmosphere is somewhat desolate and gloomy. After entering a private living room, Hugong and sect leader Jinsong sect sat across from each other. Sect leader Jinsong's real name is Cho Kwang. The last time Hugong saw him was 2 years ago, but the person sitting in front of him now seems to have turned into a different person. The sect leader's eyes were sunken, his cheeks were sunken, his skin was dry and lifeless. A person who lost a child would be like that. They wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, only living with the emptiness that gnawed at them every day. So, Hugong won't beat around the bush, he'll get straight to the point. "You've suffered a lot, sect leader, you must know about the earth heaven, right?" Cho Kwang frowned slightly as if he was thinking, but the next second, his eyes widened in surprise. "The earth heaven, you mean, that was done by the earth heaven guys?" No, it couldn't be. According to his memory, the earth heaven had disappeared since childhood, and although he had heard of their name, their abilities were not worth worrying about. Under the same sky of Yunnan, the Diansan was the overlord. The earth heaven couldn't compare, yet now he heard that they dared to attack the Diansan. If it was true, then they were pushing themselves into destruction. Hugong sincerely persuaded sect leader Jinsong sect. "Sect leader, the earth heaven now is no longer the earth heaven of before, they have," and so the story begins. As Hugong told, Cho Kwang's expression kept changing. When he heard about the terrifying martial arts and fatal weakness of the earth heaven, he opened his mouth, speechless, until he heard that Miram Alliance leader's divine sword had been stolen. He began to stutter, even though Hugong had intentionally omitted and changed some details. His story was still so delicate and seamless that the sect leader had no doubts. In the end, when he heard the ending, that one of the earth heaven's captured men had confessed everything, Kwang could only let out a heavy sigh. The whole story was a series of shocks, but in the midst of that shock, he found a small ray of hope, a clue about his daughter. It turned out, the earth heaven had kidnapped her to Sheikh Jiansang, in order to fight for power in Yunnan. If what Hugong said was true, then everything could be explained. The picture finally came together in Kwang's mind, especially the scene just now, when the 2 purple rays of light shot from Hugong's body to the ground. Now he understood the purpose of those 2 swords. His voice lowered, seriously asking, "So then, you thought that the earth heavens might be hiding under the Diansang mountain, right?" One question but in fact had 2 layers of meaning. Hidden behind it was the question, could the sword be used to probe the mountain's heart? Hugong understood Cho Kwang's meaning and did not hesitate to admit that he had used his sword to probe underground. Yes, but it seemed like there was nothing, at least for now. The answer was so nonchalant that it left Kwang speechless. He found it hard to believe that the young man in front of him had considered every possibility, and had even accomplished the seemingly impossible. How to maintain such a level of connection with the sword, with his realm, Cho Kwang could not imagine. If he had to compare, in Cho Kwang's eyes, the Heavenly Grand Archive's eldest son's level had almost reached the level of Sword Immortal Manhwa or Sword Sovereign Wudang. It was said that the Heavenly Dragon clans, along with the Carefree sect and the Chungnam sect, were all behind this eldest son, protecting him like a fortress of iron. But perhaps that rumor was wrong. It was not they who were protecting him, but he was the one who was protecting them. So, Cho Kwang couldn't help but bow and ask Hugong, "Young master, then, what should I do now?" Even though I already know the earth heaven's base, their scale, and as Diansang sect leader, Cho Kwang still needs to ask for advice. At this time, pride no longer has any meaning. Hugong smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with Cho Kwang's attitude. At this moment he was no longer the high and mighty sect leader of the Diansang sect, but just a father urgently begging for help. And then, his calm voice rang out, carrying both solution and comfort. Diansang had realized the situation, so what was there to be afraid of? What was there to worry about? Cho Kwang was slightly stunned and let out an ah sound, even though it was just a simple compliment for the sect. For some reason, those words sounded like sincere encouragement. Hugong's voice was light and warm, as if he was gently patting him on the back. He suddenly felt as if the young man in front of him was not a junior, but a calm and experienced elder. Then Hugong continued, his voice calm but firm, "Sect leader, why don't we try this?" As the two discussed their upcoming plans, time passed slowly. Meanwhile, the Heaven's Master Squad was being treated with great respect. Fragrant tea was poured in jade cups and cakes were delicately displayed. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. Due to the seriousness of the situation, no one dared to laugh or talk loudly. The two elders of Diensang personally came to greet them, making the meeting even more formal. "Come on, everyone, eat plenty. We've heard a lot about the Heaven's Master Squad, but how did you guys know to find us here?" Quite curious, the elders skillfully probed, but couldn't extract anything. No matter what they asked, the answers were evasive, quickly leading the conversation to a dead end. Nang and Wang said, "We don't know much." Mo Young Jin added, "We're just subordinates." Even the double stars of Mount Wushan, known for their straightforwardness, gave roundabout answers. "We do what older brother says, and don't know anything else." The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Everyone could only glance at each other in silence. After a moment, to break the tense atmosphere, an elder cleared his throat and spoke first. "Ahem, perhaps the Jianghu is not as trustworthy as the rumors say. The three demon-subduing gorges I've heard about seem very different from the people in front of me." The three demon-subduing gorges immediately pressed, their eyes flashing with vigilance. "What rumors have you heard?" The Diensang elder skillfully led. "Ha ha ha, this old man heard you're a violent bunch, itching to kill if you don't get to murder someone." The three demon-subduing gorges put on an embarrassed expression and waved their hands. "Oh, that was a long time ago. We gave up those old habits long ago." The Diensang elder probed further. "Really, what circumstances made you change?" The three demon-subduing gorges began to recount their story. Murim Alliance leader Hugong said that if we continued to swagger around the Jianghu, he would kill us all, so we had no choice but to behave. Then, we met older brother, and since then, we've become even more docile. Even though they were lying through their teeth, the three demon-subduing gorges remained nonchalant. The Diensang elder seized the opportunity to continue asking about the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive. "Haha, I see. Is that young master so terrifying?" The three demon-subduing gorges shook their heads seriously. "Not at all, he's very kind. We respect him immensely." This was actually true. Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad thought Hugong was great. The Diensang elder probed even deeper. "What makes you respect that young master so much?" The three demon-subduing gorges replied without much thought. "Everything, from beginning to end." The elder couldn't help but smile wryly at the general answer. "Haha, really, but they didn't know that, in the eyes of the Heaven's Master Squad, their squad leader was perfect down to the last hair." Afterward, no one said anything more, but the phrase "from beginning to end" lingered in everyone's minds. The two Diensang elders became even more curious about the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive, while the Heaven's Master Squad pondered the three demon-subduing gorges' answer, trying to think of a better one, but ultimately failing. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the double stars of Mount Wushan suddenly stood up. "Excuse us, we'll be outside for a bit." Then Nang and Wang followed. "Yeah, me too." Next came the three demon-subduing gorges. Nam Gung-yun, Ian Gyeowon, and Mo Young Jin also stood up one after another. In front of the two elders, only two beggars remained. Both were silent, but actually very busy clearing the trays of pastries on the table. The two beggars whispered to each other, "Hey, try this, it's delicious. I like the Diensang sect too much. Should we just stay here?" "I think so too." The two elders could only stare blankly, their eyes glazed over, speechless. Meanwhile, the Heaven's Master Squad had gone outside. But they didn't go far, just sat around the courtyard. Because the inside felt too stuffy, they sighed to each other telepathically. The atmosphere in there is as heavy as lead, so suffocating. "Yeah, I don't even dare to laugh. When will we be able to laugh heartily?" Everyone in the Heaven's Master Squad was used to liveliness, but they couldn't comfortably act crazy when Diensang was in such a sorrowful state, so they couldn't help but feel depressed. But the heavy mood didn't last long. They quickly lifted their spirits when they thought of the upcoming plan. "Once we catch that guy, it's over. 3 more days, right? That's perfect, just right." The Heaven's Master Squad was talking telepathically when suddenly someone flew quickly toward them from a distance. Before long, that person stood in front of them, his eyes glaring angrily. It turned out to be the young swordsman who had threatened them at the inn before. This time, he also glared at the most fierce-looking faces among them, the double stars of Mount Wushan. One of the double stars of Mount Wushan scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Ah, we're just stopping by for a bit." The swordsman, without any consideration, continued to yell, "Stopping by, do you know what you're saying? How did you guys even get in here?" Before the swordsman could finish his sentence, the double stars of Mount Wushan suddenly interrupted, pointing behind him. "Well, behind you." The hot-tempered swordsman turned around, still irritable. "Behind me, what?" As soon as he saw the person standing behind him, his eyes widened in surprise. His senior disciple had been standing there since who knows when. He stammered in a panic, "Senior disciple, His senior disciple immediately gave a smile as sharp as a knife. "Jinpiang, come with me." After a while, Jinpiang returned, completely different from before. His face was as white as a corpse. He walked up to the Heaven's Master Squad, bowed deeply, and said in a solemn voice, "Third disciple of the sect leader, Jinpiang, I greet the esteemed members of the Heaven's Master Squad. This junior was truly impolite for not recognizing you, and was rude at the inn and here as well. Thank you for your generous forgiveness," Jinpiang said as he bowed deeply before the Heaven's Master Squad. He had just been severely reprimanded by his senior disciple for his reckless actions. After learning that these people were the Heaven's Master Squad, and more importantly, that their squad leader was discussing important matters with his master, he didn't dare to relax a single word or gesture. The members of the Heaven's Master Squad smiled kindly. It's nothing at all. In their eyes, Jinpiang was just a kid, naive, cute, and not worth getting angry at. They understood that Diansong was too chaotic right now, but soon, everyone would be able to smile again. After apologizing to the Heaven's Master Squad, Jinpiang received instructions from his senior disciple. "Jinpiang, come to the training grounds in 2 hours. The sect leader said he will assign new tasks." 2 hours later, night fell, and more than 200 swordsmen of Diansong had gathered neatly at the grand training grounds. The sect leader's voice echoed calmly from the high platform, issuing a new order: "The search will stop from today. Instead, post notices throughout all regions of Yunnan." No one was told the reason explicitly, but without needing to be said, everyone understood that now was the time to clean up the mess. And what needed to be cleaned up caused Diansong to sink into stifled grief, and many people couldn't hold back their tears. At that moment, 2 brilliant purple streaks of light tore through the sky, flying swiftly and then rushing across the grand training grounds. All the eyes of the Diansong swordsmen followed that dazzling trajectory. The 2 streaks of light shot out, then suddenly disappeared without a trace. That was a sign that Hugong was also ready to leave. The Heaven's Master Squad, who already knew the plan, was also ready to depart. At the foot of the mountain, Sword Spirit and Sword Body, following their master's orders, parted the earth and flew into the night sky. At the same time, under the moonlight, the swordsmen of Diansong scattered in 4 directions, like stars scattered across the mountains. Only the sect leader and the elders knew clearly that the place where that purple light stopped was where the young master of the Heavenly Grand Archive was standing. Zhou Kuang looked up at the 2 streaks of light, placing all of his remaining faith and hope on the young master. In the mountains outside the Diansong compound, the Heaven's Master Squad also set off, heading straight for the Earth Heaven's lair, located between Xinping and Yuanjiang in Yunnan. The purple light swept across the rolling mountains, and this was only the beginning. This time, Hugong had discussed with Zhou Kuang that he would let the Earth Heaven taste exactly what they had caused. The pain of loss would be returned to the Heaven Lord of the Earth Heaven. Hugong's goal was to capture the Heaven Lord's son alive. Let's all sink into pain together, let's all scream together. Throughout the villages shrouded in darkness, notices began to be posted on the walls. The Diansong swordsmen went to post the notices, their faces dark. If only the content was to find someone still alive, how much better that would be. But no matter how hard they tried to avoid it, the word corpse still struck their eyes, making the image of that woman appear clearly in their minds. It felt like they weren't posting notices, but posting despair on every wall, posting their own sadness on it. By the 3rd night, those notices had spread to central Yunnan. On the city wall of Xinping County, Jinpiang finished posting a notice and looked up. His face was tired. He looked around, but didn't see a single person. No one was passing by. The residences and houses around there were also asleep. The space was so quiet that it was suffocating. He stared silently at the notice. The content was very simple. Diansong was searching for the body of a woman in her 20s. If the person found was indeed the girl they were searching for, the person who reported it would be given a large reward. Jinpiang touched the lines of words filled with Diansong's despair, praying in his heart that this was not despair, but hope. Looking at the notice reminded him of the Heaven's Master Squad and their squad leader, posting the notice was not originally in Diensong's plan. Everything happened so suddenly. That decision was made right after the private meeting between the sect leader and the squad leader of the Heaven's Master Squad. That's also why everyone ignited a spark of hope. The Heaven's Master Squad, whom Jin Pyong had looked down upon in their first appearance, now made him want to believe. He hoped that the group of people who had once caused a stir in the Jianghu would now bring hope to Diensong. Jin Pyong looked up at the moon. The moonlight was as if it was the Heaven's Master Squad, causing him to blurt out, "What are you people ultimately planning to do?" Of course, there was no answer. Jin Pyong could only tell himself about hope one more time before continuing his work. As Jin Pyong leaped away, a figure on a nearby rooftop gently waved his sleeve. From the lower palace roof, the 5 small flags stuck around the edge of the roof were all sucked into his hand. Those flags were only the size of a hand, small but powerful. Those 5 flags were the 5 elements flags that Mao Shan had gifted to Wugong. The 5 elements flags could conceal all presence within its range, providing absolute invisibility. Even masters who had reached the pinnacle of the unrestrained realm would have difficulty seeing through it for a moment. When the 5 elements flags were retracted, the figures of the Heaven's Master Squad on the rooftop gradually appeared. Wugong returned the 5 elements flags to the 3 demon-subduing gorges, who carefully stored them in the box that Mao Shan had provided. The 3 of them took the flags and stared intently at them with curious eyes. They had not expected that they truly had the ability to hide such a large group of people. Put the flags away. The 3 demon-subduing gorges looked at Wugong and silently nodded as if to say goodbye. Then they immediately darted off. Behind them, Nang and Wang followed closely. No one said a word, they just silently acted. The Heaven's Master Squad was now down to only 8 people. Traceless Divine Thief couldn't help but wonder, what are you guys planning to do? Ian Gyeowan, on behalf of the Heaven's Master Squad, answered Traceless Divine Thief, but the answer was only vague and ambiguous. We are waiting for the Earth Heaven to laugh, waiting for the Earth Heaven to mock, so that he himself will have to bow his head. In less than 5 days, all of Yunnan was buzzing with excitement because of the notices posted everywhere. Wherever people gathered, the only topic was, who is that girl? Even though the notice did not mention a name or characteristics of the body, everyone believed that the dead person was a young disciple of Diensong. It was said that the Diensong sect was searching for the body of a young girl. Who could it be? It's unclear, but it must be someone Diensong treasures very much. Could it be a disciple of Diensong? If not, why would Diensong offer such a large reward just for a corpse? That's true, but in Yunnan, who would dare to mess with the Diensong sect? Rumors began to spread from then on. From villages to taverns, everywhere was buzzing with discussion. Who could it be? Who dares to kill a disciple of Diensong? Obviously, it's someone who knows no fear, and they dare to act recklessly. That means that person is so strong that they don't need to fear the Diensong sect, or belongs to some formidable force. So, what should we do now? What to do? Let's drink. Haha, good idea. Then let's order some more snacks. And so, the buzz spread through every nook and cranny of Yunnan. In addition, there were countless other speculations. Some said this case was related to love affairs, while others rumored that the girl died for stealing Diensong's treasures and running away. Some others reminded each other not to get involved in this matter. If they saw the body, they should ignore it, pretend they didn't know, lest they suffer misfortune. But there were also those who eagerly declared that they would find the body to claim the large reward. Wild guesses, ambitious people. Those stories were far from the cruel reality that Diensong was facing. Although the story spread everywhere, from taverns to marketplaces, no one suspected that the woman Diensong was looking for was the daughter of sect leader Diensong. The truth was shrouded in darkness for most people. However, there were still those who knew the truth. The Earth Heaven couldn't possibly not know, and all those who belonged to the Earth Heaven were secretly wearing a mocking smile, in the shadows. At this moment, at Rulin Academy, a massive mansion with a seemingly harmless name, the master of the Earth Heaven gently filled his wine cup. The sound of the wine flowing seemed strangely pleasing today, because his heart was dancing with joy. What are the expressions of the Diensong swordsman? One of the pavilion masters of the Earth Heaven knelt below, happily reporting, "It's hard to find anyone who isn't steeped in grief, Heaven Lord." The Heaven Lord's face was as pale as a corpse. He smiled, treating the reply as a delicious appetizer, and then down the wine. The corners of his lips curled up, and a contemptuous smile gradually spread. Ha! That feeling of inescapable frustration is enough to drive people crazy. Anyone who loses a loved one will see even the place where they stand turn into an abyss. The pavilion master enthusiastically responded, "That's right, their images now must be no different from sect leader Diensong." The Heaven Lord's smile deepened. "That's right, joy sometimes comes from comparison, because there are pleasures that come from the pain of others. I'm not them, I'm fine. That cruel feeling of security made him feel lighthearted. When the image of his twin children flashed through his head, the Heaven Lord gently closed his eyes, letting himself drift in a strange feeling of comfort, a twisted joy, sweet and chilling. He raised his cup again. After a moment, the pavilion master kneeling below cautiously spoke, "Are you planning to wait a while longer?" The Heaven Lord clicked his tongue. Gyensang's matter doesn't need to be rushed, let them suffer a little longer. The more desperate, the easier they are to break. Everything should be in the correct order, safe and certain. Even though he didn't say it explicitly, the pavilion master immediately understood. Your subordinate will pass the order to everyone and send a secret letter to the Black Palace. Order, meaning to wait until the last divine sword is retrieved before attacking. Gyensang, safe, meaning to inform the allies to be ready to act. After the pavilion master left, the Heaven Lord poured more wine and drank it himself. The wine is so sweet today. There are days when no snacks are needed. Just the joy in my heart is enough to make me drunk. Today is such a day. Is there any better snack than the grief of the Gyensang sect? The wine bottle was empty, but his interest was still high. The Heaven Lord stood up. Leaving the study, he walked straight to the bedroom. On the wall hung a long sword. The Heaven Lord reached out and slowly lifted it off the rack. The moment he drew the sword, the blade shone with a cold blue light, bright and clear like moonlight. For some reason, even though he had seen it hundreds of times, he still found this sword strangely fascinating because it was the divine sword of the world's number one. The reason the Heaven Lord was so sure of that was simple. Every time he channeled internal energy into it, the sword did not accept it. The energy dissipated, leaving no trace. That refusal was the clearest evidence. This sword only obeyed its true master. The Heaven Lord's eyes darkened, half infatuated, half envious. It's amazing, he has obtained the sword, but cannot possess it, which is why he is more fascinated, and cannot take his eyes off it. Unable to subdue the sword, the Heaven Lord had no choice but to slowly return it to its sheath. Just then, a deep, resonant sound rang out. The sword trembled violently, and a brilliant purple light flashed, illuminating the entire room. The Heaven Lord startled, staring wide-eyed at the strange phenomenon. Before his shock could subside, a bold idea flashed in his mind. Could it be, it's working? But immediately afterward, he denied it himself, because he had not channeled any internal energy into it. So then, the power that was roaring was from the sword awakening on its own. The vibration of the sword confused the Heaven Lord. What is this? What's going on? The sound of the vibration grew stronger and stronger, and the purple light became brighter and brighter. His arm trembled as if it were being controlled by a strange soul. A cold sensation ran down his spine, as if a demon had just awakened in his hand. The Heaven Lord froze, unable to understand what was happening, but the divine sword understood. It sensed that its master was nearby. It could be no one other than him, and that was why the sword cried out. The master had returned. The master had never abandoned it. The master was still alive. The master had reconnected with it. It wanted to fly away immediately, wanting to rush to that person, but the master was gently caressing it, telling it to wait. Not long now, it's very close. Just knowing that the master was alive was enough for the divine sword. In the time of separation, what had happened to that person, who had caused the master trouble, was not important, because now, anything that dared to stand in the way, it would sweep away. The master is always the winner. As the breath of the sword's master gradually faded away, it quieted down, returning to stillness. The resonance faded, and the purple light also disappeared. The Earth Heaven Master tilted his head, his eyes suspiciously staring at the sword. He tried channeling internal energy again, but the sword's energy was still scattered, and the divine sword once again did not respond to his call. The divine sword returned to silence, just like the night covering the outside, causing the Heaven Lord to click his tongue and lament, what the heck is going on? At the same time, in the basement of Ruling Academy, that deep underground place was larger than the surface, supported by huge stone pillars, dozens of winding alleys, leading to countless stone rooms. From some rooms echoed miserable screams, and in the iron cages, hundreds of people were locked in groups. Some were tortured, others were raised as food for the Earth Heaven. Once taken away, no one returned. That's why the sound of crying constantly echoed in this place. Behind the iron bars, everyone was on edge. In the territory of these people, no one could escape. On the corridor outside the iron bars, a young man was leisurely walking, dressed neatly, even a little ostentatiously. Following him was a servant. Just by looking at him, you could tell that he had a high position in the Earth Heaven. The young man stopped in front of a separate cell near the end of the corridor. Inside that cell, a young girl was imprisoned separately. Her neck was locked with an iron collar like a dog chain, even though she was locked behind iron bars. The young man sneered, his laughter dry, drawn out, and then ending in a heavy ear. This bitch, pretending to be asleep, how pathetically clumsy. Inside, the young girl still lay slumped, without a movement. She resolutely remained silent, but the young man did not give up easily. His voice was excited with a hint of triumph. Just lie there and listen. Today, I have good news for you. Listen, you are dead. Ginseng has abandoned you. For a prisoner who was expecting rescuers, those words were like a knife to the heart, but the girl behind the iron bars remained silent. The more silent she was, the more gleeful the young man became. All of Yunnan is posting notices looking for your corpse. It's only natural, so much time has passed. So, how does it feel to be abandoned? The young woman didn't respond. The flickering light in the dungeon shone on her tangled hair covering her face, and the chain around her neck gently trembled, emitting a chilling sound. The young man laughed with excitement. Heh, must be heartbreaking, right? But it's entirely your fault. You should have chosen another place to be reborn, shouldn't you? TSK. If you weren't the daughter of the sect leader of Ginseng sect, you probably wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Such disgusting words blaming the victim reflects the young man's twisted and perverse psychology. Anyone in such a miserable and traumatized situation would surely scream and deny his words, but the girl behind the bars still gritted her teeth, enduring it. But the more she endured, the more the young man took advantage. Heh. But this isn't over yet, you know, it's only just beginning. You're still alive, right? You haven't died yet, so when will you die? Who will witness the scene of your hands being torn apart? Who will cough up blood when they see that scene? What's the answer? Heh. The young man laughed loudly. The shrill laughter tore apart the girl's last line of defense. Those words made her unable to remain calm any longer. Horrific images appeared clearly in her mind, causing her to burst into tears. Tears streamed down her bowed face. She didn't want to reveal it, trying to suppress it, but soft sobs still escaped. The young man burst into insane laughter. Ha. Louder, scream. If you please me, I'll leave you one arm, keep one eye, let you hop on one leg too. Ha. At this point, the girl could no longer remain calm. When her hope was trampled to nothing, the young man turned away with a pleased expression, asking his subordinate, "Where's Kun Ho?" The subordinate immediately reported, "Second young master has gone to the usual lake." The young man smirked and criticized, "TSK, what an idiot, so young and he acts like an old man." Behind him, the guard stood respectfully, bowed, and cautiously asked, "Young master, do you want to go there?" The young man shrugged casually. Of course, on a day like today, not visiting her would be too disrespectful, wouldn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, his body gradually blurred, then vanished like smoke, leaving only a small hole where he had been standing. Meanwhile, the girl locked up alone was still huddled up, embracing the suffering she couldn't tell anyone, forced to bear it all alone. Hearing such terrible news, no matter how hard she tried to appear strong, she couldn't help but sob and weep. In her heart she kept thinking about her father. She prayed that everything the young man said was not true. She prayed that her father would come to take her out of here, but she also knew that it might never come true. Both helpless and desperate, she kept crying forever.